Chapter 1: The Cage Bird. The twilight glow filtered through the curtains, casting a warm light upon the floor. Alexander stood quietly at the threshold of Elias' room, memories flooding back like a relentless tide. His heart brimmed with nostalgia, as if he had been transported back to the carefree days of youth, where the sunlit runs had bestowed upon him an unparalleled sense of freedom. Yet, reality tugged him back into this confined space, tinged with a sense of helplessness and despondency. "Alexander, what troubles you?" Elias' voice was like the morning dew, crisp and melodious. She lifted her gaze from the desk, her eyes shimmering with concern. "I was just reflecting on how swiftly time passes," Alexander sighed. Stepping into the room and absorbing the cozy ambience surrounding him, a faint smile crossed his lips, an attempt to mask the bitterness within. "Your place is truly charming. It feels like a little kingdom." "Thank you." Elia rose gracefully, bounding to his side with a radiant smile. "I decorated it myself. Do you like it?" "I do." Alexander gazed at her, pondering silently how delightful she appeared. However, as his eyes drifted outside, a wave of unease washed over him. He noticed the translucent barrier outside the window, seemingly issuing a warning that you find anything odd about this place?" He ventured cautiously. Elias' smile faltered momentarily before returning to its usual brightness. "Odd? How could it be? It's perfectly safe here. The magical barrier protects us. But is that barrier truly secure?" Alexander's brow furrowed, his doubts intensifying. "I can't shake the feeling that this isn't a place we can remain in for long. What are you worried about?" Elias' tone held a hint of dissatisfaction, as if his words had struck a nerve deep within her. "We are happy here, aren't we?" "Happy? Elia, do you genuinely believe this is happiness?" Alexander retorted, his voice rising in indignation. "You are trapped here like a bird confined in a cage. How could that be happiness?" Elias' complexion paled instantly, a flicker of anger and disappointment flashing in her eyes. "You don't understand. I chose to stay here because I believe in the power of magic. It can protect me. Protect us. Protect you? Or imprison you?" Alexander's voice brimmed with skepticism. "Have you never considered the world outside? That is where true freedom lies." "Freedom? The outside is fraught with peril." Elias' voice escalated, her emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. "You have no idea what I have endured. I refuse to return to that dark place. I know your past is painful, but you cannot allow fear to govern your life forever." Alexander responded vehemently, his anxiety preventing him from remaining composed. "We can face everything together. I will protect you." Elia scoffed, her eyes laced with derision. "Do you truly believe you can safeguard me? You are powerless against those formidable magical forces. I will strive to grow stronger." Alexander gritted his teeth, the flames of anger raging within him. "I will not allow anyone to harm you." "Do not be foolish, Alexander." Elias' tone gradually softened, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. "You have no comprehension of what you are uttering. The power of magic is irreversible, and I can no longer escape." "I refuse to believe that," Alexander retorted, his determination as steadfast as iron. He approached the window, attempting to touch the shimmering barrier, only to be repelled by an invisible force. He pivoted, casting an angry gaze upon Elia. "Have you truly resigned yourself to this fate?" "I have not given up." Elias' voice suddenly sharpened, as though pricked by a hidden wound. "I am merely choosing to protect myself. Is that so wrong? Choosing to protect yourself? But that is hardly living." Alexander nearly roared, his emotions surging like a tempest. "You are merely a soul, ensnared here. Do you not yearn to feel the warmth of the sun, the freedom of the wind?" Tears shimmered in Elias' eyes as her voice quavered. "You cannot fathom the depths of my fear. The world beyond is a nightmare to me. I will stand by you, facing it together." A pang of sorrow gripped Alexander's heart as he approached Elia, striving to envelop her shoulders with his warm hands. "That I shall use everything within me to shield you, ensuring you never suffer again." "Your words are easy, but you cannot grasp the implications." Elias' voice was low, laced with helplessness and despair. "I fear losing you, losing everything. I will not permit you to lose me." Alexander grasped her shoulders tightly, his gaze shimmering with unwavering resolve. A powerful impulse surged within him, as if to shatter all constraints. He lowered his head, earnestly meeting Elias' eyes. "Let's escape together, shall we?" "Escape?" Elia paused, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of such a proposal. Her heart waged a struggle, a yearning for freedom entwined with dread of the unknown. "Yes, escape." Alexander's voice rang with conviction and strength. "I will find a way to break this barrier together. We shall emerge from this magical prison to pursue a true existence." As Alexander paced in the dimly lit chamber, The walls seemed to close in around him, the air thick with tension. His heart thundered, beads of sweat forming on his brow. No matter his efforts, the door remained obstinately shut, as if locked by an unseen force. Despair washed over him, an intense unease swelling within. I cannot simply surrender. Alexander gritted his teeth, and suddenly, inspiration struck. He raised a finger and bit down sharply, drawing blood that dripped onto the floor, quickly forming an unusual pattern. As he murmured an incantation, the air began to tremble, the surrounding light warping and blurring like tea that moment. A brilliant light surged from the ground, illuminating the entire room. Alexander held his breath, his gaze fixated on the radiance. As the luminescence expanded, a tiny sprite gradually materialized. IT clutched a wand that sparkled with stars and bore 2 hefty tomes of magic upon its back, both playful and enigmatic. "Wow, you have finally summoned me," exclaimed the little sprite joyfully, her voice ringing like a delicate bell, laced with a touch of mischievousness. "Who are you?" Alexander asked in astonishment, a blend of elation and unease swirling within him. "I am Luna, your summoned sprite assistant." The sprite twirled gracefully in the air, her wand adorned with shimmering stars. "Do you require assistance? You seem to be in a bit of a predicament." "Predicament? You are absolutely right, I am trapped here." Alexander urgently pointed to the firmly shut door. "I have no idea how to escape. Can you help me?" Luna flew before Alexander, scrutinizing him with a keen gaze that sparkled with wisdom. "What is the reason for your entrapment? Has someone cast a binding spell upon you?" "I am uncertain. It might be some form of magic," Alexander sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. "I merely sought to uncover lost knowledge, only to find myself ensnared in this trap." "Lost knowledge?" Luna's eyes suddenly glimmered with excitement. "Are you referring to the secrets of ancient magic?" "I possess some knowledge, but it comes at a cost." "A cost?" Alexander furrowed his brow. "What is it that you desire?" Luna floated aside and began to leaf through the pages of the magical tome on her back, the pages whispering softly. "I need you to undertake a task, only then can I assist you." "What task?" Alexander's heart tightened. "Within this house lies a forgotten magical rune, imbued with formidable power." Luna's tone grew serious. "You must locate it and bring it to me." "That sounds perilous," Alexander murmured, a rising tide of fear swelling within him. "Peril is inevitable, but you have no other choice," Luna asserted resolutely. "If you wish to avoid being eternally trapped here, you must confront your fears." Taking a deep breath, Alexander felt a surge of determination. He knew he had to make an attempt. "Very well, I shall seek out the rune, but you must tell me where it is hidden." Luna nodded, speaking mysteriously. "The rune is concealed in the basement of this house, where many guards and traps await. You must exercise caution." "How should I deal with those guards?" Alexander inquired, his mind racing with potential strategies. "Employ your wit and courage," Luna replied with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. "I shall remain here, ready to offer assistance at any moment." "Thank you, Luna," Alexander said gratefully, a newfound courage swelling within him. He turned and walked towards the opposite side of the room, silently praying for a successful quest to find a rune. The corridor was dim and damp, its walls covered in moss, exuding a musty odor. Alexander proceeded cautiously, faint sounds echoing around him, as if countless eyes were watching his every move. His heartbeat quickened, and cold sweat began to bead on his palms. "Stay calm, do not let fear consume you," he murmured to himself, striving to maintain his composure. At the end of the path, Alexander stumbled upon an iron door, its surface marred by rust, suggesting it had not been opened in ages. He took a deep breath, summoning his courage, and attempted to push the door open. It creaked ominously, as if resisting his entry. "Luna, are you there?" Alexander called softly. "I am here. Be cautious." Luna's voice echoed in his ear, seemingly bestowing upon him a measure of strength. At last, the door slowly swung open, and Luna's light illuminated the darkness ahead. The air in the basement grew even colder, with ancient runes adorning the walls, emanating a faint glow. "Where should I begin my search?" Alexander surveyed the surroundings, his mind awash with uncertainty. "Examine these runes closely, they may provide you with some clues." Luna's voice was filled with encouragement. Approaching a wall, Alexander scrutinized the runes. Suddenly, a particular symbol captured his attention. It was a complex design, featuring a star shape at its center, surrounded by other glyphs. "This is what I've been searching for," he exclaimed, his heart brimming with hope. Just then, the basement lights flickered ominously, and several shadowy figures emerged from the corners, obstructing his path. A chill ran through Alexander as he realized he had been discovered. "Who dares to intrude here?" A deep voice boomed, and from the shadows stepped a tall figure cloaked in black, their face concealed by a mask. Chapter 2. Stay calm. Elia, are you truly certain you wish to employ wind magic? Eric gripped the ship's railing, his brow furrowed, unease flickering in his eyes. Absolutely, Eric. This is our swiftest route, Elia replied with a slight smile, determination gleaming in her gaze. She raised her hand and began to chant an incantation, the surrounding air instantly becoming electrified as the wind seemed to heed her call, whipping up colossal waves, propelling the small boat forward at breakneck speed. Faster, faster. Eric's voice was drowned by the roar of the wind, his heart racing with a mix of exhilaration and fear. He gazed at the bow of the ship, feeling the vessel sway violently as if it might splinter apart at any moment. Put in more effort. Elias' voice rang out like the wind's own summons, imbued with a fearless might. Just then, the ship issued a piercing crack, causing Eric's heart to plummet. Elia, stop. The ship is going to break apart, he shouted, fear evident in his eyes that I can't control it. Elias' complexion turned pale, her incantation faltering on her lips, unable to proceed. The tempest's might raged at her fingertips, mocking her helplessness. Quick, jump! Eric seized Elias' hand, and together they leaped into the sea, the frigid water enveloping them instantly. The small boat splintered in the tempest, wooden planks scattering and vanishing into the tumultuous waves. As they surfaced, panic was etched across Elias' face. What shall we do? Swim to shore, Eric declared resolutely. Though his heart was also heavy with trepidation, he knew they must remain composed in this moment. They paddled vigorously, striving toward the distant sandy beach. After a strenuous struggle, they finally crawled breathlessly onto the sandy shore. Arya collapsed onto the ground, drenched and with tears of helplessness shimmering in her eyes. I'm sorry, Eric. I couldn't control the magic, she murmured, her voice imbued with profound regret. Don't say that we are still alive, Eric reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. Yet, deep down, he understood that their adventure was far from over. We must swiftly locate the City of Mist. It holds the clues we seek. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. But how shall we get there? Arya lifted her head, her eyes glinting with unease. I have an idea. A glint of mischief flickered in Eric's gaze. We can summon a griffin from the ancient forest. They can aid us in evading the watchful eyes of the perceptive sorcerers. Are you certain that the griffin will heed our call? Arya inquired with skepticism. As long as our intentions are sincere, it will come, Eric replied with a slight smile, a spark of hope illuminating his eyes. They hurried across the beach, making their way towards the ancient forest. Deep within the woods, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the air was rich with the scent of damp earth. As Eric and Arya traversed the narrow path, anticipation and tension filled their hearts. Is this truly the legendary habitat of the griffins? Arya observed her surroundings, curiosity evident in her gaze. Yes, the griffins are the guardians of the Wind Kingdom. They can sense our approach, Eric affirmed, silently reciting the incantation for summoning in his mind. May it come forth smoothly, Arya whispered a prayer, her heart a tumult of hope and trepidation for the unknown that moment. A low, rumbling roar echoed through the air, and a magnificent griffin soared from the treetops, its wings spread wide as it descended upon them. Its feathers gleamed with golden brilliance under the sunlight, and its eyes burned with a fierce intensity. Quick, it approaches, Eric exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the sky, his heart swelling with hope. The griffin circled above before landing gracefully before them, its imposing presence radiating authority. It lowered its head, its gaze profound and wise. Who are you, and why have you summoned me? The griffin's voice resonated like thunder, shaking their very souls. Esteemed griffin, we seek your assistance, Eric spoke with reverence. We wish to journey to the City of Mist, but powerful perceptive sorcerers guard it. Please, guide us through the peril. The griffin scrutinized them, seemingly assessing their sincerity. After a moment, it nodded slowly that I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Arya asked anxiously. You must locate a lost treasure in the City of Mist. Only then will I grant my aid. The griffin's voice was deep and compelling. We accept your terms, Eric declared without hesitation, a flame of hope igniting within him. Very well, follow me, the griffin proclaimed as it unfurled its magnificent wings, guiding them into the azure expanse above. The wind howled around them, and Eric and Elia were enveloped in an unparalleled sense of freedom and strength. Under the griffin's guidance, they swiftly traversed the forest, arriving at the fringes of the City of Mists. The city lay shrouded in a dense veil of fog, as if concealing countless secrets within its depths. Here, Remain vigilant, the Griffin cautioned in a hushed tone. Perceptive sorcerers may detect your presence at any moment. We shall exercise caution, Eric affirmed, his nerves taut with anticipation. They advanced cautiously through the mist, the surrounding shadows seeming to whisper conspiratorially, instilling an unsettling chill. Where should we begin our search for the treasure? Elia inquired softly, her eyes glinting with a mixture of anxiety and determination. Mr. Smith, here are the results of the physical assessment. The free agents have already undergone the previous draft, and a quick data check confirms that this evaluation is specifically for the current crop of rookie players. Although official statistics are available, seeing is believing. Since the two individuals expressed interest in that player from Huahua, they paid particular attention to his statistics. Name: Li Qingming. Height: 6 feet 7 inches, 201 centimeters. Weight: 341. For pounds: 155 kilograms. Wingspan: 7 feet 1 inch, 216 centimeters. Standing reach: 273 centimeters. Vertical leap: 82 centimeters. These measurements represent the fundamental aspects of physical attributes, primarily reflecting static physical gifts. Nonetheless, it is evident that this athlete possesses commendable physical potential, which has fostered a sense of anticipation in the two observers regarding Li Qingming. Chapter 3. Training match. In addition to the physical assessments, trials invariably include competitive play. After all, selecting basketball players necessitates evaluating more than just physical prowess. Other dimensions of assessment can only be discerned through competition. Having just navigated the tedious physical evaluation process, Li Qingming began to feel a sense of agitation. While he was pleased to notice that he seemed slightly taller than during his previous height measurement, the sight of the impressive physical statistics of those around him instilled a sense of inferiority. Previously, when playing, his long arms allowed him to easily intercept passes and block shots. However, here, his wingspan is hardly the most remarkable, as another player, with a similar height, boasts a wingspan of 22 meters. This individual, when walking, resembles an evolved gorilla, appearing as if still in the throes of evolution. As for jumping ability and speed, there is no comparison. Li Qingming's weight hinders him significantly. Considering his burden, his vertical leap is commendable. However, others are achieving baseline jumps of 90 centimeters, with some even reaching heights of 1 meter or more. Li Qingming observed each of them leaping with fervor, feeling increasingly numb. With every assessment, he felt as though he was enduring yet another blow to his self-esteem. It was only when the competition was about to commence that he experienced a moment of respite. Surely, it was now his turn to shine. Although he was not entirely confident, it was evidently his final opportunity. Li Qingming took a deep breath, raised his head high, and stepped onto the arena. He was placed in the second team, but the distinction between the groups was negligible, as none were familiar with one another. Nevertheless, his distinctive complexion and appearance stood out amidst the crowd. As the competition was about to commence, there was no elaborate ceremony. A simple coin toss was used to determine possession, and both sides assumed their positions. Li Qingming understood that in terms of physical prowess, he would undoubtedly surpass many of his peers at school. However, within this league where extraordinary feats were commonplace, claiming even a mid-tier status felt somewhat disingenuous. Thus, he had mentally prepared himself for the results of the recent physical assessment, yet it remained an unpleasant experience. His chance to redeem his dignity lay upon the competition court, which is why he had decided to utilize the recently acquired perfect shooting card from his trial training. If he did not showcase his abilities now, he might miss out on future opportunities. Thus, there was no time to hesitate. He only hoped that this enhancement would prove reliable. For if he truly fell short even with such advantages, it would be wiser to return home than to dwell on dreams of the draft and joining the NBA. However, once the game officially commenced, Li Qingming quickly realized that his expectations had been overly optimistic, as he found himself unable to receive the ball without possession. How could he demonstrate his skills? Even with a perfect shooting record, one must first have the opportunity to shoot. Despite Li Qingming's commendable dribbling, being a small forward meant that, without a designated play, the ball naturally resided in the hands of the point guard. In this training match, everyone was focused on their own performance, and the rationale was clear. They had not practiced together and were unfamiliar with each other's playing styles, unless one made a concerted effort to create space. Given Li Qingming's physique, expecting him to run without the ball was somewhat unreasonable. Though he could certainly excel at spot shooting, especially with the confidence stemming from his perfect shooting enhancement. However, in such training games, double teams were rarely employed unless a player penetrated the paint, which meant that opportunities were more abundant within the key. After nearly 10 consecutive possessions without touching the ball, Li Chiming finally had his chance. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion, and a tinge of resentment bubbled towards the ball-dominating point guard on his team. Yet, he knew that in this arena, everyone was a competitor, and relying on others to create opportunities for him was impractical. He had to seize every offensive chance to make an impression. As long as he could shine, even with limited opportunities, he would leave a lasting impression. Upon receiving the ball, Li Chiming instantly shifted into high gear, fueled by the frustration of having been scored upon consecutively on the defensive end. Positioned in the corner, he had been calling for the ball, having leaned into his defenders several times. It would have been inconsiderate not to pass him the ball after all that effort. And thus he was finally granted this opportunity. In that moment, as he backed into the defender, the opposing player anticipated a strong move, misled by Li Chiming's build, which indeed suggested a bullying demeanor. Unexpectedly, Li Chiming executed a pivot and leaped for a shot, catching his opponent off guard, who was unable to react in time to contest the shot. As Li Chiming ascended to the pinnacle of his leap, he deftly flicked his hands, causing the ball to obediently and precisely drop into the net, striking it with a hollow thud. A crisp swish was accompanied by the delightful sound of the net. Yes, Li Chiming clenched his fist and let out a roar, momentarily embodying the spirit of the Wolf King. On the sidelines, his father cheered excitedly. Yet the reactions of others were rather subdued. Although the play was undeniably exquisite, the sight of such a physique executing it appeared somewhat absurd. Smith and Van Gundy had already shifted their focus to other players. After all, Li Chiming's offensive opportunities were scarce, and his defense was lacking. They watched for a moment, then shook their heads and turned their attention elsewhere, their interest piqued only by his Asian heritage. Upon witnessing the play, Smith couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "I feel as though I am watching Shaq play in Kobe's style." Van Gundy laughed in agreement, noting the resemblance. O'Neal's physique combined with Kobe's technique. How remarkable it is for one individual to embody the characteristics of the illustrious duo. This singular moment was indeed captivating. However, no matter how splendid the action, a missed shot rendered it meaningless. Li Chiming was not Kobe, and despite his graceful form, it could not be deemed as picturesque. Just as others may have beautiful calves, they cannot claim the title of the most beautiful. Thus, he could only aspire to their precision. Following a chaotic series of plays by the guards, 2 minutes later, Li Chiming finally received a second opportunity in the same position. This time, it was a pass under duress. Unable to penetrate, he had been positioning himself for the ball. As he received the pass, he had already devised his next move. Leaning against his opponent, he swiftly executed a turn. The defender, hoping to maintain close contact, was taken aback by Li Chiming's sudden departure as he pivoted and glided away, leaving his opponent calling out in vain, "Yinjia! Yinjia!" At this moment, Li Chiming indeed resembled a swallow, soaring into the air. Like a balloon, he descended directly towards the basket, startling the opposing center, who had intended to provide a defensive block, causing him to involuntarily retreat a couple of steps. With a resounding thud, the force of his leap was so immense that it bent the rim, raising concerns that it might be ripped from its moorings. After Li Chiming released the ball and landed, the rim even quivered a couple of times, leaving spectators in astonishment. The nearby player, a tall gentleman, could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, pondering if Li Chiming had truly exerted himself when he had previously clashed with him. Otherwise, the implications were too daunting to contemplate. What a magnificent play! At this moment, the one who could still cheer for Li Chiming was none other than his delighted father, whose excitement made Li Chiming wonder if he had been swapped with someone else. Where was his normally composed father? Li's father would undoubtedly assert that one must make a statement in the territory of foreigners, and if one excels, they should proclaim it. This time, however, Li Chiming refrained from shouting, casting a disdainful glance at the towering figure beside him who had just evaded confrontation. It seems that this time, the essence of the great shark has indeed possessed him. It bore resemblance to Shaquille O'Neal. Van Gundy chuckled, but when he turned to look back, he noticed Smith deep in thought, stirring something within him as well. Chapter 4. A perfect hit perhaps due to Li Chiming's performances in the previous plays. His teammates began to harbor a bit more trust in him. As they faced obstacles in their offense, the guards became more willing to pass him the ball. There was no alternative. If they were capable of scoring themselves, they would undoubtedly choose to take the shot rather than relinquish their opportunity to someone else. Unless Li Chiming actively called for the ball from the backcourt, which might lead to grievances from his teammates. In these scrimmages, the players were often hastily assembled, resulting in a lack of offensive synergy and an even greater deficiency in defensive coordination. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for a single individual to dominate the game. Moreover, during such moments, players were least inclined to engage in defense, as there were no statistics to track their performance, making it difficult for others to scrutinize them. After all, when one is solely responsible for guarding, without teammates to assist, it is not a simple task to completely neutralize an opponent. Unless one possesses no offensive means, they might gamble on their defense being noticed. Li Qingming's defensive capabilities, in truth, relied heavily on his teammates' support. During his college days, his teammates would shoulder the defensive burden while he focused on offensive breakthroughs. He had discernible weaknesses on the defensive end. It is noteworthy that he played as an interior player in college, but here, his height naturally positioned him as a small forward. Consequently, his slow speed and turning ability were magnified. However, from another perspective, this also granted him a distinct advantage on the offensive front, creating natural mismatches. With no defensive cohesion or system in place and lacking switches, it was essentially man-to-man coverage, easily leading to localized one-on-one matchups. The opponent he faced, a fellow small forward, possessed remarkable athleticism, capable of dunking at the rim, yet his slender frame meant that Li Qingming, if he focused, might very well overpower him. Nevertheless, Li Qingming preferred to engage in flashy plays and was eager to test whether his impeccable shooting could indeed be flawless. Thus, he utilized every offensive technique at his disposal, performing as if in a showcase during the NBA team's tryout, truly embodying the nickname Flexible Fatty. Unsurprisingly, every shot he took found its mark. Indeed, with the support of my allies, I am invincible. By the conclusion of the match, Li Qingming had only attempted 9 shots, yet remarkably, each one found its mark. His repertoire included a spinning dunk, a turnaround jumper, a back-to-the-basket hook, a step-back three-pointer, and a delicate floater beneath the rim, rendering his offensive display a veritable kaleidoscope. As for assists, he recorded none, a consequence of his accustomed, solitary playing style. Within his team, he perceived no superior offensive option, save for instances when opponents chose to double-team him. Otherwise, he would not relinquish the ball. After all, how else could he have earned the moniker O'Neal of Shurching University? Although ultimately his team fell short by 7 points, revealing a tangible disparity in overall team strength, Li Qingming's performance transcended the mere outcome of the game. His scoring may not have been exceedingly high, yet achieving a perfect shooting percentage is undeniably remarkable, prompting reflections on whether, had he been the focal point of the offense from the outset, victory might have been within reach. His statistics would surely have been more illustrious, though it remains uncertain if he would have missed any shots. Regardless, this experience significantly elevated his visibility within the arena. While conversing with his father on the sidelines, he could sense the curious glances of passersby. Simultaneously, the manager and head coach of the Magic were engaged in discussions about him. Although the second game had commenced with substitutions, their interest waned after just 2 minutes of uninspired play. Instead, it was Li Qingming who lingered in their thoughts. While the feat of 9 consecutive successful attempts may seem exaggerated, perhaps merely a manifestation of fortuitous form, it is evident that his success was not entirely due to chance. His shooting touch was notably smooth, and his diverse offensive techniques, post moves, footwork variations, and mid-range jumpers, captivated observers. This perception stems from the benchmark set by Yao Ming. With a Chinese player of such caliber, there exists an inherent expectation of proficiency in shooting among players of similar descent. Of course, Li Qingming's shooting foundation is solid, though his lack of confidence occasionally rendered him hesitant, prompting him to rely on a perfect shooting card. Nonetheless, this strategy undeniably left a profound impression on all who witnessed it. Had he not utilized this approach, while he might still have performed admirably, it is uncertain whether he would have shone as brightly. Furthermore, should he have missed his initial attempts, he might have found himself excluded from further plays. Thus, despite his Group S defeat, no one could reasonably attribute the loss to him. Moreover, even on the defensive end, he was not the weakest link. The center bore the brunt of the opposition's onslaught. Were it not for the opposing guard's isolation plays, the situation could have devolved further, considering his high-efficiency contributions on offense. Blaming him for the loss would be the epitome of short-sightedness. At the very least, Van Gundy and Smith were not blind to his talent. Otis Smith even appeared somewhat exhilarated, expressing that he was more impressive than I had anticipated. Van Gundy cast a surprised glance at him, pondering how he had not previously known him. Could it be that merely seeing his name invoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity? However, the experiences with the Heat had rendered him somewhat more worldly, prompting him to respond with a smile. "What is this?" Have you taken a liking to him? Smith replied with a chuckle. Don't you think he is remarkable? He would be a perfect fit for our team. Van Gundy remained non-committal. The Magic's roster for the upcoming season was unlikely to undergo substantial changes. Aside from potential acquisitions, the core largely comprised the existing players, and he had already conceived a preliminary tactical framework for the new season. Moreover, a rookie's influence on the team, regardless of suitability, was minimal. If the general manager indeed selected a Chinese player solely to cater to the Chinese market, Van Gundy was indifferent. Since drafting the extraordinary Dwight Howard with the first overall pick, the Magic had nurtured him as their cornerstone, aspiring to cultivate a second Shaquille O'Neal. Howard had indeed lived up to expectations, leading the team to the playoffs in his third year. Although they had suffered a swift exit in the first round after barely clinching a playoff spot, it seemed a fate that befell many Magic centers. Nonetheless, this was merely the beginning, offering management a glimmer of hope, especially as last year's roster had just begun to take shape, with numerous young players whose core had yet to fully mature. In this draft, the Magic lacked a first-round pick, possessing only a mid-second-round selection. Thus, while they had organized a training camp and conducted trials for several lower-tier rookies, most of the top prospects remained out of reach. It was unavoidable, after acquiring Howard. They had not intended to make significant moves regarding draft picks, even during the first two seasons when they failed to advance to the playoffs, opting instead to focus on developing new talent. This season, however, was poised to be a time for reaping rewards, particularly as Howard's rookie contract was nearing its conclusion. Although they had expressed intentions for a contract extension, they needed to instill confidence in Howard for him to remain. Currently, they were exploring trades in the free market. With targets in mind, however, as the finals were still underway, they could only proceed with trials for rookies and free agents, evaluating the situation as it unfolded. Throughout the proceedings, especially during the final scrimmage, the most striking impression was undoubtedly left by the Chinese player Lee Chiming. Smith had just asked someone to fetch his information and discovered it was scant, as he had not played in the professional basketball leagues of the United States, nor had he appeared in China's professional league. Yet, considering his talent at such a young age, one would expect him to shine in college leagues if he were in the United States. Reflecting on the enigmatic nature of that distant land, the two men hesitated to draw any firm conclusions. Chapter 5. The Magic's Promise. So, what are your thoughts? Smith inquired of Van Gundy, holding a deep-seated trust in him, stemming from their previous encounters during his playing days. As the head coach, it is imperative to possess a comprehensive understanding of the players under his stewardship, including the rookies. Hence, the decision to select Lee Chiming necessitates Van Gundy's insights. Van Gundy, maintaining a somewhat indifferent demeanor, recognized that among the trial participants, Lee Chiming's performance, if not wholly outstanding, was certainly among the top contenders. During his tenure coaching the Miami Heat, he had experienced a philosophical discord with Riley. Both Van Gundy brothers embody the essence of traditional coaching, steeped in a strong academic foundation, placing significant emphasis on defense and valuing teamwork. This perspective often contrasted sharply with Riley's advocacy for an aesthetically pleasing offensive style of basketball. Riley, renowned for leading the Lakers to their Showtime era, possessed a distinct ambition for offensive excellence. The previous year, he had unceremoniously dismissed Stan Van Gundy, whom he had previously supported, and returned to coach the Heat, clinching the championship in his inaugural season. However, for Van Gundy, there lingered a sense of having been unjustly deprived of the fruits of his labor, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, this experience imparted valuable lessons, enabling him to learn the importance of compromise on minor issues within the team at opportune moments. He discerned Otis Smith's keen interest in Lee Chiming, which could be attributed to either the latter's on-court performance or his Chinese heritage. In any case, the young man undeniably possessed potential. Moreover, Van Gundy recognized that Lee Chiming exhibited certain defensive qualities. His defensive attitude was commendable, and he demonstrated an awareness of the game. Thus, within Van Gundy's strategic framework, there would certainly be a place for him, provided that he was appropriately paired, allowing any defensive shortcomings to be mitigated by collective team defense. Furthermore, he harbored confidence in his ability to cultivate defensive prowess. The sole concern remained: could he be burdened by excess weight? This, in fact, represents the sole aspect of dissatisfaction that Van Gundy harbors towards Lee Chiming. During his peak, Shaquille O'Neal weighed merely 155 kilograms while playing for the Lakers. However, he stood at an imposing height of 216 centimeters, towering over Lee Chiming by a significant margin. Furthermore, O'Neal did not appear as corpulent as Lee Chiming. whose excess weight seems predominantly to be composed of superfluous fat. Van Gundy believes that this physique restricts Li's defensive capabilities. Coaches who specialize in defense maintain stringent physical standards, as these are foundational to executing defensive strategies, and they also serve as a testament to a player's discipline and adherence to training regimens. It is evident that Lee Chungming's weight is conspicuously excessive, with a noticeable predominance of excess fat, making it challenging to credibly assert his self-discipline. Conversely, attributes such as height and wingspan are not easily altered through effort. At just 19 years of age, Lee is nearing the limits of his potential growth. However, the issue of obesity is one that can be addressed, although it is often said that exercise is more effective for fat loss than weight loss. The intensity of the NBA, with its high caloric expenditure, should suffice to shed excess fat. His considerable bulk undoubtedly indicates a substantial amount of fat. If it were merely muscle, it would be more acceptable. Thus, while there are reservations, they remain tolerable. Van Gundy also contemplates whether Lee can withstand the prowess of O'Neal or Riley. Is it plausible that he cannot manage a mere 19-year-old? Ultimately, the lingering question is whether they have other viable options, or if Lee is their singular choice. Upon confirming Van Gundy's perspective, Smith chuckled and remarked, "In that case, let us consider him as one of our alternatives and monitor the situation further." Naturally, he felt it prudent to inform Lee of their interest, making it clear that they regard him favorably. Even if the draft pick does not ultimately secure him, they could still extend an invitation for him to participate in the Orlando Summer League, thereby ensuring they do not owe him anything. Following the conclusion of the trial, Otis Smith instructed the arena staff to notify Lee Chungming and his father to remain, and after attending to his immediate responsibilities, he welcomed them into his office. He did not mince words, stating directly, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we intend to utilize our draft pick to select you, although it will not be at a particularly high position." Lee Chungming's face brightened with joy, yet his father remained remarkably composed. In the face of such developments, he harbored no illusions of fortuitous windfalls. Instead, he pondered whether there might be hidden traps. After all, his extensive dealings with European and American merchants had left him with little fondness for them, and he harbored no belief that they were particularly scrupulous in honoring contracts, especially when such verbal agreements hardly constituted a binding contract. In fact, the father and son had previously conducted research regarding the draft, and were aware that the Magic team indeed possessed only the 44th pick in the second round, a rank that seemed rather ominous. And even more so should a zero be added. Nonetheless, given Lee Chungming's current circumstances, securing a position at this rank was commendable. Being selected at all would be a triumph. Lee Chungming was elated, yet his father was acutely aware that the other party's stipulation implied the absence of unforeseen circumstances. The inclusion of such a phrase often insinuates the likelihood of unexpected events. Upon reflection, it became apparent that although Lee Chungming's recent performance was commendable, the opposing team undoubtedly had alternative options and would not place all their hopes solely on them. However, they could not express this candidly. They needed to reassure them first, lest they seek opportunities with other teams, only to find themselves without suitable candidates here, resulting in a complete loss for both sides. Unlike his son, who was easily swayed, Lee's father understood their ordinary family background and lack of connections in this realm. They were not like prominent players such as Yao Ming or those from the space era, who shone brightly in the domestic arena before entering the draft, basking in publicity and acclaim. Lee Chungming's journey was undoubtedly more arduous. Nevertheless, the fact that the representatives came to acknowledge his son's performance was a source of solace for Lee's father. At least this trip was not in vain. Even if his son did not continue in this field, this experience would prove valuable. Thus, he expressed his gratitude to Smith with a warm smile, made a commitment, and left a favorable impression. Only on the way back did he clarify his deductions to Lee Chungming. Lee Chungming's experiences are somewhat limited, rendering his understanding of society rather naive. However, he is by no means foolish. He comprehends his father's explanations without difficulty, even though his father employed tentative language. This is merely a manifestation of his inherent meticulousness. "Father, the talent show is scheduled for the 28th, which is half a month away. Perhaps we could take this opportunity to relax here, treating it as a brief excursion." Lee Chungming was momentarily taken aback, remaining silent. Mr. Lee inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you?" Lee Chungming suddenly proposed, "Why don't we explore opportunities with other teams?" Although he had received a trial invitation from the Magic through the system, he understood the importance of seizing opportunities and believed that he could forge additional chances for himself. Thus, attending trials with other teams should pose no issue. His identity as a Chinese player should still confer certain advantages, especially during this unique period. When Yao Ming entered the draft, there were lingering concerns on both sides of the Pacific. However, his success paved the way for the current surge of interest in talents like Taekwondo entering the NBA. Otherwise, in various aspects, Taekwondo cannot be compared to Yao Ming. Even players like Sun Dashing and Li Chiming himself felt somewhat like beneficiaries of their predecessor's goodwill. Yet, every beginning is challenging. Since this initial step has proven successful, subsequent actions can be undertaken, albeit with some complications and a pressing timeline. However, to his surprise, Li's father glanced at him and shook his head, stating, "Since we have made a commitment to the other party, it would be inappropriate for us to break our promise." Li Chiming felt a surge of urgency. "But, Dad, didn't you say, while that may be true in theory, the reality is that we have limited options. Unless you can assure me that other teams will undoubtedly select you. Can you guarantee that?" Li Chiming was momentarily taken aback, subsequently falling into a profound silence. Having exhausted all his persuasive tactics, he found himself unable to fully sway the manager. What other recourse did he possess? Li's father was undoubtedly aware of the immense attention this selection process garnered domestically. If they wished, they might even leverage the media to create a buzz for promoting both the talents of the space program and the fortunate young man who received a trial invitation from the Magic team could prove advantageous. This strategy might attract the interest of other teams. However, uncertainties abound. After all, the head coach of the Magic is not deaf and would certainly catch wind of this news, which could lead to his own contemplations. Yet, given the previous circumstances, he could not dismiss the other party lightly. Thus, it appeared they had options, but in reality, they were devoid of alternatives. Ultimately, it was a matter of lacking connections, and Li Chiming had yet to possess the requisite talent and prowess. Nevertheless, it was prudent to regard this as a time for respite. Holding on to the belief that every cloud has a silver lining. Who knows, a new path might just reveal itself. Chapter 6. The Draft Day. As time swiftly passed, the day of the draft arrived unexpectedly. During this interval, Li Chiming had the opportunity to explore New York with his father, allowing him to gradually cultivate a more relaxed mindset. Being still quite young, he would never have contemplated entering the NBA had it not been for the sudden emergence of a system, despite the motivation provided by Lunalian. Now, having taken this journey, the impact of his failed confession had nearly dissipated. Upon returning, he would merely face a bit of ridicule, which was hardly a grave concern. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret, particularly after glimpsing the treasures within the system's marketplace. Should he succeed in the draft and officially join the NBA, he was confident that he could soon embark on a prosperous path. After the conclusion of the trials, he received a new mission. Current task: participate in the 2007 NBA draft and achieve selection, with a reward of 10 energy units. For Li Chiming, this was an immense temptation, as the 10 energy units could be exchanged for numerous items in the system's marketplace. It was almost certain that acquiring this reward would propel him forward. Once chosen, even if the team did not devote much effort to nurturing him, he could still seek other opportunities, as being selected and undrafted were two entirely different concepts. Once selected, he could potentially become a valuable trade asset. While becoming a trade piece might not bring joy to a player, valuable assets must first be assessed, thus providing him with opportunities to showcase his abilities. If he could demonstrate his talents, he would naturally secure a contract and eventually take to the court. Subsequent performances would follow suit seamlessly. Though Li Chiming did not harbor grand hopes and had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of not being selected, he felt compelled to witness the outcome. Even if the result were unfavorable, at least it would bring closure to the journey. Of course, he did not attend the event in person. Not out of a belief that he would inevitably not be chosen, but rather due to a lack of opportunity. This draft garnered significant attention, especially with the participation of domestic players, drawing the gaze of both Chinese and American basketball communities. Consequently, the venue was filled with media and spectators, and ticket prices soared. Without a complete assurance from the Orlando Magic, Li Chiming did not wish to burden his father with unnecessary expenses. Regardless of his presence at the event, the outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, it was more pragmatic to watch the live broadcast from the comfort of their hotel. When the time came, the father and son settled onto the hotel sofa to watch the draft unfold. The initial selections did not surprise the public. Indeed, the media's predictions held some validity. Each team had specific needs that influenced their choices, particularly the top picks who, even if not core players, would undoubtedly receive focused development and were rarely traded. The Portland Trail Blazers selected Greg Oden with the first overall pick. This freshman from Ohio State, often dubbed the Emperor, had nearly dominated the interior duo of Joakim Noah and Al Horford during the NCAA championship game. Although the team ultimately lost, his talent was nonetheless recognized by the NBA. The second overall pick was claimed by the Seattle Supersonics, who chose Kevin Durant, a high school player from the capital. Al Horford was selected third by the Atlanta Hawks, while the Milwaukee Bucks snatched up Spacey at the sixth position. As the selections progressed, Lee Ching-ming began to lose interest, feeling detached from the proceedings. However, as the draft approached the second round, his heart raced. He understood that hope was now within reach. The Los Angeles Lakers selected Sun Dashing at the 40th pick. And soon it would be the Magic's turn. Lee Ching-ming's heartbeat intensified. Following a series of unfamiliar names, the Orlando Magic's choice at the 44th position was revealed: Rashawn Terry. Upon hearing that he was not the chosen one by the Magic, Lee Ching-ming initially felt a pang of disappointment, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation akin to being played for a fool. Yet, almost immediately, he sighed inwardly, recognizing that his anger was ultimately futile. Lee's father turned around and gently patted his shoulder, offering him words of comfort. Fortunately, having prepared himself mentally beforehand, Lee Ching-ming felt a little less distressed now. It's all right. As I mentioned earlier, let us just treat this as a chance to enjoy ourselves, he reassured. However, deep down, Lee's father felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, no parent wishes for anything less than success for their child. Moreover, Lee Ching-ming had indeed shown remarkable talent, and although he had relaxed his mind these past few days, a layer of anxiety and a shadow of gloom still lingered in his eyes, which Lee's father could easily perceive. Lee Ching-ming forced a smile and shook his head, indicating that he was unaffected. Yet, how could that possibly be true? Just as Lee's father was about to turn off the television, Lee Ching-ming suddenly exclaimed, "No." His father turned back, looking at him with a hint of curiosity. Lee Ching-ming hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said with a wry smile, "I still intend to finish watching, even if there's no opportunity." Father Lee silently observed him for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Lee Ching-ming nodded gratefully, feeling that his greatest fortune lay in having a father who not only understood him, but also shared in his eccentricities. While his mother had always been a pillar of support, were it not for such a nurturing environment, he might not have retained his optimistic and positive outlook, even as his weight continued to rise cheerfully. In truth, the subsequent draft position seemed inconsequential to them. After all, they had only participated in a tryout with the Magic, and other teams likely remained oblivious to the existence of a rookie like Lee Ching-ming. With the Magic's decision not to select him, it was improbable that anyone else would. The only conceivable scenario might be that the Magic had engaged in pre-draft trades, a notion that both Lee's father and Lee Ching-ming had contemplated in their leisure time, yet deemed rather unrealistic. Perhaps the Magic genuinely believed that the player they selected better suited their needs. He might need to seek out footage of that player's games to discern in what ways he fell short. Lee Ching-ming, lost in thought, was suddenly nudged by his father. He snapped back to reality and gazed at the television screen, his mouth agape in astonishment. In the second round, at the 60th pick, the Dallas Mavericks selected Lee Ching-ming. Hailing from the Wagwa, the attention surrounding the second round naturally paled in comparison to that of the first, and as the picks progressed, interest dwindled. After the 50th selection, it was likely to be merely a matter of seizing an opportunity. Lee Ching-ming had indeed pondered the possibility that some team might unexpectedly discover the presence of a Chinese player and, considering the vast market potential of China, decide to select him to tap into the Eastern market, especially when their subsequent draft positions held little significance. Although such a notion seemed rather far-fetched, it was evident that their considerations could not solely hinge on this factor. Moreover, if there had been genuine interest, they would have likely gathered some trial data from the Magic and reached out to him beforehand. However, during this period, not only did NBA teams overlook him entirely, but even domestic media failed to acknowledge his existence. He felt as if he were a mere specter among this year's rookies, particularly when compared to his two compatriots. Yet, he could never have anticipated that this whimsical thought would, in fact, materialize. Chapter 7. A Glimmer of Hope. Have I truly been chosen? Lee Ching-ming felt a blend of disbelief and confusion. Having initially lost all hope, he found himself, inexplicably, still nurturing a yearning for a miracle. It was his father's words about seeing things through to the end that compelled him to remain and watch the proceedings unfold. To his astonishment, in the most unexpected of circumstances, a ray of hope emerged. Only after his father repeatedly nodded in affirmation did a smile break across his face. "Dad," I have truly been selected. Father Lee chuckled, exclaiming, "Indeed, we have been selected." He felt a sense of relief, recognizing the challenges they had overcome. Although he had previously reassured his son with the adage that every dark cloud has a silver lining, the reality of their success brought him genuine joy. Not only for his son, but for himself as well, for this journey had not been in vain. At that moment, his phone abruptly rang, and upon checking, he was astonished to find it was a call from Otis Smith, the general manager of the Magic. He paused, momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this call was a summons for accountability. After all, the Magic had initially promised to select them, but had failed to uphold their commitment, now seemingly thwarted by the Mavericks' intervention. Even if they believed the player had opted for a tryout in Dallas, it hardly seemed justifiable to hold them responsible. Should the situation call for it, Father Lee would not hesitate to confront him, as he no longer anticipated any further interactions. Dad, what could he possibly want? Lee Chiming noticed the name of the Magic's general manager and felt a mixture of anger and satisfaction, having experienced little in the way of such encounters. His emotions were more readily apparent. Particularly in his youthful exuberance, he harbored a sentiment of defiance against being underestimated due to his youth and inexperience, even beginning to envision how he might excel against the player selected by the Magic in the upcoming Summer League. Mr. Lee cast a glance at him, gestured for silence, and then answered the phone, intending to discern the message from the other end. To his astonishment, the caller delivered news that, upon reflection, seemed entirely plausible. "Mr. Lee, when you have a moment, might you allow young Mr. Lee to come to the team for reporting? We are preparing to have him participate in the Summer League." Lee Chiming observed his father's astonishment and felt a twinge of curiosity about what had transpired. However, his attention swiftly shifted to the system, realizing that he had accomplished his task. Although this endeavor seemed only tangentially related to his own circumstances and appeared more a stroke of fortune, it nonetheless marked a significant milestone. From the moment he decided to venture to the United States, he had indeed exerted considerable effort. Regardless of the reasons behind the Dallas Mavericks selection, be it his identity as a Chinese national or the whispers of his performance during the tryouts with the Magic, he had been chosen. Ultimately, even if he was at the tail end, completing the task was what mattered. As the 10 units of caloric expenditure registered, Lee Chiming felt an almost imperceptible change within his body, as if a blaze was smoldering in his core, accompanied by a faint discomfort. Could this sensation stem from the caloric burn? Yet, he had not experienced anything similar during his tryouts, perhaps due to the insufficient caloric expenditure at that time, rendering the feeling less pronounced. Lee Chiming felt a wave of nausea wash over him, prompting him to hastily rise and rush into the restroom. There, he leaned over the sink and retched for a moment before regaining his composure. After splashing water on his face, he suddenly froze in surprise. Upon noticing a peculiar stickiness between his abdomen and his clothing, curiosity compelled him to lift his shirt and glance at his belly, which nearly startled him. To his dismay, he observed some dark impurities emerging on the surface. Although not abundant, they appeared rather distasteful. Lee Chiming hastily removed his shirt, contemplated for a moment, and closed the bathroom door. He then proceeded to disrobe completely, taking a refreshing shower. After rinsing away the remnants of the magazine, he suddenly felt a remarkable lightness in his body. As he touched his abdomen, he was astonished to discover that the flesh there seemed to have tightened considerably. This realization brought him unexpected joy, and it was at this moment that he truly comprehended the efficacy of the so-called weight loss system. Perhaps he should find a place to weigh himself tomorrow? His father called for him from outside, prompting Lee Chiming to quickly dry himself and wrap a towel around his waist before stepping out, feeling quite at ease in his father's presence. Father Lee paid him no mind, or perhaps his attention was simply elsewhere. At this moment, his expression appeared somewhat peculiar, as if he had encountered something inexplicably strange. Lee Chiming was certain that it was related to the recent phone call from the Magic team. "Dad, what is the matter? Did that foreigner say something harsh?" "Mr." Lee regained his composure and gazed at his son for a moment before offering a wry smile. "You mustn't call him a foreign devil anymore. He is the team manager." "All right." Upon hearing his father reveal that the reason the Mavericks selected him with the 60th pick was due to a trade with the Magic, he learned that the individual chosen by the Magic was actually someone Dallas coveted. They exchanged their position for the Mavericks' last pick and acquired a sum of cash in the process. Additionally, the players' signing bonuses are typically linked to their draft position, so the signing fee for the 60th pick would undoubtedly be considerably lower. Thus, this transaction effectively allowed them to profit in two ways. This astute general manager certainly executed a shrewd deal. Knowing that Lee Chiming had not auditioned elsewhere, leaving no competitors to contend for him. This strategic choice to select him with a later pick proved advantageous. It also indicated that they had no other promising prospects in mind. Given Li Qingming's physical assessments and training performances, coupled with considerations regarding his Chinese heritage, he emerged as the most desirable option among the later selections. Li Qingming gaped, uncertain of what expression to adopt thereafter. Li's father found the situation rather absurd. Just moments ago, they were united in their criticism of the Magic's management. Yet now they were to collaborate. Nevertheless, it was a fortuitous turn of events. Since you had previously trained there, participating in the Summer League would allow the coach to better understand how to utilize your skills. All you need to do is perform admirably, and you will undoubtedly secure a contract. Although luck plays a significant role, it is also an integral part of talent. Li's father felt increasingly confident in Li Qingming's prospects of joining the NBA. Li Qingming harbored no such concerns, for he could still procure items from the marketplace. He merely felt that life was exceedingly theatrical, with its dramatic highs and lows, followed by unexpected turns. Li's father then remarked, "By the way, I am certain that discussions about you will soon commence back home. However, until we officially secure the contract, we must remain vigilant. Let us head directly to report to the Magic team, and I will manage everything else. You should focus solely on your game." Li Qingming had little understanding of the situation, as he had never truly experienced popularity except during university competitions. He casually nodded, already contemplating what he might acquire to enhance himself. After Taekwondo was selected by the Milwaukee Bucks, numerous fans in the country, previously unaware of Milwaukee, suddenly became acquainted with the city and the team, leading to a surge of information about them. Many felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, the Bucks were neither a powerhouse nor a major market team, nor were they particularly popular, and their location was relatively obscure. However, this also had its advantages, as it meant that Taekwondo could develop his skills with less competition for ball possession. Amidst the media's fervor, domestic fans began to anticipate the emergence of a second Yao Ming, placing high hopes on Taekwondo. In contrast, the attention on Sun Dashing, who was selected in the second round, was considerably less, primarily due to his joining the Los Angeles Lakers. The Lakers, not only a strong team but also immensely popular, held the allure of Kobe Bryant. The opportunity to play alongside Kobe was a dream for many fans. Comparatively, the spotlight on Li Qingming was nearly non-existent. However, when media outlets conducted a tally, they discovered that 3 domestic players had been selected in this draft, which unexpectedly heightened Li Qingming's visibility. While many felt Taekwondo had been chosen too low, and Sun Dashan's selection was anticipated, the question arose, who exactly was Li Qingming? The peculiar nature of his name led many to ponder its significance. There was a startling lack of information about him. In fact, it was virtually non-existent. Numerous media figures associated with the NBA were in a frenzy, even questioning whether the NBA had made an error, assuming that this name represented a Chinese individual or perhaps merely someone of Chinese descent. Chapter 8. Who is Li Qingming? Historically, the attention on domestic players in the NBA had been limited, attributed to both the era and their relatively marginal roles. However, when Yao Ming entered the NBA as the first overall pick, it was undoubtedly a win-win situation for both the league and domestic fans. For the NBA, it represented a significant step in tapping into the Chinese market. For domestic fans, it was the realization of witnessing a homegrown player take center stage in the pinnacle of global basketball. Yet, over the years, it seemed that only 3 domestic players had left their mark in the NBA. Who could have imagined that, in the same draft year, 3 domestic players would be selected? This was a considerable surprise for the audience back home. Nevertheless, much like the media, a great question mark soon loomed over the heads of all domestic fans. Who exactly was Li Qingming? Due to the phonetic nature of the English spelling, they found themselves perplexed about the exact name. However, it is unequivocally established that this originates from China. The notion that the NBA might have made an error is merely speculation. This highly commercialized professional league is far from the makeshift nature of the CBA. If the situation were not clarified, how could they have directly indicated it? Soon, reporters reached out to the management of the Mavericks, hoping to glean some insight, especially since it was they who selected Li Qingming with their last pick. The general manager of the Mavericks was equally bewildered, questioning how he could possibly know which Li Qingming was being referred to, considering it was the Magic that suggested the selection. The draft pick has been traded away, and even if they aimed to select an underdog, it would be impossible unless it were a registered rookie. The journalists were taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, the Orlando Magic who had chosen Li Qingming. Although he had previously participated in a tryout with the Magic, the team was not regarded as a current favorite, resulting in minimal media attention in his home country. Thus, the tryout went largely unnoticed, unless, of course, sun dashing was also involved. At such a moment, it was well understood that obtaining first-hand information could represent a significant opportunity in their careers. Consequently, several domestic sports reporters stationed in the United States promptly flew to Orlando upon receiving the news, only to be met with a closed door. While the Magic confirmed their selection of Lee Chiming and acknowledged his Chinese origins, they were unwilling to disclose further details. They instead began promoting their Orlando Summer League, which was established in 2001 and is hosted by the Orlando Magic, often fielding two teams, the white and blue, to compete simultaneously. The Summer League essentially provides teams with an opportunity to evaluate and adjust their rosters following the conclusion of the draft, as most participants are rookies, undrafted players, and free agents seeking contracts, including international players. This year, the Orlando Summer League is scheduled from July 8th to 12th, featuring 6 teams: the Magic, Nets, Pacers, Thunder, Heat, and Bulls. With the date now in July and only a week remaining, waiting seemed reasonable enough. Undeterred, some reporters remained steadfast outside the arena, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Chinese athlete after practice. Although no one yet knew what Lee Chiming looked like, they were willing to take their chances. Meanwhile, Lee Chiming was inside the arena participating in scrimmage drills with other undrafted players who had been invited by the Magic, simultaneously testing his newly acquired abilities from the system's marketplace. Initially, he was elated after receiving the 10 energy points and noticing physical changes, feeling as if he could soar. However, as he explored the marketplace further, he found himself confronted with challenging choices. The marketplace offered numerous appealing options, yet their costs were prohibitively high, rendering them unattainable. Thus, he had to settle for more practical abilities. First and foremost, he certainly desired the perfect shot card, having tasted the thrill of its effect. He wished he could purchase 10. However, since each card only functioned in a single game, using it during training or less critical matches would be wasteful, and refraining from using it could risk revealing his true prowess. Additionally, he recognized the potential for dependency, rather than relying on a temporary enhancement. Lee Chiming preferred to accumulate resources for more enduring skills. For the time being, he redeemed 2 cards to use when truly necessary. He also acquired a shooting accelerator, valued at 3 points, which would enhance his shooting speed while maintaining his original shooting rhythm. Lee Chiming perceived his shooting speed as a weakness, particularly evident during the training scrimmage when he struggled to release the ball quickly against a defender. Without the perfect shot card, his performance would have undoubtedly suffered. In practice, he experimented and found that if he chose to shoot faster, it felt akin to using a shooting machine, swift and accurate, a quality cultivated through previous training. He was not merely relying on his physicality to play the game. After much contemplation, Lee Chiming gritted his teeth and opted to exchange for the ability of Iron-Blooded Leap Shot. This so-called Iron-Blooded Leap Shot relies on self-motivation, manifesting through actions such as glaring, clenching fists, and roaring in a triumphant display of tenacity, thus bestowing a significant boost to his shooting. This skill enhances his shooting accuracy proportionally to his current form. For instance, if Lee Chiming typically makes 60 to 70 out of 100 mid-range shots, this ability could elevate that by at least 5. With improved condition or further progress in his shooting technique, he might even achieve a perfect score. While this training is crucial, the skill primarily shines during matches. Therefore, if Lee Chiming initially possesses a shooting accuracy of 40 to 50%, this ability could enhance it to 50 to 60%, and with optimal performance, even 60 to 70% is attainable. With precision in his shooting, speed in his release, and the foundational skills he possesses, he believes he now has the capability to vie for a contract. The rest, however, is left to fate, as individual prowess is one thing, but whether a team requires him is quite another. Simultaneously, his task panel has been updated. Current task: join the NBA. Successfully entering the NBA as a rookie and signing a contract with the team will complete the task, yielding a reward of 20 calories consumed. Although Lee Chiming was selected and subsequently traded to the Magic, this does not guarantee that the team will sign him. The Magic are undoubtedly aiming for improved performance next season. Having reached the playoffs last season, they must strive for further breakthroughs. Therefore, the trade market is of utmost importance to them. To secure a spot on the team, Lee Chiming must excel in the upcoming Summer League, demonstrating his value and aiding the team. In reality, Lee Chiming recognizes the significance of commercial value as well, yet he heeds his father's advice, believing it prudent to establish a solid foundation before pursuing other ambitions. Otherwise, even if he manages to stay temporarily, future opportunities may be scarce. Without opportunities, he cannot complete his tasks, earn rewards, or further enhance his skills. Relying solely on training is too slow and may not yield effective results. He senses that while the intensity of NBA training can indeed benefit newcomers like him, it pales in comparison to the advantages of having an edge. His starting point necessitates a rapid ascent. There is no time to languish in gradual improvement. However, he remains unhurried for now, eagerly anticipating the chance to showcase his talents in the Summer League. Chapter 9. The Summer League. A week swiftly passed, and reporters, having staked out for an extended period, were unable to spot Lee Chiming and his father outside the Amway Center. They began to doubt the very existence of this individual. Could it be that they had been misled by the Magic? Was it possible that he had already returned to his homeland? Little did they know that Lee Chiming and his father had been discreetly utilizing the staff passageways to avoid detection during their recent comings and goings. It was not yet an opportune moment to face the media. They would address such matters once the contract was firmly secured. Otherwise, should circumstances take an unexpected turn, it would only invite ridicule. This was a conscious act of protection from the father towards his son, and naturally, Lee Chiming adhered to his father's guidance. Currently without an agent, his father had assumed that role, and once matters were settled on his end, he might need to return to resign from his domestic commitments. Fortunately, given that his work had always been in foreign trade, he was adept at negotiations, making it manageable for his father to assist in contract discussions for the time being. At worst, they could later enlist a specialized lawyer for due diligence. Thus, they engaged in a week of clandestine training until the Summer League officially commenced. As the first match between the Magic and the Nets unfolded at the Amway Center, the sight of a familiar face preparing to enter the game ignited excitement among the journalists in the stands. Indeed, it was one of their own. "I am present at the Summer League. Does anyone have inquiries?" This was a time of burgeoning internet development in the country, with forums and message boards flourishing. And netizens were quite enthusiastic. The fervor surrounding domestic basketball, sparked by the likes of Yao Ming, was at its peak, leading to unprecedented attention on this year's draft. The news of 3 Chinese players being selected by the NBA spread rapidly, while the other 2 were well known. Lee Chiming's enigmatic presence garnered attention comparable to that of Sun Dashing. Journalists eager to catch a glimpse of him outnumbered those interested in Sun Dashing, and fans online were equally keen to uncover the truth about him. "Can we take a photo to see what he looks like?" Okay. The picture turned out quite blurry. Not much was discernible. Yet, some details could still be gleaned. He seemed rather robust, though it was evident that he was more overweight than muscular. "Wait. I recognize this person. Oh my gosh, that's my classmate. Incredible, that's my son. I genuinely know him. He attended our school. Previously led our class to victory in a competition, and I heard he took a leave of absence after a failed confession to the class beauty. In the blink of an eye, he ended up in America and joined the NBA. To clarify, he was merely selected. His inclusion is not yet guaranteed, and he could very well be cut later. No way. Is this for real? So, if my confession fails, I can just play in the NBA? If that's true, that's astounding. Is it really that easy to get into the NBA? Can someone shed light on his playing skills? Well, he certainly dominated our entire school with a team that was dragging him down, but I never imagined he would reach the NBA. Oh, and Elsace wasn't wrong. He truly is overweight. Is the braised dish still available? Could you share insights on the performance in the competition? It has not commenced yet. Lee Chiming was entirely oblivious to the discussion swirling around him among domestic netizens. Clad in the number 60 jersey, he attentively listened to the instructions of his coach, who was, to be precise, the assistant coach of the Magic team. Although the Summer League lacked the formality of other competitions, allowing players to select their jerseys freely, Lee Chiming had already resolved that this would be the number he would wear in the future. Typically, athletes choose their jersey numbers based on various motivations, which can also serve as a form of personal branding. For instance, some might opt for the number 3 to honor their idol, while others may choose the number 0 as a statement of starting anew or to defy critics. There are also those who select numbers based on mathematical significances, such as 6 derived from 2 multiplied by 3, or the notion that 7 surpasses 6, and 24 is greater than 23, reflecting a desire for transcendence. Lee Chiming originally contemplated that if he were chosen as the 44th pick, he might secure the number 404. Although it was unlikely given that it consists of only 2 digits, he might end up with 04 instead. He did not have a particular favorite player. as he primarily followed the team of Yao Ming. If he had to choose someone, it would undoubtedly be Yao, yet they represent different styles. Hence, he had no intention of paying homage through his jersey number. Now, having been selected last, he found solace in choosing his designated number, which held sentimental value and served as a source of motivation. The preceding 59 players should brace themselves, for he intended to surpass them all. Furthermore, he could not recall any particularly renowned player associated with the number 60. Should he perform admirably, he could very well become the epitome of that number. He had no desire to be a second version of anyone else. He aspired to be the first version of himself. All right, gentlemen. Let us take the court and strive diligently for your new contracts. After the assistant coach concluded the tactical arrangements with a jovial remark, laughter ensued among the players. Their adversaries today were the Nets from New Jersey, with Lee Ching-ming undeniably taking the starting position, joined by second-year players J.J. Redick and James Augustine, alongside Marcin Gortat, a Polish player who officially entered the NBA this year after being a second-round pick in 2005. The remaining player, a fellow named Duke Zay, was an undrafted rookie serving as the point guard, while Lee Ching-ming assumed the role of small forward. The net starting five consisted of second-year players Josh Boone, center, and Marcus Williams, point guard, along with Sean Williams. Selected 17th overall in the first round by the Nets this year, supported by 2 free agents. Unlike official NBA games, the Summer League adhered more closely to NCAA rules, featuring 2 halves of play. As the referee's whistle blew, the game commenced, with Boone, the opposing center, winning the tip-off, granting the Nets the first defensive opportunity. Gortat, a white player with average athleticism, had impressed Lee Ching-ming during prior training with his solid interior defense, embodying the archetype of a classic blue-collar center, albeit with a few tricks up his sleeve. Offensively, he primarily relied on finishing plays rather than creating his own shots, which could be attributed to his recent arrival and lack of competitive exposure. After all, their training had not included scrimmages, making it difficult to gauge their capabilities. Lee Ching-ming himself had not showcased much, relying on his shooting ability to satisfy the team. Initially concerned that his flawless performance during the tryout was merely an anomaly, Lee found that his shooting skill, even if extraordinary, was nonetheless commendable. In the current lineup of the Magic, the undisputed offensive focal point was J.J. Redick. Though primarily a shooter, his precise shooting abilities, combined with Gortat's screens, could effectively create openings for the team on the offensive front. If the opponents failed to defend against the pick-and-roll effectively, Gortat's rolls could deliver a significant blow to the opposition. Conversely, Lee Ching-ming had remained understated during previous trainings, revealing little beyond his shooting prowess. Hence, the assistant coach had merely instructed him to create space, acknowledging his commendable three-point shooting, without assigning him any specific tactical responsibilities. Following Boone's initial score with a layup off the backboard, the Magic responded with Lee Ching-ming securing position in the elbow area and receiving a pass from Duke Zay. This was not a deliberate attempt by Lee to occupy space at the expense of his teammates. Rather, it was a matter of muscle memory. Having played as an interior player in college, he was accustomed to establishing position in the low post to facilitate team play. And this match represented his inaugural official NBA game, leading to a slight overexcitement. Fortunately, his teammates exhibited a solid understanding of strategy. Gortat hailed from the European leagues. Redick was a collegiate star, and Augustine, while somewhat less experienced, had honed his skills in the developmental league. Observing the situation, they instinctively positioned themselves to clear space for Lee's isolation on the weak side. Notably, Redick found himself in a strategic position between Gortat and Augustine, always ready to receive a screen and create opportunities, leaving it to Lee Ching-ming to demonstrate his court vision. Chapter 10. My brother Lee. The moment Lee Ching-ming received the ball, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. It felt amiss. For the assistant coach had orchestrated the play to create scoring opportunities for Redick. Naturally, the initial offensive thrust was designated for the team as primary sharpshooter, and there was no need for a transition through Lee Ching-ming. As the point guard, he was obliged to adhere to the coach's directives. Improvisation was simply not an option. As he lifted his gaze, he caught sight of Duke Zay wearing a rather mischievous smile, prompting him to suspect that the intention was to revel in his potential misstep. Yet, he could easily dismiss such doubts, for it was abundantly clear that the majority of his teammates harbored a certain disdain towards him. He pondered whether this animosity stemmed from racial prejudice or was merely a customary practice within the African-American community. After all, it was not just he who found himself in an unfavorable position. Even Redick, a white player, seemed to share a similar plight. While Gortat had been ridiculed due to his accent, However, for Li Chiming, the scorn of others was a boon. It made the prospect of proving them wrong all the more exhilarating. The contempt was not confined to his teammates. Opponents too looked down upon him. Although the individual behind him was slender, akin to the one he had encountered during tryouts, even a robust challenge would not have fazed Li Chiming, whose physique was far more imposing. Yet, it was evident that this adversary was not exerting full effort. Otherwise, he would have at least felt an ounce of discomfort from the opponent's bony frame. Given this scenario, Li Chiming felt no compunctions. Though he did not employ a foolproof shot, confidence in his shooting abilities surged. His skills were commendable, further enhanced by a favorable buff. And he faced a defense that was almost non-existent. With a swift release, he thought to himself, if this doesn't go in, how embarrassing. Yet, fortune favored him. As the ball ricocheted fortuitously in his direction, without a moment's hesitation, he leaped over the opponent to secure the ball and effortlessly scored. The Nets' defense was abysmal, lacking proper positioning beneath the basket, and his adversary was completely caught off guard, allowing him to seize the opportunity with ease. Li Chiming has scored his first point in the Summer League. The expressions of his opponents reveal their indifference as they swiftly organize their offense. Clearly, this embodies the essence of the Summer League. Reliance on defense is futile. For players aspiring to secure contracts, their performance on the offensive end is paramount, even if it means capitalizing on easy opportunities. After scoring, Li immediately turned to his point guard and gave a thumbs up, a gesture of appreciation for the well-delivered pass, which momentarily darkened his expression. Well, whether he looked dark or not, his complexion resembled that of a lump of coal, making it difficult to discern. Li made an immediate impact by scoring a basket. Well done. In the stands today, beyond domestic media reporters, there were also local Chinese spectators. The Chinese community in Orlando is quite substantial, though certainly not on par with San Francisco, and among them are undoubtedly numerous fans. They were unaware of Li Chiming's background. Perhaps they simply had no other entertainment options recently, so they decided to watch a game. Little did they expect to spot an Eastern face among the players. The Summer League lacks the extensive introductions typical of formal regular season games, making it hard to glean much from mere names. However, this did not hinder them from cheering for the familiar visage. Li Chiming seemed to understand their encouragement as he turned towards the stands, waved, and flashed a radiant smile, which naturally elicited a considerable response. The reporters couldn't help but think, he appears to possess a lively personality, unlike the shy ED. Moreover, he exudes confidence. Although that last shot did not reveal much, it at least showcased a willingness to compete fiercely. Returning to the defensive sequence, the Magic swiftly positioned themselves, denying their opponents an opportunity for a fast break. The player, previously outmaneuvered by Li, seemed to struggle with his pride and attempted to retaliate in kind. However, his lean physique was no match for Li Chiming, who pushed him from the corner to the block, while their point guard had no intention of passing him the ball. There was no teamwork evident. They charged straight to the basket, with Gortat quickly recovering to form a double team with Augustine. Realizing the futility of the situation, the player could only pass the ball outside, but suddenly, a massive figure emerged from the sidelines, intercepting the pass with precision. It was Li Chiming. As he witnessed the opponent breaking through the basket to face Gortat on their side, Augustine moved to assist, inadvertently leaving another adversary unguarded, compelling Redick to follow the rotation. Although Redick's defensive skills were rather lacking, merely a shooter with three-point prowess but no defensive acumen, this was in the context of a game at the NBA level. In this Summer League, despite potentially facing some physical disadvantages, his awareness, honed through a year of NBA experience, undoubtedly surpassed that of these opponents and teammates who played as if in a casual street game. However, while he displayed this awareness, Duksha faltered, failing to rotate, which allowed Li Chiming to discern the situation effectively. His defense had its weaknesses, particularly in lateral movement and pivoting due to his considerable size, which made control challenging, nonetheless. His awareness was markedly strong, perhaps indicative of a certain innate talent. Good play. In the stands, a Chinese international student observed Li Chiming charging forward with the ball like a frenzied wild boar, leaving the Nets players momentarily unable to keep pace with him. As he approached the three-point line, their attempt to position themselves to obstruct him only resulted in him bulldozing through, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment. Instantly, there was a surge of impulse to share this moment. Perfectly, he captured a photograph just as Li Chiming executed a violent dunk. Incredible. Beep. The shot counted, along with an additional free throw, as the Nets player had failed to establish a proper stance, resulting in a blocking foul. Li Chiming approached the free throw line, effortlessly sinking his additional shot, astonishingly scoring 5 points in quick succession. This Li Chiming is remarkable. From which region of our country does he hail? How has such talent gone unnoticed? Indeed, he seems to play with such ease. Could it be attributed to his physique? It is often said that dancing does not aid in weight loss, and now it appears that playing basketball does not either. Yet, his agility sometimes leads one to overlook his body type entirely. Domestic media reporters are whispering among themselves, their expressions brimming with excitement, as if they have stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Should Li Chiming manage to sustain this level of performance, he could very well emerge as the dark horse of this year's draft class. If they could secure an exclusive report on him, it would indeed be a windfall. Meanwhile, a student named Wang Shang has uploaded a photo, captioning it, "Brother Li is incredible, scoring 5 points right off the bat. How could such an impressive player have been ranked last? I have heard that the Summer League consists of both rookies and undrafted players. So surely there must be many who are less skilled than he. After all, this is the NBA. Merely qualifying to enter the draft is a significant achievement. And he might be considered a genius in his own right. Thus, the question arises, why was Brother Li previously so obscure in our country? And what were these reporters doing?" Wang Shang glanced at the front row of the audience, smiled, and added, "I see many domestic reporters here. They must have come because of Brother Li. I declare myself Brother Li's first fan. I affirm your declaration. I am the second." Wang Shang observed as the Nets executed a successful offensive play, then turned to witness the Magic's offensive round. The previously unknown black point guard for the Magic seemed to recognize Brother Li's prowess and passed him the ball, granting him the opportunity to shine. How considerate. I am indeed Brother Li's first fan, as I am present at the venue. I shall also support you in this game. Just this one game, nothing more. Chapter 11. Iron-blooded jump shot Li Chiming, receiving the ball from the wing, was not at all surprised that Duke chose to pass it back to himself. In fact, he had anticipated it. While he may be naive in matters of the heart, his intelligence was undoubtedly superior, particularly when compared to his peers on the court. He understood that his recent performances likely evoked feelings of envy and resentment in his opponents, who likely presumed that his success was merely a stroke of luck, thus desiring to give him the ball so he might falter. However, this played directly into Li Chiming's hands. As he had initially feared, he might have to wait long for opportunities to showcase his talents, but instead found himself with immediate chances right from the outset. This was the perfect moment for him to exhibit his current skills. His fundamentals were already commendable, and the defender he faced was someone he could easily overpower. Without concern for defensive switches, he intended to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. This time, the opponent was much wiser, attempting to use his physicality against Li Chiming. Yet, as the opponent closed in, Li Chiming executed a sudden pivot. His ample physique served as an excellent disguise, catching the defender off guard, who could hardly believe that this seemingly corpulent figure could perform such a fluid maneuver. Was it truly as smooth as it appeared? The reality was that with one swift turn, Li Chiming bypassed his opponent, driving towards the basket and drawing in the help defense. He was not greedy for personal glory. Instead, he distributed the ball to J. Redick, who was positioned beyond the three-point line, utilizing Gortat's screen to receive it. The timing of both the movement and the pass was impeccable, allowing Redick to catch the ball comfortably. Like a well-oiled machine, he elevated and released the shot in one seamless motion. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before swishing through the net without a hint of a splash. A content smile spread across Redick's face as he pointed at Li Chiming, suddenly realizing that he was beginning to take a liking to this hefty player. Li Chiming exchanged a fist bump with him, having already taken note of his positional habits during prior training sessions. After all, he had once employed similar tactics himself. The inside-out playstyle had become instinctual for him, as he often attracted double teams during low-post isolation plays before distributing the ball. It was essential for the team's lineup to include at least 2 outside shooters to create space for him. In the face of Sean Williams, he recognized that he could assert himself and seize direct opportunities. However, he opted to pass in order to cultivate rapport with the seasoned members of the team. After all, they would soon be his teammates. Although he had yet to engage with the likes of Howard, Lewis, and Turkoglu, he felt compelled to win over Redick. Subsequently, the ensuing exchanges on both offense and defense largely bypassed Li Chiming. The Nets recognized that their small forward was incapable of contending with him and thus refrained from seeking opportunities in his direction, given that they had other viable options. Duke Jia, having learned his lesson, decided to take matters into his own hands and refrained from passing to Li Chiming. Otherwise, he would inadvertently provide Li Qingming with an abundance of opportunities to shine. Even he could discern that Li Qingming was not as weak as he had presumed. Given the chance, he could indeed score. Duxia likely still believed that Li Qingming's defender was too feeble, rather than attributing strength to Li Qingming himself. He held considerable confidence in his own abilities, convinced that he could single-handedly confront an entire team. Some individuals possess such inexplicable self-assurance. Thus, the point guards from both teams engaged in a sudden duel, but the outcome was a resounding defeat for Duxia. Marcus Williams, the Nets' primary point guard and a former backup for the home team, had only missed 3 games during the previous regular season, averaging 6 minutes with 8 points, 1 rebounds, and 3 assists. His participation in the Summer League seemed somewhat excessive. Duxia had failed to secure a spot in last year's draft and subsequently did not obtain a contract, merely drifting within the developmental league. Had the Magic not struggled to attract quality point guards, the assistant coach would not have permitted him on the court. Marcus Williams scored on 3 consecutive offensive plays and assisted a teammate for a corner three-pointer, while Duxia was schooled by rookie Sean Williams, suffering 2 missed shots and 2 turnovers in a single possession. Were it not for Augustine seizing 2 offensive rebounds due to the Polish player's box out, and Redick sinking another three-pointer, the Magic might have found themselves further behind as the Nets began to widen the gap. At the timeout, the Magic trailed by 4 points. 13-17. Upon returning to the court, Duxia was immediately berated by the assistant coach. While a desire to take control is commendable, one must also succeed in their attempts. Being both inexperienced and overly eager would inevitably incur consequences. Consequently, Duxia found himself benched, while Gortat was substituted out as well. He had merely been running laps on the court without even touching the ball, now feeling dizzy from the exertion. Li Qingming and Redick remained on the court. Yet this time the assistant coach finally took the initiative to devise strategies for him. Upon realizing that Li Qingming might serve as a potent asset for their team, it was only natural to harness his capabilities. The assistant coach's opportunity to lead the Summer League was also a chance to validate his worth, and for Li Qingming, a newly drafted rookie, a commendable performance could lead to a contract, thus earning him some credit. However, upon resuming play, the Nets made strategic adjustments as well, substituting in a muscular small forward, clearly targeting Li Qingming's defensive side, apprehensive that the Magic would exploit his presence. When Li Qingming returned to the court, he finally received the ball in the elbow area. This time, securing position proved to be more challenging, as the opponent approached with an eager, confrontational demeanor. Li Qingming suddenly let out a fierce shout, startling his adversary into a momentary freeze. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a jump shot. Although his roar was thunderous and his expression somewhat fierce, his touch remained delicate, effortlessly banking in a 45-degree shot. Remarkable. On the sidelines, Wang Sheng applauded in astonishment while simultaneously engaging with domestic netizens on a forum. Meanwhile, the journalists were busy preparing their news drafts, contemplating how to approach Li Qingming later, their demeanor shifting to one of caution. Previously jovial, they now regarded each other as competitors, each vying for performance bonuses. The Nets, too, began to take notice of Li Qingming. The assistant coach, upon reviewing his brief profile, expressed curiosity as to why scouts had overlooked him. An assistant explained that he had only participated in a workout in Orlando before the draft. The match continued with both teams showcasing commendable offensive efficiency. Over the past 3 seasons, the Nets had relied on the triumvirate of Kidd, Carter, and Jefferson to advance to the playoffs. Yet they had failed to surpass the second round, leaving the management disillusioned with the current roster and contemplating changes. Perhaps this season would see the initiation of trades. However, lacking suitable trade options for the moment, they focused on nurturing their rookies, preparing for a strong performance in the upcoming regular season, whether as trade assets or for continued development. Thus, during this summer league, the assistant coach provided Marcus and Boone, who had recently begun training after an early season break, ample opportunities. They delivered commendable performances, whether through pick-and-rolls or Marcus launching three-pointers, a stark contrast to his rookie season where his shooting percentage from beyond the arc was below 30%. The results of their training appeared promising. On the Magic's side, the newly substituted point guard Johnson was a veteran seeking opportunities after playing overseas. His steady playing style emphasized facilitating for Redick, while also creating scoring chances for the interior through pick-and-rolls. Li Qingming, instead, assumed the role of a decoy. Refraining from direct confrontation, it was not until a minute and a half had elapsed that he received the ball beyond the arc once more, still facing the same defender. His successive dribbles beneath his legs elicited no reaction from his opponent, who remained unfazed. Li Qingming, undeterred, leaned against his adversary, attentively surveying the positioning of his teammates. Through his previous performances, he had garnered the recognition of Redick and his cohorts, prompting his teammates to instinctively clear the side for him, thereby creating an opportunity for a one-on-one play. The Nets were cautious about double-teaming, particularly as the defender was notably slender and could hardly withstand the force of a robust player like Li Qingming. Suddenly, in a moment of intensity, Li Qingming let out a resounding shout, the veins on his forehead visibly bulging. Even though this was not the first time, it was nonetheless startling. The opponent reacted swiftly, anticipating that Li Qingming might attempt the same tactic again, this time mentally prepared and unafraid. However, to his astonishment, Li Qingming, having unleashed his cry, immediately launched his shot, disregarding the defender's attempt to block him. The instant the basketball left his fingertips, he felt a profound certainty of its success. Indeed, the ball proceeded to swish through the net, the crisp sound resonating delightfully in the air. Yes, Li Qingming clenched his fists to inspire himself, while his teammates approached to pat him on the back and ruffle his hair. Unbeknownst to them, following this play, the Magic had quietly equalized the score. Chapter 12. It's all about the rookie showcase. Li Qingming played for a little over 6 minutes, during which he did not take many shots, however. Of his 5 attempts, he missed only the first, which he promptly retrieved and converted, subsequently hitting the mark with all his following attempts. The assistant coach on the sidelines was taken aback, recalling a prior trial session where Li Qingming had achieved a perfect shooting percentage, which many had dismissed as mere luck. Even his somewhat shaky shots during that session had suggested that his performance could not be attributed solely to normal circumstances. Yet it was astonishing to witness such a high offensive efficiency. At the very least, his 2 jump shots against his opponent were executed with remarkable precision, clearly not the result of chance. Moreover, the opposing team had applied pressure, yet he appeared entirely unfazed, focusing solely on his own rhythm. Spectators along the sidelines were engaged in discussion. Since the beginning of the match, Li Qingming had captivated attention with a self-rebound and a subsequent steal that showcased his prowess. And these 2 recent shots further amplified their interest in his performance. Terrence turned to his companion and inquired, "By the way, do you find him somewhat familiar?" His companion hesitated before responding uncertainly, Garnett? Although he could not articulate why, that name was the first to surface in his mind upon hearing the question. Kevin Garnett remains one of the elite stars in the NBA, often referred to as the big ticket by domestic fans due to his tenure with the Minnesota Timberwolves. Last season, he averaged over 20 points and 10 rebounds, claiming the rebounding title for 4 consecutive seasons. Nevertheless, the Timberwolves have missed the playoffs for 3 successive years, leading to widespread scrutiny regarding his future. This offseason, the speculation surrounding his potential relocation has garnered significant attention, particularly since trade rumors had circulated well before the conclusion of the regular season, with the Boston Celtics, who also failed to reach the playoffs, being the team most frequently linked to Garnett. While Li Qingming's current abilities do not yet allow him to challenge Garnett, the latter has long been regarded as a paragon of tenacity on the court, with his shooting style exuding an intimidating ferocity, as if he intends to devour his opponents whole. Li Qingming certainly possesses a certain charm, particularly with his boisterous shouts, which appear to be a deliberate mockery. Nevertheless, the essence of the game lies in his ability to score. Whether he yells or not is inconsequential if he fails to make baskets, for such a performance would render him a mere fool in the eyes of others. Fortunately, Li Qingming soon faced his opponents again and managed to score, disregarding the defense. After netting 3 consecutive shots, when he subsequently missed one, no one seemed surprised. After all, shooting is not an art of infallibility. As for his vocalizations, as long as Li Qingming remains unfazed, the audience cannot feel embarrassment on his behalf. With 3 minutes remaining in the first half, he was substituted, having achieved an impressive 13 points from 8 attempts, successfully landing 5 of those, showcasing remarkable efficiency. As he approached the sidelines near the Magic's bench, numerous spectators called out to him, eager to capture his attention. Given his performance in the first half, he stood out as the sole star on the court, eclipsing even the likes of Redick and Marcus Williams. His vigorous shouts accompanying his shots provided an amusing yet fervent spectacle for the fans. However, upon glancing around and not spotting any familiar Asian faces, he chose to disregard them. Although he now finds himself in America and competing in the NBA, he harbors a slight rebellious sentiment towards these foreign players. "Li, you've done exceptionally well," exceeding my expectations," remarked the assistant coach, approaching him with a pat on the shoulder, visibly astonished. Despite being a foreigner himself, the assistant coach's friendly demeanor warranted a courteous response, and Li Chiming smiled as he exchanged a fist bump, saying, "Thank you. I also didn't anticipate this. They seem quite weak." This candid remark left the assistant coach momentarily speechless before he burst into laughter. "Wow, he is incredibly bold. I am utterly enamored. This is America, not my homeland, where the virtue of humility is not held in high regard. Here, one is encouraged to showcase their abilities, and the applause will follow." In the latter part of the first half, Li Chiming did not return to the court. Instead, Redick and Gortat continued to play with the rotation. By halftime, they had established a 6-point lead, 50-44. Redick was in commendable form today, having sunk 4 three-pointers and accumulated 12 points, while Gortat contributed 7 points and 7 rebounds, and Augustine added 5 points along with 5 boards. On the net side, Marcus Williams secured 10 points and 4 assists, performing admirably in both personal offense and team play. However, fellow rookie Sean Williams was utterly outmatched by Li Chiming's efficiency. Whether facing Gortat, Augustine, or the Magic's reserves, he failed to deliver a sufficiently remarkable performance. Be it due to his form or an inability to adapt, Li Chiming seized the moment during halftime, boldly suggesting he take on the power forward position to match up against Sean. "Other rookies may take their time, but I shall confront the 17th pick today." His impressive first-half performance had garnered attention. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to alter the coach's strategy. The assistant coach regarded him with surprise but swiftly comprehended his intent. After a moment's reflection, viewing it as encouragement, he acquiesced and adjusted the lineup accordingly. In the second half, Li Chiming returned to the court, now positioned at the power forward, while James Augustine fell to the bench. The assistant coach planned to observe the outcome. If Li Chiming excelled, Augustine would continue with the reserves, and if not, he could be substituted back in. Augustine had no objections. After all, a plucked phoenix is no match for a mere chicken. He had struggled to find opportunities within the team last year, languishing in the developmental league, and was simply grateful for the chance to play in the new season, daring not to compete. Thus, Li Chiming and his 2 companions took the court alongside 2 others. Duke had evidently been abandoned by the assistant coach following his previous performance. His skills had yet to reach a level where the coach could tolerate his whims and temperament. Upon entering, Li Chiming positioned himself low to receive the ball, prompting Johnson to swiftly lob it to him. As Li Chiming leaned back, Sean Williams felt as if an immense weight was pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. At 21 years of age, Sean stood 208 centimeters tall and weighed 107 kilograms, while not necessarily slender. Li Chiming outweighed him by nearly 45 kilograms, amplifying the disparity in strength. Observing his teammates struggle against Li Chiming, Boone had no choice but to assist with a double team. Rookies often find themselves flustered when confronted with double teams, especially from 2 opponents with long limbs obstructing their vision. Li Chiming's thought process was remarkably agile, as he had long grown accustomed to such a playing style, never playing in isolation. To elaborate, the experience of dominating his classmates in school had endowed him with the ability to keenly observe his teammates and the dynamics of the court, regardless of his overall vision. His passing awareness and fundamental skills were undeniably proficient. As long as he could draw a double team, he could deliver the ball with precision. Even if he couldn't immediately create an opportunity, he would not succumb to errors under pressure. Crucially, his physicality was an asset. Josh Boone weighed only 2 kilograms more than Sean, and by deftly maneuvering between the two, Li Chiming could easily create space. With swift reflexes, he set up Gortat for a seamless catch and an easy layup against an open basket. Cheers erupted from the sidelines as spectators began to rally behind Li Chiming remarkably. A mere game into the match, and he was already on the path to stardom. From the perspective of the audience, it was evident that, buoyed by his numerous advantages, Li Chiming not only excelled individually but also elevated his teammates' performance, distinguishing himself as a player of a different caliber compared to others on the court. Chapter 13. A singular desire to win. In truth, Li Chiming sensed a newfound lightness in his body since expending those 11 calories. Though he could not ascertain whether it was merely a psychological effect, this newfound buoyancy emboldened him to execute more daring moves. Although his robust and powerful legs provided a solid foundation to support his weight, and his style was straightforward enough not to strain his ankles, his weight remained a tangible factor. Li Chiming has always considered himself to possess a unique kind of talent on a different plane. In contrast, An average individual would undoubtedly lack his agility when it comes to such weighty activities. Nevertheless, he remains cautious in utilizing his physique, as he harbors a profound fear of mortality. Aside from his inability to resist food, he exercises considerable restraint in all other aspects to preserve his life. Presently, he seeks to liberate himself on a mental level, and as he accomplishes his tasks, the calories he expends increase. Li Chiming believes that achieving his ultimate goal of weight loss is within reach, and at that time, he might finally be able to let go completely. He cannot help but wonder how he will be at that moment. Pay attention to number 60. Do not allow him to easily obtain the ball again. At this juncture, the assistant coach of the Nets is feeling quite anxious. Li Chiming's physique appears somewhat exceptional in this match, leaving him uncertain about which player to counter with. Those taller than him lack his strength, while those stronger fall short in height. From a weight perspective, it is nearly impossible to find anyone in the NBA as formidable as he is. According to the records, only Shaquille O'Neal matches his stature. However, their styles of play differ significantly. The Big Shark relies purely on innate talent to dominate, though his technique is indeed refined for someone like him who despises training. Why expend the effort when he can simply bulldoze through with his physicality? Li Chiming tends to lean towards a technical style of play, with his physique merely serving as a foundation for his technical maneuvers. His imposing stature and considerable strength instill in him a fearless approach to confrontation. Coupled with his delicate touch, he can release the ball from tight spaces or distribute it even when double-teamed. Much like the legendary Yao Ming. Unless they are denied possession entirely, once they receive the ball, they become nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, the hack-a-shack strategy proves futile against him, as his shooting finesse allows him to sink free throws with such precision that the ball swishes through the net without even grazing the rim. Initially, upon seeing the Magic deploy such a portly player, he questioned their judgment, pondering whether they were bereft of options or merely capitalizing on his appearance for ticket sales. Yet, he soon realized that the true fool was himself. This individual adeptly capitalizes on his physical advantages. And he possesses more than just physical prowess. Those 3 consecutive ironclad jump shots from the first half still linger in his memory. Furthermore, he resolved to avoid double-teaming too readily, as this would only create more opportunities for the opponent and enable them to accumulate assist statistics. Although the Summer League primarily serves as a training ground for the team, both the assistant coaches and players undoubtedly harbor aspirations of victory. However, should they refrain from double-teaming, neither Bun nor Shaw could withstand Li Chiming's onslaught. The Magic's assistant coach finally comprehended why Li Chiming confidently volunteered for the power forward position. Augustine, a blue-collar player, could scarcely muster 20 points, while Li Chiming was consistently scoring, exhibiting greater accuracy than in previous jump shots. The assistant coach could almost visualize the scenes from the trial session, where the efficiency was not as pronounced and the plays were simpler, primarily consisting of jump shots. The Nets simply could not contain them. The trial game served merely as a reference, as on-the-spot performance holds its own significance. Thus, the fundamental physical statistics and various innate talents, both static and dynamic, serve as the most critical indicators of a player's developmental potential. It seems the Magic, having failed to discover other promising talents during the trial and lacking opportunities for upward trades, could only settle for selecting Li Chiming. To their surprise, they truly stumbled upon a gem. Defensive positioning, remain alert, and enhance the speed of rotations. Keep your eyes on the ball and observe its movement. Although the Magic thrived on Li Chiming's performance, the Nets did not concede easily. Players like Ma Wei and Bun had proven their worth in the Nets' rotation. Fortunately, the Magic boasted more than just Li Chiming, with Redick and Gortat also stepping up, and Augustine making an appearance during the rotation phase. On the other hand, the Nets had only Marcus Williams maintaining a consistent performance today. Bun, being a blue-collar player, required assistance from guards to create opportunities. Nevertheless, Li Chiming's presence at the power forward position slightly weakened the Magic's interior defense. Despite Li Chiming's agility, it is implausible for him to rival defenders in mobility. He requires Gortat's assistance to cover his shortcomings. Nevertheless, Marcus is not an obstinate player who neglects to pass, which consequently opens up opportunities for his teammates. That said, Li Chiming's performance remains commendable, particularly as the Nets focus their defensive efforts on him. Following adjustments by the assistant coach, who shifted the offensive emphasis to Redick and Gortat, Li became a strategic decoy positioned on the periphery, yet the Nets were reluctant to leave him unchecked. In this match, Li Chiming played for 30 minutes, efficiently scoring a team-high 24 points for the Magic, aiding them in a decisive 97-88 victory over the Nets. The assistant coach, observing Li's endurance, opted to grant him additional opportunities to showcase his talents rather than substituting him for rest. Given the closely contested score, Li's presence provided the Magic with a consistent lead. However, as the game approached its climax, the Nets resorted to aggressive double-teaming against him, aiming to thwart his shooting opportunities. They were willing to leave Redick open, understanding that a sharpshooter posed a lesser threat than a scoring specialist like Li Qingming, particularly since allowing an unheralded player to accumulate significant points would not bode well for their reputation. Li Qingming did not force the issue, despite his belief that he was in optimal form, bolstered by his iron-willed jump shot and rapid release. Even when faced with 2 or 3 defenders, he felt a certain level of confidence in his ability to score. However, he understood that such an approach was not strategically sound. For Li Qingming, personal statistics held little significance compared to the ultimate goal of securing victory. Winning was paramount. He would not mind scoring 0 points while being double-teamed, even finding joy in the act, as if enjoying a smoke in the corner of the court. This mindset afforded J.J. Redick ample opportunity to shine, as Gortat excelled at setting screens, often creating open shots with just a single pick, facilitating Li Qingming's precise passing. Consequently, he racked up assists with ease, accumulating 4 in the final minutes alone, totaling 8 for the game, just shy of a double-double. Redick netted 6 3-pointers, contributing 22 points, while Gortat also achieved a double-double, along with 4 assists, as Li Qingming occasionally passed to him to keep the ball moving. Gortat's basketball IQ was commendable when partnering with Li Qingming in the paint. Their offensive synergy was remarkably fluid, allowing him to overlook minor defensive lapses. Li Qingming's performance in this match not only captivated the audience, but also garnered the admiration of coaches and teammates alike. As he exited the court, familiar and unfamiliar faces alike sought to pat his head in a gesture of camaraderie, perhaps wishing to bask in his good fortune. The assistant coach appeared particularly elated, repeatedly clapping his shoulder while whispering words of praise, expressions of admiration like "you were magnificent," or "your skills are exceptional," though one could sense a slight oddity in the air. Chapter 14. Media interview. Following the match, Li Qingming attracted considerable attention from domestic media. With no emerging stars to spotlight on either side, the American press was sparse, while journalists from his homeland flocked eagerly. "Hello, I am a reporter from Old Wave Sports. Greetings, I come from Penguin. I am a reporter for Basketball Pioneer. My name is..." Li Qingming observed numerous microphones being thrust toward him, accompanied by a myriad of familiar and affable faces, which significantly uplifted his spirits. Nevertheless, he recalled his father's prior admonitions and refrained from genuinely considering them as kin, maintaining a cautious demeanor in response to their inquiries. Upon noticing the arrival of the journalists, Father Li promptly positioned himself beside Li Qingming. However, he refrained from interjecting directly in the conversation, remaining prepared to smooth over any awkward moments. After all, Li Qingming would inevitably encounter such scenarios in the future, and it was essential for him to cultivate his ability to handle media interactions from this point onward. While NBA teams typically provide guidance on managing media interviews, such training is tailored to the American context, which differs markedly from the nuances of the Chinese media landscape. "May we conduct an interview with you? We have numerous inquiries we wish to discuss," they inquired. This statement appeared somewhat disingenuous. Although Li Qingming's enigmatic identity had piqued the curiosity of many domestic fans, the attitude of Chinese fans towards local players, including the esteemed Yao Ming, in the NBA has often been characterized by skepticism followed by cautious belief, and then further doubt. Li's father was acutely aware of this, and Li Qingming, albeit subtly, also grasped the underlying truth, though he would never directly confront it. With a faint smile, he remarked, "I hope I won't disappoint anyone." Immediately, an excited journalist exclaimed, "You haven't disappointed us. Your performance today was truly exceptional. This is the first time a player from our nation has showcased such brilliance in the Summer League. You should certainly join the national team." For a moment, it was difficult to discern whether the journalist's emotions were genuine or merely an act. Initially, Li Qingming appreciated the compliment, but the last statement nearly shattered his composure. Just as he was about to respond, his father discreetly pulled him back, reminding him that the topic of the national team was a sensitive one, best left unaddressed. Although the men's basketball team, under the leadership of the illustrious Yao Ming, had achieved commendable success in recent years, dominating Asia was not overly challenging. The expectations of the public were invariably high, creating immense pressure. Thus, Li's father at heart, was somewhat reluctant for his son to become entangled in national team affairs. However, should the opportunity arise, it would be prudent to first solidify matters in the NBA. Subsequent inquiries appeared considerably more conventional, as this marked Lee Chingming's inaugural encounter with the media and his first public appearance. Previously, during the draft, he had not even revealed a photograph. Now, everyone was aware of his appearance and understood that he had accompanied his father to pursue his dreams. A journey that unexpectedly culminated in success, a true manifestation of dreams becoming reality. Regarding family matters, Lee's father took the lead in responding, "Our family is quite ordinary. But as parents, we strive to provide our child with a nurturing environment." He added with a hint of humor, "Our only concern is that he is rather overweight." This elicited laughter from the audience. Indeed, on the court, it was not as apparent, given that he was surrounded by fellow players weighing around 200 pounds. Yet, Lee Chingming seemed to possess a broader physique compared to others, though he lacked considerable height, which diminished his intimidating presence. Consequently, journalists formed a circle around Lee Chingming, who appeared to envelop them with his stature. Most notably, he towered over them. The tallest journalist among them barely reached 6 feet. This sensation was reminiscent of previous encounters with Yao Ming, albeit Yao was taller, while Lee Chingming's width presented a different kind of dominance, creating equal pressure through distinct means. One curious reporter inquired, not to be malicious, but considering Lee Chingming's build, could it impose any strain on his body? This concern stemmed from the caution instilled by Yao Ming's experience among the NBA's American reporters. Since his rookie season, the young giant has been plagued by incessant injuries. Last season, he missed 32 games due to a tibial fracture, while many of his injuries were sustained on the court amidst physical confrontations. There are those who believe that his long-standing commitment to the game, coupled with his weight gain, has contributed to his predicament. During his rookie year, Yao appeared rather slender and was unable to contend with Shaquille O'Neal. Gradually, he added weight to enhance his physical resilience, which undeniably rendered him more formidable, yet simultaneously heightened the risk of injury. Lee Chingming has yet to participate in a single regular season game, making it difficult to ascertain whether he will inevitably sustain an injury on the court. However, given his physique and weight, it is only natural for concerns to arise. After all, obesity is often a precursor to various health issues, and considering Lee Chingming's considerable weight, it undoubtedly poses a significant burden on him. Father Lee gazed at Lee Chingming, who pondered momentarily before responding, "I appreciate this sister's concern for me. My family has always been attentive to this matter, so there shouldn't be any issues for the time being." His youthful facade was undoubtedly effective, and he truly was quite young at merely 19. Everyone present was at least a decade his senior, and amidst the chorus of brother and sister from the journalists, there was a hint of disorientation, lending an overall harmonious atmosphere to the interview. As the interview concluded and the Lee father and son departed, it took a moment for some to realize that they had failed to extract much substantial information. Well, they had learned the names of Lee Chingming and his father and grasped their general background. With such details, it would be relatively easy to verify their information domestically, making deception improbable given how easily it could be unraveled. Yet, this young man, perhaps he had been instructed by his father? Mr. Lee appeared quite composed, exuding an aura of sophistication. This child is rather intriguing, regardless of whether his demeanor is a result of paternal guidance. One cannot help but notice his cheerful disposition. Previously, from our vantage point in the audience, we observed him engaging with the coach and teammates, indicating that language certainly was not a barrier, and his personality is commendable. Such remarks inevitably evoke thoughts of Yi Jianlian, as many are aware that Yao Ming's swift integration into the team was facilitated not only by external circumstances, but also by his personal willingness. However, Yi's demeanor tends to be rather subdued. At least from their interviews, it seems he was not particularly communicative even while playing for domestic teams. How then? Will he adapt to the NBA? Fortunately, the Bucks selected him with a lottery pick, which guarantees that they will invest in his development. As long as he can fulfill his potential, establishing himself in the NBA should pose no significant challenge. Even a relatively unknown player like Lee Chingming can shine in the Summer League. How could I not effortlessly secure a place in the NBA? Meanwhile, Lee Chingming and his father reviewed the contents of a recent interview to ensure nothing was overlooked. With a sigh, his father remarked, "It is no wonder that President Chen often says that dealing with the media is akin to warfare. One cannot afford to let their guard down for a moment." Lee Chingming curiously inquired, "Who is General Chen?" "Your father is my boss. Haven't you met his daughter? She is from the same department as you." "Oh, you mean Yao Mingwei? But she doesn't have the surname Chen." Mr. Li rolled his eyes and remarked, "Children should not be burdened with such knowledge." Li Chengming clutched his head and muttered, "It was you who wanted to speak, yet you did not express yourself clearly, and now you blame me?" Father Li stands at an impressive height of 183 meters, while Mother Li measures 171 meters. One wonders how they could have given birth to such an unusual child as Li Chengming. Presently, his father finds it difficult to lightly tap him on the forehead, yet he often exhibits reflexive actions. Each time this occurs, Father Li's expression softens considerably, and he gently remarks, "All right, let us not dwell on that. Your performance will be known to the team today. However, do not let pride overtake you. Continue to strive for excellence. Mr. Smith is yet to offer you a contract and is likely waiting to evaluate your performance in the Summer League before making a decision." "I understand." Li Chengming nods emphatically, motivated not only by the prospect of a contract, but also by a sense of duty. Chapter 15. Li Chengming and the men's basketball team. Our nation's promising rookie shines brightly at the Orlando Summer League. On the morning of July 8th, Beijing time, Li Chengming, representing the Orlando Magic, scored 24 points and provided 8 assists, leading his team to victory over the New Jersey Nets. Li Chengming, the 60th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, was previously a student at a domestic university before receiving an invitation to try out for the Magic, where he left a lasting impression on general manager Otis Smith, ultimately securing his selection in the draft. Li Chengming's father shared that his son began engaging with basketball serendipitously from a young age, accumulating 12 years of experience. Although he may appear as a chubby boy in Mr. Li's own words, due to physical reasons, he has never relinquished his passion for the sport. Now, this passion is on the verge of transforming into his profession. As the game concluded, it was morning back home, and news from frontline reporters quickly led to various reports unveiling the intriguing details of the much-anticipated rookie, Li Chengming. Initially, many regarded this as a joke, harboring little expectation for him, with conspiracy theories suggesting it was a deliberate publicity stunt. To their surprise, Li Chengming excelled in his debut at the Summer League, becoming a cornerstone of the team. Numerous images from the game surfaced. While video footage was unavailable, the captivating moments captured in photographs conveyed the young man's significant presence. Wow, what a physique. This story illustrates that sports do not necessarily equate to weight loss. I am quite curious how he plays with such a build. I feel that if I were in his position, even turning over would be a challenge. Clearly, he stands out. Look at his wingspan and vertical leap. While it is true that he is indeed heavy-set, he still exudes a sense of strength. Is this truly the athletic prowess characteristic of an Asian individual? A younger sibling, lacking understanding, inquired whether someone could enlighten him on the value of the Summer League. A response came. The Summer League doesn't hold much prestige. It is primarily for NBA teams to train their rookies, alongside free agents and undrafted players. If they can impress the teams, they may earn a contract. However, if one's performance falters in the Summer League, it is prudent to return home, as the prospect of playing in the NBA would likely be diminished. Let us put it this way, excelling in the Summer League does not necessarily guarantee that a player will catch the eye of NBA teams, as the selection of rookies often hinges on their potential. However, a player like Li Chengming, who demonstrates both impressive performance and youth, indicates a blend of innate talent and immediate readiness, which surely will not go unnoticed by teams in the future. Some may wonder, if that is the case, why was Li Chengming selected as a late-round pick? It is said that only the Magic extended an invitation for a tryout, possibly accompanied by some sort of promise, which led him to forego opportunities with other teams. This information comes from a post by an international student in Orlando, who has been inexplicably elated and frequently surfing the web during this period. Previously, the forum capitalized on the popularity of his post to generate considerable buzz, which has led many members to form preconceived notions about Li Chengming's external image. Nevertheless, the clarity of the photographs and the detailed weight information still elicited astonishment. Consequently, some have hastily dubbed him the Chinese Shaquille O'Neal. This is certainly not intended as a compliment, nor does it carry any positive connotation. Rather, it may stem from an underlying aversion to individuals with excess weight. Ironically, many overweight individuals themselves harbor resistance towards obesity, while it is not inherently a disease. It can sometimes serve as a precursor to health issues. Moreover, excessive weight can indeed evoke an impression of greasiness, much like how one associates fatty meat with oil, which does not create a favorable perception. Li Chengming, were it not for his towering height of 2 meters, would undoubtedly appear even more intimidating. However, it is also conceivable that without this attribute, he may not possess his current heft. Additionally, discussions have arisen regarding Li Qingming's association with the national team. Evidently, according to available data, he still retains his domestic nationality, thus identifying as a citizen of Huaghua, and possesses the eligibility to join the men's basketball team. Yet, one ponders why he has not been recruited by the national squad. Furthermore, news about his life within the country has also surfaced, including insights into his familial connections and educational background. At this moment, Li's mother, teachers, and classmates were all summoned for interviews to discuss various aspects concerning Li Qingming. The school authorities were frequently questioned about why such a basketball talent had not been promptly introduced to the national team, especially in light of the previous unsatisfactory performance of the men's basketball team in the Summer League. Yet, what could they possibly say? They, too, were quite bewildered by the situation. This year's NBA Summer League comprised 3 tournaments: the Orlando Summer League, the Rocky Mountain Summer League, and the Las Vegas Summer League. While the first 2 featured 6 or 7 teams each, Las Vegas attracted a remarkable 22 teams, including the national team of China. With the Beijing Olympics approaching next year, the men's basketball team announced a star-studded roster in March, comprising the most formidable players from the domestic league, including the veteran Wang Zhizhi, the cornerstone Yao Ming, and the rising talent Spacey. By May, the final roster was confirmed, and training sessions commenced, with all players, except for Yao, present. Following a 4-nation tournament in June, they traveled to the United States in July to officially participate in the Summer League. Among the 3 Chinese players selected in the draft, aside from Li Qingming, both Space E and Sun Dashing joined the national team for the Las Vegas Summer League. Prior to this, the men's team faced the U19 team of the United States in Dallas, which featured young stars such as Stephen Curry, Michael Beasley, DeAndre Jordan, and Patrick Beverley. The men's team suffered a defeat due to 24 turnovers. Naturally, losing to the U.S. team, even a youth squad, is not a disgrace. In their subsequent match against the Mavericks, Wang Zhizhi's former team, the game was fiercely contested until the last moments. Yet they were ultimately overturned by the diminutive Jos Barria from Puerto Rico, who showcased exceptional skill. Following 2 consecutive losses, the men's team arrived in Las Vegas, where the Summer League commenced a day earlier than the Orlando counterpart. Thus, they played their first game against the Memphis Grizzlies the previous day. In that match, head coach Jonas fielded the main lineup, with Wang Zhizhi partnering with Yi Jianlian, supported by Zhu Fengyu, Wang Shipeng, and Lu Wei. Unfortunately, the men's team lost 77-86, with Wang Zhizhi scoring 27 points on 11 of 18 shooting and Yi Jianlian contributing 23 points on 7 of 15 shooting. Combining for 50 points alongside 14 fouls, players are disqualified after 10 fouls in Summer League play. Starting point guard Lu Wei played only a little over 8 minutes, with most of the playmaking duties handled by Sun Dashing, highlighting the men's team size advantage. However, the Grizzlies boasted formidable opponents as well, including last year's 2 first-round picks: Rudy Gay, a player reminiscent of Tracy McGrady, and Kyle Lowry, along with this year's 5th overall pick, Mike Conley, who partnered with the imposing Greg Oden. Even a newcomer, Terrence Kinsey, emerged from obscurity to score 20 points, leading to the men's team being largely subdued throughout the match. The following day, however, Li Qingming led the team to victory. While few witnessed these 2 Summer League games, recordings are available, revealing how Rudy Gay exploited his talents with relentless prowess. This inevitably raises the question of how Li Qingming would fare on the national team. While he may not completely contain Gay, he could certainly engage in a fierce competition against him. Though the two have never faced off, it is difficult to ascertain who possesses greater strength. However, given Li Qingming's physique, strength, and style of play, it is certain that Guy would find himself at a disadvantage. Chapter 16. A triumphant streak, of course. Feeling regret over this situation is not particularly significant, yet there are always those who seek to sow discord with their incessant questioning. Some have remarked on the national team's crucial matters, suggesting that the young Li Qingming exhibits a complete lack of collective honor by not seeking to join the national team first, instead opting for the NBA draft. This draws a parallel to the past situation with Wang Zhizhi, who encountered considerable discord with the Bai team and the men's basketball team due to his aspirations in the NBA, a dispute that has only recently been mended. At this juncture, the men's basketball team has chosen silence. They neither heed the media, which has not spoken ill of them, nor do they come forward to defend Li Qingming. Fortunately, being in America, Li Qingming's voice cannot be silenced. Following his 3rd Summer League game, he stated in an interview that he would be willing to fight for his country, provided that an invitation from the national team was extended. This sentiment warrants no further elaboration, although national honor surpasses all else. If the team shows no interest in him, it would be unreasonable for him to pursue them with fervor. The ball is now in the court of the men's basketball team, compelling them to respond. Initially, they naturally extend welcoming platitudes towards Lee Chiming, asserting that this is certainly not a lapse on their part. As no one was previously aware of Lee Chiming's potential, ignorance absolves one of blame. They express satisfaction with the current roster, indicating no immediate plans for adjustments. Are they intent on using Lee Chiming to embarrass themselves? Absolutely not. In fact, they might secretly hope for Lee Chiming to falter in his next performance while the likes of Spacey and Sun Dashing excel in their second game. In the first game, Spacey's performance, judged by the statistics, was not inferior to Lee Chiming's, albeit slightly less efficient. However, Sun Dashing's performance left much to be desired. Both are second-round picks. Yet the disparity between them is striking. Due to the limited number of teams in the Orlando Summer League and the condensed schedule, each team plays with a brisk rhythm, typically engaging in a game each day. Over the past 2 days, the Magic have faced both the Supersonics, Thunder, and the Heat, emerging victorious in both encounters. Lee Chiming has participated in both matches, and his performance speaks for itself. What is particularly noteworthy is that, almost unconsciously, he has become the offensive linchpin of the team. When faced with uncertainty, the strategy is to let Lee Chiming initiate the play, drawing defenders toward him before distributing the ball. This approach, while seemingly straightforward, has proven remarkably effective, leaving opponents unable to contain him. To be candid, given his physique and strength, it feels somewhat disproportionate for him to dominate in the Summer League. Many remain skeptical of his potential, believing that he currently relies solely on his physicality to overpower other players who are unable to match him in the Summer League. However, once he ascends to the NBA, he will encounter players who possess comparable strength and physique. Not to mention the intricacies of tailored defensive strategies that will inevitably expose his weaknesses, leading to challenges he may not yet be prepared for. Recently, analysts have begun to compile insights into his technical attributes, as there has been a dearth of information regarding him until now. His prior exposure was limited to a trial with the Magic, where impressions were mainly formed around his shooting and diverse offensive repertoire. However, following 3 Summer League games, scouts have documented several of his playing styles and personal tendencies. The Summer League serves not only as a platform for teams to develop rookies, but also as preparation for potential trades in the near future. Should a player catch their eye, there may be opportunities for future transactions. Lee Chiming's performance has undoubtedly attracted the attention of other teams. However, his physique and certain inherent risks may give some pause. These risks are indeed related to his build, as there is a prevailing concern regarding susceptibility to injuries. Although he employs a floor-oriented style of play, his weight imposes considerable strain on his body. In terms of offensive skills, Lee Chiming exhibits a solid technical foundation and occasionally showcases his flair, yet he tends to habitually drive left, which can be easily anticipated by defenders. Nevertheless, he does not exhibit significant flaws. Conversely, on the defensive end, he struggles to guard smaller, quicker guards effectively. This predicament is understandable, despite his agility. He cannot defy the laws of physics. His substantial frame makes lateral movement and pivoting quite challenging, and should he venture to the high post, returning to defend would undoubtedly be a daunting task. Fortunately, Lee Chiming possesses the versatility to transition to the power forward position, where he can focus on protecting the paint. The low post is indeed his domain. With his wingspan and strength, even without jumping, opponents attempting to penetrate will find it exceedingly difficult to score. Moreover, although his explosive power is rather average, his anticipation and reaction times are commendable. With timely jumps, he is capable of delivering impressive shot-blocking moments. The assistant coach, having observed him extensively, has even pondered the notion of allowing Lee Chiming to remain in the paint consistently. However, such a strategy would diminish his height advantage. After all, while standing just over 2 meters in college might suffice in the realm of collegiate competition, in the NBA, a height of 206 centimeters is often considered inadequate. Although Ben Wallace is not particularly tall either, his leaping ability and explosive athleticism somewhat compensate for this limitation. Lee Chiming's playing style remains grounded, primarily due to his physique. The demands of soaring through the air can be quite taxing, so he generally opts to avoid jumping whenever possible. Despite the evident advantages and disadvantages, Lee plays with remarkable intelligence, adeptly leveraging his strengths while circumventing his weaknesses. If opponents choose to confront him directly, he resorts to finesse. If they employ skill, he counters with sheer force. In the recent matches, Li's encounters with the rising rookies have garnered significant attention, particularly since, as the last pick of the draft. Each game in which a rookie outshines him is akin to a slap in the face. The Miami Heat's rookie, DeQuan Cook, selected 21st overall in the first round, was traded to the Heat after being chosen by the 76ers. Standing at a modest height of 192 centimeters, he is somewhat undersized for a shooting guard, compounded by average jumping ability. However, he possesses the requisite physicality to compete at the NBA level, proving to be a sturdy match for Li, who found it challenging to overpower him. Nevertheless, Cook ceased to defend against Li after that initial encounter. In this particular game, Cook played for only 19 minutes, scoring 9 points on 3 of 8 shooting, along with 3 assists, but also contributing 4 turnovers, which pales in comparison to Li's impressive tally of 28 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists. Li Chiming harbored a sense of regret regarding the match against the Supersonics, as Durant was absent. It was evident that the Supersonics held this second overall pick in high regard. Had it not been for the emergence of the formidable Greg Oden, Durant would have likely been the first overall pick in any other year. Naturally, a rookie deemed worthy of significant development must be handled with care, and Durant's stellar performance in his Summer League debut further validated their astute judgment. Nevertheless, he faced off against another rookie from the Supersonics, Jeff Green, the 5th overall pick acquired from the Celtics. Standing at 206 centimeters, Green is a versatile forward, and although he weighs only 106 kilograms, he possesses commendable physicality. Yet he was no match for Li Chiming's prowess. In this encounter, the Supersonics positioned Green at the power forward spot, directly opposing Li Chiming, resulting in a fierce exchange on both ends of the court. Green struggled to contain Li Chiming, while Li Chiming found it equally challenging to restrict Green, whose offensive repertoire is diverse and indicative of a player already matured to the level of an NBA rotation member. Unlike the previous opponents with limited basketball IQ, Green demonstrated a keen understanding of the game. After struggling to back down against Li Chiming, he opted to face him while handling the ball, causing Li Chiming to falter in keeping pace with his movements. Crucially, Green's finishing ability around the rim was impressive, and his 216 centimeters wingspan ensured that his shots were rarely within Li Chiming's reach for disruption. Had it not been for Li Chiming's formidable presence in the low post, and his superior ability to distribute the ball after drawing double teams, resulting in an impressive stat line of 17 points, 4 rebounds, and 9 assists, the Magic might not have triumphed in this contest. Of course, Gortat's performance also proved pivotal. With Li Chiming on the court and Redick resting, the team relied heavily on the duo of Li Chiming and Gortat. Chapter 17, the comparison that breeds frustration following a 3-game winning streak. The Magic emerged as the only undefeated team in the Orlando Summer League, while the yet-to-play Bulls and Pacers had both suffered defeats. Meanwhile, the men's basketball team prepared for their second Summer League match, facing off against Lu Wei's former team. Lu Wei had previously represented the Kings in preseason games following the Athens Olympics, generating considerable excitement during his encounters with Yao Ming. However, this time Lu Wei stood on the opposing side, with Yao Ming absent from the lineup. This game held particular significance for Spacey, as he would be competing against Spencer Hawes, the 10th overall pick from the same draft class. In recent days, the pressure on him had been considerable, even surpassing that on Sun Dashing. Why, you might ask? It was none other than the spectacular rise of Li Chiming. In the initial match, one might attribute the opponent's lack of seriousness or sheer luck to the outcome. However, in the subsequent 2 games, despite the Magic's interim coach taking measures to manage his playing time, he still delivered an impressive performance within those limited minutes, averaging 23 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists. With a shooting percentage exceeding 60%, his efficiency was remarkable. He has undeniably emerged as the linchpin of the Magic Summer League team, alongside another teammate, Redick, who also averaged 20 points, making them the most dazzling stars of the Orlando Summer League. Durant participated in 2 games as well, boasting an average of 25 points, and all 3 have become frontrunners for the Summer League's first team. Meanwhile, domestic media has gone into a frenzy, incessantly circulating news related to Li Chiming, and even discussions about him have begun during national team training sessions. Though Tai Kong struggles to articulate his emotions, it does not imply a lack of feelings. Sun Dashing may be indifferent, as he can afford to languish, but Tai Kong cannot. He was once the sole hope of his village, aspiring to surpass the legendary Yao Ming, although he himself lacks confidence. Content to merely be the second best, albeit currently third due to the presence of De Ji, His position is now threatened by the emergence of a new contender, which is intolerable even for the most indifferent among us. He is determined to prove himself. However, in this match, the eager to validate themselves Yi Jianlian and the national basketball team faced an embarrassing defeat. The score of 47-73 marked the lowest single-game total in the history of the men's basketball team. Yi Jianlian went 0 for 7 in the first half and finished the game with only 9 points from 14 attempts. The previously outstanding De Ji was also completely restricted, managing only 10 points and 7 rebounds from 2 of 4 shooting. In stark contrast, the opposing team's starting interior players combined for 38 points and 18 rebounds, thoroughly dismantling the men's team's inside game. The Kings did not feature any particularly standout players. Their starting point guard, Poole Jet, seemed to perform adequately. Yet his statistics were rather average. They primarily relied on a cohesive frontcourt defense and explosive talent in the paint, rendering the men's team utterly impotent. The news of this match reverberated back home, instilling a profound sense of crisis among many fans. After all, aside from Yao Ming, this was the strongest roster that could be fielded domestically, yet they were unable to withstand even a Summer League opponent. What will happen at the Olympics? Simultaneously, the conversation inevitably veered towards Lee Chiming. The affectionate moniker Fat Brother is primarily embraced for its familiarity, although those who initially employed it may have harbored less than noble intentions. However, the fans of Lee Chiming have wholeheartedly adopted and taken pride in the name, effectively dispelling its pejorative connotation. Indeed, Lee Chiming has garnered a significant following domestically, although many of these admirers initially supported him out of nationalistic sentiment. His exceptional performances have elevated the pride of his fans, potentially transforming casual supporters into devoted enthusiasts over time. After all, affection and animosity rarely arise without reason. No one is infallibly committed from the outset. Some have attempted to defend the national basketball team, asserting that the disparity in performance is multifaceted. Yet, such claims seem unfounded. Have they truly witnessed Fat Brother in action? He effortlessly dominates the paint against the Kings. One might argue that it is futile to continue the hyperbole. A player who can only compete in collegiate leagues domestically cannot possibly surpass legends like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian just because he excelled in a few Summer League games. What absurdity! Given his effortless play in those 3 matches, one can only lament the stark contrast with our national team's efforts. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Indeed, they are all second-round picks, but he is still at the bottom. Who does Sun Dashing think he is? The caliber of his play is hardly comparable. Enough of this debate. They are not competing in the same tournament, nor against the same opponents, so what is there to compare? The controversies among fans are palpable, while the national team's tangible results remain evident, leaving the Blue Shoes team in an awkward position. Fortunately, they have refrained from rash comments regarding Lee Chiming, lest they find themselves publicly shamed at this juncture. Of course, they have faced humiliation before and may not be overly concerned about it. Yet, they cannot help but harbor some resentment towards Yi Jianlian and Sun, questioning why, as professional players, they cannot even measure up to a college student. This leads some to ponder whether Lee Chiming should truly be invited to join the national team. This is unacceptable. That young man openly provoked the media abroad, displaying a complete lack of discernment. His father, too, has shown no initiative in reaching out to them. Does he expect them to grovel for an invitation? Such notions are utterly preposterous. Thus, let us take another look. In the 4th Summer League game of the Magic, the assistant coach finally opted to allow Lee Chiming to rest. In truth, it would not matter if he were to forego participation in the subsequent matches, as the objective of evaluating the rookies had already been sufficiently achieved in the first 3 games. Although Lee Chiming still has numerous areas that require improvement, notably his persistent defensive shortcomings, his stamina also poses a concern. One might contend that a single game is manageable. However, the strain of consecutive back-to-back matches, even with limited playing time, takes a toll on Lee Chiming. The intensity of the Summer League pales in comparison to that of the regular season. And if he is already feeling the effects now, how would he fare in the regular season when faced with back-to-back games? Certainly, should he join a team, it remains uncertain how much playing time he would secure. The opportunity to prove himself may be quite limited, which evidently imposes a constraint on his potential. After all, attributes such as stamina and endurance are indeed considered hidden facets of physical talent. Take LeBron James, renowned for his resilience, or the likes of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, each a paragon of durability. Yet, observing Lee Chiming, burdened by his considerable physique, one might question how he could possibly exert himself without succumbing to fatigue. Even the assistant coach would have to wonder if he is indeed a normal individual, given the remarkable agility he possesses for his size. In Lee Chungming's absence, the Orlando Magic, with the duo of J.J. Redick and Gortat, triumphed effortlessly over the Indiana Pacers. Redick dazzled with 6 three-pointers out of 9 attempts, scoring over 30 points, while Gortat achieved a double-double. The Pacers featured this year's 39th rookie, Stanko Barak, who was traded from the Miami Heat post-draft. Yet his performance has been lackluster, averaging fewer than 8 points per game with woeful efficiency. It's conceivable that he may not even secure a contract after the summer league. Even if he does, it is likely to be in the developmental league. Such situations are not uncommon, as second-round picks carry little value. Unless they demonstrate sufficient merit, teams are more inclined to scour the free agency market for seasoned veterans. Moreover, the Pacers are aiming for a playoff berth in the upcoming season, and despite the need to nurture new talent, they cannot afford to squander time on a 21-year-old center lacking both evident potential and immediate impact. Then, in the 5th game, Lee Chungming made his appearance once more, this time facing off against the Chicago Bulls, who boasted 3 rookies: Aaron Gray, the 49th pick, Jameson Curry, the 51st, and the 9th overall selection, Joakim Noah. Chapter 18. Exploiting Noah. Noah hails from a family steeped in athletics. However, he did not achieve notable success until his sophomore year, when he began to emerge. As an older rookie entering the NBA draft after his junior year, the 22-year-old Noah's selling point lies in his mature and steady defense. Although his performance in the NCAA Finals, where he was dominated by Oden, somewhat tarnished his draft stock, the Bulls nonetheless opted to select him with the 9th pick due to his commendable physical attributes and court awareness. Since Michael Jordan's retirement, the Bulls have languished in mediocrity for the past decade. Even when they fortuitously reached the playoffs, they failed to advance beyond the second round last year. Players like Ben Gordon and Kirk Hinrich have their ceilings clearly defined, prompting the team to continue searching for and developing rookies in the hope of unearthing the next Jordan. At 33, Ben Wallace is aging, and whether or not he is traded, he must gradually step aside, necessitating the acquisition of a new center, making Noah a prime choice after Oden and Horford in the green room. However, facing Lee Chungming, Noah's slender physique appeared almost frail. Having previously missed the opportunity to teach Stanko Barak a lesson, Lee Chungming was particularly eager in this match, with Gray on the bench and Curry playing shooting guard. Only Noah presented an appropriate matchup, and thus, he found himself in unfortunate circumstances. Lee Chungming actively requested to play the center position, which was, in fact, the position he was most familiar with during his college days. Standing among the tallest individuals in the school, he was not at a disadvantage in terms of height. And beneath the basket, he resembled a ferocious beast. Upon returning to his familiar position in this game, Lee Chungming finally revealed his formidable prowess. Once he established his position and secured the ball without interference from defenders, he effortlessly overpowered Noah in the paint. The 10-centimeter height difference seemed non-existent, as Noah struggled to jump under the pressure exerted by Lee Chungming. Subsequently, every shot, be it a hook, a floater, a layup, or a dunk, was executed at his whim. Having played several games already, the Bulls coaching staff had undoubtedly heard of Lee Chungming's reputation, aware of the terrifying Chinese rookie who had made waves in the summer league. However, hearing about someone and facing them are 2 entirely different experiences. Within 3 minutes, Lee Chungming had scored 5 consecutive times against Noah, nearly turning him into a mere cash machine. To prevent Noah from being overwhelmed and losing his confidence entirely, adjustments had to be made in his defense. Yet, it was evident that Noah had suffered greatly, and his self-assurance had taken a significant hit. Perhaps the shadow of this experience would linger into the new season. If they were to meet again in the regular season, the thought was daunting. However, when faced with other opponents, Lee Chungming continued to dominate until he was substituted. Standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 123 kilograms, Alonzo Gray was the strongest opponent Lee Chungming had encountered during this period. Surprisingly, Gray's defensive approach proved somewhat effective against Lee Chungming, as it marked the first time he felt challenged. With average leaping ability, Gray relied on his strength and physicality to thrive in the low post, an approach that directly matched Lee Chungming's advantages. Yet, Lee Chungming's fluid style of play was not limited to a singular offensive tactic, nor was he the kind of player who would stubbornly confront a stronger opponent head-on. Gray's bulky physique provided an opportunity for Lee Chungming to showcase his agility. He didn't need to engage in a direct contest, by drawing Gray out to the paint area. The space beneath the basket became vacated, transforming it into a playground for his teammates. However, if Gray remained anchored, Li Qingming's fierce jump shot was not to be underestimated. As the resounding echoes of his shots reverberated through the arena, the audience on the sidelines was enthralled by his performance. Even his shooting ignited an inexplicable fervor among the spectators. It was akin to the saying, "I feel a fire within me that is about to explode." Li Qingming, having scored 14 points with 6 successful shots out of 8 attempts, was drenched in sweat when he was substituted. The physical tussles in the low post, while exhilarating, were undeniably taxing, leaving him gasping even as he took a seat on the bench. He mused that perhaps without the assistance of a system, if he were to participate in such matches more frequently, he might shed a considerable amount of weight. However, he recognized that mere exercise might not suffice for weight loss. It was more likely to convert fat into muscle. Thus, he found the system advantageous, as it directly expended calories, allowing the impurities to be expelled. The lingering concern was whether this would lead to any increase, considering Li Qingming struggled to restrain his appetite. At that moment, the assistant coach handed him a bottle of sports drink and remarked with a smile, "Li, you performed admirably today. The victory hinges upon you." To which Redick, who had also been substituted, quipped, "Coach, I'm still here." Laughter erupted among the bench players, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Qingming's relationship with his assistant coach, Redick, has grown considerably closer. They often share playful banter, a privilege earned through his exemplary performance. Conversely, Duke, who initially clashed with Li Qingming in their first encounter, has now been relegated to the role of water cooler attendant, and it is certain that he will continue to wander aimlessly after the Summer League concludes. After a brief respite of 5 to 6 minutes, Li Qingming was once again summoned to the court, and upon seeing him approach, Noah instinctively tensed up, reaching out his hand and exclaiming, "Please, do not come near." Li Qingming demonstrated remarkable prowess in the paint today, primarily due to his elusiveness against the opposing team. This advantage stemmed from the Orlando Magic's recent games, where player synergy has steadily improved, and the coaching staff began to implement defensive rotations, underscoring the significance of timely positioning. Particularly, the collaboration between Augustin and Li Qingming in the interior proved to be more effective than that with Gortat, as Augustin's agility allowed for swifter defensive switches. Moreover, the Chicago Bulls' interior offensive capabilities were notably lacking. Although Aaron Gray possesses commendable skills in the low post, he could not effectively counter Li Qingming, who, in turn, could easily neutralize him. Once Gray was pushed away from the low post, he became largely ineffective offensively, serving merely as a screen setter. As for Noah, it is needless to say, his current play style is akin to that of a blue-collar worker. His back-to-basket game is underdeveloped, and he primarily resorts to seeking blocks when facing the basket. Curry, functioning as the point guard, displayed commendable shooting accuracy. However, his game leaned heavily towards the perimeter. His three-point shooting was impressive, yet his driving ability was rather average, rendering the Bulls' perimeter threats minimal, which consequently eased Li Qingming's responsibilities. Ultimately, he accrued 31 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, achieving a new Summer League high, alongside a block and 2 steals, showcasing a well-rounded performance that earned him the MVP title of the match. A day later, the national team commenced its third Summer League game. Following the official announcement from the Magic that Li Qingming would not participate further, his Summer League journey concluded, having averaged 25 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists over 4 starts. Such statistics are sufficient for him to secure a spot on the Summer League first team, while Durant may potentially miss out due to limited appearances. In addition, the performances of Redick, Gortat, and Augustin within the Magic have been commendable, contributing to the team's flawless 5-game streak, thereby ensuring at least 2 players are likely to be named to the first team. In this context, domestic fans are increasingly focused on the national basketball team, particularly on the performances of Tai Kui and Sun Dash in the Summer League, hoping for their triumphant emergence. In this match, their adversaries were the Cleveland Cavaliers, featuring second-year players Shannon Brown and Daniel Gibson, along with P.J. Tucker. The Cavaliers, the Eastern Conference champions this year, had recently suffered a swift 4-game sweep in the finals against the Spurs, after which Duncan left a note for the Cavaliers star player, "The future is yours." Indeed, the future belongs to the youth, and in this game, Shannon Brown scored 26 points while Gibson added 14, collectively aiding their team in securing a hard-fought victory. In the final 18.3 seconds, the national basketball team held a 2-point lead. However, Matt Walsh, the former leading scorer for the Florida Gators in their championship NCAA season, sank a critical three-pointer, allowing the Cavaliers to take a 1-point lead. In a pivotal moment, Sun Dashing passed the ball to Tai Kui, granting him the opportunity to prove himself with a last-second shot. Even though he struggled with his shooting earlier, if he had succeeded in making that game-winning shot, he would have been celebrated for his clutch performance afterward. However, in the end, whether due to overwhelming pressure or sheer exhaustion, his signature turnaround jumper fell short. Yi Jianlian missed what could have been his singular opportunity for a game-winning moment in this lifetime. This missed shot evoked a collective sigh from the national team, while the Cavaliers bench erupted in jubilant celebration. Although it was merely a summer league game, for some, it might represent their only moment of glory in life. The almost game-winning shot by Miles Walsh was met with exuberant cheers from his teammates, reveling in his well-deserved accolades. Meanwhile, Yi Jianlian appeared somewhat desolate. Yao Ming approached to offer a comforting touch on his head, and teammates came by to pat his shoulder. They understood the immense pressure he had been under during this time, especially as the media relentlessly compared him to Li Chiming, a first-round lottery pick. A national pride, while he himself was an unheralded player, ultimately selected last. Who could have imagined that these two could be considered in the same breath? As for Sun Dashing, who is also in the second round, it is hardly worth mentioning. His current average is scarcely 4 points per game, with a shooting percentage languishing at 30%. He has long been left behind and has no standing to compare himself with the other two. As for Yi Jianlian, apart from his performance in the first match, he has not fared well either, with a shooting percentage similarly below 40, averaging 5 turnovers and 6 fouls per game. It is unnecessary to dwell on his performance on the court. Even in terms of statistics alone, he is thoroughly outclassed. Yet, the more the media compares, the more they perceive him as inferior to Li Chiming, and fans inevitably form such entrenched notions. There are certainly players within the national team who should be replaced before him, but as a prominent player, he is bound to become a target for external scrutiny. On one hand, they accuse Li Chiming of selfishness for ignoring the collective interest by not joining the national team, while on the other, they concoct narratives of the national team marginalizing newcomers, as if Yi has usurped Li Chiming's elusive spot on the team. Such circumstances create immense pressure on him, potentially overwhelming him. It is commendable that he can withstand this pressure. However, it is also understandable if he falters, given his age and experience, which have not yet reached a level of serene composure. It would be beneficial if the leadership of the Blue Shoes could publicly address the situation to alleviate some of the attention, but they remain silent, effectively placing all the burden on the players, who, despite their thoughts, are powerless to act. While it is true that teammates in the national team share a closer bond, even someone like Yao Ming might ponder how things would be if Li Chiming were fighting alongside them. Today, Li Chiming found himself on the bench for the Magic, watching his teammates secure their final victory, concluding their summer league campaign undefeated. However, many of them may not remain in the NBA and could be lost to him in the future. Thus, Li Chiming embraced each one as a gesture of goodwill, embodying the leadership his father envisioned for him. In fact, Redick expressed that playing alongside him was quite comfortable, without Li Chiming attracting double teams. He found himself running much harder, resulting in diminished efficiency, though he still managed to score 17 points with a shooting percentage barely above 40. It was as if one absence felt like 3 games apart. Later, Li Chiming encountered reporters backstage. Initially, he did not grasp their expressions until he learned they were referencing the results of another summer league involving the national team, leaving him bemused and somewhat amused. Did they truly regard him as the savior of the men's basketball team? Well, I'm not entirely sure of the situation. I may need to return and review it before addressing your inquiries. In recent days, after each match, he has found himself besieged by reporters. As his performance continues to improve, American media outlets have also begun to take notice. When confronted by domestic journalists, his father has gradually allowed him to face them alone, no longer stepping in to assist. However, he does offer some preliminary advice regarding matters of importance to Heat, particularly since he had previously paid little attention to the basketball scene. Recently, he has immersed himself in online discussions, gaining insight into many issues that had once eluded him. He is acutely aware of the controversies surrounding the national team's performance in the Summer League, which lacked the comparative backdrop of Li Chiming's emergence. Despite this, there remains a sense of security with the presence of the legendary Yao Ming. Domestic fans also express satisfaction at the team's ability to hold their own against Summer League squads, believing that even if Taekwondo struggles, youth is on their side. Perhaps a season in the NBA will catalyze their development. After all, with Yao and Yi Jianlian leading the charge, there is ample time for growth. Yet, The sudden rise of Li Chiming has dramatically shifted the public discourse. His stellar performances in the Summer League only serve to highlight the shortcomings of the national team players, even rendering the season ineffective, as experience pales in comparison to raw talent. Without Yao, can they truly triumph over a Summer League team? This match was the closest they had come, yet he missed the opportunity for a game-winning shot. What? You say Li Chiming had no game winner either? He simply dominated the match, thus no such chance arose. Furthermore, the question of whether to invite Li Chiming to join the national team looms large. But the call seems to go unanswered, as if the connection has been severed or the eyes are blind to the possibility. Li's father had no interest in speculating about the thoughts behind the blue shoes. His only concern was to protect his son. Therefore, he advised Li Chiming to disregard such topics. In this regard, Li Chiming proved to be quite reassuring, understanding that any careless remarks on his part could impact many people. Thus, despite various temptations from reporters, he remained unfazed. Perhaps some of them had good intentions, hoping he would bolster the strength of the national team. But such matters cannot be rushed. Of course, after the game, he received some good news from his father. The Magic had confirmed their intention to sign him. The contract amount was modest, spanning only 2 years, with the second year being at the team's discretion. Unfortunately, as a second-round pick, he had little leverage if he underperformed. The team could easily release him, while if he excelled, they held the right to a priority extension at a lower price, provided no other teams offered lucrative contracts. It was anticipated that in his rookie year, he would earn at least $300,000 annually, which could be considered a significant leap forward. Li's father remarked with a wry smile. This indeed indicated that the Magic valued him and wished to cultivate his potential. After all, during the Summer League, Li Chiming had demonstrated his worth, while he still had a long way to go to become a cornerstone player. He could certainly alleviate some pressure from the starting lineup during his time on the court. Given his physique, he could likely manage only about 10 minutes of play, which would suffice. The upcoming season required tangible results, and the focus could not solely rest on him. How much playing time he earned would depend on his performance during training. The financial terms of a rookie contract are often tied to draft position. For instance, the player Spacey, being a lottery pick, would secure a 4-year contract totaling approximately $13 million, with the first year around $78 million, increasing annually thereafter. However, the latter 2 years are team options, allowing the team to either execute, decline, or extend the contract early, a decision that ultimately favors the team. Historically, there have been instances where promising rookies departed after their contracts expired, leaving their teams with nothing. Conversely, there are advantages for second-round picks in this respect. If a rookie excels in their first 2 years and the team opts to extend the contract, they could secure a better deal a year or 2 earlier. Of course, the league has implemented measures to protect the interests of teams, such as the Arenas Rule, which facilitates the retention of successful second-round picks. The future development of Li Chiming remains uncertain. However, it has certainly commenced on a promising note. Nevertheless, the signing will require some time, and thus, the system has yet to register any response. Chapter 20. The conclusion of the Summer League and moving into a new home on July 13th. Following the conclusion of the Orlando Summer League, this temporarily assembled Magic team also announced its dissolution. Apart from Li Chiming, who is on the verge of securing a contract, as well as J. Redick, Marcin Gortat, and Jameer Nelson, who are returning to the team, the remaining players must now seek other opportunities. The roster for the upcoming season will maintain stability, given that core players such as Dwight Howard and Hedo Arco Lu have matured, while reliable role players like Nelson, Dooling, and Arroyo remain. Additionally, the inclusion of rookies like Gortat and Li Chiming bodes well for the team's prospects. Furthermore, just a day prior, the Magic announced that they had reached an agreement with the Supersonics to acquire power forward Rashard Lewis through a sign-and-trade arrangement. After relinquishing a second-round draft pick and approximately $9 million in trade exceptions, the Magic secured Lewis with a 6-year contract valued at $118 million, making him the 10th player in NBA history to reach the $100 million milestone. When Li Chiming received this news while still on the return journey in the car, he exchanged a glance with his father, both at a loss for words. Well, Dad, what do you think I should do? Li's father certainly comprehended his intentions. Previously, the father and son had been blissfully naive about the $300,000 annual salary, but now they realized that, in comparison, it was merely a trifling sum, hardly worth mentioning. However, the other party had already risen to the status of a celebrated athlete, while Li Chiming was still at the nascent stage of his career. To avoid undermining his son's confidence, Lee's father could only manage a bittersweet smile and say, "Well, you must strive diligently, though this is indeed rather intimidating." He had been oblivious to the salary standards of the NBA until he recently discovered, to his astonishment, that Yao Ming had signed a staggering 5-year, $75 million contract 2 years prior. Today, he was confronted with even more astonishing figures. Was the wealth of these individuals simply a product of the wind? Nevertheless, having such a goal undoubtedly provided a direct source of motivation. It was as if Lee's father was now contemplating whether to resign from his job to dedicate himself fully to managing Lee Chungming's burgeoning career. Although he lacked experience, he was eager to learn, and in many ways, being an agent resembled the foreign trade sales he had previously undertaken. Had it merely been a contract with the Magic, he might not have entertained this thought, but he had recently received numerous calls regarding endorsement deals back home, leading him to consider a shift in perspective. After all, Lee Chungming was now a player who had stepped onto the NBA stage, regardless of how his journey unfolded in the league. There would undoubtedly be a market for him upon returning home. This situation mirrored the once popular notion of sea turtles returning with golden shells. Of course, they were still in Orlando and were about to relocate to a new residence provided by the team. Since the contract had been confirmed, it was certain that Lee Chungming would remain with the team at least for the first half of the upcoming season, making it impractical to continue residing in a hotel. They needed not only a home, but also a vehicle. Lee's father had already arranged for assistance from the team to schedule a visit to purchase a car. They would begin by acquiring a used one for the time being. In the United States, the market for second-hand homes and cars thrived, and there was no stigma attached to it, especially for young people whose first vehicles were often pre-owned. They would buy one to use before contemplating an upgrade. However, the uncertainty surrounding Lee Chungming's future, including his father's job, led them to postpone any decisions until the contract was firmly in place. This situation was, in part, a result of Lee Chungming's rising fame, which had sparked considerable discussion back home. Many reporters were eager to unearth every detail about their family, despite Lee's father claiming they were simply an ordinary household. Yet, how could one consider themselves ordinary when they held a position as a small leader in a foreign trade company earning $500,000 annually? Lee's mother is an ordinary middle school teacher, yet she hails from a lineage of intellectuals, which elucidates the cultivated atmosphere and upbringing within their family, undeniably fostered by a nurturing environment from an early age. Consequently, Lee's father's workplace also reaps benefits. The knowledge of his employment there has even augmented their business with additional orders. Thus, when Lee's father requested leave recently, his employer readily granted it. Presently, they find themselves in the vehicle of the team's assistant coach. Assisting players with their accommodation is indeed part of the team's responsibilities, and the assistant coach, having collaborated harmoniously with Lee Chungming during the Summer League, took it upon himself to aid them in their move, despite it being his designated time for rest. In truth, they possess very few belongings, primarily a few changes of clothes, and considering the necessity of bedding and other essentials for their new residence, the assistant coach decided to escort them to the market for a shopping spree, enabling them to settle in seamlessly. However, upon their arrival, the assistant coach received a phone call, informing him of an urgent matter concerning the head coach, compelling him to depart ahead of them. Lee Chungming and his son expressed their gratitude, assuring that it was perfectly acceptable for him to leave early. However, the assistant still offered to help them move their belongings into the house before bidding them farewell. The father and son straightened up, surveyed their surroundings, and exchanged amused glances. "This is the house Mr. Smith helped us arrange. What do you think? It seems quite nice, doesn't it?" Lee's father remarked. According to their customs, it appears one must first introduce themselves to the neighbors upon arriving at a new place. "Shall we go and greet them?" Just as they set down their belongings, without even having started to unpack, Lee's father turned to his son and said. Lee Chungming harbored no objections and was quite pleased with the residence. During the process of moving, he took the opportunity to survey the general surroundings of the house. It was not one of those sprawling villas. The layout was such that one could easily grasp its entirety at a glance. Apart from the charming little garden in the front and the quaint courtyard at the back, the structure consisted of a modest 3-story building. The ground floor housed the living room, while the second floor featured approximately 2 or 3 sitting rooms, and the rooftop was presumably a terrace. Overall, the environment was quite delightful. The Lee family's circumstances, when considered within the domestic context, are certainly not inferior. Although their residence is modest in size, it boasts a charming backyard that features a basketball court, an arena that served as the cradle of Li Qingming's early basketball aspirations. This backyard, albeit only a half-court, provides Li Qingming with an opportunity to practice and indulge in his passion. Their initial visit, however, was to the neighboring household of the McGiltons, a family bustling with life, comprising 7 members of both genders, ranging from the elderly to the young. Upon their arrival, they observed the matriarch of the family tending to the flowers and plants in the garden, while a girl of about 8 or 9 frolicked nearby with a playful puppy. As they engaged in conversation, the young girl stood up, approached Li Qingming with a curious tilt of her head, and suddenly made a playful face at him. Li Qingming was initially listening to his father converse with Mrs. McGilden. It was evident that Mrs. McGilden recognized Li Qingming, after all, as a resident of Orlando. One might not be an avid basketball enthusiast, yet one would certainly be aware of the existence of such a prominent basketball team. Li Qingming, having shone brightly in the Summer League as this year's draft pick, had even graced the pages of newspapers with his photographs. Since Otis Smith had made the decision to sign him, it was only natural that he would not hesitate to promote him. His exotic visage alone was sufficiently captivating, and the team could seize the opportunity to expand its business across the ocean. A win-win situation. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that Li Qingming was recognized in this city. Depending solely on the level of interest from others, the McGilden family evidently maintained a keen interest in basketball, as Mrs. McGilden eloquently expressed her warm welcome to Li Qingming and conveyed her hopes that he would aid the Magic in achieving greater success in the upcoming season. Wishing him all the best in his endeavors, Mr. Li expressed his gratitude for her blessings and subsequently extended an invitation to her family to join them for their housewarming banquet that evening. He was aware that this custom existed abroad, and indeed, it was also present at home, albeit primarily among close friends and relatives. However, abroad, it served as an opportunity to become acquainted with new neighbors, which was quite a delightful aspect. At that moment, Li Qingming noticed the girl's playful grimace, and struck by a sense of childlike joy, he mimicked her expression. Unexpectedly, his playful gesture seemed to irk the girl, who, in turn, stuck out her tongue in a manner reminiscent of a Shiba Inu, playfully taunting him. Li Qingming found himself laughing, ready to retaliate, when he was gently tapped on the shoulder by his father. Mr. Li, with a hint of annoyance, inquired, "What are you up to?" Mrs. McGilden also noticed her daughter's improper behavior and turned to reprimand her. "Sheila, have you forgotten what I told you?" Before the girl could respond, Mr. Li, placing his arm around Li Qingming's shoulders, smiled at Mrs. McGilden. "My apologies. This young lad is rather rude and may have disturbed you." "Oh. Allow me to introduce my daughter, Sheila." "Hello, Sheila." In the presence of Mr. Li, the girl displayed remarkable politeness, even curtsying in a princess-like manner, which elicited laughter from the adults, including Li Qingming, who joined in the amusement. He was not genuinely upset, after all. It would be rather petty to take offense at such a delightful girl merely for making a silly face. Consequently, Mr. Li encouraged him to apologize, and he readily accepted his fault. Meanwhile, Mrs. McGilden insisted that Sheila McGilden extend an apology as well. The girl, who preferred gentle approaches over stern ones, promptly said sorry to Li Qingming, and the minor friction evaporated instantly. Later, when Li Qingming and the others were tidying the house, Mrs. McGilden brought her family to assist. Even before they had partaken in the housewarming feast, the two families were already harmoniously coexisting. The McGilden couple had 2 sons and a daughter. Their eldest son, John McGilden, aged 16, was currently in high school and had a keen interest in basketball, passionately supporting the Magic team. Thus, he was particularly thrilled about the Li family's arrival, eagerly pulling Li Qingming aside to teach him how to play. Sheila was the second daughter, only 9 years old, and surprisingly, she was a children's clothing model, already contributing to the household at such a tender age. The age gap among the 3 children was substantial, with a younger sibling still in infancy. Mr. McGilden, along with his parents, operated a photography studio, and it was through assisting them with promotional photos that Sheila's modeling career was discovered by an advertising agency. Chapter 21. Rivals? With a new abode and new neighbors, just a few days later, Li's father procured a second-hand vehicle with the assistance of a teaching assistant, and thus the father and son settled in Orlando. At this juncture, even after confirming their contract by the end of the month, there remained at least 2 months before the commencement of the new season, affording them ample opportunity to return to their homeland and attend to various matters at home. Nevertheless, as Li Qingming himself articulated, he was resolutely intent on establishing himself within the NBA, despite having a system in place. It was akin to progressing only after a firm push. He understood that personal effort was indispensable. During the previous summer league training, Li Chiming had already perceived a stark contrast between his prior individual practice and the structured training within a professional league. Previously, he had relied predominantly on his physical prowess and instinctive basketball intelligence. However, his tactical acumen left much to be desired, primarily due to a lack of formal training in this area, having navigated his journey through self-taught experiences, which could lead to confusion when confronted with high-stakes situations. Thus, throughout the ensuing lengthy off-season, he resolved not to return home, but rather to remain in the United States and seize training opportunities. Each year during the off-season, NBA stars host various training camps, and the teams themselves organize certain activities. Li Chiming's objective was to immerse himself in professional environments, sharpening his cognitive understanding of the game. Should he encounter difficulties, he could seek assistance from the team, a privilege afforded to contracted players. He believed that this approach would significantly bolster his prospects of securing a place within the team, a notion supported by his father's insights. The team's head coach, Stan Van Gundy, hailed from an academic background and placed considerable emphasis on tactical understanding and defensive skills. Thus, it was imperative for him to seize this opportunity to address his deficiencies. After all, as a newcomer to the team, he could not dictate his own style of play, nor could the coach tailor strategy specifically for him. Rather, he needed to adapt to the coach's framework. Consequently, enhancing his awareness and understanding became paramount. As the new school year approached in just over a month, Li Young naturally would not be returning home either, planning instead to invite his mother to assist with his leave of absence from school. This decision was entirely reasonable, for when compared to the opportunity to pursue a career in the NBA, attending university seemed trivial. However, he did not directly drop out. One cannot be certain when he might need to return to make up for missed classes. If he were to indeed leave school, his father, Mr. Li, might very well break his legs. On the other hand, if he chooses to remain here, Mr. Li certainly cannot depart either, as he cannot rest easy leaving his son alone, even if they have just befriended a commendable neighbor. Upon learning of Li Chiming's aspirations, the team was naturally pleased. After all, a young player's desire for self-improvement is advantageous for the squad. Although this ought to be a holiday, the management and coaching staff are occupied with numerous preparations for the upcoming season, and with Li Chiming's presence, there is now an additional opportunity to explore the Chinese market. This endeavor requires his involvement to some extent, but for the moment, there is no need for him to return. He simply needs to assist in shooting a promotional video. Speaking in Mandarin, "Hello everyone, I am Li Chiming, a player from the Orlando Magic, and I hope you will pay more attention to the Magic and my performance in the future." It was a brief statement, and Li Chiming, facing the camera for the first time, exhibited remarkable composure, devoid of any nervousness, earning praise from the director for his boldness. "Ah, is that discernible from your physique?" Li Chiming still felt a sense of joy, for throughout his life, he had seldom heard words of genuine praise from others. Even on the basketball court, he would occasionally hear remarks about that chubby fellow. "Suddenly, I found the air abroad to be remarkably sweet." Before Li Chiming could finish his words, his father delivered a sharp reprimand, glaring at him with displeasure and saying, "What do you mean by that? Is the poor air quality of our motherland somehow an offense to you?" Li Chiming hastily clarified, That is not what I intended to convey. I merely wished to express my astonishment." Father Li spoke earnestly, saying, "It is best not to entertain such thoughts. You must understand where your roots lie. Do you comprehend?" Li Chiming humbly accepted the situation. His intention was merely to exaggerate a little, never anticipating that his father would react so strongly. However, he could comprehend his father's feelings. After all, just before he had gone to the restroom, his father received a call from Reddick, who shockingly invited him to a strip club. This instilled in Li's father a sense of crisis, fearing that his son might be led astray at any moment. Despite Li Chiming's exemplary upbringing and his ability to remain unfazed by ridicule, he was acutely aware of the myriad temptations that this extravagant world presented. His resolve was not guaranteed to withstand such allure. While he might bear the weight of his physique, it was not indicative of the weight of his heart. By the way, Manager Smith mentioned that the training camp hosted by Dwight Howard is about to commence. Perhaps you could attend and observe. Really? Upon hearing about the training camp, Li Chiming's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He was fervently eager to enhance his skills, fearing that opportunities might be scarce. Training in isolation at home or enduring monotonous drills in the gym paled in comparison to the rapid improvement that came from engaging in practical exchanges with others. Father Li nodded with a sense of relief upon seeing him like this. Let's wait for another week. After all, we are in Orlando. During this time, you should focus on training at the gym. Who knows, Howard might report to the team in the meantime. It would be a good opportunity for you to get acquainted with him. Li Chengming nodded, and then his thoughts drifted to that individual he had only heard of by name, known by the moniker Beast, who was rumored to be the premier center in the league following Big Shark. What of Yao Ming then? While Li Chengming diligently honed his skills at the training facility of the Magic, the Las Vegas Summer League continued unabated. However, the national men's basketball team's journey in the Summer League was destined to be cut short. Due to the multitude of participating teams, a preliminary round was conducted before advancing to the knockout stages. After suffering defeat at the hands of the Cavaliers, the men's team subsequently fell to both the Knicks and the Celtics, each loss exceeding 20 points. Yi Jianlian recorded a dismal performance, hitting none of his 6 attempts and accumulating merely 3 points alongside 9 fouls in one game, and another game yielded only 7 points and 5 rebounds, averaging a meager 12 for points over 5 games with a shooting percentage of merely 25. If the sky were his limit, I dare say Li Chengming had barely breached the atmosphere. No, the weight of his portly figure would merely compress the heavens, thus forcing the so-called space back to Earth. Forget Earth. I believe he should hasten back to Mars. My disappointment knows no bounds. Thus, the question arises, are those in the NBA blind? How could Yi Jianlian secure a 6th position while my plump friend finds himself at the bottom of the ranks? Perhaps they see potential in Space E? Let us not be foolish. While Yi Jianlian clearly faces age-related issues, Li Chengming is merely a freshman, a sprightly 19 without a flaw. Moreover, if we speak of potential, it is Li Chengming who possesses greater promise. After all, is it not said that the portly are often seen as stocks of potential? As expected, Space E bore the brunt of the team's ire, enduring a barrage of ridicule and scorn. The adage holds true: the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This cannot solely be blamed on Yi Jianlian, for the media's praise has only served to backfire upon them. Yet in this moment, all remained silent, leaving the spotlight to fall solely on Emperor Yi to shoulder the burden. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The upcoming season's clash between Yi Jianlian and Li Chengming is sure to be a spectacle. Domestic sports media personnel believe this rivalry will generate even more intrigue than that between Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming, given their similar ages, shared rookie status, and presence in the Eastern Conference. Perhaps these two will evolve into fierce adversaries? Chapter 22. The Beast Training Camp as the date of July 23rd arrived. The renowned basketball star Dwight Howard established his training camp within the Orlando Magic's practice facility. Li Chengming enrolled to participate, finally encountering the legendary Beast. Howard, the first overall pick in the 2004 draft, has been celebrated since his debut for his formidable physical prowess. He quickly ascended as a cornerstone of the Magic, leading the team into the playoffs last year and showcasing his immense talent early in his career. In this encounter, the contrast between the team leader and the fledgling player was striking, akin to an unexpected meeting of autumn winds and dew. Howard's motivation for organizing this training camp was twofold: to amplify his influence, a common pursuit among established stars, and to attract aspiring professional players, as well as gifted high school and college athletes. Should he discover a few talents, he might very well cultivate a new generation of prodigies, reminiscent of the Lakers' number 24. Although he has not secured another championship since departing from the dominant Shaquille O'Neal, his individualistic style of play, particularly his remarkable average of 35 points per game 2 seasons ago, propelled his popularity to unprecedented heights. Last season, he maintained an impressive average of 31.6 points, ultimately overcoming Anthony to reclaim the scoring title, all while logging over 40 minutes of playtime per game, a feat that left many in awe. If Shaquille O'Neal embodied the notion of laziness, then Kobe Bryant represented the epitome of diligence, inspiring numerous Mamba disciples. However, upon seeing Li Chengming, who had been brought before him by the team's assistant coach, Howard, despite having heard from J.J. Redick about the arrival of a new rookie, was taken aback. After a moment of observation, he suddenly chuckled and remarked, "I believe you ought to attend Shaq's training camp." Li Chengming, possessing no language barriers, certainly discerned the jest in his words, yet his expression darkened. After all, it was their first encounter, and to jest about one's weight felt rather impolite to him. He had initially felt a surge of joy at the prospect of meeting the team's leader and a luminary of the league, but that momentary delight swiftly dissipated. Howard, oblivious to the shift in mood, continued unabated, saying, "No, Shaq isn't fond of training camps and such, unless you're willing to share your menu with him. Haha." Li Chiming did not smile. Rather, he felt a burgeoning desire to obliterate the ego of this oblivious fellow. Fortunately, the assistant instructor sensed the tension and promptly intervened, saying, "Ah, Dwight, perhaps it would be best to refrain from any further frivolities. Your time is rather precious, is it not? Let's arrange for Lee to get started, as he is not inclined to entertain your foolish jokes." Dwight nodded in response, then turned to beckon the others, suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, there is a rule for my training camp. You must first pass my challenge." Naturally, Dwight himself would participate in the camp, occasionally sparring with the trainees, fulfilling his desire to instruct while also maintaining his own fitness. This was yet another objective for him, as he would soon join the national team of the United States in the upcoming FIBA AmeriCup, a precursor to the Olympic Games next year, necessitating qualification through regional competitions. In truth, the division into regions is the reason for the initial competitive nature among them, with Europe and America being particularly intense. Otherwise, considering the current level of Asian basketball, it would be exceedingly difficult to break through in these regions. While the United States team typically has a strong chance of clinching the championship, inter-squad training adheres to protocols that include one-on-one matchups and practice games. Poor performances could tarnish the reputation of star players, thus maintaining their form is essential. Though Dwight may have a share of issues in matters of romance, his discipline is evident in his muscular physique, a stark contrast to the laziness often associated with others. Upon seeing Li Chiming, perhaps nostalgia for his childhood encounters with that insufferable chubby rival sparked his enthusiasm, compelling him to challenge Li to a one-on-one duel. The assistant instructor thought this was a rather unconventional rule, but as he prepared to voice his concerns, he was halted by Li Chiming. The chubby fellow grinned widely, revealing a set of white, even teeth, exuding an endearing innocence. "Excellent, just as I hoped." With a nod of agreement, Dwight's excitement surged. However, he seemed overly confident in his own skills while underestimating Li Chiming's resilience and agility. During his first attempt to score, as he collided with Li, he intended to showcase his prowess by maneuvering past this little shark. To his surprise, Li appeared to have anticipated his every move, standing firm and even pressing forward. In an instant of distraction, Dwight found himself stripped of the ball by Li's long reach. After securing possession, Li paused momentarily, seemingly entranced by the ball in his hands, as if contemplating the extraordinary power it held. He then glanced at Dwight and tossed the ball back to him, declaring, "Let us go again." Had it not been for the concealment of his skin tone, Howard's countenance would undoubtedly have been quite dark at this moment. For Li Chiming's earlier expression had been exceedingly provocative. The Magic's approach to selecting their top draft picks has been consistently similar, often choosing first-round centers who exude a cheerful demeanor while harboring an air of arrogance. Although Howard managed to flash a smile shortly thereafter, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier incident, his expression swiftly darkened as he prepared to confront Li Chiming with the ball. It was then that he began to take the matter seriously. At this juncture, a considerable audience had gathered, astonished to witness Howard engaging in a one-on-one against an unfamiliar Asian face. "Who is that guy?" One exclaimed. "Hey, I recognize this kid. He's the rookie for the Magic this year." Another voice chimed in. "Dwight, show that kid your prowess. Come on." This exuberant crowd, eager for excitement, harbored no ill intentions. They simply relished the spectacle, especially the prospect of witnessing Howard face a challenge. Initially, the assistant coach observed the scene with palpable tension. But upon witnessing Li Chiming successfully defend against Howard's attempt, he suddenly grasped the situation, casting a surprised glance at Li and murmuring to himself, "This might be for the best. Dwight could use a lesson." Howard, however, did not believe he was in need of any lessons. In fact, he seemed rather oblivious, eager to showcase his skills against Li once more. Previously, he had assumed his failure was merely due to an oversight, unaware that Li had already anticipated his trajectory and effectively intercepted his move. Perhaps he simply lacked the insight, as all his talents appeared to be concentrated in his physical prowess. Nevertheless, he displayed a modicum of intelligence. A straightforward drive to the basket was not the forte of a center like him. He needed to employ his back-to-the-basket technique. Yet, as he leaned against Li, attempting to push his way inside, Howard realized he had underestimated his opponent, finding himself unable to budge Li at all. Onlookers presumed Howard was attempting some form of trickery, as the two remained locked in a stalemate, motionless. Given Howard's penchant for antics, someone jested, "Dwight, are you playing a statue? Move already." "I'd love to move, but I can't," he thought, feeling as if he had encountered an immovable wall. No, a wall would not be so pliable. It appeared soft, yet when pressed, it felt remarkably solid. In a moment of desperation, he opted for an alternative plan, seizing the opportunity while Li was momentarily unresponsive. He pivoted and prepared to execute a low layup. Suddenly, a hand swooped in from behind, swatting the ball away with force, nearly causing Howard to stumble and fall. The crowd gasped in unison. OMG, what just happened? Indeed, the pace of both individuals was far from rapid, they observed with clarity. Yet it was precisely this clarity that left them astounded. Chapter 23. Howard's olive branch. Howard's offensive repertoire is rather simplistic, particularly during one-on-one confrontations, where his options are limited. He either barrels down through the paint, asserting his strength to dunk over defenders, reminiscent of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal, whose formidable elbows made him a fearsome force against the likes of the West's own Kobe Bryant. One would assert an elbow with conviction while the other would respond with equal fervor. It remains uncertain who truly bested whom in their encounters. Regrettably, with the retirement of the great Karl Malone, the opportunity to compare their might has been lost. Alternatively, Howard often capitalizes on assists from his perimeter teammates, executing alley-oops with astonishing regularity. Last season, his synergy with Nelson and Turkoglu blossomed, as they frequently set him up for easy scores. While his lower body strength may seem inadequate, particularly when juxtaposed with the likes of Yao Ming, in reality, he holds his own against the majority of contemporary big men. Take, for instance, the aging Shaquille O'Neal, whose movements have slowed significantly and can no longer match Howard's vigor. However, a new challenger has emerged in Lee Chiming, whose nimbleness earns him the moniker of the fatty with agility. Despite his slower pivot and lateral movement compared to perimeter players, Howard remains the more agile and quicker of the two. Yet, attempting to showcase footwork and finesse against Lee would be akin to inviting unnecessary hardship, as strength alone does not guarantee success. Footwork is a complex art. While everyone acknowledges the prowess of Hakeem Olajuwon's Dream Shake, few can hope to replicate even a fraction of it. Howard, it is evident, lacks this innate talent. Finesse and technique seem to elude him. Although he might eventually hone his shooting skills, including three-pointers, other aspects of his game appear to have reached a plateau. In light of this, Lee Chiming harbors no fear of Howard. To put it plainly, Howard is a rough-hewn player elevated during an era marked by the decline of the center position. It is no wonder that so many esteemed former big men scrutinize him so closely, lamenting that he thrives in an era they deem favorable. The notion of a blue-collar style evolving into superstardom would have been regarded as preposterous in times gone by. The adage one thing conquers another rings true, as the chasm between Lee Chiming and Howard is indeed vast. Yet, within the confines of a one-on-one encounter, restricting the opponent can yield surprising results. Lee Chiming even contemplated a return challenge, but the assistant coach, quick to discern the situation, intervened promptly. He genuinely feared that Lee Chiming might humiliate Howard. For having Howard defend against Lee Chiming would evoke the image of Mutombo attempting to guard Shaquille O'Neal. Despite being a renowned defensive player, the big diesel would simply overpower him. Howard's strength appeared significantly inferior to Lee Chiming's. His lower body could not match Lee's prowess. Additionally, Lee possessed a deft shooting ability and agile footwork, while Howard lacked a definitive height advantage, reportedly standing at 208 centimeters, but likely measuring closer to 205 or 206 centimeters. If Howard, unfamiliar with Lee Chiming's style, were to falter in the initial exchanges, failing to score or defend, he would find himself in an embarrassing predicament. If he were thwarted in his offensive attempts, critics might brand him as lacking in one-on-one skills, although it is well understood that Howard's true strength lies in his defensive capabilities. Should that defense be breached, he would find himself in a precarious position. It is akin to his encounters with Yao Ming, where he seeks to reclaim his honor after feeling overwhelmed. However, this is merely an exhibition match. Fostering animosity in such a setting would be regrettable. Howard appeared quite disheartened, unable to fathom his potential defeat at the hands of an obscure newcomer. Nonetheless, being the optimistic individual he is, and with the assistant coach's encouragement, he soon developed a camaraderie with Lee Chiming. Lee Chiming, naturally unfazed, found satisfaction in witnessing his opponent's struggles, but he was more inclined to seek out others to test his skills. Following his one-on-one encounter with Howard, the other participants in the training camp began to regard Lee Chiming as a reclusive master. Most of them were either undrafted players or students from high school and college, and they simply could not match Lee Chiming's physical prowess. Unlike Howard, whose reputation was bolstered by their matchup, whether he won or lost, Lee Chiming, being an unknown, found that either outcome was a disadvantage. As they chose to avoid confrontation, Lee Chiming was left feeling disheartened and resorted to practicing three-point shots in solitude. His shooting technique was inspired by Ray Allen, whom he admired for his precision and aesthetic form, although his release speed had been enhanced through rigorous training. Li Qingming's shooting posture remained unchanged. To the outside observer, it appeared somewhat awkward. Since his setback against Li Qingming, Howard became increasingly intrigued. Observing from the sidelines before curiously inquiring, "Is there something off about your shooting form?" Li Qingming halted, perplexed. "This is my normal shooting posture. What seems to be the issue? Are you deliberately provoking me?" He himself found nothing unusual, as it was simply his accustomed rhythm. He assumed this dark-skinned fellow was merely embarrassed and seeking to regain his pride. Howard pondered for a moment, genuinely unsure how to articulate his thoughts. After all, he did not shoot three-pointers himself and was uncertain if everyone approached them in the same manner. Having observed many others shoot from beyond the arc, he felt that Li Qingming's method appeared rather peculiar. "This is practice, not a three-point contest. Why are you rushing your shots?" "Well," Howard scratched his head, at a loss for words. Then, under the inexplicable gaze of Li Qingming, a sudden thought illuminated his mind, and with a glimmer in his eyes, he inquired, "Hey, kid. In the near future, would you be interested in joining me for the national team training camp?" Li Qingming was momentarily taken aback, then hesitantly responded, "Is this appropriate? The national team training that Howard is attending, isn't that the training for the American team?" To be candid, Li Qingming felt a twinge of excitement, as it boasted an assembly of NBA stars, far surpassing any training camp. However, he pondered, having yet to participate in his own country's national team. How could he possibly join the American training? If word got out, the media would have a field day, and his father would undoubtedly be the first to disown him. Howard chuckled heartily. "What do you mean by appropriate? Do you think I intend to recruit you? It's merely to serve as a practice partner, while also providing you the opportunity to broaden your horizons." Li Qingming possesses a fair share of cleverness and is quick to discern that Howard harbors ill intentions. Not towards him, but rather towards his teammates in the national team. This amusing character, likely reeling from a setback at Li's hands, finds himself momentarily at a loss for how to regain his dignity. In such circumstances, the most effective strategy is to drag others down with him. If everyone loses face, his own humiliation becomes less pronounced. He may assume that the other members of the U.S. men's basketball team will be equally foolishly seeking out Li Qingming for their own suffering. However, should other stars confront him, it cannot be assured that they would be met with the same misfortune. Especially in a one-on-one scenario with someone like Kobe, whom Li would undoubtedly struggle to defend against, having to rely on mere interference and hoping for a miss. Yet, one-on-one encounters are not solely about taking hits. He too is capable of scoring against them. Li Qingming believes that they might not be able to defend against him as effectively as he thinks. His confidence stems from his physical prowess, which allows him to assert dominance even in the NBA, provided he isn't fatigued by the rigors of the game. After all, isn't this the perfect opportunity for a showdown? Even if he falters, he approaches the situation with a humble apprentice's mindset, viewing potential defeat as a chance for growth and knowledge, as it is no disgrace for a rookie to be bested by established stars. Moreover, merely associating with them, setting aside training for the moment, serves to broaden his network. After all, every realm has its own connections, which could prove advantageous should he consider a team change in the future. Why does the thought of changing teams even cross my mind? However, such matters cannot be decided unilaterally. They require consultation with his father. Upon hearing that he intends to seek his father's counsel, Howard bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "How old are you, that you cannot make decisions for yourself?" He then mutters to himself, "How did I end up losing to such a foolish lad?" Li Qingming was naturally indifferent to Howard's opinion of him. He possessed a keen self-awareness, recognizing that he could assert his own authority on the basketball court. However, in other aspects of life, having spent most of his time in academia and lacking substantial exposure to the complexities of societal interactions, his experiences were rather limited. If he were to be deceived, he might not even realize it. Consequently, before undertaking any significant decisions, he did not hesitate to consult his father. For Li's father undoubtedly had a wealth of life experience that could help him avoid potential missteps. After listening to his son's thoughts, Li's father fell into a moment of contemplation before responding, "Are you truly eager to go?" Li Qingming scratched his cheek and said, "Father, I am truly eager to go. But if you insist that I cannot, then I shall refrain from going. It is perfectly acceptable for me to remain here for training. It may merely result in a slower progression." Father Li couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "You little rascal, how audacious of you to say that." Li Qingming chuckled knowingly. aware that his little schemes were unlikely to elude the other party. After a moment's contemplation, his father nodded and remarked, "If it's merely to serve as a practice partner, it should pose no problem. However, let me consult someone first." This was indeed a novel situation for him, although he had not returned to the homeland. He had heard discussions from domestic media reporters and inquired with his wife about the circumstances back there, realizing that Li Qingming had truly achieved fame in the country. It must be said that this was attributable to the popularity generated by Dayo and the recent draft featuring Taekwondo. Nationally speaking, Li Qingming could not yet compare to the athletes of the national team like Taekwondo. His performance in the Summer League was of interest primarily to fans. However, confined to a single city, as a local, he became the subject of scrutiny, with reporters eager to uncover his past, particularly among schools, relatives, and friends, as well as people from his father's workplace. There was a palpable surge of information regarding Li Qingming. The local media was relentless in their pursuit, and the community's interest only heightened. Feedback from these circles made his father feel as though every action of Li Qingming was under the watchful eyes of the nation, instilling a sense of caution in their behavior. This sensation was not entirely illusory. Many in the country still held the belief that being interviewed by reporters signified greatness, rarely delving into the details. That said, Li Qingming was indeed remarkable, being one of the only 3 compatriots to have a formal contract with an NBA team. Alongside Sun Dashing, who also had a contract but could not sign immediately with the Lakers after being drafted. Moreover, given his performance in the Summer League, the Lakers retaining his signing rights was a testament to the respect afforded him due to his nationality. Nevertheless, Li Qingming had earned his opportunity entirely on merit, with stunning images of his Summer League exploits circulating widely online. At the very least, his face and name were easily recognizable. After all, there were countless individuals, yet few could reach his level. Furthermore, Li Qingming was not unattractive. He had a robust build that suggested he could be quite handsome if he were to slim down. Indeed, should he lose weight, he would undoubtedly be quite slender. Li Qingming awaited news from his father, who soon replied that he could go, but he must remain vigilant and avoid providing any grounds for criticism. Naturally, Li's father would accompany him, yet during the training, he would not be able to stay by his side at all times. Thus, he needed to impart wise counsel to his son. Furthermore, to prevent any misunderstandings, Li's father proactively reached out to several media outlets to clarify the circumstances surrounding this event. Among them was a correspondent from the CCTV sports channel stationed in the NBA. Although the off-season was typically uneventful, the emergence of Li Qingming at the draft presented them with an unexpected opportunity. Previously, during the men's basketball team's Summer League, they had to rush over only to find the team eliminated early. This time, however, they managed to quickly connect with the Li family in Orlando, reassured by the confirmation of a contract that alleviated their concerns about subsequent backlash. Li's father intended for them to relay the news back to China, and they were willing to assist, as this information was considered internal news for them. Of course, they would coordinate with Li Qingming's actions, ensuring the information was disclosed only after he had joined Howard for training with the U.S. national team. In reality, Li's father's worries were somewhat unfounded. Despite the domestic controversy regarding Li Qingming's absence from the national team, the media were well aware of the situation. They regarded players like Li Qingming, who actively sought improvement and seized every opportunity, as exemplary. If possible, they would even be eager to send young national team players to train alongside their U.S. counterparts. As sports journalists working in the U.S., they shared a mutual fate with domestic players. Barring a few exceptions, most hoped for the success of these players, as their own reporting could lead to career advancements. When Li Qingming accompanied Howard to Las Vegas, preparing for the U.S. national team, the news promptly made its way back home. On the forums, netizens had rather peculiar reactions, with one commenting on how impressive it was that Fat Brother had already developed a rapport with the team leader. Rumors circulated, suggesting that Li Qingming had outperformed Howard in the training camp. Given the camp's relative seclusion, unless information was deliberately leaked, the public had no access to video footage, leaving only rumors to circulate. I haven't read much. Don't deceive me. You are just making wild claims. You might as well say Howard is Li Qingming's illegitimate son in the U.S. The absurdity of the comments continued. Meanwhile, on the pedestrian street in XX City, Lunalian was shopping with her close friend, relishing the leisure of her holiday, though she appeared somewhat distracted. Lunalian, her friend suddenly pulled her back, snapping her out of her reverie just in time to avoid colliding with a nearby pillar. She turned back with a sheepish smile, only to hear her friend ask, "What's wrong? You're not having second thoughts, are you?" She was acutely aware of what he meant. Not long after the recent holiday, the once obscure Li Qingming had become a figure splashed across the headlines following his victory at the class competition. It was only then that all the students, teachers, and school officials realized that this boy had taken it upon himself to travel to the United States to participate in the NBA draft, and even more astonishingly, he had actually been selected. Subsequently, a number of media personnel approached, and many teachers and classmates were interviewed. She was no exception. Yet, while she feigned indifference about her relationship with him, she couldn't shake a sense of inexplicable disappointment. After all, this time, it seemed that Li Qingming had truly achieved fame, becoming a dazzling superstar. If only she could somehow be associated with him. She had always been a girl of considerable vanity. Otherwise, she would not have deliberately leveraged Li Qingming's affections to flirt with him. In truth, it was not merely his misperception. She had indeed given him hints. However, as a green tea girl, she was adept at presenting one facade while embodying another. "Oh, you think too much," she thought. Yet, confronted with her best friend's inquisitive gaze, Lunalian scoffed dismissively. There was no way she would admit to anything, though she had undeniably been affected. Especially after seeing the news about Li Qingming signing a contract with the NBA's Orlando Magic, reportedly worth over $300,000 a year. Moreover, he seemed to have gone to Las Vegas to serve as a practice partner for the U.S. national team. Even with her limited knowledge of basketball, she recognized names like Kobe's, and she understood that in the basketball realm, one's prowess spoke volumes. She thought that with opportunities to meet such luminaries, how could Li Qingming's future possibly falter? Her best friend merely smiled and chose not to press further, yet Lunalian couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Had he not been the very person she despised, a hefty boy with an ordinary appearance, his basketball skills would surely have drawn attention within the school. Perhaps, had he approached her then, she might have accepted his confession. Of course, such musings stemmed from his newfound fame. Had she agreed, she would now be the girlfriend of an NBA star. Alas, what if he were to return and seek her out again? Upon contemplating this, Lunalian felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Chapter 25, The All-Star National Team, 22. The Copa América is being held in Las Vegas, USA. Thus, the American men's basketball team has chosen this location for their training camp. Las Vegas, located in Nevada, is renowned as a global gambling city, as well as a famous destination for tourism, shopping, and leisure, welcoming a multitude of visitors daily. With the Copa América taking place, a considerable number of basketball enthusiasts have recently flocked here. Howard, as a burgeoning superstar in the NBA, naturally enjoys considerable popularity, with many calling out his name as soon as he makes an appearance. The Beast is a joyful creature. He greets fans warmly and graciously accommodates requests for autographs and photographs. Consequently, Li Qingming, who follows closely beside him, tends to be overlooked, likely mistaken for his bodyguard. His imposing physique indeed possesses a natural aptitude for clearing obstacles and forging paths. Upon arriving at the training venue, Li Qingming joined Howard in familiarizing himself with the players of the American team. Not all of them are guaranteed to compete in the Copa América, but they are all members of the national team, contributing to practice sessions. This is particularly significant given the American men's basketball team has faced setbacks in the 2002 World Championship, 2004 Athens Olympics, and 2006 World Championship. Although the strength of the American national team is unquestionable, each of these failures stemmed from various reasons, primarily due to the inability to find the most suitable or exceptional lineup. For instance, during the Athens Olympics, the specter of bomb threats deterred many from participating, as they believed that merely sending a random selection of players would suffice. These arrogant Americans failed to recognize the advancements in global basketball and were consequently educated by reality. In order to demonstrate the prowess of American basketball to the world and secure qualification for the 2008 Olympics, the American Basketball Association places great importance on this competition, while the stars themselves are equally determined to uphold the prestige of the NBA. Thus, despite being merely a Copa América, numerous NBA stars participate, representing a blend of veterans, contemporaries, and newcomers. Led by Kobe, LeBron, Anthony, and Howard, the roster also includes Amare Stoudemire, Tyson Chandler, Prince, Reed, Mike Miller, and Kidd, alongside rookies like Durant and young stars like Bosh, all contributing to the training squad. The American men's basketball team indeed boasts a wealth of talent, as the '96 generation has not yet faded, while the 0-3 generation has already begun to emerge. Wade has already claimed a championship title and was named Finals MVP, while Anthony competed with Kobe for the scoring title last season. LeBron also led his team to the Eastern Conference Championship and achieved his first career runner-up finish last season. Nevertheless, the most captivating figure this season remains Kobe, who serves as the leading elder statesman. Lee Ching-ming cannot be considered a fan of any of them, however. Upon witnessing an array of illustrious NBA stars, whom he had previously only seen on television, before him, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Of course, with Howard as a precedent, Lee Ching-ming would not allow himself to be dazzled by their celebrity. After all, they are merely a group of exceptionally skilled individuals. In fact, one could argue that some possess an intellect that may not even match that of the average person. Nevertheless, I hold no racial prejudice. I simply find myself less inclined to favor certain individuals. Allow me to introduce Lee Ching-ming, who, upon first encountering the name Howard, found it somewhat cumbersome and took the liberty of shortening it to CM. Lee Ching-ming's resistance proved futile, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, even if he elucidated the meaning of his name, they would still remain oblivious to its significance. Lee Ching-ming contemplated whether he should adopt an English name, considering that his name lacked the simplicity of someone like Yao Ming. Perhaps Famous would suit him better? Becoming a practice player for the U.S. team is not simply a matter of desire. Despite having Howard's endorsement and his eligibility for the NBA, he still requires the consent of the coaching staff or the star players. His unconventional recruitment, compounded by his non-American status, necessitates a compelling rationale for the U.S. men's basketball team to justify his participation to the public. Nevertheless, Lee Ching-ming prepared for multiple scenarios. Should he fail to secure approval, he would simply regard his presence as accompanying the team's leader on a leisurely excursion. After all, who could contest his role as a practice player if the Stars wished to challenge him? Ultimately, it was merely a distinction between having an official title and not. The coaching staff expressed no objections. Mike D'Antoni conveyed their stance, effectively passing the decision to the Stars. Their agreement sufficed, and any potential fallout would rest upon their shoulders, though it was unlikely to pose any issues. Naturally, the Stars were inclined to grant Howard a favor. However, Howard himself harbored ulterior motives. He was eager to advocate for a trial to assess the capabilities of this junior, insisting that only those who passed would be deemed worthy. Lee Ching-ming listened in silence, feeling somewhat speechless. Were it not for his own eagerness to challenge these basketball stars one-on-one, he would not have so readily acquiesced to the other's request. This indeed piqued the interest of several onlookers, as Howard's demeanor suggested that this rookie possessed considerable skill. Moreover, Lee Ching-ming's physique intrigued them. He was unmistakably a force to be reckoned with in the low post. Yes, the emphasis lies on his formidable presence. Tayshaun Prince took the initiative as the first to step forward. Standing at 206 centimeters with an impressive wingspan of 218 centimeters, yet weighing only 98 kilograms, he appeared somewhat slender next to Lee Ching-ming, a first-round draft pick in 2002 and one of the renowned Five Pistons. Prince was a pivotal small forward during their championship year. Though he may not have shone brightly in the illustrious U.S. national team, he was a quietly formidable player. When facing Lee Ching-ming, Prince, unsure of his opponent's capabilities, initially adopted a triple threat stance. However, as Lee Ching-ming began to retreat slightly in response to his probing step, Prince suddenly executed a quick pull-up three-pointer, which swished through the net. For players of NBA caliber, aside from those who are not particularly known for their shooting prowess, many are far more accurate in practice than the public often assumes. Lee Ching-ming was neither surprised nor disheartened upon witnessing the situation. When it was his turn to launch an offensive, he resolutely opted for a physically overpowering approach. A gentle nudge against Prince proved effective, as he quickly lost his footing. After creating some space, Lee Ching-ming let out a fierce roar and unleashed his shot, which landed flawlessly without any interference. Initially, the sideline stars regarded Lee Ching-ming's defense with indifference, assuming he was merely a novice. However, upon witnessing his offensive prowess, their expressions brightened with astonishment. One observer remarked, "He may struggle to defend against Tayshaun, but Tayshaun cannot contain him." With a chuckle, Howard mused, "We ought to recruit a big man. He's easier to guard inside." Consequently, an interior player was brought in, Stoudemire from the Suns, a rookie of the same class as Yao Ming, who narrowly claimed the Rookie of the Year award over him. Last season, he made a comeback from injury, averaging over 20 points per game, showcasing a scoring ability far surpassing that of Prince. His style of play, aside from benefiting from pick-and-rolls with perimeter players, also features strong individual offensive skills, including mid-range shots and step-backs. However, his primary advantage lies in his explosive physicality, which renders his attacks at the rim and back-to-basket game entirely distinct concepts. Naturally, when facing a defender like Lee Chiming, Stoudemire could not reasonably opt for a back-to-basket approach, as he would be unable to withstand the pressure. Lee Chiming found himself unable to keep pace with the nimble steps of Xiaoxi, merely watching as he effortlessly glided in for layups or dunks. Conversely, Xiaoxi was equally unable to contain Lee Chiming. This time, confronted by the towering figure of Xiaoxi, who stood at 208 centimeters and weighed 111 kilograms. Lee Chiming displayed a greater degree of agility, skillfully employing his footwork in the paint. As a power forward known for his brute strength, Xiaoxi exhibited significant vulnerabilities in his defensive play, particularly his propensity to leap, which often led to fouls, averaging over 3 per game, indicative of his reckless defensive habits. Whenever Xiaoxi leaped, Lee Chiming seized the opportunity, employing myriad techniques to guide the ball into the basket, while the airborne Xiaoxi could do little but watch helplessly. Overall, Lee Chiming emerged with a slight advantage. He was able to defend against them, yet they found themselves utterly ineffective in containing him. When Xiaoxi hesitated to jump, Lee Chiming would take his shot, his loud exclamation accompanying his jump shot eliciting a mix of amusement and resignation, for despite its comical appearance, it was remarkably accurate. It was not until he faced his third challenge that Lee Chiming began to show signs of fatigue. Durant, who appeared to be a subordinate within this American team, had come as the second overall pick, eager to engage with star players during the offseason. To his surprise, his first matchup was against a fellow rookie, one who was a late second-round selection. In the Summer League, Durant played twice, his appearances coinciding perfectly with Lee Chiming's absence. However, he had observed Lee Chiming's performance from the sidelines. Thus, compared to other stars, Durant possessed a deeper understanding of Lee Chiming's defensive weaknesses, allowing him to gain the upper hand in their one-on-one encounters. Lee Chiming found himself particularly helpless against such an opponent. In this one-on-one scenario, players with superior shooting skills inherently hold the advantage, especially when faced with an adversary possessing greater athleticism. Durant's defining attributes include his towering height and long reach. Combined with remarkable shooting accuracy, with just a hint of space, he can effortlessly release his shot, rendering defense a formidable challenge. Although his shooting speed may not rival that of Lee Chiming, the latter's defensive footwork struggles to keep pace. Moreover, Durant's offensive repertoire is exceedingly diverse, featuring a variety of maneuvers such as crossovers, step-backs, and even fading jump shots, all executed with the grace of a crane standing on one leg. How on earth can one contend with such prowess? Lee Chiming was indeed aware of his opponent's offensive weaknesses, notably their lack of back-to-the-basket plays. Additionally, his height and high dribbling center of gravity made him prone to instability. However, these nuances could only be effectively exploited during actual gameplay, and Lee Chiming was not the most suitable defender for such a task. His speed was insufficient, and it was unrealistic to expect him to contain his rival. Nevertheless, while he endured challenges on the defensive end, there was an opportunity for redemption on offense. With Durant's lanky physique, Lee Chiming feared that a mere gust of wind could topple him. Players like Prince and Stoudemire had at least undergone the rigors of NBA-level competition. Even if they could not completely thwart Lee Chiming, they possessed the ingenuity to disrupt him. In contrast, Durant seemed incapable of even making him break a sweat. Well, that wasn't entirely accurate. Lee Chiming did indeed perspire, but it was merely due to exertion rather than any impact from his opponent's presence. Chapter 26. The Clash of Titans. Subsequently, Lee Chiming engaged in several practice rounds with Kobe, Anthony, and others, enduring relentless torment on the defensive front. Through Durant's style of play, they had discerned Lee Chiming's vulnerabilities, which were glaringly evident even at a glance. In such circumstances, the offensively versatile Kobe and Anthony instinctively knew how to best approach Lee Chiming. Kobe even employed a flashy between-the-legs maneuver to toy with him, culminating in a thunderous dunk. Although he later patted Lee Chiming on the shoulder as a gesture of camaraderie, it did little to alleviate Lee Chiming's frustration, which he silently vowed to avenge one day. While Lee Chiming grappled with his disappointment, Howard found himself in an even more disheartening predicament. Even Mike Miller could score over Lee Chiming, showcasing his precision from beyond the arc. With just a little space, he could effortlessly sink three-pointers without ever needing to penetrate the paint. Lee Chiming succeeded in disrupting the game twice by keenly observing his opponent's lower body movements. It seems everyone can play, yet I am deemed incapable. Fortunately, While Li Chiming may struggle defensively, he can retaliate effectively on the offensive end. Particularly, leveraging their unfamiliarity with his style, he created a significant informational advantage. After all, they could hardly anticipate that this robust figure could be so agile and possess such myriad subtle variations in his game. Consequently, he managed to save face. And Howard maintained a semblance of dignity as well, for he would certainly never admit that his prior one-on-one encounters with Li Chiming were solely offensive affairs devoid of defense. In truth, Li Chiming's current style is ideally suited for American street ball, as his ball handling skills are rather average by NBA standards. However, his foundational skills such as post-play and footwork are exceptionally solid, complemented by rapid shooting and an iron-willed jump shot. When encountering him for the first time, opponents are often taken aback by his commanding presence. His physique resembles that of a powerful tenor, and his booming voice resonates with an impressive impact, particularly evident in the relatively quiet training facility. This left a lasting impression on those present. Of course, should he falter in offense or defense, he risks becoming the subject of ridicule. Yet, for now, he is merely regarded as offensively strong but defensively weak. Moreover, when faced with a plethora of diverse playing styles from various stars, he exhibits distinct performances, not merely relying on a single technique. Although players like Stoudemire and Chandler, who possess explosive athleticism, manage to contain him after becoming familiar with his game, they still find it challenging to defend against him, as his shooting accuracy amplifies his offensive threat. As he settled down to rest, Li Chiming suddenly pointed at a passerby and remarked with curiosity, "Oh, why didn't he participate just now?" He was particularly struck by this individual, as mature-looking figures among the younger generation of black athletes are quite rare, with this year's #1 draft pick being one of them. Howard glanced over and chuckled subtly. LeBron James, maintaining an impassive expression, cast a sidelong glance at Li Chiming but chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Ultimately, it was Howard who pulled this oblivious younger player aside, whispering with a chuckle, "You know, that guy never partakes in our one-on-one games. It's just not his style. Are you implying he is not skilled in one-on-one? Well, I wouldn't he put it that way." Howard thought to himself how this kid could articulate better than he could, relieved that no one was nearby to overhear. Just as this crossed his mind, he noticed James walking past again, his face still devoid of expression. "You're intentionally eavesdropping, aren't you?" Li Chiming and Howard exchanged silent glances for a moment. Then Li Chiming suddenly appeared to have an epiphany, though he expressed with some bewilderment, "Yet I have heard in my country that he is quite formidable." James entered the NBA a year before Howard, and both were first overall picks. The momentum surrounding James undoubtedly surpasses that of Howard. Not to mention, this year he has led the Cavaliers to the grand stage of the finals, albeit they were swept. Currently, many basketball fans in my country focus solely on the likes of the Texas Rattlesnake, Kobe, and Iverson, leaving Li Chiming without many James enthusiasts around him, which has resulted in his limited understanding of him. Howard, observing James's retreating figure, shook his head and remarked, "After all, basketball is played by 5 individuals. And just because one may falter in a one-on-one scenario does not imply incompetence in other areas." Li Chiming still finds himself somewhat perplexed. After all, his style of play revolves around the allure of superstars drawing defensive attention. He reflects on the likes of Jordan, O'Neal, Bryant, as well as Yao Ming and Howard, all of whom embody this approach. Why, then, does this particular individual seem to differ? Nevertheless, he acknowledges the limitations of his own understanding of basketball and humbly embraces the opportunity to learn, regarding it as yet another lesson in his journey toward joining the NBA. Indeed, an individual's prowess is insufficient on its own. One must consider whether the collaboration of multiple stars yields even greater success. This notion seems quite plausible. Although it appears he may have inadvertently provoked someone, Li Chiming generally finds his experience here to be quite favorable. After competing against those illustrious players, his capabilities have garnered recognition. Of course, even if he lacked prowess, Howard's endorsement would likely afford him some opportunities. However, substantiating his worth through his own skills is far more compelling, fostering a greater willingness among others to engage with him. Even Kobe, it seems, does not regard him with the animosity that Howard suggests, akin to viewing a rival like O'Neal. In a manner akin to camaraderie, he willingly offered guidance. Perhaps it stemmed from the observation that some of his shooting techniques bore resemblance to his own, leading him to believe that he was, in essence, a fan. In truth, Li Chiming had learned from Jordan. His participation in the training camp proved to be immensely beneficial, as he grasped various star players' signature moves and recognized the undeniable gap between himself and these renowned athletes. Relying on his physique, strength, and a remarkably swift and stable shooting technique, he initially astonished others. However, as time progressed, they began to devise strategies to counter him, particularly by leveraging their experience to prevent Li Chiming from comfortably securing advantageous positions. Tactics such as removing chairs at opportune moments could leave Li Chiming feeling disoriented, as the absence of a pivot point might cause his subsequent movements to falter. Nevertheless, Li Chiming would undoubtedly evolve, learning from his experiences, and would strive to avoid making the same mistakes in the future. Given that he engaged in only a few rounds with each individual, achieving a comprehensive understanding was rather unlikely. Thus, he still appeared somewhat inexperienced, especially on the defensive end, where he seemed cumbersome. Without teammates available to alleviate the defensive pressure during one-on-one encounters against these exceptionally skilled NBA stars, if Li Chiming could manage to restrict them as he did with Howard, it would indeed be an embarrassment for them. If Howard had adeptly utilized his leaping and running advantages, he would not have faced such humiliation against Li Chiming. Furthermore, Li Chiming's performance in the low post against the American team's interior players was critical, as his role as a sparring partner extended beyond mere one-on-one matchups to simulating the rules of international competition, where the NBA's 24-second shot clock, 3-second violations, and 5-second back-to-the-basket rules simply did not apply. After all, such regulations in the NBA were often designed for game balance, curbing excessively dominant players like O'Neal and Barkley, primarily to enhance the game's appeal. In contrast, the international arena is governed solely by competitive considerations. Apart from the American team, other nations frequently lacked such dazzling stars, compelling them to maintain team cohesion and employ collective strategies to counter the American team's standout players. In the days that followed, Li Chiming had the opportunity to witness a classic intra-squad scrimmage of the American team, featuring a blue versus white matchup, broadcasted live across the nation as a prelude to the upcoming America's Cup. The teams were led by Kobe and LeBron James, with Anthony in this year's second overall pick. Durant on Kobe's side, while Howard joined LeBron's white team alongside Kidd and others. As the match commenced, the white team swiftly seized the initiative, with Kidd and James establishing multiple connections. However, Kobe soon stepped up, exhibiting an all-encompassing prowess both inside and outside the arc. The white team briefly surged ahead by double digits, only to be gradually reeled in by the blue team. Clad in his iconic number 10 jersey, Kobe displayed an unmatched brilliance, overshadowing his teammates and opponents alike. Suddenly, Li Chiming comprehended why Howard remarked that LeBron was not solely dominant in one-on-one situations. His individual scoring was commendable, yet when he charged forward, he posed an immense threat, bulldozing through the defense like a tank. Once he drew defenders, he was capable of assisting his teammates, and his style of play left Li Chiming intrigued and contemplative. However, LeBron was not without flaws. His shooting appeared to possess imperfections, likely due to inconsistency, which resulted in him frequently opting for shots within the paint and rarely attempting mid-range or three-point attempts. Such weaknesses were quickly exploited, as the blue team restricted him, forcing him into unfamiliar positions to receive the ball, and upon his penetration, they compelled him to pass. Meanwhile, through Kobe's breakthroughs and three-point shooting, the blue team gradually chipped away at the score deficit. Kobe, in exceptional form that night, consistently rose to the occasion, ensuring the blue team remained competitive. Yet, midway through the third quarter, as Kobe stole the ball and surged towards the front court, maneuvering past Kidd for a potential dunk that could tie the game, he was thwarted by LeBron, who executed a chase-down block, preventing what could have been a pivotal moment and transforming it into a classic highlight. Witnessing this block, Li Chiming could not help but rise in applause, just as LeBron passed by with an air of confidence, casting a brief glance in his direction. Li Chiming was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly realize the situation. How petty of that fellow to bear a grudge. Was it merely a few words exchanged? And why should it concern me that you support Kobe? Go, Kobe. Go. Blue team. What would youth be without a touch of arrogance? All Li Chiming could do was cheer on his idol, Kobe, hoping fervently that the blue team would triumph over the white team, eagerly anticipating what that dark fellow would have to say then. Indeed, Kobe did not disappoint him. In the final moments of the match, as the blue team trailed by 3 points, he first disregarded LeBron's defense to sink a game-tying three-pointer. Shortly thereafter, he scored again, this time overcoming LeBron's guard to take the lead. Following a free throw from Chris Bosh of the white team, Kobe struck once more. Yet after a successful counterattack from the white team, the blue team found themselves down by 1 point with only 20 seconds remaining. Facing Prince Kobe executed a pivotal near-buzzer beater, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. This match was broadcasted live across the nation, essentially transforming it into an all-star showdown. Even more intense than the actual all-star game. With 6 seconds left on the clock, the white team still had a chance, but LeBron, under Kobe's defense, failed to deliver the decisive shot. Li Qingming was thoroughly engrossed in the moment, as he discerned that Kobe had intentionally left the opportunity for LeBron to shoot. However, LeBron, initially hesitant, chose to drive into the crowded lane, ultimately attempting an unconventional shot while off balance, leading to an outcome that was, in hindsight, quite predictable. In that fleeting moment, Li Qingming felt an overwhelming conviction that he could have executed that game-winning shot himself, merely requiring a step back or a turnaround jumper. His confidence solidified, dispelling any notion that his opponent was formidable. Should he have taken the court, the instant he received the ball, he would have unleashed a three-pointer from beyond the arc. For the paint was congested with defenders, making it impractical to penetrate. There was insufficient time for a post-up move, and Kobe maintained a slight distance, unable to effectively contest. However, it was evident that Kobe's defense was tailored to the individual. Had it been Li Qingming, he might not have afforded such leniency, rendering the outcome uncertain. Kobe! Kobe! The crowd and bench erupted in jubilant cheers, while Li Qingming found himself enveloped in a serene calm. He merely awaited the moment when Howard exited the game, offering a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Though the loss weighed heavily on Howard, an unexpected thought seemed to lift his spirits once more. Li Qingming found the situation rather perplexing. Upon inquiry, he learned that he had made a bet with Kidd before the match, and while the team lost, he emerged victorious. "How much did you wager?" 10,000, he replied with a sly grin. No need to elaborate. It must have been a hefty sum. Li Qingming, it is not that I do not comprehend the world of the affluent. Rather, it is the realm of this absurdity that eludes my understanding. On August 23rd, the America Cup in Las Vegas has finally commenced. As one of the recent practice partners for the U.S. team, Li Qingming found himself back in Orlando with leisure time, thus accepting the invitation to watch the game live, seated on the front bench as a friend of Howard. Concurrently, he continued his role as a practice player, and his remarkable progress astonished the coaching staff. Although his initial skills were modest, his potential appeared vast, and his capacity for learning surprised many. While his defensive skills had not significantly advanced due to physical limitations, his weight hampering his mobility, he could occasionally anticipate opponents' habits and react in time, albeit with limited success. However, his offensive prowess seemed to have improved, and he appeared quicker, his body more agile. With the U.S. men's basketball team finalizing its roster for the upcoming America's Cup, the interior presence of Chandler and Howard, both primarily defensive players, made Li Qingming's role as a practice partner even more crucial, allowing them to test their defensive capabilities against international opponents. Howard finally experienced firsthand Li Qingming's offensive skills, while he could occasionally evade Li's defense. He found himself utterly overwhelmed when it came to defending against Li's attacks. The two began exchanging insights, discovering strategies, particularly the importance of not jumping on Li's initial move, as it often turned out to be a feint. Every player has their habits, and Li's tendency was to feint on his first move. If the opponent fell for it, he would then attack directly. If not, he would continue to probe. Overall, even with Chandler's height advantage, he struggled to contain Li. Despite relying on his height and athleticism to disrupt, once Li barreled toward the basket, his diverse offensive techniques proved overwhelming. This puzzled Howard, who recalled that Li had not showcased such abilities during training camp. Unbeknownst to them, during his practice time, Li's father had returned to Orlando to help his son sign a formal contract worth $750,000 over 2 years, with an annual salary of $350,000 for the first year. Simultaneously, the system awarded Li a reward, which he promptly used to purchase an item. At this juncture, Li Qingming valued 2 skills, Grounded Titan and Rock Solid. Both skills were rated at 10 points, one enhancing low-post offense and the other bolstering low-post defense, making them formidable weapons in the paint. Grounded Titan, 10, a buff skill that enhances low-post attacking, increasing strength by 5, accuracy by 10, and footwork by 15. Rock Solid, 10, allows one to withstand any opponent's back-to-basket attack, forcing them into jump shots or passes, with a chance to interfere, block, or steal. After careful consideration, Li ultimately chose the former, having previously discussed with his father the importance of showcasing offensive capabilities as he began his career in the team. Especially if he could create opportunities for his teammates, it would aid the coach's tactical arrangements and increase his chances of remaining on the team. competing with Howard, Lewis, and even Turkoglu for a starting position was not feasible. Thus, becoming a sixth man to score would be a commendable role. The system's cards, such as the perfect shot card, are effective for a single game and are consumable items, but their effects are extraordinary, as seen during the tryouts. What is considered open does not necessarily mean one must create a clear space. Simply creating shooting space through movement qualifies as an open shot in the system's eyes. These skills, however, are permanently effective, with the caveat that similar types cannot stack. For instance, the marketplace offers advanced versions of these skills, Grounded Yama and Unyielding, both requiring 20 points, which Lee could not currently afford. Even if he were to acquire them later, they would not enhance his current skills but rather replace them entirely. Now equipped with a skill that augments low-post attacking, Lee Chiming could further exploit his physical advantages, particularly with his improved footwork making him appear more agile. Coupled with his recent training insights, his enhanced skills were becoming increasingly evident. He had also made some progress on the defensive end, at least in terms of speed. This improvement was attributable to the 10-point energy expenditure making his body lighter. Though not visibly noticeable, Lee felt his belly had noticeably shrunk. His enhanced offensive abilities posed a greater challenge to Howard and others in the paint, prompting them to take their roles more seriously. Consequently, when facing interior players from various American nations at the America's Cup, Lee experienced a surprising sense of their vulnerability. Despite their diverse styles, some power players, some speed-oriented, others like Chandler focused on defense, and players like Stoudemire balancing shooting and pick-and-roll offense, none presented a greater threat in the low post than Lee Chiming. This was not to say that Lee's current capabilities could completely overpower them, but rather that Howard, Chandler, and Stoudemire were particularly wary of a player like Lee, who could relentlessly attack from the low post. Frankly, how many interior players are not intimidated by such a challenge? When the formidable Shaquille O'Neal dominated the league's interior, other teams were compelled to deploy a physical barrier to counter his presence. This exemplifies true deterrence. One can only wonder if Lee Chiming will ever evolve to such heights. In the 28th chapter, Stan Van Gundy, 22, the recent America's Basketball Championship featured 10 teams: Argentina, Brazil, Canada, Venezuela, the Virgin Islands, Panama, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Uruguay, and the host nation, the United States. The group stage was divided into two pools, each consisting of 5 teams, with the first round adopting a round-robin format. The top 4 teams from each group advanced to the quarterfinals, ensuring that teams which had previously faced each other would not meet again, maintaining the round-robin structure. The rankings were determined based on the points accrued in the initial rounds, leading to matchups of the first against the fourth and the second against the third in a knockout format. The victorious teams would then compete for the championship and secure qualification for the 2008 Olympics. From the onset of the group stage, the United States team surged ahead, facing minimal opposition, culminating in the final on September 3rd, where they triumphed over Argentina with a score of 118-81, thereby claiming the championship and advancing to the Olympics alongside Argentina. During this period, Lee Chiming immersed himself in both watching the games and honing his skills, relishing the experience. Observing such high-caliber professional competitions proved beneficial, particularly in learning how stars navigate defensive challenges and the subtleties of positioning. Even players like Mike Miller, whose stature may not rival others, carve out a niche through their three-point shooting, creating necessary space for stars to penetrate and posing an external threat. The coaching staff has devised numerous screen-and-roll tactics to enhance his effectiveness. Previously, during the Summer League, Lee Chiming collaborated similarly with J. Redick. Now, he continues the synergy with Jason Kidd, LeBron James, and Miller. Players like Amare Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony also exhibit awareness of ball movement during low-post plays, an inside-out approach that, while simple, proves effective. Though international play differs somewhat from NBA regulations, there exists a plethora of tactical similarities, particularly in foundational screen-and-roll strategies and the myriad offensive sets that stem from them, such as the Hawks offense and Spanish pick-and-roll. Complex maneuvers like double screens and cuts require substantial chemistry to execute flawlessly. Otherwise, miscommunication is likely to ensue. The U.S. team, comparatively, employs a more straightforward approach. As their roster has historically been unstable and frequently altered, they cannot match the synergy of other national teams that have consistent lineups. And it is unlikely that these stars would willingly assume subordinate roles, as each harbors aspirations for personal accolades. Recently, as the school year approached, Lee Chiming sought assistance from his mother to process his leave of absence. Following the last semester, he had taken a leave without attending final exams, the resolution of which remains uncertain. Ordinarily, one might expect the school to adhere to strict policies. However, circumstances have shifted, providing Lee Chiming with legitimate grounds for his absence. His identity has transformed. As an NBA player, his visibility and recognition in his home country have ascended to unprecedented levels. Even as a bench player, within the confines of Asia, he might very well reign supreme in this smaller arena. Originally, his university was merely an ordinary institution, yet due to his rising fame, it has gained national prominence. The school now regards him as a potential exemplary alumnus, making it improbable for them to relinquish such a valuable asset. Not to mention, during this training session, Lee Chiming also participated in an interview, during which he mentioned his school, thus inadvertently promoting it. After the conclusion of the Copa America, Lee Chiming will bid farewell to Howard and the other stars of the American team, as everyone returns to their respective homes and families. Lee Chiming is set to rejoin the team, commencing participation in the collective training sessions in preparation for the upcoming preseason and the new season. After an interval of approximately 1 month, Lee Chiming and his father returned to their residence in Orlando, where they encountered their neighbors once more. Little Sheila appeared to have somewhat forgotten him, only recalling their acquaintance when he greeted her with a playful grimace. This time, however, she seemed a tad shy, retreating behind her mother. Yet, it did not take long for their camaraderie to rekindle. The following day, Lee Chiming returned to the gym for training, where he finally met his fellow teammates, including the Turkish player Hedo Trko Lu, starting point guard Jameer Nelson, the newly acquired billion-dollar man Lewis, as well as Bogans, Arroyo, Garrity, Dooling, Ariza, and of course, the familiar faces from the Summer League, Redick, Gortat, and Augustine. Additionally, there was the head coach, Stan Van Gundy. Hello, sir. Upon receiving notification after the first day of training that Coach Stan Van Gundy wished to see him, Lee Chiming approached his office with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Van Gundy raised his gaze, glanced at Lee Chiming, then lowered his head again, casually inquiring, "How are you feeling? Are you able to adapt?" Quite well. Lee Chiming responded. "You spent the entire off-season training with Dwight?" Van Gundy asked. "Yes, sir," Lee Chiming affirmed. Finally, a smile broke across Van Gundy's face as he remarked, "You've surprised me." The most astonishing revelation, of course, was Lee Chiming's weight loss. Van Gundy had previously expressed his greatest concern regarding Lee Chiming's overweight physique, which, while offering certain advantages, was ultimately deemed a liability. Given Lee Chiming's physical attributes, his static and dynamic abilities exceeded NBA standards, and considering his build, he should have ranked above average. However, Van Gundy was taken aback that Lee Chiming, during what should have been a period of indulgence, had managed to maintain discipline and achieve significant results. Lee Chiming then took the physical assessment report from his hands. With the advent of a new season, the team must ensure that each player undergoes a thorough physical examination. After such an extended break, who can tell where they may have indulged? Whether it be changes in physique or potential injury risks, these are matters of utmost importance for the team to address. During this preseason training period, it is essential to assist in managing these concerns effectively. Before Lee Chiming became prominent, he had not consciously measured his weight during this period. Now, upon seeing the figure of 148.9 kilograms displayed, he finds himself at a loss for words. Although nearing 300 pounds may seem quite hefty, such perceptions are relative. Furthermore, there may be psychological factors at play. At times, Lee Chiming feels as though he glides while walking. Your reaction appears rather surprising as well. Van Gundy could not help but chuckle, unabashedly expressing his fondness for such modest and humble players. He had initially believed that Lee Chiming would struggle to shed the weight. Additionally, during previous training sessions, he garnered insights from Howard regarding Lee Chiming's experience as a practice partner with the national team in the United States, which significantly altered his perspective. Although Howard often speaks with a hint of unreliability, he has shown considerable care for this younger brother, consistently offering him words of encouragement. Van Gundy could discern whether the praise was exaggerated or grounded in reality. Lee Chiming looked up at the balding, rotund man, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The stout fellow, upon meeting another of his kind, had tears welling in his eyes. "Keep it up, continue to strive," he seemed to convey. "The opportunities in the new season depend solely on your own efforts." Van Gundy is now also learning to impart some motivational wisdom to the players, starting perhaps with the freshmen, as it might yield more favorable results. Lee Chiming nodded, feeling a renewed sense of motivation. Chapter 29, Preseason. Back in August, The NBA officially announced the schedule for the 2007 to 2008 preseason, set to commence on October 6th. Unlike previous years, this season included several overseas venues, aligning perfectly with the NBA's global strategy. It is precisely within this grand context that the dramatic entry of Spacey and Sun dashing into the NBA unfolded, only to be unexpectedly interrupted by Li Qingming's emergence. However, the outcome has proven favorable, as Li Qingming's presence has indeed amplified China's interest in the NBA, further aiding their market expansion. Consequently, when arranging the preseason games for the Magic, the officials deliberately scheduled 3 matches domestically, 2 against the Cavaliers in Shanghai and Macau, and another in Macau against the Chinese national team. This will also mark the final game for the Chinese national team in 2007. And the domestic fans are eagerly anticipating Li Qingming's return. The Magic have been slated for a total of 7 preseason games, with the first 3 against the Hawks, Bobcats, and Heat, followed by the 3 domestic matches, and concluding with 1 final game. Given the addition of a strong asset like Lewis this season, Van Gundy requires the preseason to effectively meld and adjust the team's lineup, thus limiting Li Qingming's playing time in the initial 3 games, where he primarily served as a role player. Over the course of these 3 games, he logged a total of 17 minutes, taking 5 shots and scoring 3, accumulating 7 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, alongside 2 turnovers and 4 fouls. Nevertheless, Li Qingming remained undeterred, as the upcoming Chinese matches loomed large in his mind, hoping for an opportunity to showcase his talent before his fellow countrymen. On October 17th, in the capital city, the NBA preseason commenced at the Qizhong Forest Sports City Arena in Shanghai, featuring a match between the previous season's Eastern Conference champions, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the ambitious Orlando Magic, bolstered by formidable reinforcements. The presence of superstars on both teams heightened the anticipation for this encounter, and the natural home advantage for the Magic was amplified by the presence of Li Qingming. The crowd fervently cheered for the Magic, and though many did not comprehend the chants, Li Qingming's role as a translator, along with the banners bearing his name, made it evident that they were rallying behind him. This atmosphere delighted players such as Dwight Howard, who playfully greeted the audience with open arms. His charismatic nature endeared him to the fans, earning him a warm reception. In contemporary times, domestic fans often exhibit a somewhat sycophantic admiration for NBA stars. This phenomenon extends beyond basketball enthusiasts. A broader tendency to idealize foreign cultures is prevalent across various professions. Notably, individuals like Li's father, who steadfastly uphold their national values in the realm of international trade, are increasingly rare. As the NBA stands as the most globally revered basketball league, it indeed occupies a position of admiration, particularly in light of the relatively lackluster state of domestic basketball. The Magic's starting lineup included Nelson, Redick, Bogans, Turkoglu, and Howard, with Redick elevated to the starting position to enhance their three-point threat. The Cavaliers fielded a lineup of Damon Jones, Larry Hughes, LeBron James, Gooden, and Zydrunas Ilgauskas, which was also commendable. Due to an unfortunate injury, Lewis was absent from the team, while the Cavaliers were missing Varejao and Pavlovich due to contract issues, resulting in an incomplete roster. However, compared to Lewis, Varejao and Pavlovich were merely competent substitutes, with the Cavaliers' core players still intact. As the match commenced, the Cavaliers exhibited a strong start, with James scoring first and subsequently establishing a 14-5 lead, prompting the Magic to call for a timeout. Van Gundy expressed his dissatisfaction with the team's defense. Although it was a preseason game and the intensity of the regular season could not be matched, a certain level of commitment was still necessary. Upon returning from the timeout, the Magic steadied their performance, gradually closing the gap in the score. With just over 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Li Qingming was substituted in, eliciting an enthusiastic wave of applause and cheers from the audience, which deeply moved him. Frankly, despite his father's constant guidance, Li Qingming, being young and relatively inexperienced, had not previously grasped the profound emotional connection until this moment, realizing, this is what it feels like to have roots. Greetings, esteemed viewers. Today, we are delighted to present a live broadcast of the NBA preseason matchup between the Cavaliers and the Magic. This encounter features the top draft picks of 2003 and 2004. This summer, the Magic not only secured Dwight Howard's contract extension, but also made significant acquisitions, including the addition of Lewis. However, due to a previous injury, Lewis is not accompanying the team this time. Nevertheless, there is a promising player to watch, the young Li Qingming, born in 1988. He was the 30th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, sharing the same draft class as our very own Yi Jianlian and Sunday. At 7:50 p.m., the CCTV Sports channel aired this preseason game, with familiar commentators Wei Ping and Coach Sun at the helm. Coach Sun began by setting the stage before turning to Coach Wei, inquiring which team he favored. Coach Zhang chuckled and expressed his support for the Magic, acknowledging that although they lack Lewis, they have our young talents effectively playing at home. As Li Chiming finally took to the court, both commentators were visibly excited. Particularly Coach Zhang, a veteran of Chinese basketball, who found solace in witnessing the success of the younger generation. The Magic initiated their offense, with Li Chiming maneuvering on the wing, yet he found himself without an opportunity. Nelson called for a pick and roll, but oh dear, such an ill-advised play. He should have passed out. Li Chiming was open. On the other side, the Cavaliers seized a fast break opportunity. With LeBron James sprinting down the court, it was a display of sheer dominance. 4 points were swiftly scored, yet it seemed unreasonable, as they should have capitalized on Li Chiming's open shot. Just as in previous broadcasts of Yao Ming's games, the audience resonated with Coach Zhang's sentiments, echoing their frustrations. Why wouldn't Nelson pass the ball? Isn't a point guard supposed to deliver passes to open teammates? Meanwhile, Li Chiming remained composed, fully aware of his standing within the team. To be candid, the final roster of 15 players has yet to be finalized, and even if he makes it, he might only be the 14th or 15th player. A coach like Van Gundy is unlikely to grant excessive opportunities to rookies. They must prove themselves step by step within the limited chances they receive. So what to do in the absence of opportunities? In Van Gundy's team, one must begin with defense, demonstrating commitment and attitude, as he appreciates diligent and humble players. However, in those 2 minutes on the court, Li Chiming merely ran back and forth without even touching the ball. Even with a good temperament, he might start to wonder if Nelson harbored any reservations about him. Could he at least acknowledge my presence? With no alternative, during the intermission, Van Gundy substituted again, and Li Chiming returned to the bench, only able to vent his frustrations while sipping water. Although it was a home game for the Chinese team, the sidelines were filled with hopes for Li Chiming's increased playtime. However, Van Gundy would not be swayed by external opinions. This Magic team was still relatively unfamiliar to him, and he needed the preseason to familiarize himself with his roster, thus providing ample opportunities for the veteran players. The team's cornerstone, Howard, granted Li many chances to showcase his skills today. Neither Big Z nor Dwayne Jones could contain him, allowing him to dominate the paint like a beast. Howard's performance also liberated Nelson, who excelled today. Alongside Howard, they managed to close a 14-point deficit, ending the half at 42-46, trailing the Cavaliers by merely 4 points, perhaps due to the tightly contested score. Van Gundy hesitated to put the rookie back into the game during the second quarter, much to the disappointment of the fans present. It is worth noting that the lowest student ticket price for this match was a staggering 200 yuan, while regular tickets ranged from 800 to 4,000 yuan, with the arena accommodating 15,000 completely sold out. At least a third of the audience had come specifically to see Li Chiming play, and the rest certainly desired to witness more of his on-court presence. During halftime, some fans vocally criticized the Magic's head coach, while others shouted in frustration, demanding refunds. Discussions online echoed this sentiment. Why was Li Chiming not given a chance to play in a game held in China? Reasonable observers argued that the coach likely based his decisions on the player's performance during practice, and Li's absence from the game indicated he had yet to earn the coach's trust. There was some truth to this. However, many scoffed at such assertions. Some remarked that preseason games did not count toward standings and primarily served to evaluate player conditions, including rookies. If not during preseason, when would the rookie get playtime? Other teams generally afforded their newcomers at least 10 to 20 minutes on the court. For instance, Yi Jianlian played 15 minutes in his first game, scoring 3 points before fouling out, quite disheartening. The Bucks had also played 4 preseason games, and the difference was that their player, Spacey, consistently enjoyed significant minutes. Yet, if Li Chiming could still attribute his limited playtime to a lack of opportunities, Yi Jianlian had squandered numerous chances. In the third game, he finally started and scored in double figures, but his overall efficiency in the paint was mediocre, particularly with 8 turnovers, indicating his struggle to adapt to the NBA's rules and pace. For young players, making mistakes is an inevitable part of growth, a necessary course in the journey of improvement. After all, who hasn't traveled the path of error and failure? However, for the fans, such shortcomings were somewhat harder to accept. Chapter 30, Little Black, is that a crab's leg peeking out? After all, during the Summer League, the performance of Spacey was rather lackluster. At that time, one could attribute the shortcomings of the men's basketball team to an overall deficiency in strength, suggesting that his performance was hindered by the team dynamics. However, despite a change in teammates, he continued to falter. With a 2-month interval leading to NBA training sessions, one would expect improvement. Thus, his ongoing struggles must be attributed to personal shortcomings. Consequently, many who were disenchanted with Spacey redirected their hopes towards Lee Ching-ming. Although the preseason in Houston revealed that the new coach's tactical system rendered Yao Ming somewhat out of sync, Yao has already proven his capabilities, leaving little cause for concern. In contrast, it is the two rookies that continue to weigh heavily on their minds. The second half of the game commenced swiftly, with the Magic exploiting their interior strength to overtake the score. LeBron James of the Cavaliers also intensified his efforts, allowing the Cavaliers to quickly extend their lead to 8 points. At this juncture, Lee Ching-ming was substituted back into the game, as Van Gundy expressed dissatisfaction with Bogan's performance. Despite recording 8 points and 8 rebounds in the first half, his matchup against James was undeniably unsuccessful, failing to impose any restrictions whatsoever. Lee Ching-ming took to the court, positioned as the third man, yet expecting him to defend against LeBron James was perhaps overly optimistic. Many fans and commentators shared this sentiment as they observed the scene unfold. After all, while Lee Ching-ming might enjoy a slight advantage in the paint due to his physique, it was unreasonable to anticipate that he could effectively counter LeBron's offensive prowess from the perimeter. Although LeBron is known for his tank-like drives, it does not imply that he solely bulldozes through opponents. Could Lee Ching-ming keep pace with his movements? Indeed, upon spotting Lee Ching-ming, LeBron flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites, nearly bursting into laughter, questioning the competence of the Magic's coaching staff. However, Lee Ching-ming held a different perspective. For just before his entrance onto the court, the system had dispatched an immediate current task, defend against LeBron James. Rewards will be allocated based on defensive effectiveness, with no upper limit. Goodness, is this a system devised by a LeBron detractor? Nevertheless, for Lee Ching-ming, the promise of a reward provided ample motivation, especially considering his prior experiences as a practice partner for the American team, which had left him with a tinge of rivalry towards LeBron. The confrontation between the two arrived swiftly as they matched up in the next round. Lee Ching-ming tightened his focus, attuned to LeBron's forthcoming actions. Although he was not intimately familiar with LeBron's game, he had watched enough basketball to know that LeBron rarely attempts three-pointers from the outside, prompting him to cede a step of distance while remaining vigilant for a drive. Others sought to set screens for LeBron, yet he waved them off, evidently intent on taking Lee Ching-ming on one-on-one. Did I not declare my reluctance for a solitary duel? Today, let me demonstrate my prowess in a one-on-one. In a sudden change of direction, LeBron veered to the left, and while Lee Ching-ming's lateral movement was somewhat slow, his broad physique prevented him from being easily thrown off balance. He managed to close in within the paint. As their bodies collided, Lee Ching-ming felt a surge of force impact his chest, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Love me, but do not elbow. In that moment, he was immensely grateful for the cushioning provided by the layer of flesh on his chest, a perfect buffer. Nevertheless, he was still momentarily pushed back, taking 2 small steps in retreat. Conversely, LeBron found himself in a challenging position as well. After all, the force is reciprocal. Had he not been the one exerting the power, he might have stumbled backward. Although the encounter was not flawless, it achieved its intended effect, creating space between them. Observing that Lee Ching-ming was 2 steps away, LeBron wasted no time leaping into the air, arms extended for a shot, his form strikingly graceful to the point of being mesmerizing. Lee Ching-ming recalled James's tendency to break through on the right side and shoot from the left, and he dared not relent, immediately lunging forward. In that fleeting moment, his inner potential erupted. He felt an inexplicable force within him propelling him forward and upward. Suddenly, James, initially oblivious, caught sight of a hefty figure barreling towards him, accompanied by a peculiar shout. It was as though he envisioned being crushed by a mountain in the next instant, causing a tremor in his heart and a slight quiver in his fingers. As a result, the shot he was determined to make veered off course, resulting in an air ball. Gary T., who retrieved the rebound beneath the basket, was momentarily stunned. It was only when Lee Ching-ming called out that he snapped back to reality and instinctively tossed the ball to the sprinting Lee Ching-ming. At that moment, James regained his focus and rushed back on defense. Lee Ching-ming's speed fell slightly short, yet he managed to seize the ball first. Faced with James's intense pressure, he executed a behind-the-back dribble and deftly passed to Redick on the other side. After all, evading James in the heat of play was still somewhat beyond his current capabilities. In such moments, he remained clear-headed, making judicious decisions. Reddick arrived just ahead of him, but Jones had also returned to defend, charging forward. Reddick, rather than taking an immediate shot, glanced for a moment before opting to pass. Li Chiming had already galloped into position, catching the ball just in time for a two-step jump. James, of course, had not been shaken off. He rushed in from the side, intending to disrupt the catch and then challenge the shot. I've blocked Kobe. Why would I fear this hefty fellow? At this juncture, James, brimming with indignation, sought to redeem himself with a humiliating block. To his astonishment, Li Chiming did not attempt a direct shot, but instead switched the ball to his other hand. Given his physical stature, his hang time was not comparable to others, so he could only manage a desperate toss before landing. The referee, perhaps feeling generous due to the home crowd and noting the blatant contact, chose not to penalize James, who had lost control in his fervor. Had it not been for the pursuit of the ball, he could have easily been called for a technical foul. Unexpectedly, after the referee's whistle blew, the ball traced a bizarre arc, striking the rim and bouncing in, falling through the net from the heart of the backboard. The seamless interplay of defense and offense instantly ignited the atmosphere in the arena, especially since the audience had been eagerly awaiting Li Chiming's performance. They were taken aback by such a remarkable display upon his arrival. Awesome, fat brother. Oh, go Li Chiming. Li Chiming brings glory to our nation. On the sidelines, Howard and others were vociferously cheering, with some even disregarding the referee's warnings to rush onto the court, ready to deliver a playful head pat to Li Chiming. After all, this remarkable shot was made against none other than LeBron James, adding substantial value to the achievement. While Kobe Bryant currently commands the spotlight in the league, LeBron's momentum is equally formidable. The previous season had already seen a surge in excitement, with a score of 24-23, but unfortunately, the Western Conference could not provide sufficient support for the struggling team, leaving Duncan to take advantage of the situation and bully the 23-year-old veteran, LeBron. Remarkably, this rookie, Li Chiming, managed to execute such a splendid 2-1 under LeBron's defense, a feat worthy of celebration for an entire day. Of course, it is LeBron we are discussing. Had it been anyone else, they would have been easily knocked aside during the aerial confrontation with Li. Yet, LeBron astonishingly maintained his balance, showcasing his extraordinary physical prowess. Despite feeling a tinge of uncertainty in that moment, as Li's body descended towards him, LeBron's apprehension prompted him to gently push Li's abdomen to create some distance. Otherwise, the outcome could have been unpredictable. Chapter 31. Li Chiming's weakness, 22. At this moment, Li Chiming's smile radiated with undeniable brilliance. Initially, upon encountering the system's task, he had resolutely declined. After all, it was one thing to be instructed to defend against James, but it was another to ascertain whether he could actually hold his ground. Now, having discovered that he could indeed defend, at least to a modest extent, he felt a sense of accomplishment, regardless of whether James would continue to challenge him. This initial success had already justified his efforts in Li Chiming's eyes. Meanwhile, James was understandably furious. The moment he stood up, his gaze was so intense that Li Chiming nearly believed he would confront him. However, James, being the epitome of a gentleman, would never stoop to engaging in conflict on the court, especially with a novice like Li Chiming. In order to uphold the dignity of the king, he chose to overlook Li Chiming's audacious act of disrespect. How contemptuous. This is merely a gift bestowed upon you by the sovereign. Do take it. With a fleeting glance at Li Chiming, James urged his teammates to resume their offensive maneuvers. The Cavaliers were still in the lead. They could not afford to lose their composure. Nevertheless, Li Chiming's play significantly bolstered the morale of the Magic team. A splendid offensive and defensive display can easily uplift spirits, which is why, at critical moments, the presence of star players is vital. They not only score but do so with flair. Not to mention, Li Chiming's feat of outplaying James, the core of the opposing team, was remarkable. Subsequently, the Magic astonishingly maintained their composure even without Howard and Nelson on the court, preventing the score from widening and even narrowing the gap by a few points. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the Magic trailed the Cavaliers by a mere 3 points at 69-72, with Li Chiming contributing a mid-range shot and 2 successful free throws, accumulating 7 points and becoming a key player during this segment. As the fourth quarter commenced, Van Gundy contemplated and ultimately decided to keep Li Chiming on the court, albeit shifting him to the power forward position. Upon returning to a familiar role, he did not immediately seize an opportunity to showcase his skills, as Turkoglu erupted for 6 consecutive points, one of which was facilitated by Lee Ching-ming, who secured an offensive rebound and passed to Turkoglu for a smooth jump shot. The Magic held the lead until Lee Ching-ming exited the game with just over 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, with the Magic momentarily ahead 77-75. While the Cavaliers managed only a three-pointer from Shannon Brown during a protracted 4 minutes. To be honest, even Van Gundy was somewhat surprised, as Lee Ching-ming had not become a liability on defense. Rather, his ball movement on offense was far better than he had anticipated. In previous training sessions, Lee Ching-ming had faced challenges with passing vision under defensive pressure, particularly when transferring the ball from the weak side to the strong side during one-on-one situations. Without a transitional setup, directly distributing the ball often led to numerous errors. After all, NBA players possess a tactical acumen and awareness that surpasses that of college players. They are highly adept at obstructing space and passing lanes, having developed their own set of strategies over time. It was unrealistic for Lee Ching-ming to apply the same techniques he had used in college. Through diligent practice, Lee Ching-ming had identified his shortcomings and began to glean valuable insights. While it may not be said that he has made tremendous progress, he has come to rely on his teammates, who are no longer the ineffectual players who once required him to shoulder the entire burden. After Lee Ching-ming left the court, the main players from both teams gradually returned. This game had reached a critical juncture. J.J. Redick was struggling with his shooting, prompting Van Gundy to insert Garrett into the lineup, who could also shoot three-pointers, thereby partially compensating for Lewis's role. Given the intensity of the match, what had initially seemed an inconsequential victory had both sides unwilling to relinquish it easily. With just over 3 minutes remaining, the score was tied at 84. The Cavaliers' role players surged, with Anthony Tolliver and Ira Newbell hitting consecutive shots, compelling Van Gundy to call a timeout. As he surveyed the huddle of players, he contemplated before summoning Lee Ching-ming, then proceeded to outline the strategy. Remember our tactics, focus on penetrating the paint, and ensure the ball movement is fluid. On the defensive end, we must remain steadfast, assist me in containing LeBron's passing, and let me witness your fervor. Yes, sir. Very well. Let us seize victory in this match. Returning to the court, Lee Ching-ming has taken Gary's position. This marks the first instance in the preseason where the coach has placed him on the floor during a crucial moment, reflecting a profound trust. Even if it is just for this game, the substitution of Lee Ching-ming at this pivotal moment took everyone by surprise, and the spectators were naturally exhilarated. For their primary desire was to witness Lee Ching-ming in action. The outcome of the match seemed secondary. The moment when Lee Ching-ming scored against James has become an indelible classic, playing on a loop in their minds. On the Cavaliers side, head coach Mike Brown, bald and bespectacled, possesses a rather amiable demeanor. As he observes Lee Ching-ming take to the court, he momentarily appears taken aback, then falls into a contemplative silence, seemingly attempting to emulate the Zen master. Regrettably, his gaze lacks the requisite depth, falling short of achieving that transcendent quality. James fans can only feel a pang of anguish, lamenting the misfortune of having such a coach, pondering when their idol might encounter a renowned strategist. As the match resumes, the two commentators, who earlier gasped at Lee Ching-ming's remarkable play, share a laugh in the CCTV broadcast room upon witnessing his return to the game. Although it seems the Magic's coach is granting Lee Ching-ming additional opportunities to appease domestic fans, they are nonetheless delighted, particularly as Lee Ching-ming's performance has been commendable, further enhancing their satisfaction. The previous highlight is being replayed incessantly during stoppages, with the commentators eloquently extolling its brilliance. One might mistakenly believe that Lee Ching-ming is leading the charge, while in truth, the top scorers are Howard and Nelson. Now, let us observe the Magic's forthcoming offensive play. With just over 3 minutes remaining, the score remains tightly contested, likely to remain in a stalemate until the very end. Lee Ching-ming positions himself to receive the ball in the low post, matched up against Gooden. The Cavaliers' defense remains remarkably reliable. Mike Brown may delegate the offensive responsibilities to LeBron James, yet his adaptability during games leaves much to be desired. However, his expertise in honing defensive strategies is commendable, especially considering the plethora of defensive elites amassed within the team. Last season, their advance to the finals was primarily attributed to possessing one of the league's top-tier defenses. Conversely, offensively, the integration of Hughes into a system centered around James appeared less than harmonious, resulting in the former 20-plus point scorer failing to showcase the anticipated prowess, ultimately relegating the team to a reliance on James as the sole offensive force. The monotony of their offensive tactics, coupled with the Spurs exploiting James's shooting deficiencies, culminated in a swift sweep during the finals. Nonetheless, while Gooden managed to restrict Duncan alongside Big Z in June, denying the big fundamental the finals MVP, he struggled against Lee Chungming. Of course, Lee Chungming found himself under duress from Gooden's persistent defensive maneuvers, making it challenging to find a comfortable shooting angle. The circumstances were undeniably critical, as each offensive play held significant weight for the team, prompting Lee Chungming to make what he believed was the optimal choice. On the sidelines, Van Gundy observed as Lee Chungming passed the ball back to Turkoglu, shaking his head in silent disapproval. Although he recognized the burdens placed upon Lee Chungming were somewhat excessive, and that the decision was reasonable, it nonetheless suggested a lack of confidence in critical moments. Fans shared a sense of disappointment, yearning to witness Lee Chungming take charge. In the central television studio, the commentators began to defend Lee Chungming's choices. This decision is quite rational. Lee Chungming's positioning was not deep enough, and Gooden possesses considerable defensive experience. Given the potential for interference from the side, it was prudent for him not to shoot directly, opting instead to reset the play. Following Nelson's pick-and-roll assist to Howard for a dunk, Coach Zhang remarked, "See, this play validates Lee Chungming's decision. Re-establishing the flow leads to more viable scoring opportunities." Lee Chungming provided sufficient threat from the side, preventing the Cavaliers from aggressively closing in. Such remarks elicited eye rolls from Lee Chungming's supporters, who felt that even the slightest action could be spun into a narrative of seizing opportunities. As the teams exchanged several offensive and defensive sequences, the Magic maintained a 2-point lead over the Cavaliers. At this juncture, Devin Brown emerged to receive a pass from James, poised to attack the basket. But Lee Chungming immediately joined Turkoglu to form a defensive encirclement. This play had been foreshadowed earlier, as a nearly identical scoring pattern had occurred previously, showcasing a rare moment of synergy among teammates. As Brown attempted to return the ball to James, Lee Chungming intercepted it with a well-timed body block, extending his arm to secure the steal. Nelson, with his swift strides, was already advancing rapidly, while it was James who trailed behind. Lee Chungming executed a lofty pass from beyond the halfway line, a skill he does not require special practice for, having performed it numerous times in the past. Nelson received the ball comfortably, and before James could arrive, he made a textbook 3-step layup, bringing the score to 89-85, extending the lead to 4 points. With just 18 seconds remaining, the outcome of the match was already determined. Chapter 32, Matters Outside the Court. As the game concluded, the Magic triumphed over the Cavaliers with a final score of 91-86, marking a victorious debut in this prestigious Hwagwa tournament. Lee Chungming played a remarkable 15 minutes, the most he has seen since the preseason, during which he attempted 7 shots and successfully converted 5, accumulating a commendable total of 11 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and a steal, all without any free throws, attesting to his impressive efficiency and significant contribution. However, the true heroes of the game for the Magic were undeniably Howard and Nelson, with Howard scoring an astounding 31 points and securing 14 rebounds, dominating the Cavaliers' interior, while Nelson added 24 points and 6 assists to the tally. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron managed only 17 points, accompanied by 5 turnovers. Hughes and Shannon Brown exhibited commendable form, leaving Cavaliers fans with a sense of satisfaction regarding their performances, hoping they can maintain such momentum into the regular season. Post-game, Lee Chungming naturally reveled in the local support. Despite the heightened attention on stars like Howard and LeBron from numerous media representatives, the cheers from the home crowd for Lee Chungming were the loudest, as attendees felt their experience that day was well worth it. The contest was closely contested until the final moments, with several plays, including one by Lee Chungming, exhibiting highlights worthy of the top 5 plays of the game. One could assert that the match provided both competitive spirit and entertainment. As for those who criticized Van Gundy during halftime, did they really? Oh, perhaps I misheard. They were likely directing their ire at Jeff Van Gundy, as he was responsible for Yao Ming's injury, so who else would they blame? Hello, Lee Chungming. I am a reporter from Jiolong. How do you feel about your performance today? Although Lee Chungming may not be the most prominent player on the court, domestic reporters still seized the opportunity to question him. However, buoyed by the team's victory and his own satisfactory performance, as well as having recently earned a 5-point reward for successfully defending against LeBron, he felt inclined to engage more openly with the press. That said, he remained grounded, particularly during the final stages of the game. Although the coach did not explicitly state it, he sensed that his hesitance to assert himself may have diminished his standing in the coach's estimation. He felt somewhat unjustly treated. Believing he was merely seeking rationality rather than exhibiting fear, Yet, he acknowledged a degree of reluctance to embrace responsibility. Had there been no double team? He felt he should have taken the initiative. Perhaps it was an issue of experience, easily flustered. And his teammates were unlikely to pass the ball back to him for a retry, given he was not the core of the team. I think it was decent. He reflected. If you were to grade your performance today, what score would you give yourself? A passing score of 6, perhaps? Let us go with 7. I believe there is ample room for improvement, but I'll also give myself some encouragement. Inevitably, questions arose regarding his relationship with Yi Jianlian, as domestic media seem intent on promoting them as the emerging twin stars of the younger generation, a notion that Li Chengming found somewhat awkward. Li Chengming remains consistent in addressing such matters, refraining from comment and merely extending his best wishes. I recently observed your conversation with another Mr. Li. Do you hold an affection for his films? It is noteworthy that today's match was equally adorned with luminaries, rivaling the brilliance on the field. The presence of celebrities such as Edison Chen, Jay Chou, and the distinguished saxophonist Kenny G, alongside women's football icon Sun Wen, added to the allure of the event. Li Chengming was also beckoned by the reporters to pose for photographs with them, which served as a delightful promotional gimmick for both parties, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Li Chengming, naturally, did not mind continuing to show his support in front of the reporters. I truly admire them. I have seen nearly all their films. Wang Feiheng, Chen Shen, Fang Shiyu, each one is a classic. This was a candid expression of his sentiments, for if one does not appreciate the works of Li and Ching, then what is the essence of action films? Despite the decline in the quality of their recent productions, once the interview concluded, Li Chengming sought out his father. Or more accurately, his father sought him, and he then listened to him speak about the matters currently under discussion. Li's father was not merely accompanying Li Chengming to play basketball. He also had the responsibilities of a manager to attend to. Previously, during their time in the United States, although Li Chengming garnered some attention due to the Summer League, his popularity within the team paled in comparison to that of the seasoned players, and he could not match the fervor surrounding marquee rookies like Durant. His notable achievement was merely assisting in the creation of a promotional brochure for a local photography studio owned by the neighbors, the McGiltons. However, the situation was markedly different back home. Even Sun Dashing, who had yet to sign with the NBA, received numerous commercial offers upon being selected. Thanks to Li Chengming's exposure from the Summer League, the U.S. national team's training, and the recent domestic matches, his popularity had surged, closely rivaling that of the prominent Space C. Consequently, upon his return, Li's father was inundated with numerous offers, albeit cautious ones. Given that Li Chengming had just entered the market and the initial bids were relatively modest, Li's father is equally aware of this reality. Not only is he knowledgeable, but he has also consulted industry insiders to grasp the market trends and norms. In such circumstances, demanding a high price becomes arduous. They may either wait to assess Li Chengming's future development, postponing discussions until his value appreciates, or opt for a short-term contract. Each choice presents its own merits and drawbacks for both parties. For the brand, a short-term agreement mitigates risk. The low cost and brief duration allow for termination at any time. However, should Li Chengming's career flourish subsequently, they may find themselves at a disadvantage, as they would need to offer a significantly higher price to secure his services in the future. Li Chengming's short-term earnings are unstable. However, in the long run, akin to a rookie contract, he may have the opportunity to sign a more lucrative agreement sooner. Ultimately, it hinges on whether Li Chengming can achieve significant growth in the future, should he secure a stable position within the team's rotation. Even if he does not reach the commercial value of Yao Ming, he undoubtedly has the potential to become the second most prominent figure in the domestic basketball scene. By the way, a representative from Coca-Cola's Asia region has also approached us, expressing a desire for you to serve as the ambassador for promotion in the Asia region. Li Chengming was somewhat taken aback, then chuckled. Does that mean I can indulge in joyous beverages freely from now on? Li's father immediately rolled his eyes, but understood that it was futile to attempt to restrict his son's diet. In the past, Li Chengming nearly developed a gastric ailment due to his stubbornness regarding food, which left both parents apprehensive. However, it seemed that their son was genuinely striving to lose weight. The results were evidently remarkable when comparing his weight. Thus, indulging occasionally was hardly a matter of concern. This realization further solidified his support for Li Chengming's aspirations to play in the NBA, as his weight loss seemed to be a success. In truth, the team employed a dedicated nutritionist who arranged dietary plans for Li Chengming and his fellow athletes. Additionally, under Van Gundy's directive, a trainer crafted a specialized booklet for Li Chengming focused on weight loss. Nonetheless, Lee Chungming found it difficult to adapt to nutritional meals. Although he was able to adhere to the training regimen, players, contrary to public perception, do not adhere to overly restrictive diets, as their training demands are substantial. Particularly for someone like Lee Chungming, who spends his days immersed in the training facility rather than socializing with teammates, a lack of adequate caloric intake could hinder their performance. Thus, consuming a bit of junk food is easily offset by their rigorous activities, posing little impact. Of course, moderation in consumption remains beneficial. Although Lee Chungming rejected nutritional meals, he was equally committed to exercising restraint over his appetites. Yet, a thought lingered in his mind. If the system could continually assist him in losing weight, could he not eventually reverse the process, gaining weight, and then shedding it in a cyclical manner? By the way, your mother is coming over. Mother? Yes, Lee's father chuckled, revealing the strong bond between him and his wife. After several months apart, she had taken leave to visit, eager to see them. That sounds wonderful. I too wish to see her. Ah, I miss her braised pork. Clearly, thoughts of food were on his mind, prompting another eye roll from Lee's father, who added, when she arrives, she ran into your school's physical education teacher. He inquired when we might have free time to return. What could he possibly want? The significance of an NBA player to a physical education teacher is undeniable. It could serve as a boastful badge of honor. Contemplating the teacher led Lee Chungming to think of school, and in turn, Lunalian. However, at this moment, he found that the mere mention of her name stirred little emotion within him, perhaps even a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, he owed her a debt of gratitude. Without her, where would she be now? Hence, if an opportunity arose to meet again, he resolved to offer her a warm smile. Do you think you are rejecting someone else's love? Humph. Chapter 33, Physical Challenges, 12. In the enchanting city of magic, the team did not linger for more than 2 days. Having only spent half a day with my mother before embarking on their journey to Macau, here, they were set to engage in 2 additional matches, the first of which would pit them against the illustrious Chinese national basketball team. This particular iteration of the team was dubbed the Chinese National Basketball Star Team. Yet notable players like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian were absent, with the starting lineup featuring Liu Wei, Wang Lei, Zhu Fengyu, Wang Zhizhi, and the American Wang Ge, thus presenting an eclectic mix. It is worth noting that Wang Ge, despite his foreign roots, was included, and the bench boasted the talents of Aiji, all of whom were stars within the CBA, making their inclusion a strategic maneuver to counterbalance the competition. In the realm of NBA preseason games, there are no rigid protocols, especially in a game hosted in China, where the local team holds the advantage. The Magic's starting 5 consisted of Nelson, Bogans, Turkoglu, Lee Chungming, and Howard. Coach Van Gundy seemed keen to provide Lee Chungming with an opportunity to shine, recognizing that preseason games differ significantly from regular season matches. They serve primarily as a platform for assessing players and experimenting with lineups. However, the Chinese national team's perceived weakness, even with foreign players, rendered them less formidable in the eyes of NBA coaches. At the Venetian Sports Arena, the match commenced just before 8 in the morning. Finally given a chance to start, Lee Chungming felt a surge of excitement. Although the preseason was deemed inconsequential by the system, lacking any notable response, playing before his fellow countrymen imbued these 2 games with profound significance for him. Regrettably, Space E was still engaged in the Bucks preseason. And since the 2 teams did not face off directly, the much-anticipated duel between Lee Chungming and Space E would have to wait until the regular season. As the game unfolded, Wang Zhizhi demonstrated impressive form, propelling the Chinese team to a 9-3 lead. The valiant Lee Chungming found himself without opportunities to shoot. The Chinese team's power forward, Wang Ge, stood at an imposing 208 centimeters and weighed 115 kilograms, exhibiting remarkable agility as he delivered a resounding block on Howard. Unfortunately, Howard's lapse in judgment and limited vision prevented him from delivering a pass to Lee Chungming, who would have had an open shot at the basket. During a timeout called by Van Gundy, the audience and commentators erupted with excitement. Despite Lee Chungming's presence, the emotional ties to the Chinese team naturally drew support towards them. One commentator remarked that while Lee Chungming had the potential to excel in this match, the hope remained that the Chinese national team would ultimately secure victory. However, this vision is evidently unattainable. During a timeout, Van Gundy devised a strategy primarily aimed at countering the opponent's 3-point shooting. Today, the national basketball team exhibited remarkable precision in their long-range shots, while the Magic's interior defense faltered. Lee Chungming struggled to keep up defensively, and Howard was preoccupied with guarding the basket, neglecting other areas. Additionally, the external defense offered by Nelson and Bogans proved inadequate due to their lack of size, failing to provide sufficient disruption. Consequently, Van Gundy decisively substituted Lee Chiming, bringing Gary to the court. Lee Chiming sat on the sidelines, exuding an air of despondency. It felt as though the chain reaction initiated upon his entry into the game had culminated in his relegation to the bench, despite the coach's initial optimism regarding his performance. He was confident that, had the team centered their strategy around him, he could have effectively countered the likes of Wangta or De Gea. Yet, how could the team possibly revolve around a novice such as himself? With a lackluster performance on the offensive front and no significant contribution defensively, his substitution was inevitable. Moreover, as soon as he departed the court, the Magic began to close the gap in the score. Although Wangta opened the second half with a three-pointer from the top of the arc, and Garrity's perimeter defense seemed scarcely superior to Lee Chingming's. He quickly made his mark on the offensive end, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers that narrowed the deficit to merely 3 points. Subsequently, the Magic gradually found their rhythm. The starters began to shine, and by the end of the first quarter, they had reversed the score, finishing the period with a 24-18 lead, courtesy of Augustine's layup. Naturally, the imminent substitution of Lee Chingming sparked considerable discussion among fans, some of whom speculated that the men's national basketball team had simply started too strongly for him to keep pace. The commentators echoed this sentiment during the broadcast, noting, Lee Chingming is strong offensively yet weak defensively. Regrettably, he has not had the opportunity to showcase his offensive skills today. Hey, kid, lift your spirits. Howard turned to offer words of encouragement to Lee Chiming after assisting Augustine with a towel. Lee Chiming gazed at the cheerful creature before him, its heartwarming smile lifting his spirits considerably. Although some critics outside the realm of the team deemed the beast's playful demeanor as overly frivolous for a leader, Lee Chiming found the atmosphere it fostered within the team quite delightful. Meanwhile, it appeared that Van Gundy had not taken notice of Lee Chiming's performance. He merely called out to him softly, instructing him to prepare for the second quarter. Keith, pass the ball to Lee more often, or he might get annoyed with me, the head coach remarked. Upon hearing this, Lee Chingming was momentarily taken aback until he noticed the amused expressions of those around him, which prompted him to smile in return. Seeing Van Gundy's round face crack a smile as well, he couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh foolishly, the previous gloominess dissipating with a single chuckle. All right, let us get out there, gentlemen. Clearly, Van Gundy had not given up on Lee Chingming. He merely wished to test his mettle. By allowing him to play while the team was ahead, he afforded him the opportunity to shine without the burden of pressure. It was a clever balance of benevolence and sternness, clearly defining Lee Chingming's role. As Lee Chingming returned to the court, the second quarter presented an offensive opportunity for the men's basketball team. Alas, the shot by De Gea was missed. What a pity. Now, let us observe the Magic's offensive play. Bogans initiated a lob pass to Lee Chingming. Facing Offord, who stood half a head taller, Lee Chingming's physique held its own, while Offord struggled to withstand the pressure. Previously, with Lee Chingming not having made much of an impact, the Huagua Star team had not paid him much mind. Offord, having briefly played in the NBA, harbored feelings of envy and had resolved to teach this rookie a lesson. Lee Chingming's physique did not intimidate him. However, after being struck twice, he immediately felt a hint of trepidation, an unavoidable response. What makes this lad so formidable? Anyone who faces Lee Chingming head-on for the first time experiences this sensation, including the stars of the American national team, let alone him. In a balanced confrontation yesterday, Lee chose to exercise caution and reason, but in a situation of advantage, his demeanor was no less fierce than anyone else's. Thus, upon sensing his opponent's reluctance, he became even more emboldened. He forcefully leaned back, causing Otage to feel as though his footing was faltering. In that instant, Lee Chingming pivoted and shouted, simultaneously launching his shot. Lee Chingming's spirited jump shot was executed flawlessly. Oh, Lee Chingming was truly in control against Otage. For the commentators, although he represented the Chinese star team, Lee Chingming was undeniably one of their own. As he retreated on defense, he pounded his chest, finally releasing some of the pressure. The disparity in strength between the two teams was exceedingly pronounced, and with Lee Chingming's unmatched presence, Otage found himself utterly unable to defend effectively. He attempted to engage in minor tactics, but having previously faced the master Gooden, Lee was well prepared. His positioning was deep. If Otage had any schemes in mind, Lee could easily conclude with a hook shot or a layup near the 3-second zone, without necessarily making physical contact. After the star team was forced to double-team him, he assisted Bogans in sinking a three-pointer, effectively opening up the entire game. By the time nearly 5 minutes had passed in the second quarter, under Lee Chungming's leadership, the Magic's bench had extended their lead to 13 points, prompting the Chinese star team to call a timeout. Van Gundy was also preparing to rest Lee Chungming. This style of play maximized Lee's individual advantages, yet it also consumed an immense amount of energy. Even though he had shed some weight, the burden remained, especially since establishing position in the low post required considerable physical exertion. Lee Chungming has displayed commendable physical stamina, proving his capability on the court. However, Van Gundy deemed it unnecessary to overexert him, considering that the team is not solely reliant on his prowess. If the objective was to test the players, 5 minutes would suffice. Once Lee Chungming was substituted for a breather, he had already contributed 8 points and 2 assists in the second quarter, single-handedly dismantling the opposing team. The pressure on the defense of the national team increased, which adversely affected their offensive rhythm. On the side of the Hwagwastar team, the foreign players primarily occupied the interior, while the perimeter was manned by domestic athletes. The physical attributes and shooting skills of Liu Wei and his teammates were rather average. Even when attempting pick-and-rolls against Lee Chungming, they struggled to penetrate. After getting past him, the Magic's wings would quickly provide support, and their defensive rotations were swift, leaving little opportunity for the national team to regroup without wasting time. Following a few successful three-pointers in the first quarter, the Magic adjusted their defense, extending their formation akin to a 2-3 zone, while Lee Chungming occupied the paint to compensate for his lack of mobility. The opponent's offense became increasingly disjointed, inadvertently granting the Magic several fast break opportunities. Even after Lee Chungming exited the game, the Magic maintained a firm advantage, with Arroyo unexpectedly igniting a scoring spree, stretching the lead to 30 points at 67-37. The fans on the sidelines fell silent, caught in a quandary of whether to cheer or remain quiet, especially with Lee Chungming off the court. The stark gap between them and the NBA teams was unexpectedly vast. Although some foresaw this disparity prior to the game, the reality was difficult for many to digest. Even Lee Chungming's commendable performance garnered little attention. At this juncture, the Magic refrained from further aggressive tactics, predominantly employing a rotational lineup in the second half, which allowed Lee Chungming ample playing time. Nevertheless, with Arroyo in form, Lee Chungming did not seek to overshadow him, instead focusing on securing rebounds and creating spacing. The Hwagwastar team initially considered allowing him space, but after he made a long two-pointer, they became more cautious. Lee Chungming's shooting could not be afforded any open opportunities. Even in contested situations, his shooting form remained stable, compelling defenders to limit his touches or strive to disrupt his shooting comfort. Furthermore, exhausting his stamina was a viable strategy. After playing 19 minutes, even in a preseason match, the intensity of the competition far exceeded that of collegiate games, leaving Lee Chungming drenched in sweat and breathless post-game, as though he had endured significant exertion. Fortunately, his endurance and cardiovascular capacity were commendable, allowing for recovery with a brief respite. Yet the experience left him with a sense of concern, having never anticipated that stamina could become a potential weakness. Chapter 34. Rematch against the Cavaliers. 22. Though he claimed never to have considered it, such an outcome was, in truth, somewhat foreseeable. Lee Chungming previously engaged in dominating matches without exerting excessive effort, although his physique and strength still confer an advantage in matchups. When confronted by professional players, the maturity of their bodies, their defensive techniques, and the pressure derived from experience create a stark contrast with what he encounters in regular training. While Wenger and Odegaard are relatively manageable, Lee Chungming faced significant challenges against the interior players of the Cavaliers. If the competition were to persist for an entire game, his fatigue would exacerbate, potentially leaving him with little strength for subsequent appearances. At this moment, he recalled why Yao Ming often displayed remarkable prowess in the first half of NBA games, maintained decent performance in the third quarter, yet struggled with stamina in the fourth. Even Yao, who had acclimatized to the rigors and tempo of the NBA, faced this issue. This phenomenon is not unique to him. In fact, many players experience similar challenges. In the NBA, true stamina beasts are scarce. Most players find their efficiency waning as fatigue sets in, which tests the coach's ability to manage rotations effectively. Lee Chungming, while currently positioning himself as a substitute and a crucial rotational player for the team, is capable of enduring approximately 10 to 20 minutes of playtime during regular season matches. However, his aspirations must extend beyond the immediate horizon. Fortunately, he will not perpetually bear the weight he currently carries, as his weight gradually decreases. His energy expenditure will correspondingly diminish, potentially enhancing his stamina. After the match, Li Chiming engaged in a conversation with members of the men's basketball team, relishing the familiarity of their dialect. Notably, there was a fellow townsman present. Although they hailed from different cities, the connection felt close. Regarding his situation with the national team, there has yet to be any indication from the management, and he naturally refrained from discussing it during interviews. The following day, still within the same city and arena, the final match of the Huagua Cup took place, featuring the long-standing rivalry between the Magic and the Cavaliers. Once again, Li Chiming found himself seated on the bench. The Cavaliers' starting lineup included Gibson, Hughes, James, Gooden, and Ilgauskas, while the Magic starters were Nelson, Bogans, Turkoglu, Garrity, and Howard. In today's game, the Cavaliers took an early lead, but the Magic managed to level the score at 12-12. James then led his team on a surge, resulting in an 8-1 run, giving the Cavaliers a 20-13 advantage over the Magic. Coach Van Gundy called a timeout, preparing to substitute in Li Chiming. This decision was not solely due to his immense popularity at home, but also because of his commendable performances in the preceding matches, indicating that he was gradually winning over the traditionally stern coach. Upon taking the court, Li Chiming swiftly made his mark. Initially, he received the ball in a low position, executing a turnaround jump shot over the mismatched Larry Hughes, which found its mark. Subsequently, he successfully intercepted the ball during Hughes' drive, although there was a suspicion of a foul, as Li Chiming himself sensed he might have grazed Hughes' wrist. However, the referee, perhaps swayed by the presence of the audience, chose not to call the foul. It is also possible that Li Chiming's imposing physique obstructed the referee's view, leading to a lack of clarity. On the court, if the referee did not signal a foul, it naturally implied there was none. After seizing the ball, Li handed it off to Arroyo, who orchestrated the play. As they advanced into the front court, Li found himself entangled with Devin Brown in the corner, immediately raising his hands to signal for the ball once he established his position. Despite Brown's disadvantages in height, weight, and wingspan, and the considerable difference in strength, he struggled to halt Li Chiming's advance, his face flushed with effort. Ultimately, as soon as Li received the ball, he pivoted and feigned a shot. Brown, without a moment's hesitation, rushed to disrupt him, only to be deceived by Li's clever feint. Li then stepped past him, leaping beneath the basket to execute a left-handed layup that found its target. Li Chiming scored for consecutive points, narrowing the gap to 3. Cavaliers head coach Mike Brown refrained from calling a timeout or substituting LeBron James into the game. However, the Cavaliers' Devin Brown managed to sink a shot, while on the Magic's end, Arroyo's layup attempt was unsuccessful. Foyle secured the offensive rebound, but failed to capitalize. The Cavaliers then hit a three-pointer, extending their lead back to 8 points. In their 2 preseason encounters, the players from the Cavaliers have performed commendably, with both teams displaying a competitive edge. Naturally, the Magic have an emerging second in command, which may give them a slight advantage over the Cavaliers. At this moment, Van Gundy urged Arroyo to pass the ball to Li Chiming, allowing him to take charge. Arroyo had been underwhelming today, having made only a single fast break layup thus far. His teammates Foyle, Dooling, and Augustine were not reliable options, leaving Li Chiming to spearhead the offense. In the Magic's current tactical framework, guards seldom act as initiators. The primary playmaker is Turkoglu, with Howard often serving as the finisher, while players like Nelson primarily function as facilitators or shooting options. The bench was initially intended for Arroyo to control the ball with pick-and-rolls from the post. But with Li Chiming's presence, Van Gundy found himself with an additional offensive option. Arroyo, without objection, advanced to the arc and lobbed the ball to the weak side for Li Chiming, clearing one side to give him an opportunity. Devin Brown, facing Li Chiming once more, felt the weight of pressure. They had faced each other in the previous game, and he recalled LeBron's caution about this player. During the U.S. team's training, James had encountered Li Chiming, and although the reasons remained obscure, the memory lingered. That match had left a lasting impression when Li Chiming faced LeBron one-on-one. Just observing Li Chiming's physique was enough to instill fear. Brown believed even the largest player on his team, Gooden, would struggle against him. Gooden himself acknowledged the challenge posed by Li Chiming. Though Li Chiming appeared to carry excess weight, his strength was undeniable when engaged. He possessed a shooting touch that led many to ponder how dominant Shaquille O'Neal would be if he had a reliable shooting ability. Brown suddenly perceived that Li Chiming exhibited similar tendencies. While his athleticism may not rival O'Neal's, his style was distinctly different. This time, Li Chiming decisively took control, and Brown had no choice but to call for assistance. While the coach had not explicitly arranged for a double team, players naturally exercised their autonomy on the court. However, Li Chiming's quick reflexes allowed him to pass the ball just as the double team was forming. Arroyo received the ball, attracted defensive attention, and promptly passed it to Dueling, who seized the open three-point opportunity, bringing the score to 20-25. Although the assist was credited to Arroyo, the Lions' share of the credit belonged to Li Chiming. Van Gundy couldn't help but applaud from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Augustine was also in a position to score on the opposite side, with an even better opportunity right under the basket. However, Li Chiming was constrained by the risk of interception on that pass, and his vision did not afford him a broader perspective. Nonetheless, it was inconsequential. Li Chiming's recent performance had already validated his presence on the court, prompting Van Gundy to contemplate whether to grant him more opportunities when the regular season commenced. So far, Li Chiming had excelled in the Summer League, and his feedback from his time training with the U.S. team had also been positive. His prowess lay in effectively utilizing his physique and strength in low-post situations, with no teammate able to withstand his presence. While his technique might not be flashy, it was sufficient. Importantly, he did not merely rely on brute force to score but possessed a diverse array of offensive strategies. He played intelligently, with a wealth of options, and demonstrated a willingness to share the ball, though he still faced challenges with his court vision and shooting consistency. His shooting touch was notably soft. Given his considerable size and robust arms, it was remarkable that he could deftly control the basketball's force, maintaining accuracy even amidst physical confrontations. This was evidently a form of talent, leading Van Gundy to ponder whether it stemmed from genetic advantages, especially considering the towering figures like Yao Ming and the notable Milwaukee 6th overall pick, who had also demonstrated shooting proficiency, albeit with some rhythm issues when faced with contact. However, many prior uncertainties could surface during the regular season, as increased playtime often exposed vulnerabilities. Rookies, in particular, were more susceptible to being targeted. One misstep could hinder their progress. For teams striving for success, there was little tolerance for rookie mistakes. A single error could not only heighten Li Chiming's pressure but also potentially disturb team chemistry and performance, inciting dissatisfaction among owners and fans alike. As Van Gundy pondered these complexities, the first quarter concluded with the Magic trailing by 3 points at 26-29, thanks to Li Chiming's contributions. In the second quarter, Li Chiming rested on the bench while the Magic, under Turkoglu's leadership, swiftly regained the lead. However, the Cavaliers retaliated with scoring from Hughes, Big Z, and Gooden, once again establishing a 5-point advantage. Van Gundy contemplated his next move and, during a timeout, reintroduced Howard, Nelson, and Li Chiming to the court, altering the lineup to Nelson, Bogans, Turkoglu, Li Chiming, and Howard. In Chapter 35, titled Prophet, James returned to the court for the Cavaliers, clearly intent on solidifying their advantage before halftime. Their previous defeat had left them somewhat bruised, and they were determined to secure a victory in this matchup, even if it was merely a preseason game, as they wished to avoid consecutive losses to the same rival. The ensuing exchanges were fierce, with Li Chiming's role primarily focused on spacing the floor, as his three-point shooting was well known to the Cavaliers, who were cautious not to leave him unguarded. However, he found himself without opportunities on the offensive end. On defense, James habitually drove to the right, while Li Chiming was positioned on the left, unable to match him. Facing Howard presented its own challenges for James, as his drives were most vulnerable when confronted with elite interior defenders, especially towering centers like Yao and Big Z. Howard, with his athletic prowess and exceptional shot-blocking ability, posed a significant obstacle as well. During this period, Li Chiming has not scored, yet he has not emerged as a distinct defensive liability within this lineup. Howard not only fortifies the paint, but with his exceptional athletic prowess, his leaping ability allows him to extend his defensive reach nearly to the three-point line. Li Chiming merely needs to hold his ground slightly to create opportunities for Howard to assist defensively. His role in stretching the offense is equally significant. Van Gundy even believes that Li Chiming's impact may not be substantially inferior to that of Lewis, and in certain respects, he might even surpass him. This is primarily due to Lewis's shortcomings in low-post offense, which prevent him from alleviating the defensive pressure on Howard. Of course, Lewis's shooting accuracy is still superior to that of the current Li Chiming, and he possesses an advantage in mobility. Each player has their strengths and weaknesses, and the outcome will largely depend on the opponents faced in the future, along with Li Chiming's subsequent development. Should he achieve a level of play comparable to that of Lewis and Turkoglu, it would serve as a tremendous enhancement for the Magic, as it would also bring tactical benefits, a thought that excites the academically inclined Van Gundy. At the end of the second quarter, when Lee Chiming left the court, the Magic held a 5-point lead. However, the tides turned dramatically as Z and James collaborated to score consecutively, with James sinking both of his free throws, leveling the score at 46. The first half, much like the previous game, was intensely competitive, leaving the outcome of the second half in suspense. During halftime, there was a local performance featuring the highly popular Karen Mok, who sang "I'll Be Fine." Interestingly, her deepest connection to the NBA is not through Yao Ming, who introduced her to the league, but rather through Andre Miller. Lee Chiming recalled a matter that he had once heard about during his school days. Witnessing it in person now, however, he found it not entirely reminiscent of what he had imagined. At times, certain elements may seem unrelated at first glance. Yet upon further contemplation, one begins to form preconceived notions, leading to an interpretation that increasingly aligns with those initial impressions. "Howard, that rascal," cheekily inquired whether Lee Chiming had the contact information of the other party. Lee Chiming pondered to himself, "Should I really provide my contact information for a discount?" Although her looks did not particularly appeal to him, those long legs were certainly captivating. Lee's father, "Oh no, my son is truly going astray." However, Lee Chiming merely entertained these thoughts. His current focus lay not on women but rather on enhancing his skills and solidifying his position within the team. As the second half commenced, the Magic executed a brilliant display both inside and outside the arc, establishing an impressive lead of 6 points. The contest continued with both teams exchanging points vigorously. The Cavaliers demonstrated remarkable tenacity, and with just over 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, LeBron James executed a powerful dunk, followed by a three-pointer from Hughes, narrowing the gap to 3 points. Then, Van Gundy summoned Lee Chiming once more. Despite averaging less than 6 minutes on the court in the previous 3 preseason games, Lee Chiming had exceeded 15 minutes in the first 2. And today was likely no exception. Crucially, his presence on the court was indeed impactful, as it had been previously. After a series of sprints, with just over 40 seconds remaining in the third quarter, Lee Chiming received the ball beyond the arc. With no defender in sight, he confidently launched a three-pointer, demonstrating that his perimeter shooting served a purpose beyond mere tactics. Following a basket from the Cavaliers, Lee Chiming executed a pick-and-roll with Nelson, receiving the pass and powering through Goudlock for a successful layup, extending the lead to 5 points. On the sidelines, Howard was exuberant, having taken Lee Chiming under his wing. On the first day of training camp, he had warned the seasoned players in front of the coach to refrain from bullying the rookie. According to the unwritten rules of the NBA, players were expected to honor the hierarchy. Newcomers were often tasked with carrying bags and purchasing refreshments for the veterans, who in turn were expected to offer guidance. This dynamic mirrored the unspoken regulations found in various professions, where those with seniority often wielded their influence. Over time, such practices evolved into tradition and habit. However, with the team's veteran leadership backing him, Lee Chiming was spared such treatment. Nevertheless, he remained humble, eagerly seeking advice from everyone. When it was his turn to play, he performed with intensity, as long as he wasn't up against particularly agile defenders or highly skilled players. He was unafraid of one-on-one encounters. Yet, it must be acknowledged that all the players in the NBA were elite athletes, each possessing their own unique offensive strengths, making it no easy feat for Lee Chiming to defend against them, although they would certainly find it challenging to contain him as well. Lee Chiming is currently a formidable presence within the Magic team, often referred to as a monster in the training facility. However, it was only during the 3 games of the Huagua competition that head coach Van Gundy allowed this monster to emerge, albeit slightly. As the final quarter commenced, Van Gundy opted to keep Lee Chiming on the court, and he responded enthusiastically. He first connected with Gary to assist him in making a 3-point shot, followed by a smooth step-back jumper from the paint area. With just over 8 minutes remaining, Redick and Bogans consecutively sank 3-pointers, enabling the Magic to extend their lead to 12 points through a relentless offensive onslaught. Thereafter, the Cavaliers were unable to close the gap. Before Lee Chiming exited the game, the Magic had established a commanding 15-point lead, culminating in a resounding victory of 103-82 against the Cavaliers, thus concluding their Huagua journey on a triumphant note. In this match, Lee Chiming played for a remarkable 23 minutes, the longest of the preseason thus far, achieving an impressive tally of 17 points on 6 of 9 shooting, alongside 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, and a block awarded to the charming Gibson. This performance marked his best in the preseason to date, attracting a noticeably larger contingent of reporters eager to speak with him. Notably, the highest scorer for the Magic was Howard, who amassed 18 points and 14 rebounds, followed closely by Lee Chungming. Anyone who witnessed the game would recognize Lee Chungming's pivotal role, while his contributions in the previous 2 games were commendable. Today, he maintained a steady performance throughout. It is worth noting that Van Gundy, having identified Lee Chungming's fatigue issues in the prior game, adeptly managed his stamina in this match, understanding the optimal duration for which he should play before taking necessary breaks to maximize his effectiveness. Domestic sports journalists have begun to regard Lee Chungming as an emerging star, eagerly anticipating his performance in the upcoming regular season. Although the preseason holds a degree of entertainment value, Lee Chungming has indeed demonstrated the caliber required to establish himself in the NBA, certainly surpassing the performance of his counterpart on the Space team. In the recent match between the Bucks and the Timberwolves, the player known as Spacey managed to secure a double-double. However, his inconsistency has been a notable concern, leading him back to the bench. In contrast, Lee Chungming, despite varying minutes on the court, consistently showcases his talent whenever he plays. His performances over the last 3 games have illustrated that he has adapted to the rhythm of the NBA more swiftly than his counterpart, Yi Jianlian. Journalists, as expected, inquired about Lee Chungming's assessment of his own performance and whether he had been following Yi Jianlian's situation, seeking any comments he might have. In the presence of his compatriots from Hong Kong and Macau, Lee Chungming humbly acknowledged the opportunities afforded to him by his coach and teammates, noting that he was in good form. Regarding Yi Jianlian, he refrained from casting any aspersions, simply stating that time should be given, expressing a desire for mutual growth. Such sentiments resonate with many, including fans from both sides, as they all share a vested interest in their homegrown players excelling in the NBA, honing their skills, and ultimately returning to contribute to their country. With the Olympics on the horizon next year, Lee Chungming's current performance makes it hard to fathom a scenario where he would not be selected for the Olympic team. If that were the case, the Blue Shoes franchise could not rely on mere silence to navigate through this situation unscathed. Moreover, should Lee Chungming secure a place on the national team, it would significantly bolster the depth of the forward positions, rendering the pursuit of a top 4 finish in the Olympics a tangible dream. Notably, the most gratifying news for Lee Chungming post-match came from his father, with whom he successfully negotiated a 2-year contract that allows for an option to extend, beginning with a lucrative offer of $2 million in the first year. During Lee Chungming's recent return to his homeland, his father received numerous offers, most ranging between $500,000 to $1 million per year. This figure aligns with the typical market rate for newcomers in the industry, and considering it was merely an initial exploratory bid, it was reasonable. However, the sudden offer of $2 million left both father and son somewhat astonished. After consulting with several acquaintances, Lee's father swiftly confirmed the deal, wary of the possibility of the other party retracting their offer. Despite Lee Chungming's apparent popularity in the domestic sphere, the authenticity of this acclaim remains uncertain. The commercial value of celebrities is intrinsically linked to their public recognition, often leading to a stark polarization. Icons like Yao Ming and Lu Xiong naturally command the highest echelons of commercial worth, while emerging talents, such as Lee Chungming, still lag significantly behind. Just months prior, he was virtually unknown, and his recognition within the industry may not even surpass that of lesser-known figures. Furthermore, there is the aspect of image. Lee Chungming possesses a visage that is neither fierce nor unattractive, and if his features were to be diminished, one could even describe him as having delicate looks. Nonetheless, individuals who are overweight often face societal bias. Although the population of overweight individuals continues to rise, representing a substantial potential consumer base, many struggle to find appropriately sized clothing, highlighting the market's negligence towards this demographic. Admittedly, there are visionary individuals in the industry, yet their focus may not be on Lee Chungming, as they might not perceive him as possessing significant appeal. This situation parallels the reluctance to market shoes for sinners. Even the likes of Shaquille O'Neal do not command contracts comparable to those of other stars, including a rookie Kevin Durant. Public preference typically gravitates towards athletes with more relatable heights, as individuals tend to favor those who stand around 6 feet or 6 feet 7 inches. Moreover, the style of play also influences popularity. Perimeter players tend to be more favored. During Hakeem Olajuwon's championship reign, David Stern had to implore Michael Jordan, who had just retired, to return and boost NBA viewership. Despite the presence of all 4 dominant centers at that time, which ultimately proved ineffective. As for Li Qingming's image, the range of products suitable for endorsement is rather limited, primarily confined to junk food such as chips and sodas. However, the potential profit margins for such food products can be substantial. Employing him for endorsement serves primarily to enhance brand recognition. Given the scarcity of well-known puffed snack brands in the domestic market, establishing a dominant initial impression could be their path to success. Thus, a contract valued at $2 million per year appears to be a strategic move. Li Qingming felt as though his eyes were bulging, jolted back to reality by a gentle tap on the head from his father. When Li's father first learned of the staggering figure, he too was taken aback, considering his own annual salary was but a fraction of that amount. Although Li Qingming's current yearly income had surpassed $2 million, this was merely a fixed salary. In contrast, endorsement contracts represented supplementary earnings involving the commercial use of his likeness for promotional activities, which required his participation in various advertising campaigns, including photo shoots and video promotions. While casual displays of his brand associations in daily life were generally not mandated, it was understood that such engagements were not essential to his livelihood. This was merely the beginning. Regardless of future performance, Li Qingming's endorsements would serve as a baseline for future negotiations. As long as he maintained his momentum, his fees would only escalate, never retreating. The prospects with Coca-Cola were particularly promising. Mr. Li chuckled with a smile, saying, "Now that is quite a blade, isn't it? $1 million, you say? That's the Asian market. Do you think this is merely child's play like at home? Goodness. I even suspect that you might be more elated than I am at this moment." Li Qingming harbored unspoken grievances against his father. Yet the discussions on the other side would not be resolved swiftly. His father insisted that they must remain in the country for an additional 2 days to meet and solidify their plans. He realized that managing everything alone was becoming increasingly arduous, and he began to contemplate whether he should enlist someone to assist him. At the very least, he needed someone capable of comprehending contracts. Otherwise, it would be cumbersome to consult a lawyer every time. Li Qingming did not linger with the magic for long. After participating in a fan engagement event that resembled a meet and greet with local supporters in the afternoon, he boarded a flight that evening. Although he had departed, his performances in the 3 Huagua matches left the domestic media with an abundance of topics to discuss for quite some time. In these matches, the young talent Li Qingming played 3 games for the Magic, averaging 19 minutes on the court and achieving commendable statistics of 13 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, with an astonishing shooting percentage nearing 70. Such remarkable efficiency has left no doubt regarding his potential to establish himself in the NBA. In contrast, the performance of another rookie during this preseason has been somewhat disappointing. The pressure on Yi Jianlian is immense. In fact, prior to Li Qingming's impressive trio of preseason games, there were those who attempted to undermine him by promoting Yi Jianlian, and this outcome was somewhat predictable. However, for certain individuals, their desire to see Yi Jianlian thrive has not materialized. As for Li Qingming, the ordinary young man, how did he ascend to this point? It must be noted that there are numerous controversies surrounding Yi Jianlian, including allegations of age falsification during the draft, which have even reached the ears of American media. While domestically, this topic has been largely avoided, directly impacting perceptions of his talent and potential. Certainly, while age may suggest a lack of talent and potential, it should also imply greater maturity. Yet, the current dilemma is that, in terms of both potential and maturity, Yi Jianlian evidently pales in comparison to Li Qingming. The pre-draft workouts were shunned by Yi Jianlian, whereas Li Qingming eagerly accepted the invitation from the Magic. Now, the team has released his physical assessment results, indicating that his bone age of 19 suggests no falsification of his age. Moreover, his vertical leap has sparked considerable discussion domestically. Those knowledgeable about the sport understand just how astonishing this figure is. Weighing over 300 pounds, achieving a vertical leap of over 80 inches. What kind of extraordinary athlete is this? This starkly contrasts with previous claims that Li Qingming possessed average physical attributes. The average vertical leap in the NBA is approximately 28 inches, equivalent to just over 71 centimeters. While a leap exceeding 80 inches cannot be deemed exceptional, one must take into account Li Qingming's height and weight. The NBA is a realm populated by extraordinary athletes, with numerous individuals capable of achieving verticals of 90 centimeters or more, particularly among those towering over 1 meter or even 1 meter 1. Typically, this is observed in guards and forwards under 2 meters in height. For those above 2 meters, achieving a vertical leap of 80 or even 90 centimeters is commendable. especially considering the advantages conferred by height and wingspan. For instance, Yao Ming's vertical leap of 62 centimeters is rather unremarkable, while Li Qingming's weight and leap seem to defy the typical athleticism associated with individuals of Asian descent. Could he indeed be the Chinese Shaquille O'Neal? Thus, one ponders whether a weight loss could enable Li Qingming to leap over 1 meter. Personally, I find this unlikely. He currently exhibits a floor-bound style of play, hesitant to leap significantly during games. Hence, even with weight loss, he may only manage a vertical in the vicinity of 90 centimeters, which, while impressive, would not place him among the elite. Moreover, Li Qingming's wingspan is remarkable. His static athleticism is even more exaggerated than that of Spacey, raising the question of why domestic media does not laud him. Yao Ming would be dismayed to learn that his wingspan is a mere centimeter shorter than his height. Spacey's wingspan already astonished many, yet Li Qingming, despite a considerable height difference, boasts a wingspan that nearly matches his. However, in terms of speed, this appears to be the only standout aspect within the physical testing data. During the shuttle run test, Li Qingming ranked at the bottom among his peers during that tryout. Given the smaller dimensions of basketball courts, short sprints and shuttle runs are more indicative of on-court performance than the 100-meter dash. Nevertheless, it is understandable. If Li Qingming were devoid of any flaws, it would raise questions about his authenticity. This observation aligns closely with the impression one gathers while watching him play. Though Li Qingming is quite agile, his physique imposes limitations, hindering his speed and agility in pivoting and lateral movements. Consequently, he struggles to defend against quicker perimeter players, and his technical prowess may be compromised. Nevertheless, he remains a formidable force, and I suddenly sense that his future accomplishments may indeed surpass those of Spacey. Chapter 37. The gathering at the McKeelton residence despite Li Qingming's explosive performance in the Summer League and preseason. It can be said that the duo did not face each other directly as opponents, otherwise, the outcome might have been even less favorable. Yet, many continue to hold the ingrained belief that, as a lottery pick and a key player for the team, Yi Jianlian's future development is likely to surpass that of Li Qingming. Just because he is currently underperforming does not imply that he will perpetually do so. This assertion is undoubtedly valid. However, as Li Qingming's physical metrics were revealed and circulated, a growing sentiment suggested that he might indeed possess greater potential. His current situation could merely be a modest beginning, and let us not forget the adage, overweight individuals are often untapped potential. The only concern lies in whether Li Qingming can effectively shed the excess weight. Should he fail to do so, his current weight might impose limitations on his ceiling. Even with O'Neal's prodigious talent, the various injuries stemming from his weight significantly curtailed both his peak performance and the longevity of his career. Li Qingming is likely to face similar challenges. However, if he can successfully lose weight at this juncture, Li Qingming was evidently unconcerned with domestic discussions about him. Following the conclusion of the China national team's games, the Magic had one final preseason match against the Spurs back in the United States. In this game, Van Gundy perhaps felt that he had adequately assessed Li Qingming over the previous 3 matches, thus granting more opportunities to Redick, Augustin, and Gortat. These 3 teammates, who had participated with Li Qingming in the Summer League, had also garnered some chances in prior preseason matches. Redick demonstrated his prowess beyond the arc, positioning himself favorably for a spot on the 15-man roster for the upcoming season. However, the Polish player and Augustin found themselves in precarious situations. While Gortat's distinctive attributes could serve as a valuable complement to the team's interior, his adaptability remained a question. Augustin, needless to say, had already squandered a year in the development league. The Magic's front court currently boasted Howard, Lewis, Gortat, and Foyle, while Turkoglu and Li Qingming could also play the power forward position, rendering the roster excessively crowded and limiting their opportunities. Unless the Magic executed further trades or adjustments to their lineup, the likelihood of providing additional chances seemed slim, ultimately depending on whether these players could seize any opportunities afforded to them. Of course, the Spurs fielded a similarly inexperienced lineup, with none of their starters participating. Surprisingly, the match proved to be fiercely contested, and after a few minutes on the court, Li Qingming was substituted out, finishing with a modest tally of 6 points and 6 rebounds, as he observed his teammates engage in a thrilling contest against the Spurs. Although the game took place at home, the preseason crowd was not particularly large. Many fans had attended primarily to see Howard and the others, who did not play. Fortunately, the match still offered them value for their tickets. In an astonishing turn of events, the final 10 seconds featured a near-game winner. with a dramatic sequence of clutch shots and countershots that one could scarcely believe. Ultimately, it was the Magic who fortuitously secured victory in this contest, with Redick's outstanding performance in the closing moments garnering the attention and acclaim of all. As the preseason drew to a close, Lee Chungming's responsibilities were promptly revitalized. Current task: to take the court in the regular season and officially commence your NBA career with a reward of 5 calories burned. Lee Chungming, upon receiving this task, felt a surge of confidence, believing it to be devoid of difficulty. Perhaps this was also the reason the reward was not particularly generous. Indeed, the task posed little challenge. The Summer League was not indicative of the overall situation, serving merely as a means for him to secure a contract. Given his performance in the preseason, it was evident that he would undoubtedly secure a place within the team, particularly following 3 matches in the national competition. If Van Gundy were to disregard him or demote him afterward, the fans would not stand for it. Moreover, aside from the crucial 6 or 7 players on the Magic, no one else could confidently claim to overshadow Lee Chungming, whether in terms of skill or influence. Lee Chungming possesses a remarkable confidence in this regard. Although he currently grapples with various weaknesses, the NBA has never been a realm where one merely compares shortcomings. Rather, it is a domain that emphasizes strengths. If one were to assess his defensive prowess at a mere 60 points, his offensive capabilities soared to at least 75, with his low post dominance exceeding 80. The crux of his style guarantees a level of consistency. Even when his shooting falters, he possesses alternative methods to score, albeit with slightly diminished efficiency and increased effort. This distinction sets him apart from players like Space E, who has yet to discover an effective means to leverage his physicality. In contrast, Lee Chungming has already begun to exploit mismatches to his advantage, demonstrating the ability to overpower opponents even when not in a favorable position. Engaging in one-on-one matchups against star players poses no challenge for him. Provided he remains unexposed to targeted defenses and is not hindered by fatigue, he is certain to excel. Regrettably, this scenario remains an idealized vision, and he is uncertain whether Coach Van Gundy intends to afford him such opportunities. Upon returning home, he finds himself alone, as his father's itinerary has unexpectedly altered, leaving Lee Chungming solitary in the household. However, he is not lonely, for a neighbor, aware of his solitary situation, warmly extends an invitation for him to join their family gathering. Mrs. McGilton, a gentle soul, encourages him to feel at ease, as if he were in his own home, and inquires whether he has any dietary restrictions or if he might struggle with Western cuisine. Lee Chungming chuckled while patting his belly, saying, "Do you think a person with a belly like mine would be one to watch their diet? His greatest flaw lies in his hearty appetite, which has contributed to his current state, yet this same appetite is his greatest asset, making him easy to care for. Presently, he enjoys a harmonious relationship with the McGilden family, with the exception of Miss Sheila, who seems to harbor a subtle wariness towards him, perhaps due to their initial encounter. For children, first impressions are undeniably significant. However, the young lady is well-mannered and polite, and it is not that she dislikes Lee Chungming. She merely perceives him as a mischievous older brother, which renders her reluctant to grow too close. Lee Chungming believed that his external appearance played a significant role in his experiences. Indeed, being overweight often subjects one to prejudice, and children are particularly candid in expressing their feelings. However, the infant Mike, still in his swaddling clothes, seemed to have an affinity for Lee Chungming. Each time Lee placed him on his belly, the child would drift into a particularly deep sleep, only to awaken and wail upon being lifted, unless something else captivated his attention. Among the trio of children, the eldest, John, was the closest to Lee Chungming. He remarked on having witnessed Lee's competition with LeBron James. "You were absolutely phenomenal, Lee. Those guys in our class have been boasting about LeBron James, but you certainly put them in their place." This, of course, referred to the Huagua match, which had garnered some discussion in the United States, albeit not as extensively as it had in the domestic arena. Lee Chungming chuckled softly, offering no further comment. However, Mrs. McGilton, well acquainted with her son, promptly inquired, "Have you been wagering with your classmates again? Otherwise, why would you be so concerned about this matter?" At once, Xiao En became flustered, stammering, "And no, not at all." Mrs. McGilton's expression turned icy as she retorted, "You had better not let your father catch you in the act," and apologized to Lee. Without hesitation, Xiao En immediately turned to Lee Chungming and expressed his contrition, explaining that it was never his intention to wager on him with his classmates. He had merely felt compelled to interject after hearing their remarks, which inadvertently led to the bet. Lee Chungming chuckled softly. Although wagering with others is not deemed a commendable habit, it nonetheless signifies his genuine support for himself. After all, the average fan is acutely aware of the vast chasm between Lee Chiming and LeBron James. Furthermore, it is quite natural for a child to act impulsively. He certainly would not harbor any anger over such matters. To put it plainly, he stands to lose nothing, and should any unfortunate event transpire, he bears no responsibility. Well then, let us dine first. Chapter 38. Father and Son. With only 2 days remaining until the commencement of the regular season, Lee's father has also returned to America at this time. In recent days, Lee Ching-ming has been dedicating his days to training at the gym, while in the evenings, he finds himself at the McGilden residence, enjoying their hospitality. Of course, he is not without his means of reciprocation. His father instilled in him the importance of gratitude from a young age. The McGilden couple, having no specific requests of him, have received his goodwill through their child. John, their son, ardently supports the Magic team, and naturally, his favorite player is none other than Lee Chiming. In a generous gesture, Lee Chiming procured autographs for everyone on the team, including his favorite Turkish player. Perhaps it is due to a certain resemblance in physique and playing style to Hito Tjarkyo Lu that John idolizes him. At least, that is how John himself describes it, although Lee Ching-ming finds it difficult to see the similarity. Moreover, during practice sessions at home, whenever John has the time, Lee Ching-ming imparts some of his knowledge and skills to him. After all, he is now a player of NBA caliber, and sharing his past experiences along with the techniques he has acquired during team training could greatly benefit John. At 16, John stands at a modest height of 1.82 meters, which sadly precludes him from playing in the paint. His physical attributes are rather average, relegating him to a benchwarmer on his school team, which makes the prospect of a professional career unattainable. However, if he merely wishes to pursue a hobby, refining his skills could allow him to enjoy pickup games at local courts. John has come to terms with reality early on, viewing basketball as a pastime, and he may eventually take over the family business, given his apparent talent in photography. Although the photos he has shared with Lee Ching-ming have raised some eyebrows, he refers to them as private shots featuring rather alluring young women. It's evident that John enjoys a certain popularity at school, exuding the charm of a young gallant, despite his often starstruck demeanor in front of Lee Ching-ming, which nearly bewitched him. Lee Ching-ming occasionally contemplates embarking on a study of human anatomy and the distinctions between genders. Yet, as a pure-hearted young man who has never experienced romance, he finds it challenging to take the first step, having only indulged in fantasies inspired by films and novels. Moreover, despite having suffered a heartbreak, he remains resolute in his desire to find a girl he truly likes, postponing such thoughts for the time being. His focus is unwavering until he perfects his game. Thoughts of romance are secondary. Upon his father's return, Lee Ching-ming felt even more compelled to concentrate, recognizing that his father's tireless efforts were all for his sake, and that these sacrifices have borne fruit. Though their family was never in dire straits, his parents often appeared weary, occasionally forcing smiles in his presence. Now, however, his father radiates joy, not solely due to financial success, but primarily from witnessing his son's promising future. The age-old aspiration of parents to see their children thrive is indeed their greatest hope. Lee Ching-ming understands the weight of this expectation and is determined not to disappoint. Thus, he resolves to strive tirelessly, propelling Chinese sports onto the global stage. Upon his return, Lee's father was naturally concerned about whether Lee Ching-ming could manage well on his own. Although Lee Ching-ming was no longer a child and capable of taking care of himself, with the team looking after him and neighbors keeping an eye on him, his parents' anxieties often seemed unfounded. Yet, witnessing Lee Ching-ming's carefree laughter brought him a sense of relief. He then shared with Lee Ching-ming a summary of his recent accomplishments during his time in the country, having secured 3 contracts for endorsements: potato chips, cola, and a handheld pancake. Among others. Handheld pancakes? Lee Ching-ming had certainly tasted them before, but he was bemused that such a delicacy could also attract commercial endorsements. Father Lee chuckled and remarked, "This is a company from the enchanting city of Magic, currently engaged in promotional activities, and fortuitously, you have become a part of it. Indeed, your appearance possesses a remarkable persuasive quality." Lee Ching-ming's forehead instantly bore 3 dark lines. What does it mean to have a persuasive appearance? However, a vivid image suddenly flashed through his mind, himself appearing on the television screen, devouring a hand-grabbed pancake with an enticing tagline that suggested one would crave more after the first bite. He couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. It seemed genuinely persuasive, yet he wondered if this might lower the tone a bit. As soon as Li Chengming finished speaking, his father slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "You, a mere basketball player, possess any sense of refinement? Come on, Dad, no need for such coarse language. Why not? I can say what I please. All right then, please continue." However, despite his father's bluntness, he took the time to elucidate his thoughts, saying, "I have contemplated this matter thoroughly and researched your current reputation online. Do you realize how many grassroots individuals regard you as an idol? In this era, grassroots culture is flourishing, especially with the advancement of the internet, which has birthed a multitude of grassroots internet celebrities. And Li Chengming, an ordinary individual who self-financed his trials for the NBA, resembles those dreamers striving for success in the bustling metropolises." Father Li continued, "Hence, I have no intention of elevating you to great heights. Such matters are for the media. We ought to remain grounded and never forget our origins." Li Chengming understood that the latter part of the statement was the crux of the matter. His father remained consistent, always imparting the lesson that one must prioritize character before action. He could only nod in acknowledgement, aware that even if he failed to remember this lesson once, his father would persistently remind him until it was ingrained in his memory. At that moment, Li Chengming was struck by another thought. Should he consider endorsing advertisements? Coca-Cola had its needs, while the other two required portrait rights. The endorsement fees varied accordingly. Coca-Cola's annual endorsement fee reached an impressive $1.5 million, primarily targeting the Asian market, though the domestic market remained the main focus. As Li Chengming had yet to attain the popularity of the great Yao Ming and was not as well recognized in Japan and South Korea. Naturally, given his physique, he felt that endorsing Coca-Cola would be a form of self-deprecation. If one is to drink, let it be the drink of joy. Shall we indulge together in our corpulence? Fortunately, Coca-Cola, being an American company, could simply produce the advertisement locally and send it over, sparing Li Chengming from the need to traverse back and forth. Additionally, I have recently hired someone to monitor the domestic situation for us. Beyond commercial endorsement contracts, you now have some social media operations to delegate to him. Social media? You have QQ, right? It's somewhat similar, but they also engage in blogging and Weibo, which I am not entirely familiar with. However, I have heard that many celebrities and public figures in the country are utilizing these platforms to interact directly with fans and supporters. If you're interested, I can provide you with the account later, and you can occasionally engage with it yourself. Furthermore, there is currently no one domestically who can advocate on our behalf, so it is imperative to cultivate good relations with the media. The connections with CCTV and other established platforms must be maintained. All of this will require his attention, as there is much to be done. He feared that Li Chengming might misunderstand and think he was indiscriminately hiring individuals. The necessary explanations had to be articulated clearly. For although Li Chengming had an unwavering trust in him, his father hoped for him to develop greater critical thinking skills, rather than being led blindly by others. Even by his own father, Li Chengming quietly nodded. Although he did not fully comprehend the situation, his intelligence allowed him to grasp some of his father's sentiments. He was determined to learn what he needed to know. At that moment, his father couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "From here on, it will depend on your performance in the regular season. The better you perform, the easier our work will become. Of course, do not feel pressured. Simply showcase your true abilities. Initially, I only hoped for you to live a healthy and joyful life. Now, not only can you support yourself, but you can also provide for both your father and mother, which has truly surpassed my expectations. Son, I am proud of you." Li Chengming felt a bit embarrassed at his father's words, scratching his head and breaking into a goofy smile. Upon hearing his father call him to training, he promptly responded with enthusiasm, filled with determination. Li's father observed his son with a bemused shake of his head. After practicing basketball for a while, he realized that his own lack of exercise due to work commitments had somewhat faded, thanks to the summer spent training alongside Li Chengming. However, when it came to truly acting as a sparring partner for his son, he found himself somewhat lacking, merely able to provide token defense or retrieve the ball, while timing and recording shooting attempts for Li Chengming. In team training, Li Chengming would not practice in such a manner, but in private. His focus had shifted to achieving the swiftest possible release of his shots, all while maintaining accuracy, a challenging endeavor. Without the aid of a shooting accelerator, he would not dare to practice in this way, as it could disrupt his shooting rhythm. 99, 100, excellent. Now let's switch positions and try again. The rhythmic sound of the bouncing basketball intertwined with shouts echoed beneath the golden hues of the setting sun as beads of sweat dripped down, marking the transition from day to night in the courtyard, now adorned with a golden edge. Chapter 39, Prelude, 12. Is this how little regard you have for us? On this weekend's respite, the McGilden family was naturally at home, enjoying their leisure. Lee's father extended an invitation for a barbecue at their residence to express gratitude for the care they had shown to Lee Chiming. After indulging in a hearty meal, Lee Chiming joined John to watch TNT's evening program, primarily focused on predictions for the upcoming NBA season. In fact, during the off-season, even as early as the conclusion of the finals, the media had begun to extensively speculate about the new season. As the draft and trade market evolved, these predictions became increasingly frequent, realistic, diverse, and detailed. This included forecasts regarding each team's performance and rankings in the upcoming season, the anticipated achievements and standings of players, as well as various statistics. Specialized websites would even release comprehensive sets of predictions, with some venues offering betting lines. Lee Chiming exhibits little interest in matters beyond two key concerns: the prospects of the Magic for the upcoming season and the performance of the rookies. This year's draft, buoyed by the presence of players like Oden and Durant, has generated considerable anticipation. While it may not be classified as an exceptional draft year, especially when compared to the illustrious classes of 96 and 03, media evaluations of the top rookies remain notably optimistic. Even players like Spacey, who presently appear underwhelming, are still viewed as promising, primarily due to their comparison to Dirk Nowitzki, albeit embellished by domestic media hype. If he can achieve even 60 to 70% of Nowitzki's prowess, it would suffice for him to establish himself in the NBA, regardless of the lukewarm reception he receives from American media. After all, he is the leading star of the Mavericks and a pivotal figure in their playoff aspirations. However, last month, Oden underwent minimally invasive surgery on his right knee, and current indications suggest a high probability of missing the entire season, casting a shadow over his nascent career. Consequently, the spotlight now shifts to the second overall pick, Durant. A saying often circulated during drafts posits that the first two picks must yield at least one standout player. Previously, many speculated that Durant might be the less promising choice due to his slender physique and perceived difficulties in physical confrontations. Yet, with Oden's injury, this may inadvertently benefit Durant. As for subsequent picks like Horford, Conley, Noah, Jeff Green, and even Spacey, they also hold considerable promise. In contrast, the media has little praise for second-round picks, including the two from Huagua and the younger Gasol from Spain, particularly the latter and Lee Chiming, both of whom are regarded as less favorable despite their solid interior skills. Nevertheless, Lee Chiming finds himself in a relatively better position than Gasol, not only because the latter has yet to enter the NBA, but also due to media assessments of his preseason performance, which suggest he could serve as a competent backup for the Magic this season, albeit with the understanding that expectations for the team are modest. Although the addition of Lewis, one of the Seattle duo, is seen as a potential boost, his prior tenure with the Sonics has not proven particularly impressive, leading media to conclude that while he strengthens the Magic, they are still far from championship contention, especially given the fierce competition in the Eastern Conference this season. Predictions place the Celtics, Cavaliers, and Pistons in the top three, with the Magic even ranked behind the Wizards. This is understandable, as the previous season saw the Magic barely clinch the 8th playoff spot, and aside from Lewis, they have made no significant acquisitions and have even lost some players. Consequently, Magic general manager Otis Smith continues to entertain thoughts of trades to further enhance the team, as merely making the playoffs is evidently insufficient for him. In the West, the Spurs, led by Duncan, and the Hornets, under Paul, dominate the standings. As for the Lakers, media speculate that Kobe might lead them into the playoffs. But as long as the roster remains unchanged, their prospects appear bleak, with playoff qualification itself at risk. Other playoff contenders include the Jazz, Mavericks, and Nuggets, underscoring the competitiveness of the Western Conference, while the Eastern Conference may well become a showcase for Boston. In terms of individual players, Kobe is invariably the first mentioned. Despite the Lakers' dismal performance over the past 2 years, Kobe has excelled personally, with a consensus that if Jerry Buss executes a strategic move akin to the Celtics trades, the Lakers could also find redemption. Interestingly, as longtime rivals, the Lakers have observed the Celtics' resurgence with considerable activity in Los Angeles, leading to an increase in trade rumors, possibly to retain Kobe or to make significant moves to avoid being outshone by their historical adversary. However, due to the Lakers' failed attempt to form a superstar quartet and the subsequent departure of Shaquille O'Neal, many media outlets speculate that Kobe sought to seize control, resulting in O'Neal's exit. O'Neal's championship win with the Heat last year served as a slight rebuke to both the Lakers and Kobe. This sentiment is underscored by O'Neal's diminished ability, as evidenced by recent controversies surrounding his free throw shooting in the finals. Even the 2003 Finals MVP, Wade, has garnered ridicule in China, where he is humorously referred to as body hair. Kobe's reputation has suffered post-lawsuits in the disbandment of the superstar quartet, and his brash personality does not endear him to the media. Thus, while his popularity remains high, his reputation is less favorable. Were it not for his affiliation with the Lakers and support from numerous Los Angeles media outlets, he might find himself criticized as harshly as O'Neal was after leaving the Lakers. Of course, Kobe has demonstrated his individual prowess through 2 scoring titles. Yet he still bears the burden of not having shed the label of not winning a championship without Shaquille O'Neal. Consequently, media predicts that he may focus on personal statistics in the upcoming season unless the team undertakes significant changes. In that case, the scoring title should rightfully belong to Kobe. As for the assists title, Nash is favored to retain it, though Paul and others are not to be dismissed. In the MVP race, candidates include Duncan, James, Nash, Paul, Howard, and even Kobe, reflecting a league populated with prominent figures. Various individual statistics and accolades, including Rookie of the Year and All-Rookie Team selections, are also noted. Yet Lee Chiming finds no mention in these discussions, as outside of local Orlando media support, he is not widely regarded. Moreover, TNT has not only compiled rankings, but also aims to create an engaging program. Notable figures such as Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith have made appearances on the screen. "I dislike that fat man," Lee Chiming remarked, prompting John to glance at him in curiosity and inquire, "Why?" Lee Chiming inquired, "Are you familiar with Yao Ming?" "Yao Ming?" "Indeed. He is my compatriot and a source of pride for our nation. During his rookie season, this fellow mocked him, although he accepted his defeat in the wager. I still harbor a certain dislike for him." John immediately shrugged and replied, "What a coincidence. I share your sentiments." It remained unclear whether his words were sincere or merely a reflection of Lee Chiming's feelings. However, when the discussion shifted to the current crop of rookies, Kenny Smith, whether intentionally or not, emphasized 3 promising Chinese newcomers and invited Barkley to offer his insights. Barkley, having learned from his past encounters with Yao, appeared unusually cautious, subtly suggesting that if the age of the player known as Yao Ming is indeed appropriate, he sees potential in him. Nevertheless, adapting to the NBA is no simple task, as many talented international players have faltered at this juncture. When Barkley addressed the 2 second-round picks, he did not mince words. He remarked that Sun Dashing was not yet ready for the NBA, and regarding Lee Chiming, he expressed considerable skepticism. He candidly stated, "I believe his playing style is flawed. Despite possessing significant size and strength advantages, he tends to linger outside for shots. He is too soft. Yao is far more tenacious. Yet, he is still young," he acknowledged. "I understand he is young, but young players should not presume that their age guarantees them room for growth. In the NBA, teams will not afford you countless opportunities. If you cannot seize your chances, you will inevitably be cast aside. This is not aimed at anyone in particular. All rookies face the same challenges, including myself back in the day." Barkley, a 5th overall pick in 1984, averaged a double-double in his rookie playoff season and earned a spot on the All-NBA second team in his second year, thus possessing the credibility to make such assertions. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Lee Chiming's style bears some resemblance to Barkley's. Both excel in the paint but are relatively shorter, yet possess a substantial weight advantage. However, Barkley's athleticism was undeniably superior, standing at 198 centimeters with an astonishing wingspan of 218 centimeters and a vertical leap of 92 centimeters. He compensated for any defensive shortcomings related to height, proving formidable against the towering centers of the 1980s and 1990s, even securing an MVP award. Yet times have changed. Frankly, Lee Chiming does not perceive anything wrong with his exterior shooting. After all, if one's shooting is accurate, why not take more shots? Furthermore, he has demonstrated considerable prowess in the low post. However, due to his role within the team, he often finds himself relegated to a more peripheral position, either spacing the floor or engaging in rebounding duties as a blue-collar worker. Clearly, Barkley's critique was not directed specifically at him, but rather stemmed from a broader disdain for players who primarily rely on shooting. Lee Chiming could be seen as an unwitting casualty of this perspective. "Hey, don't take it personally, Lee." John initially believed he was displeased and contemplated offering him some comfort. However, Lee Chiming chuckled nonchalantly and remarked that it was fortunate he did not wager against Kenny. He was certain he would lose. Kenny Smith, it seemed, harbored ulterior motives, having laid a foundation merely to ensnare Barkley. Yet, Barkley did not fall into the trap this time, stating that his comments were merely advice directed at all newcomers, not specifically aimed at Lee Chiming. Chapter 40. The commencement of the regular season, 22. As the season shifted and the coolness began to envelop the air, the Winds of Orlando commenced their dance with the onset of the new season. The regular season commenced on Tuesday, October 30th, 2023, local time in the United States, featuring 3 opening matchups: the Warriors hosting the Jazz, the Rockets visiting the Staples Center to challenge the Lakers, and the Spurs facing off against the Trail Blazers. The fervor of the opening day's games was palpable. Domestic fans held no particular sentiment towards the Warriors, but the Jazz had eliminated the Rockets in the previous season's playoffs, leaving a sense of regret among fans, especially since the Texas team had led the series 2-0 before ultimately succumbing in a decisive Game 7. Many fans criticized the Jazz, recalling how Yao Ming was overwhelmed by Carlos Boozer. In reality, Yao was matched against Oker, a shooting center who roamed the perimeter. Thus, who was the interior partner paired with Yao Ming? Standing at just under 2 meters, Chuck Hayes is notoriously awkward at the free throw line and possesses minimal offensive capabilities. Of course, Yao Ming's stamina issues in the fourth quarter have proven to be fatal. It is fair to say that despite his best efforts, he is often overwhelmed. This has led to a curious phenomenon where many fans in China, although indifferent towards the Warriors, find themselves rooting for them solely because their opponents are the Jazz. The Spurs, as the reigning champions, lack a marquee superstar within their ranks. While core player Tim Duncan is undeniably exceptional, his understated playing style and composed demeanor do not attract significant attention domestically. Moreover, the Trail Blazers, boasting last year's second overall pick LaMarcus Aldridge and Rookie of the Year Brandon Roy, simply cannot compete with the Spurs' prowess, rendering the outcome of their match predictable. Undoubtedly, the focal point for domestic audiences remains the fierce battle between the Texas Rockets and the Los Angeles Lakers. The matchup between Tracy McGrady and Kobe Bryant serves as a major draw, not to mention the presence of Yao Ming in Houston, which naturally positions them as the favored team among local fans. The Rockets' red colors and logo resonate perfectly with the supporters. This season, in addition to Houston, fans are also particularly attentive to the Bucks and the Magic. As for the Lakers, it is certain that the legendary player Sun Dashing will not take the court this season due to his contract with the Aoshin team, leaving fans to watch the 3 teams that feature domestic players. In this era, the notion of the 4 great shooting guards has gained popularity: East AI, West Kobe, North Carter, and South McGrady. The latter classification resonates with domestic fans, drawing parallels to the legendary characters in martial arts novels, especially since the illustrious Michael Jordan has retired. In the United States, however, the admiration for these players stems more from the league's promotion than from their accolades or abilities. During the Lakers dynasty, Kobe Bryant secured All-NBA first-team honors and championships, while Allen Iverson famously dueled the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe in the finals. McGrady was crowned scoring champion, and Vince Carter was the fan favorite at the All-Star voting. Each of these players boasts a captivating style of play and unique skills, contributing to their immense popularity. Except for Carter, the other 3 players have also achieved remarkable fame in China, particularly Kobe and McGrady, whose amicable rivalry is often perceived as a clash of titans. Although Kobe holds the edge in accolades, many believe the gap between them is not as vast, perhaps influenced by Yao's presence. This game turned out to be a true spectacle, meeting the high expectations of domestic fans. The 2 teams battled until the final moments. Despite Kobe's impressive 45 points, 8 rebounds, and 4 assists, he ultimately found himself outmatched, as the Lakers roster proved woefully inadequate. In this home opener, the Lakers were left to bitterly swallow defeat. On the other hand, the Rockets saw McGrady score 30 points while Yao contributed 25 points and 12 rebounds, with Battier and Mike James also reaching double figures. The criticized role players of the Rockets outperformed those of the Lakers significantly. Aside from Kobe, the only other standout for the Lakers was Derek Fisher, who managed 17 points, with no other players reaching double digits. It seems this season will be a turning point for the Lakers. They may have to pursue a significant trade midseason to rejuvenate their prospects. Otherwise, Kobe's dissatisfaction may compel him to consider leaving Los Angeles for victory, a notion that is not entirely unfounded given the previous trade rumors. The Magic's first game is scheduled for the following day as they host the Bucks. who are also embarking on their season opener away from home. Coincidentally, Lee Chiming and Yi Jianlian are finally set to face off. Domestic basketball fans are undoubtedly thrilled, as the inaugural match of the new season features a captivating rivalry between two promising rookies. There is a palpable sense of hope for the future of men's basketball. When the NBA schedule was initially released, many fans in the country engaged in discussions, with some humorously speculating that the schedule might have been crafted by locals. The opening regular season game sees these two teams face off, marking the first encounter in their NBA careers, an exhilarating prospect indeed. Moreover, with both players now positioned in the Eastern Conference, they could potentially meet up to 4 times in a single season, offering plenty of excitement for fans. Naturally, supporters of Lee Chiming have already taken to social media, asserting that there is currently no comparison between Lee Chiming and Yi Jianlian. Lee Chiming has the potential to join the national team in the United States as a practice player. He has demonstrated remarkable performance in the Summer League and preseason matches, showcasing both high talent and a suitable age. His future achievements are boundless, positioning him as a potential leader of the national team following the illustrious careers of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. Meanwhile, your performance in the Summer League was far from commendable, and your preseason display was equally lackluster. How can you dare to compare yourself to our esteemed player? Lee Chiming himself has remained relatively silent, yet his fans are fervently extolling his virtues. It is often the case that individuals derive a sense of superiority from the accomplishments of those they admire. Consequently, the so-called greatness cloaked in darkness, despite Lee Chiming's personal restraint, has invited considerable controversy due to the naive utterances of fans whose allegiance is ambiguously defined. Many ardently hope to witness Lee Chiming falter, purely out of disdain for the exuberance exhibited by his supporters. In contrast, the fans of Yi Jianlian, who previously exhibited lackluster performances, have adopted a more subdued demeanor, or perhaps are temporarily lying low, thus provoking little antagonism. During such times, they can even masquerade as a united force, rallying together to vociferously criticize the fans of Lee Chiming, who have drawn public ire. However, the debates among domestic fans seldom affect the players themselves. And given that Lee Chiming does not frequently engage with the internet, his leisure activities primarily involve watching films, particularly classic cinema, he remains largely unaffected. This summer, he has indulged in several hard-to-find American classics, even borrowing some VHS tapes from his neighbor. Before the commencement of a match, during warm-ups, Lee Chiming took the initiative to approach Yi Jianlian for a conversation. The sight of a compatriot brought a degree of joy to Yi, though his reserved nature and unfamiliarity with Lee Chiming rendered him hesitant to initiate contact. Lee Chiming, typically not one to be particularly forward, was prompted by his father's counsel, understanding that he would inevitably join the national team. Amidst external provocations, it is crucial for both players to maintain mutual respect, especially after Lee Chiming's previous Summer League performance had inadvertently overshadowed his teammates. Some individuals fail to reflect on their own shortcomings and instead blame others for their excellence. When Lee Chiming invited Yi Jianlian to his home post-match, he pondered briefly before declining the invitation, opting to return with his team instead. That is acceptable, however. When I visit you next, you must ensure I am well taken care of, Lee Chiming replied. Once again, observing Yi Jianlian's expression, Lee Chiming furrowed his brow, sensing an air of reluctance about him. Upon returning to the team, he noticed that he had not engaged much with the other players from the Bucks. It gradually dawned on Lee Chiming that there seemed to be a language barrier at play. Initially, when he greeted Yi in English, it was apparent that the latter did not comprehend, prompting Lee to revert to Mandarin. Upon hearing Mandarin, he appeared somewhat exhilarated, as if a weight had been lifted. Furthermore, had Lee Chiming not been a mere substitute, the Bucks might have regarded him as an undercover agent seeking information. However, if the issue were solely a lack of linguistic proficiency, it would be manageable. After all, when Yao Ming first arrived in the United States, he too struggled with English and relied on a translator. Yet, he eventually became quite adept at conversing in English. What was concerning was the possibility that Yi's introverted nature might hinder his willingness to adapt. It is unrealistic to expect the world to conform to one's preferences. In that moment, Lee Chiming felt rather pessimistic about Yi Jianlian's prospects in the NBA. Nevertheless, this was not his concern, as he had no control over the matter. The choice ultimately lay with Yi himself, and no one could dictate his future. Additionally, given that he had yet to establish his own position on the team, he had little time to ponder the affairs of others. Chapter 41. Fearless and tenacious in the final 4 games of the preseason. Aside from the match against the Spurs where opportunities were scarce, Lee Ching-ming performed commendably. However, this marked the commencement of the regular season, particularly on home turf, prompting head coach Van Gundy to adopt a cautious approach. The Magic's starting lineup was predictable, with the notable exception of the newly joined and fully recovered Lewis, while the shooting guard position remained somewhat uncertain. In this game, the starting role was assumed by Keith Bogans, a 196-centimeter swingman and a 2003 rookie who began his career with the Magic. After stints with the Hornets and the Rockets, he returned to the Magic last season, primarily tasked with spacing the floor for three-point shots. This Magic team, aside from Howard, boasted players proficient in three-point shooting, with Nelson being the least effective at a 33.5 shooting rate from beyond the arc last season, while the other three players exceeded 38, showcasing an efficiency above the league standard. As the first quarter unfolded, Lewis, Bogans, and Turkoglu all contributed with three-pointers. Howard's imposing presence in the paint created ample opportunities for open shots from the perimeter. After a minor injury during the preseason, Lewis had fortunately recovered and, following a month and a half of rehabilitation, displayed an impressive shooting touch in his first game, seemingly announcing his return to the Magic fans. Much to their delight, the Bucks managed to keep pace with the Magic in the first half, thanks to the explosive performances of Reed and Bobby Simmons. However, in the second half, the Magic swiftly extended their lead through three-point shooting, while the Bucks struggled to respond. Their outside shooting was lacking, and their attempts to penetrate the paint were hindered by Howard's formidable presence. The Magic dismantled the Bucks in just 3 quarters, with Howard hardly breaking a sweat. Lewis's inaugural game showcased his value, scoring 26 points on 9 of 13 shooting, seamlessly collaborating with Howard. Had it not been for Nelson's off night, they would have led by 10 points at halftime. The Bucks, on paper, appeared decent, featuring Bogut at center, Missouri Williams at point guard, and Michael Redd, whom he had previously encountered during Team USA training, alongside small forward Desmond Mason. As fellow number 1 picks, Bogut possessed undeniable talent, yet the disparity between them was evident. Compared to Howard, Bogut struggled to find his footing. Offensively, he lacked the ability to draw attention in the paint, allowing Howard to contain him single-handedly. Defensively, he was powerless against Howard, managing only 9 attempts, making 2, and scraping together 4 points and 11 rebounds, with the only highlight being 4 assists. The Bucks' offense was disjointed, resembling a backcourt aimlessly playing with the ball. Although he had an efficient game, shooting 4 of 5 for 9 points, he was seldom given the ball and ultimately fouled out, exposing his weaknesses in his inaugural contest. Lee Ching-ming did not receive the opportunity to match up against the formidable opponents as anticipated by domestic media and fans. He only had the chance to play during garbage time. Unfortunately, this is his current standing within the team. Rookies possess little agency. Excelling in preseason holds little weight. Defensive weaknesses are not pivotal either. In Van Gundy's expectations, he is relegated to a secondary role. Coaches do not solely base their lineups on raw talent. They also consider the compatibility of the roster. At this juncture, Ching-ming is yet to reach a status where the team must revolve around him, even though his playing style would be most effective as a focal point. Thus, Van Gundy prefers to utilize other functional players. After all, the team's objective this season is to advance further than last year, aiming for at least the second round of the playoffs. Regular season performance is crucial as it determines playoff matchups and home court advantage. Consequently, inexperienced rookies like Lee Ching-ming are unlikely to receive abundant opportunities. Unless he were to deliver an astonishing performance, akin to landing a punch on Lewis or a kick on Howard, he might find himself facing disciplinary actions. The Bucks, being a rebuilding team this season, are primarily focused on development rather than wins, making the cultivation of rookies a paramount task. Moreover, as a lottery pick, Yi Jianlian deserves more opportunities. Fortunately, today's garbage time was particularly generous. The outcome was essentially decided by the end of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, the starters played briefly before being replaced by the team's third unit, allowing Lee Ching-ming to take the court alongside Redick and Ariza. Had the roster not been limited to 12 players, Van Gundy might have considered giving Gortat and others a chance as well. He is also contemplating substitutes for Howard, as Gary's performance has proven somewhat lacking. If Howard were to sit out, the Magic's interior defense would likely encounter challenges. Lee Ching-ming is evidently not the answer. Otherwise, he would be the most suitable candidate. The practice of withdrawing main players during garbage time has become an unwritten rule in the NBA, as everyone is aware of the unspoken etiquette, allowing for mutual respect. After all, the opposing team has also benched their starters. If one were to remain on the court, It would raise suspicions of padding stats and bullying weaker opponents, which would tarnish the reputations of both the player and the team. Consequently, Li Qingming could not possibly have the opportunity to match up against Yi Jianlian, as he had also been substituted, leaving them unable to share the court at all. This inevitably left the domestic fans and media, who had eagerly anticipated this matchup, feeling thoroughly disappointed. They had been hyping it up for quite some time. And now it feels like a classic case of a promising beginning that ends in disappointment, evoking a sense of being misled. Even though highlights might show Yi performing decently and Li Qingming fighting valiantly during garbage time, the excitement that once existed has been diminished. Especially after witnessing the Lakers game against the Texas team just yesterday, this one-sided contest lacks intrigue, and without the anticipated showdown, criticism is surely warranted. Li Qingming remained oblivious to these matters and was entirely indifferent. For him, any opportunity to take the court was a chance he would not easily forsake. He refused to merely meander through the so-called garbage time. He needed to leverage his performance during these moments to impress the coach and earn his trust, thereby increasing his chances of playing more in the future. Of course, this was not solely dependent on his desires. Team arrangements and the cooperation of his teammates played a significant role. Fortunately, due to the rapport established with J.J. Redick during the Summer League, Redick had developed a degree of confidence in him. Thus, upon entering the game, he promptly sought his position and effortlessly lofted the ball in his direction. It was evident that Van Gundy had been apprised by his assistant coaches, and considering the physical advantages Li Qingming displayed in training, he was immediately assigned to the power forward position. Opposing him was the 30-year-old forward Michael Ruffin, a journeyman in the league who had largely occupied the role of a peripheral player, but with his arrival at the Bucks, he might find himself with a few more opportunities. However, when facing Li Qingming, Ruffin was thoroughly dominated. He had limited offensive opportunities and was consistently hindered by Li's deliberate positioning, making it difficult for him to even receive the ball. The Bucks had no intention of utilizing Ruffin offensively, with Charlie Bell and Villanueva controlling the ball, unless Ruffin found himself completely unguarded beneath the basket. On the defensive end, the Magic treated Li Qingming as the focal point of their offense, a strategy reminiscent of their Summer League tactics. Yet, the Bucks had not established any corresponding defensive strategies. Their teammates merely fulfilled their own roles, allowing Li Qingming to repeatedly overpower Ruffin, whose stature was anything but small at 206 centimeters and weighing 112 kilograms. Nevertheless, even with his reduced weight, Li was able to assert his dominance over him. He sensed that, although he had lost weight, his strength had not diminished. In fact, it had intensified, particularly in his core, making exertion feel significantly more effortless, especially since the weight loss seemed to primarily stem from his midsection. This distinction between systematic weight loss and conventional dieting perhaps illustrated the greatest advantage, preserving one's strengths while eliminating weaknesses, rather than merely achieving rapid weight loss. The game continued until the final whistle, with Li Qingming attempting only 4 shots, successfully sinking 3 of them, and drawing a foul on another attempt that the officiating crew overlooked. He soon realized that, as a rookie, it was futile to expect leniency from the referees. It was more prudent to hope that opponents would foolishly engage him physically. Additionally, he drew defenders on 2 occasions, facilitating opportunities for Redick, though regrettably, Redick managed to convert only 1 of 2 attempts, squandering one of Li's potential assists. In his inaugural game, Li Qingming played for just over 8 minutes, accumulating 7 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist, without any turnovers or fouls, and missing only a single shot. This level of efficiency was sure to be a focal point in post-game reports back home. Ultimately, the narrative could easily blur, transforming into a tale where Li Qingming scored 9 points while his counterpart, Spacey E, managed 7, both exhibiting commendable shooting efficiency. Spacey E struggled at the free throw line, missing 3 of 4 attempts, and continued to accumulate fouls, consistent with his preseason performance. Those who did not watch the game would naturally refrain from delving into specifics, leading to potential disputes among fans, which in turn would generate traffic and excitement, precisely what the media thrives on. However, in the United States, outside of Orlando, few were acquainted with Li Qingming. Even Spacey E recognized him merely as another compatriot from China, aware of his commendable physique and talent. Yet, the Bucks remained a team with minimal visibility. Thus, following the Magic's victory, only the fans of both teams cared, while the broader media focused more on the performance of the new max contract player. Did he perform well? After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, Li Qingming overheard Redick and the others discussing their plans to celebrate. He took a moment to silently apologize to the exotic dancers before watching them depart, while he chose to return to the gym for additional practice. Although he only engaged in some inconsequential time on the court, it was insufficient for him. Yet being his inaugural official NBA game, there were certainly moments worth savoring, excluding, of course, the players' body odors. Chapter 42, Awaiting Opportunity 12, with the conclusion of the game. The task of participating in the regular season was accomplished, and the rewards naturally followed. Lee Chiming had swiftly utilized his previous rewards, including the 5 points earned from defending against James, which he spent on an item known as the jack. This device is designed to enhance the strength of his legs, effectively increasing the load-bearing capacity of his feet, and, from another perspective, it also aids in alleviating strain. This is crucial for mitigating injuries, particularly given the intensified competition in the NBA compared to previous eras. He must exercise caution. However, on this occasion, Lee Chiming hesitated and ultimately decided to reserve the 5 points for the time being. Although improving his defense directly would be straightforward and effective at this moment, he was reluctant to confine himself to the role of a mere supporting player. If his role became restricted, it would be challenging to break free later. After all, how could one refuse the tasks assigned by the team? Furthermore, he felt that these 5 points would not suffice to acquire a defensive skill that could substantially enhance his capabilities. There were no affordable options available that could significantly improve his defense, unless he were to immediately shed 100 pounds, thereby enhancing his speed and agility. The outcome might be entirely different. Nevertheless, following the commencement of the regular season, the frequency of system tasks increased. Just as one task was completed, a new one would promptly emerge. Current task: score in double digits for the first time in his career, including 10 points. Reward: 5 points of caloric expenditure. Pending task 1: achieve over 10 rebounds in a single game for the first time in his career, including 10 rebounds. Reward: 10 points of caloric expenditure. Pending task 2: commit over 5 turnovers in a single game for the first time in his career, excluding 5 turnovers. Reward: 10 points of caloric expenditure. Lee Chiming felt a surge of determination. After some contemplation, he resolved to give himself a mental cue. He must not be swayed by the demands of the task at hand, but instead focus on playing well, trusting that the points would naturally follow from his performance. He recognized that a relentless pursuit of scoring could easily disturb his mental balance, potentially hindering his ability to perform at his best, thereby leaving a negative impression on his coach and jeopardizing future opportunities. This approach also contradicted his inner belief that the team's victory should always take precedence. He had never been overly concerned with statistics and was unwilling to let this change his mindset. Such a radical shift was beyond his contemplation. As his father often advised him, one should steadfastly adhere to what one believes is right, resisting external influences that might cause wavering. As for the sudden emergence of the task, it might stem from the assumption that its completion would be swift, given he had already scored 7 points during the game, albeit during garbage time. However, the implication of committing 5 turnovers in a single game was troubling. Could it possibly lead to something favorable? Yet, engaging in such antics was ill-advised. Although Lee Chiming believed that racking up 5 or 6 turnovers would be easier than securing 10 rebounds, doing so would effectively jeopardize his career. He was not Yi Jianlian, and this was not a preseason game. A rookie's 5 turnovers in a single match would be a topic of discussion for an extended period. After Jeff Van Gundy exited his office, he heard the sound of a basketball bouncing in the arena and, intrigued, wandered over to discover the young Chinese player diligently practicing his dribbling. At that moment, he was alone in the vast arena, as even the staff had taken a break. Before him lay a row of obstacles, and he dashed back and forth across the court, sweat pouring down as the basketball obediently danced between his hands and feet. Occasionally, a small misstep would send the ball bouncing away, prompting him to retrieve it and return to the starting point to begin anew. Van Gundy watched silently for a while, captivated, until he noticed someone standing beside him. Turning to recognize the individual, he realized it was the young athlete's father. "Mr. Lee, greetings. I didn't expect you to remember me," Van Gundy remarked with a smile. "Your son is quite remarkable, naturally. I have a lasting impression of a father capable of raising such a child." Mr. Lee reciprocated the compliment, but after a moment's hesitation, he seemed to contemplate saying more but ultimately refrained. Van Gundy discerned this but chose not to pry further. He bid farewell to Mr. Lee without addressing Lee Chiming again. Mr. Lee then entered the gym, calling for his son to return. Lee Chiming acknowledged him, but was soon informed about the coach's earlier observation of his training session. Lee Chiming was momentarily taken aback, then inquired with curiosity, Coach Van Gundy? Father Lee chuckled and said, who else could it be? However, he did not come in. He simply left. Father Lee could not restrain himself and said, I initially intended to inquire about his arrangements for you, but ultimately decided against expressing it. Lee's father couldn't help but roll his eyes and remarked, well, it seems that while the emperor remains unhurried, the eunuchs are in a frenzy. Lee Chiming immediately turned around and chuckled, Father, you were the one who claimed to be a eunuch. Father Lee immediately raised his hand in a gesture of admonition, prompting Lee Chiming to instinctively consider fleeing. In that moment, he displayed remarkable agility, retreating to the side of the basket and laughing, Dad, I believe your concern is causing distress. The coach undoubtedly has his own considerations, and the team must achieve results. If I take to the court too frequently at this juncture, it may not be beneficial. Should my performance falter, it would only serve to heighten the pressure. It would be wiser to stabilize our record first. Only then will there be opportunities for error correction, allowing for effective training. I suspect that the true stage for my talents will emerge later on. In truth, he was uncertain whether he was comforting his father or himself. Lee's father sighed. He understood this principle as well. Hadn't he witnessed more than his son? Indeed, as his son had said, concern breeds chaos, particularly since the off-season. He had observed his son's diligent efforts. The weight that had stubbornly clung to him was shed by a good 10 to 20 pounds. He even speculated whether his son secretly trained more during the night while he slept. Well, as long as he is aware of his own situation and remains unaffected, that is what matters. Watching his son brought a sense of comfort to Lee's father, although he found it somewhat odd that he was the one needing reassurance. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 1 o'clock. Naturally, the neighbors were resting at this hour, and they didn't wish to disturb them. However, Lee Chiming was quite hungry. Given his substantial energy expenditure and his physique, it would indeed be strange if he weren't. Lee's father, feeling helpless, prepared a late-night snack for him. After he finished eating, he advised him to take a stroll to aid digestion before returning to shower and sleep. The night passed in silence, and the following day, there were no matches, nor was there a need for team training. They could simply rest at home. After the exhausting demands of a game, both the players' bodies and minds were weary, making it essential to recuperate and conserve energy for the next match. The schedules of professional athletes differ significantly from those of ordinary individuals, especially in the NBA, where a regular season comprises 82 games, with intervals between matches ranging from a single day to 2 or 3 days. Generally, while physical activity and training persist, it is unfeasible to maintain a constant state of tension in body and mind. During the breaks without games, relaxation and rest are more prevalent. Nevertheless, even on a day of rest, Lee Chiming did not remain idle at home. He continued to practice some shooting techniques under the basket. Lee's father, with no other tasks at hand, assisted by retrieving the balls or occasionally taking on the role of a defender. By the way, didn't John mention that his family would attend the game? I failed to notice whether they were present yesterday. Upon hearing Lee Chiming's inquiry, Father Lee chuckled and replied, their family has purchased season tickets, so they will certainly attend whenever they have the opportunity. I saw them yesterday, however, they refrained from approaching you. Not wishing to disturb you. Lee Chiming chuckled, then suddenly recalled something. Did Mom watch yesterday's match? It was morning back home, and she was in class. There was no time for that. Lee Chiming scratched his head, feeling a twinge of frustration. However, upon further reflection, he reassured himself, perhaps it is for the best that I did not witness it, as I did not perform particularly well yesterday either. I shall strive to excel next time. Surely, when the weekend arrives and I have some free time, my mother will undoubtedly watch. Indeed, to truly excel, it is not solely about one's own efforts. The coach's strategies play a significant role as well. However, ultimately, it boils down to one's own diligence and capabilities. If one possesses the requisite skill, a coach cannot suppress their performance. In Chapter 43, Cold Reception, the Orlando Magic faced off against the Detroit Pistons in their second regular season game. In 2004 and 2005, the Pistons made consecutive appearances in the NBA Finals, triumphing over the Lakers in 2004 to secure the championship. Last season, they achieved an impressive record, finishing first in the Eastern Conference, only to succumb to the Cavaliers in the playoffs. This season, they appear poised for a comeback, maintaining a solid roster with Billups re-signed, and the other key players from their championship run retained. Additionally, promising rookies Stuckey and Afflalo have joined their ranks. While they may lack a single dominant star, the team boasts a commendable average skill level coupled with years of synergy, making them a formidable adversary for the Magic. As anticipated, the Magic suffered a defeat in this contest. Bogan's flawless three-point shooting and Lewis's frequent drives to the basket, earning him 10 free throw attempts, were notable. However, Turkoglu and Howard struggled significantly, resulting in the team trailing by 9 points at halftime. In the third quarter, there appeared to be a glimmer of hope for closing the gap, but a series of turnovers and mistakes, largely stemming from the pressure exerted by the Pistons, hindered their progress. The Pistons are renowned for their tenacious defensive style, representing the epitome of ironclad defense in the league, not merely the hard-hitting jump shots that are often associated with Lee Chiming. Their championship season truly epitomized the adage that defense wins championships. Of course, such defensive prowess can, to some extent, detract from the entertainment value. Their later finals matchup against the Spurs was deemed one of the most aesthetically displeasing, with ratings so low that the league's commissioner contemplated eliminating both teams. In this game, the Pistons effectively neutralized Howard, who not only struggled to perform but also accrued 5 fouls. Had he not been forced to exit in the fourth quarter due to a substantial deficit, he may have faced disqualification for foul accumulation. Even though this was a home game for the Magic, devoid of the influence of home court officiating, it was evident that Howard was indeed overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Wallace and McDyess combined for a commendable 28 points and 14 rebounds, despite also racking up 8 fouls in their efforts to counter Howard. Ultimately, the Pistons primarily triumphed due to their backcourt performance. With Hamilton sidelined due to injury, both Billups and rookie Afflalo delivered outstanding performances, while the bench player Ronald Murray led the team with 19 points. The Pistons had 6 players scoring in double figures, showcasing a well-distributed scoring ability. At one point, Van Gundy considered putting Lee Chiming into play, possibly due to Lewis's subpar defense against Wallace, which led to the Pistons frequently attacking the paint. However, contemplating Lee Chiming's entry, one might doubt any significant impact, as his inexperience could render him vulnerable to the seasoned veterans. It was ultimately best to forego this strategy. Lee Chiming once again found himself on the court during garbage time, the distinction this time being that it was the opponent who had created the circumstances for such play. With the Magic trailing by over 20 points midway through the fourth quarter, and having gone nearly 5 minutes without scoring, Van Gundy expressed his dissatisfaction and resignation, opting to substitute out the starters. Lee Chiming played for only 6 minutes in the fourth quarter, scoring a modest 7 points. However, he also secured 5 rebounds and provided 4 assists. Notably, he executed 2 long passes after grabbing rebounds, assisting his teammates in scoring layups. During his brief time on the court, the team managed to achieve a remarkable 17-9 run. Regrettably, the deficit created by the starters proved too significant, and they ultimately succumbed to a loss by 13 points. As Lee Chiming led the team in pursuit of points, the fans brimmed with excitement, almost believing in the possibility of a miracle. This match, held in the Magic's home arena, starkly contrasted the previous one, resembling a tale of heaven and hell, a juxtaposition of fire and ice. After the game, some fans voiced their discontent, asserting that the head coach surrendered too quickly and questioning why he did not utilize Lee Chiming earlier. Such is the nature of fans. They often overlook that Lee Chiming was contending against the Pistons substitutes, and the opposing team, having established a significant lead, appeared to play with a relaxed demeanor, as if in a practice session. Nevertheless, through this segment of performance, Lee Chiming managed to etch his name into the memories of many home fans, which might be his sole consolation. After all, despite his commendable performance, the team's defeat left him feeling rather disheartened, and he sensed that the coach seemed to be targeting him, being relegated to a peripheral role in consecutive matches. Despite being included in the team roster and taking to the court each game, was clearly not well received by the domestic fans and media, who harbored high hopes for Lee Chiming. Yet, they could continue to observe his journey. Van Gundy's decision to bench the starters early was motivated by strategic reasons. The team faced a back-to-back schedule, with no rest before flying directly to the capital to challenge the Wizards. During the off-season, many considered the Wizards to be superior to the Magic, primarily due to their more illustrious roster. The trio of Agent Zero, Gilbert Arenas, Karen Butler, and Antoine Jamison, each capable of scoring over 20 points, is a rarity not only in the Eastern Conference but across the entire league. Last season, they were swept in the first round of the playoffs by the Cavaliers, largely due to the absence of 2 of their key players, leaving Jamison to shoulder the burden alone. He delivered an impressive average of over 30 points per game, yet could not secure a single victory for the team. Arenas has ascended to be one of the league's top 3 scorers over the past 3 seasons, rivaling Kobe Bryant in prominence. However, an injury in April abruptly halted his momentum. Now back from injury, his initial 2 games showed decent scoring, yet his first game featured a dismal 1-for-8 from three-point range, and a mere 26% shooting percentage in the second raised concerns about his form. In this matchup, the Wizards, like the Magic, were also on a back-to-back. The difference being, they first faced a significant defeat against Boston before returning home to challenge the Magic. Both teams found themselves in a similar plight. The Magic sought to avoid consecutive losses, while the Wizards aimed to prevent a third straight defeat. However, both seemed impacted by the back-to-back fatigue, with poor offensive efficiency in the first quarter, only improving slightly when the bench players entered the fray. Lee Chiming was substituted onto the court at the 10th minute of the first quarter, playing as a small forward and stationed at the wing for spot-up shooting. This marked his inaugural appearance in the first quarter rotation during the regular season, and he initially believed the coach was rewarding his efforts. However, after a few laps of running up and down the court, disappointment set in. Aside from during free throws, he hardly touched the ball at all. With Arroyo resting today, Dooling took the reins during the bench phase and seemed to be playing solo, only collaborating with Howard, while neglecting to engage with his other teammates. Both teams struggled to score, with the Magic momentarily leading by a single point at 19-18. Van Gundy likely recognized this issue, as he substituted Lee Chiming out in the second quarter, bringing in Turkoglu, who was in fine form today, adeptly driving and shooting from the perimeter while orchestrating the team's offense. Under his leadership, the Magic launched a 9-3 run, prompting the Wizards to call a timeout. Arenas continued to struggle with efficiency, missing 3-pointers and failing to draw fouls while driving into the paint, and he even committed several errant passes, revealing a hint of urgency in his demeanor. Originally, Wizards coach Eddie Jordan had planned for him to lead the team in the second quarter, but he was swiftly overwhelmed by Turkoglu, seeing him substituted out, visibly displeased. The commentators remarked that Arenas might still be affected by his previous injuries and had not yet fully recuperated. After all, he had previously scored with ease, and given his youth, it seemed improbable for him to experience such a sudden decline. A few poor games could be attributed to personal form, but 3 consecutive ones indicated a physical issue. Nevertheless, Arenas, with his strong-willed nature, would never outwardly express such struggles. Meanwhile, on the Magic's bench, Lee Chiming felt indifferent. Regardless of whether it was an injury or another reason, he at least had an opportunity to find his rhythm, while he himself had yet to step onto the court. Feeling quite frustrated, when would he be able to dominate the court like Dwight? Chapter 44, Advertisements, Benches, and Media in the third quarter. The Wizards reclaimed the lead thanks to Butler's explosive performance, while the Magic's offense faltered, managing only 14 points in the quarter. Van Gundy merely glanced at Lee Chiming without uttering a word. In truth, the Magic were not playing poorly. They simply could not find the basket, particularly Bogans, who had numerous 3-point opportunities yet failed to convert any, demonstrating remarkable audacity in his attempts. Lee Chiming, upon taking the court midway through the game, appeared to be yearning for a swift exit as he engaged in relentless back-and-forth sprints for over 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the Wizards, despite the underwhelming performance of their 3 stars, were cautious, aware that any moment could lead to an explosive display from any one of them, which could be quite distressing. Van Gundy recognized the need for a strategic shift, acknowledging that their interior presence was evidently dominant. However, his third-quarter tactics focused on drawing double teams to create opportunities for outside 3-pointers. In the fourth quarter, they finally regained their rhythm. Turkoglu, assuming the primary ball-handling duties, displayed a composure far superior to that of Nelson. Lewis contributed with scoring, and Howard excelled in rebounding, showcasing an increasingly harmonious synergy in their interior duo, ultimately orchestrating a comeback to secure a hard-fought victory. The Wizards were by no means a weak team, and thus, the outcome was entirely within the realm of reason. However, what could have been a favorable situation almost turned disastrous, indicating that both the coach and players still required further cohesion. For Lee Chiming, the experience was bittersweet. Having engaged in exhaustive sprints in the first quarter and shouldered blame in the third, he found himself absent during the final moments of the comeback. Despite the victory, a sense of frustration lingered. Post-game, domestic media approached him for interviews, and he mustered the energy to engage, relieved that no particularly aggravating questions were posed, fearing he might lose his composure otherwise. After all, what is youth if not a time of passion and fervor? Following the game against the Wizards, The team enjoyed a brief respite of 2 days. While the team took a break, Li Chiming returned home. Not to rest, but to participate in a commercial shoot arranged by Coca-Cola. Although his playing opportunities had been scarce, his status as one of the few Eastern faces in the NBA rendered him inherently valuable. Additionally, his father had informed him that domestic fans continued to hold high hopes for him, a sentiment undoubtedly fueled by the media's influence and guidance. It is clear that the current situation is not due to Li Chiming's lack of ability, but rather the absence of sufficient playing time to showcase his talents. The same applies to Yao Ming, where the media had already developed a habit of defending their players, often attributing losses to factors beyond his control. Now, with both Yao and Li Chiming, the narrative persists, with claims that the coaches fail to devise suitable strategies or that teammates neglect to provide the necessary passes, or even deliberately offer him challenging opportunities. Li Chiming's situation is truly absurd. He even feels that he has been subjected to discrimination. How could I be unaware of such prejudice? In truth, Li Chiming has considered the possibility that his limited opportunities on the court might stem from such bias. Previously, he had only heard vague whispers about it, but he often perused magazines like Yilan and Reader, which extolled foreign players to such an extent that it left him somewhat bewildered. Upon his arrival, he encountered both the positive and the negative. For instance, he found camaraderie with players like Howard, and his neighbors, the McGiltons, were quite amiable, alongside many enthusiastic fans. However, as early as the Summer League, he witnessed individuals brandishing rather unsavory banners, likely under the mistaken assumption that he was not proficient in English. They seemed quite pleased with themselves as he glanced their way. Even with J. Redick, someone with whom he had shared a good rapport during the Summer League, Li Chiming sensed an underlying discrimination within him. It was as if they compartmentalized their biases, believing, I may discriminate against Chinese people, but you are my friend. Naturally, such thoughts felt excessive, and he considered them merely as excuses. To put it plainly, if he were as formidable as Yao Ming, those who discriminate would think twice before attempting to suppress him. Wouldn't they? The advertisement in question is rather straightforward. Much like the beverage itself, it lacks depth and has never aspired to possess any. Its effectiveness is paramount. Ultimately, consumers indulge in it for that singular moment of refreshment, with Li Chiming himself referring to it as a drink of joy. The filming of the advertisement was unremarkable. Due to Li Chiming's lack of experience and a certain awkwardness in front of the camera, what should have been a brief shoot extended into a lengthy half-day endeavor. Naturally, this advertisement is slated for release in Asia, as Li Chiming remains a minor figure in the United States, unworthy of lavish promotion. Furthermore, this aligns with the contractual stipulations. Should Li Chiming's presence in the U.S. be contested, it would be an instant legal matter. After a day of rest, another match awaited. Against the Timberwolves, Li Chiming played for 7 minutes during a timeout, managing only 2 shots with 1 successful basket, totaling 4 points and 2 rebounds, alongside 1 turnover. This was, however, a back-to-back game, first in Minnesota and then traveling abroad to Toronto to face the Raptors. Canada previously boasted 2 NBA teams, but since the Grizzlies relocated from Vancouver to Memphis in 2001, only the Raptors remain. Toronto has a significant Chinese community, particularly among students, and Li Chiming was met with many youthful, friendly faces waving signs, warmly responding to his gestures, perhaps due to the back-to-back nature of the games. Van Gundy granted Li Chiming more playing time. He appeared at the end of the first quarter and the beginning of the second, as well as during the substitute phases of the third and fourth quarters, accumulating 11 minutes. He successfully made all 4 of his attempts, including 1 three-pointer and 2 free throws, amassing a total of 11 points. Unbeknownst to him, he had effortlessly achieved a personal milestone. This match posed little pressure for the Magic, although the Raptors are not to be underestimated, with Bosh and Bargnani in the paint. Attempting to contain Howard was an unrealistic endeavor. Bosh, a product of the 2003 draft class, pales in comparison to luminaries such as James, Anthony, and Wade regarding achievements and visibility. He is a player who thrives on face-up plays, making him a standout among the new generation of power forwards. However, had it not been for favorable officiating in the first quarter, which led to Howard's temporary exit from the game and granted 14 free throw opportunities, his numbers would not have been as impressive as Bargnani's. As the 2006 first overall pick, Bargnani's gameplay is notably soft and slender, exemplifying the archetype of a player who operates from the perimeter. With 18 shot attempts, few came from within the paint, and 7 three-point attempts yielded dismal results. Howard struggles to contain traditional centers like Yao Ming in the post, yet he is less intimidated by face-up drives or jump shots, as his athleticism allows him to contest effectively. However, a challenge arises when he is drawn away from the basket, preventing him from promptly returning to defend or secure rebounds. During the 3 minutes Lee Chungming shared the court with him, he seized the opportunity to grab 2 rebounds, effectively boxing out Bosch. Finally, Lee Chungming delivered a commendable performance, significantly uplifting his spirits. In the post-game interview, he radiated joy, appearing vibrant and elated, although he has yet to fully realize his potential. As one of the 3 Chinese players currently competing in the NBA, he undoubtedly garners the focused attention of millions of fans back home. It is evident that there is a pressing desire in China for recognition in various realms, particularly in areas perceived as weaker. However, after another day, he found himself at Madison Square Garden in New York, facing the Knicks, and was not afforded any playing time, which nearly led him to believe his previous performance had displeased the coach. In truth, he was eager to participate in this match. Despite the Knicks being widely recognized as a struggling team, New York is a grand city, and Madison Square Garden is regarded as a hallowed ground for basketball. No player wishes to miss the opportunity to shine on such a significant stage. Lee Chungming is certainly no exception. He still harbors dreams of achieving fame through a single game. However, today was destined to be devoid of any opportunity for him, as the Magic effortlessly secured a 4th consecutive victory. Among the starters, 4 out of 5 players scored over 20 points, with Howard impressively achieving a double-double, while Nelson contributed 10 assists, clearly igniting their excitement. On the other hand, Bogan struggled with his 3-point shooting, making only 1 out of 5 attempts. And Lee Chungming couldn't help but feel that he could have performed better in his place, convinced that he wouldn't have squandered so many opportunities. In truth, the Knicks also boast a formidable roster, featuring players like Eddie Curry, Randolph, Marbury, Quentin Richardson, and Crawford, along with solid substitutes like David Lee. Yet, despite their impressive statistics, the game itself seemed to lack any serious concern for the outcome, as the focus remained solely on offense, with defense entirely neglected, a formula unlikely to yield victories. Lee Chungming found himself momentarily envious of them. After all, if given the chance, he could also deliver impressive numbers, but if the team were to lose, he would undoubtedly feel disheartened. There truly is no perfect solution in this world. After these few games, Lee Chungming found himself relegated to the status of an outsider within the team. Under such circumstances, discussing performance became somewhat unnecessary, given the scant opportunities afforded to him. Initially, domestic media held high hopes for his performance, especially after the preseason, where he showcased significant improvement, with his last game not reflecting his potential due to limited playing time. There was an expectation that, having impressed the coach, he would receive more chances once the regular season commenced. Unfortunately, he found himself with mere minutes on the court, which was understandably disappointing. Conversely, fans of Yi Jianlian seemed to flourish during this time. Although Yi's situation was not markedly improved, it was undoubtedly better than that of Lee Chungming, as he at least had guaranteed playing time. As a lottery pick, the prodigious talent of Spacey was indisputable, and the Bucks, focusing primarily on development this season, were naturally inclined to provide him ample opportunities for growth, particularly in the 3rd game against the Bulls at home. He played for 33 minutes, scoring 16 points. While his efficiency remained low, his contribution to the team's victory marked a promising beginning. Subsequent games saw a mix of wins and losses, yet Yi's playing time stabilized around 30 minutes, with his performance being adequate, albeit marred by foul troubles. To be frank, Lee Chungming felt a tinge of envy upon hearing this. He did not even seek 30 minutes. Just a modest 10 to 20 minutes would suffice, as he was confident that he would not disappoint and could indeed aid the team. Yi, on his part, seemed content, possessing a clear understanding of his role and not aspiring to dominate immediately, focusing instead on steady progress. However, his fans and the domestic media expressed dissatisfaction, noting that while the management and coaching staff appeared competent, issues arose specifically with the players, particularly in the backcourt. Despite the Bucks' strategy of initiating offense through their backcourt, one had to wonder about Mo Williams' shooting. Had he perhaps removed the functionality of his passing key? Moreover, there is that Reed, often referred to as Michael. That you certainly do not bear the surname Jordan. With such a lackluster efficiency and yet so many attempts, one must question the audacity of it all. Particularly noteworthy is the simultaneous occurrence of the game between the Bucks and the Texas Mavericks, alongside the Magic facing the Suns, which finally allowed domestic fans to witness a genuine clash of titans in the realm of Chinese basketball. The performance of Spacey was commendable, showcasing his highest efficiency in a match. Yet, it was overshadowed by the disappointing displays from Xiao Mo and Reed. Fans yearned to see the formidable Yao overpower the top draft pick and center, but despite Yi's impressive efficiency, he astonishingly failed to reach 20 points, leading to inevitable criticism directed at the coaching staff and teammates alike. As for the outcome, supporters of Houston appeared to be in greater numbers. Yet the ease of victory left them feeling somewhat unfulfilled. After 5 matches, the Bucks recorded 2 wins and 3 losses, a result that, though not ideal, is somewhat acceptable for a team in a rebuilding phase. During this time, he unexpectedly reached out to Lee Chiming, offering words of comfort, leaving one to ponder whether this was his own initiative or a suggestion from another. Lee Chiming does not require consolation. He merely needs to patiently await opportunities. However, he would not refuse the goodwill of others, and after a moment of camaraderie with Yao Ming, his spirits were notably uplifted. Although the fans of the two players currently find themselves embroiled in conflict on domestic online platforms, there exists no significant discord between them. It is merely the media and certain fans with unclear motives who enjoy drawing comparisons between the two. The Orlando Magic have faced a grueling schedule since the season commenced, having endured a stretch of 4 consecutive away games. Their match against the Suns on Saturday marked yet another instance of back-to-back games for them. The NBA's scheduling is ostensibly random, yet the level of difficulty varies for each team. For a team like the Magic, it is evident that they are not favored by the league and are somewhat at a disadvantage, despite the general consistency in their roster. The addition of an all-star caliber player like Lewis necessitates some degree of adjustment at the season's outset. Nevertheless, it appears that Lewis has integrated seamlessly into the team. For Lee Chiming at this juncture, he actually yearns for more back-to-back games, as he believes this would afford him greater opportunities from Coach Van Gundy. Indeed, during Saturday's home game against the Suns, Lee Chiming was summoned to the court with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. However, by this time, the team was trailing the Suns by 5 points, with the visiting team clearly dominating the first quarter. The Suns, boasting a record of 4 wins and 2 losses, are a formidable Western Conference contender, featuring 2-time MVP Steve Nash, the player known domestically as the Little Overlord Stoudemire, the Brazilian speedster Barbosa, and the likes of Marion and the former Jordan Prot G. Grant Hill, with the crafty scorer Dia coming off the bench, making their roster quite competitive. However, the Suns head coach, Mike D'Antoni, advocates for a fast-paced style of play, which seems somewhat misaligned with the NBA's prevailing philosophy of winning championships through defense. This has resulted in their aesthetically pleasing offense and impressive scoring ability, yet they have consistently failed to progress further in the playoffs. Today, facing a Magic team primarily focused on defense, the matchup presents a compelling clash of offense versus defense. Upon entering the court, Lee Chiming swiftly encountered the formidable challenge posed by his opponents, particularly due to the Phoenix Suns' remarkable speed. The epitome of their fast-paced game is an offensive execution within a mere 8 to 10 seconds per possession. While the Suns may not achieve this consistently, their adept passing, strategic positioning, and the exceptional orchestration by their leader, Nash, enable them to exploit defensive lapses and create scoring opportunities almost instantaneously. Additionally, the Suns are not devoid of defensive prowess. Their starting backcourt, composed of Nash and Barbosa, may lack height, yet the dimensions of the other 3 positions remain adequate. Similar to the Orlando Magic, the Suns lineup features Hill, who assumes some playmaking responsibilities. Despite being labeled as the successor to Jordan, his on-court style resembles that of Pippen, akin to Turkoglu's role with the Magic. Orlando's offense heavily relies on Howard's dominance in the paint, which is why they acquired Lewis, recognizing his shooting range as a means to create space and facilitate one-on-one opportunities for Howard in the key. However, the Suns have repositioned Stoudemire to center, and in terms of athleticism, he poses no fear to the formidable Howard. Moreover, Marion, playing the power forward, adeptly roams the court due to his keen judgment. Complemented by Hill, whose athleticism may have diminished post-injury, yet his experience and awareness have only intensified. The Suns' wing defense, in fact, possesses considerable strength. This game showcased a 2-to-3 zone defense, leaving the top of the arc open for Nelson. Nelson, stocky and accustomed to utilizing screens for penetrating drives or jump shots, occasionally hesitated beyond the 3-point line. In this match, he faced evident restrictions, missing an attempt from distance, which prompted Van Gundy to replace him with Arroyo. Upon Arroyo's entry, immediate impact was felt. He confidently shot from beyond the arc, causing the Suns to rethink their defensive strategy. It is often said that the fear of shooting is more detrimental than the fear of missing, as Howard remains a constant threat for offensive rebounds. When Lee Chiming took the floor, he played the power forward position, facing both Marion and Dia, with Skinner at center and a Donal foil for Orlando. The perimeter remained occupied by Arroyo and Dooling, while Ariza played the small forward. On this day, not only did Nelson struggle against Nash, floundering on offense with multiple turnovers, but Bogans also found it challenging to contend with Barbosa. Van Gundy was compelled to have Arroyo and Dooling attempt to bolster the defense, which, while still lacking, was an improvement over the starting backcourt. As Lee Chiming played, the focus of the offense subtly shifted towards him as his imposing presence became impossible to overlook. In preseason and training, Arroyo had enjoyed a fruitful partnership with Lee, willingly setting him up for opportunities as long as he established position. The French forward, with a stature of 203 centimeters and weighing 113 kilograms, while still smaller in comparison, found it difficult to defend against Lee. Despite this, Dia's experience allowed him to maintain constant pressure, leading Lee to anticipate that after several more exchanges, he might leave his opponent in disarray. Throughout these games, despite limited playing time and few opportunities for isolation plays, along with experiences from the Summer League and preseason, Lee had encountered a variety of defensive styles, thereby gaining valuable insights. At this moment, he disregarded Dia's minor maneuvers, executing a sudden pushback with the ball. This caught Boris Dia off guard. Instinctively, he attempted to lean back. Yet the referee's gaze shifted elsewhere, allowing Lee to continue undeterred, as long as no whistle interrupted him. He pivoted around his axis, and as he turned, he spotted Stoudemire rushing in, mirroring the same enthusiasm he had displayed during the national team training camp. Lee Chiming, however, extended his long arm and deftly pushed the ball aside. Foyle seized the opportunity, making an unguarded layup, undoubtedly capitalizing on such a favorable chance. The score narrowed to a 3-point difference. The Magic team remained unable to contain the Suns' relentless offense, as Barbosa, utilizing his speed, effortlessly penetrated the Magic's defense. When Lee Chiming turned around, he could only watch as Barbosa executed his layup, hesitant to stretch out his hand for fear of incurring a foul. As the Magic transitioned to offense, Arroyo, at the top of the arc, held the ball, while Lee Chiming set a screen for Dooling. Dooling emerged to receive the ball, but found no opportunity to take a shot. At this moment, Lee Chiming immediately dashed towards the baseline. During his training in recent times, he had learned that making more runs during an offensive play could create greater opportunities, particularly when a teammate possessed the ball. His proactive movement without the ball would enhance the tactical dynamics and elevate his individual offensive threat. Most importantly, it was essential for the coach to witness his efforts. This time, he seized the opportunity. Although Durant's passing vision and awareness were lacking, it did not imply that he was incapable of delivering such a straightforward pass. As Lee Chiming received the ball while in motion, he charged forward like a wild boar. At that moment, Marion, who had retreated to the paint, was taken aback, sensing the overwhelming pressure, and instinctively took a step back. Originally intending to engage in a one-on-one contest, upon witnessing Lee Chiming's advance, he quickly altered his strategy. Yet while airborne, Lee Chiming executed a delicate floater. His large hands effortlessly grasped the basketball in midair, and at the moment of release, the arc of his wrist and the strength of his fingers were impeccably controlled, techniques he had painstakingly honed over the years, uniquely his own. 28-25. Chapter 46. Leading the comeback. 12. After Lee Chiming entered the game, the Magic scored on consecutive possessions, both of which were linked to his involvement, dramatically shifting the momentum. Today's commentary was once again provided by the classic duo, Wei Ping and Zheng Ping, who, having missed the opportunity to commentate on the Huagua Derby featuring Space E and Yao Ming yesterday, were here to offer their insights on Lee Chiming's performance to soothe their spirits. However, they had also heard of Lee Chiming's recent struggles, as it seemed he had faced some neglect from the coach. Thus, they had intended to lavish praise on him the moment he stepped onto the court. For them, this was not a difficult task. After all, commentary was their profession. To their surprise, upon his entry, Lee Chiming indeed made an impact, prompting them to enthusiastically sing his praises. Coach Zhang remarked, Lee Chiming appears always prepared. If we reflect on his previous performances, whenever the ball reaches his hands, he takes full advantage of the opportunity. I believe for a rookie, it is not necessary to play overly rationally. Rather, one must practice diligently and learn from failures. After Coach Zhang's lengthy discourse, Coach Sun also chimed in, expressing, indeed, I believe Yi Jianlian should take a page from Chiming's book. Sometimes, being too rational may not be beneficial. Countless viewers rolled their eyes, pondering, Was it not a matter of mere words from them to determine what was rational or otherwise? During the commentary, the game was still in progress. With just over a minute left, both teams missed a shot. And then Lee Chungming received a pass following a screen in the paint. With a feint, he drove straight to the basket. Dior struggled to withstand his powerful advance, a move Lee had learned from the likes of LeBron James. In the past, he preferred to rely on finesse, having faced teasing remarks from peers about his physicality, which were thinly veiled critiques of his skill. In his youthful exuberance, Lee could not tolerate such comments and honed his techniques, though his physique limited some of his movements, such as backing down opponents, which proved more challenging than dribbling between his legs. However, he was still adept at changing direction, albeit not to the extent of Durant, whose agility seemed almost surreal, largely due to his height and long legs, yet few could replicate his skill set. In the official NBA games, Lee remained somewhat uncertain about his dribbling, often relying on his physicality. However, leveraging one's body effectively also requires technique, and LeBron illuminated his path, teaching him how to utilize his build judiciously. After forcing Dior back a couple of steps, he pivoted smoothly, taking 2 steps to finish with a left-handed layup. Basketball players often practice using their non-dominant hand during drills, which proves invaluable in street ball and even more so in formal competitions. Mastery of both hands in dribbling and shooting complicates defensive reads and enhances offensive options. Lee's switch of hands deftly evaded Skinner's help defense. And unlike LeBron's somewhat rigid form, Lee's transition to the layup flowed beautifully, with his footwork precise, resulting in a basket and a foul on Skinner, leading to an additional free throw. Lee Chungming has delivered an exquisite performance. That was brilliantly executed, just as it should be. Coach Zhang, with his fervor, seemed as if he were about to enter the fray himself. Although Coach Sun was not as skilled in playing, his analysis was astute. Lee cleverly exploited his physical advantages to outmaneuver the Suns' 2 big men. It seems imperative for the Suns to devise a strategy to counter him, lest they find it increasingly difficult to contain his prowess. D'Antoni stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his expression impassive and unyielding. It is hardly realistic to expect him to make defensive adjustments, even in the playoffs. This situation is not solely due to his inability to coach defense, after all. That responsibility can be delegated to assistant coaches, but rather a reflection of his coaching philosophy. The NBA is replete with obstinate head coaches, and D'Antoni adheres to the belief that proving offense can secure victories is perhaps more significant than mere triumph itself. In stark contrast, Van Gundy places a greater emphasis on defense, yet he remains open-minded. The decision to substitute Lee Chungming was initially a trial, but it unexpectedly opened up the game. One cannot deny that against a team like the Suns, Lee Chungming's aggressive low-post play may not guarantee victory, but it certainly complicates matters for them. Moreover, this approach also allows Arroyo to leverage his strengths, as he merely needs to execute pick-and-rolls with Lee Chungming or position himself for catch-and-shoot opportunities. Defensively, they have not suffered significantly either. In truth, teams that favor a fast-paced style do not merely chase speed, they require a certain rhythm. And the Suns' rhythm is dictated by Nash. With Nash absent from the court, their offensive coordination falters, while Barbosa, despite his considerable individual talent, tends to play as a shooting guard with average playmaking ability. Known for his rapid pace and chaotic play style, akin to a Brazilian lightning bolt, Barbosa thrives when he can exploit his speed advantage. Currently, the Magic are employing a methodical approach, and with Lee Chungming as a formidable low-post weapon, the Suns find themselves unexpectedly subdued. What a play! Once again, after establishing position in the low post, Lee Chungming attracted Skinner's help defense, with both he and Diop, 2 behemoths exceeding 200 pounds, pressuring him from both sides. Although Foyle was open, Lee Chungming could not see him from his angle, nor did he identify any opportunities on the other side. Resolutely, he opted to take it upon himself, pivoting on his axis, and, with a powerful step, he bulldozed through both defenders, driving into the lane amidst their flailing arms. Though the shot did not find its mark, the whistle had already sounded. Such an evident foul warranted a call from the referee, lest the home crowd grow discontented. Moreover, Coach Sun was visibly excited by the play. Remarking as Lee Chungming approached the free throw line, Lee Chungming played that brilliantly. From his angle, if he couldn't discern the passing lane, he risked a misjudgment leading to a turnover, so it was wiser to take the shot himself. At the very least, he could draw a foul. Coach Zhang chimed in with a smile, explaining, "I believe he was genuinely aiming for the basket. Just look at his release. Had he not been fouled, that shot would undoubtedly have gone in." Although the Magic team has not afforded Li Chiming many opportunities to showcase his talents in recent games, they have shared some training footage of him outside the court. As observed in the video, Coach Shang has expressed similar sentiments regarding specific maneuvers. Wei Ping Bryant's fondness for low-post scoring techniques is well known. His most favored players, Kobe and Yao Ming, are both adept in these skills. Naturally, the playing styles of a center and a guard differ significantly, and Li Chiming occupies a unique position between the two. He possesses the ability to execute step-back jump shots akin to Kobe, while also mastering an array of techniques around the basket, including hook shots, floaters, and layups. Coupled with his agile footwork, he proves challenging to contain in one-on-one situations. From a technical standpoint, Li Chiming's basketball skills are fundamentally sound and devoid of excessive flair. However, his basketball intelligence is commendable, enabling him to adapt and alter his playing style as the situation demands, thus enriching his repertoire of skills. Li Chiming flawlessly executed 2 free throws, and as the Suns initiated their offense, Dio advanced to a high position to set a screen for Barbosa. To the surprise of many, Barbosa dribbled to the side and launched a three-pointer, which found its mark. The chorus of defend from the crowd abruptly ceased, replaced by a collective sigh of disappointment. In contrast to industrial cities like Orlando, Detroit, and Houston, this location, blessed with proximity to the ocean, enjoys a consistently mild climate, establishing itself as a renowned tourist destination. Consequently, the economy has steadily flourished, with a robust employment rate, which undoubtedly contributes to a vibrant basketball market. Over the past 2 years, the Magic's performance has markedly improved, particularly with the emergence of Dwight Howard, another #1 draft pick, igniting local fans' enthusiasm for attending games. This season, the Magic made significant acquisitions and started strong, elevating fans' expectations considerably. Following a previous home defeat to the Pistons, the team unexpectedly achieved 4 consecutive victories on the road. Naturally, home fans yearn to witness their team's triumphs in their own arena. However, the game commenced with the team facing considerable pressure, leaving a sense of dissatisfaction until Li Chiming took to the court, alleviating some of that tension and invigorating the atmosphere, resulting in fervent cheers and boos alike. Chapter 47. The next game begins with a deficit, 22. Upon his entry onto the field, numerous fans recognized Li Chiming, with several individuals of Asian descent displaying signs of support for him. Presently, Li Chiming has ascended to celebrity status within the Chinese community in Orlando, where enthusiasm for the city's sole professional team remains palpable, and he is regarded as a source of pride for the local Chinese populace. Since the dawn of the millennium, the Asian demographic in Florida has surged by 40, with the Chinese community experiencing a 20 increase, now comprising nearly 60,000 individuals, including immigrants and international students, residing and working in the area. Additionally, Orlando boasts a local Chinese Chamber of Commerce, which previously extended an invitation to Li's father. However, after visiting, Li's father found the experience lacking in substance, as there was little common ground to discuss, and thus chose not to encourage Li Chiming to attend further gatherings. Nevertheless, this has not diminished the admiration that fans among the Chinese and broader Asian communities hold for Li Chiming, as they frequently make time to watch him play, offering their cheers even when he is not on the court. This unwavering support resonates deeply with Li Chiming, motivating him to strive not only for his own success but also for the fans who have steadfastly backed him. Ultimately, the game concluded the first quarter with the Suns leading the Magic by a mere 2 points, 35-33, as Arroyo hurriedly brought the ball up the court. Unable to take a shot before the buzzer sounded, Li Chiming has already recorded 7 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist. In the second quarter, Van Gundy chose to keep Li on the court. His presence was unmistakably impactful, evident to the fans, and undoubtedly recognized by the head coach. Whether for the sake of victory or to appease the increasingly vocal supporters cheering for Li, Van Gundy was compelled to grant him further opportunities. Moreover, while he still possessed ample energy and was in fine form, it was prudent to utilize him more before allowing him to rest later. However, there were slight adjustments in the lineup. Turkoglu and Lewis were substituted in, with Lewis positioned at the center, while the backcourt comprised Nelson and Bogans. On the Suns side, Nash remained on the bench as Stoudemire took charge of the team, bearing the brunt of the offensive pressure. When Lewis faced Stoudemire's penetrating attacks, his defensive shortcomings were less pronounced. It sufficed for him to disrupt and exhaust Stoudemire's stamina rather than to contain him entirely. Offensively, Lewis maintained the same approach as when Howard was on the court, creating space with long-range shots while he remained the focal point of the strategy. During this period, The Magic had engaged in numerous intra-squad scrimmages, and Van Gundy had already tested Lee's effectiveness in various lineups. He did not face integration issues. Yet his offensive prowess could only be maximized through isolation plays. In comparison to Lewis, he fell short in spot shooting and off-ball movement. And he was less effective in pick-and-roll situations than Howard. Moreover, he did not possess the playmaking ability of Turkoglu, indicating a lack of irreplaceability within the team. In the Magic's offensive system, low post play was not essential. Howard's presence in the paint was typically sufficient, as the team had numerous shooting options that could attract defensive attention, facilitating an inside-out approach. This multifaceted attack was precisely what Van Gundy aspired to see, while Howard was a formidable force in the paint. The Magic's victories relied on the shooting capabilities of other players. Thus, Lee Ching-ming's most significant concern was the need to develop synergy with Howard. As Howard occupied his preferred position, Lee was relegated to creating space on the perimeter. Although he possessed range, his consistency was questionable, making the sacrifice of offensive capability seem regrettable. Additionally, Lee's defensive agility was inferior to that of Lewis. For instance, he struggled to make an impact against Stoudemire. However, in the absence of Howard, Lee posed a considerable threat in the low post, particularly after successfully drawing double teams. During the intermission, it was clear that D'Antoni had devised a strategy, leading Lee to back away slightly upon receiving the ball, prompting Hill on the wing to swiftly move in for the double team. Lee Ching-ming passed the ball to Turkoglu, who took a step forward. As Marcus Banks approached, he passed it to Dooling. Dooling's three-point attempt was unsuccessful, but Stoudemire skillfully secured the rebound. The Suns immediately advanced with a fast break. The Magic, unable to defend in time, saw Hill score a layup, extending their lead to 5 points. Subsequently, Arroyo held the ball at the top of the arc, while Lewis set a high pick. Lee Ching-ming, positioned beneath the basket, called for the ball while battling against Marion. Arroyo managed to drive past Stoudemire. Barbosa, fearing a pass to Lee Ching-ming, did not turn around and instead passed it to Lewis on the perimeter. Lewis received the ball comfortably, took a moment to adjust, and successfully made his first three-pointer of the game. Lewis was not in optimal form this match. His shooting touch was notably cold, a common issue for perimeter-oriented players. Barbosa's three-point attempt finally missed, but Lee Ching-ming secured his position. Stoudemire jumped prematurely, only grazing the ball, which then fell to Lewis. He passed it to Turkoglu, who pushed for a fast break, leading to Arroyo scoring another layup, bringing the Magic back to a tie. The teams exchanged leads subsequently, but the Magic could not surpass their opponents. When Lee Ching-ming left the court, the score stood at 45-all, with Lee contributing 2 points through a formidable jumper. Yet, he excelled in rebounding, boxing out, and providing defensive support, accomplishing everything possible beyond scoring. Notably, upon realizing he could not withstand Lee Ching-ming's physicality, Marion began to defend from the front, making it increasingly difficult for Lee to receive the ball. However, this adjustment benefited the team, as Marion was the Suns' defensive linchpin, and his support was crucial for their defensive integrity. After all, Stoudemire and Nash were known for their offensive prowess rather than defensive capabilities. Marion's relentless engagement with Lee Ching-ming left him with little energy to monitor others, allowing the Magic's offense to flow more smoothly in a 4-on-4 scenario. Yet, once Lee Ching-ming exited, the dynamics shifted dramatically. The Magic quickly found themselves trailing and struggling to catch up, not only due to the absence of Lee Ching-ming but also because the Suns' main players returned to the court. Under Nash's orchestration, the Suns launched a counterattack, and the Magic found themselves ensnared in their opponent's rhythm. Howard performed admirably today, arguably the only standout among the starters. The Suns struggled to contain Howard, yet his greatest strength lay in his ability to draw attention in the paint. When the Suns opted for single coverage, Howard, unlike O'Neal, had limited offensive maneuvers and found it challenging to dominate individually, especially against opponents capable of matching him. Barbosa's three-point shooting was exceptionally accurate today, even surpassing Howard's scoring efficiency in the paint. Defensively, with Nash's passing, breaching the Magic's defense while evading Howard was not a daunting task. Since Van Gundy's arrival, the Magic gradually began to construct a defensive system around Howard, but this was no quick endeavor. Objectively speaking, their current roster, aside from Howard, had most of their starters performing below average defensively. Lewis was defensively weak, Turkoglu lacked speed, and Nelson was similarly challenged by quicker, more agile guards. Consequently, this match saw the Magic overwhelmed by the high-performing Barbosa, a state partly attributed to their defensive shortcomings. As Lee Ching-ming observed anxiously from the sidelines, He pondered that his own entry into the game might yield little improvement. This predicament stemmed from a tactical disadvantage. If the Magic could not contain the Suns, their offensive efforts would inevitably falter, as the rhythm and momentum were firmly in the opponent's grasp. Van Gundy, restless in his seat, did not settle down until the conclusion of the first half. At the end of the second quarter, the Suns had extended their lead to 9 points. Barbosa had already sunk 5 three-pointers in the first half, accumulating 24 points, while Nash contributed with 9 points and 6 assists, nearly single-handedly dismantling the Magic. During the 7 minutes that Lee Chiming was on the bench, the Magic managed to score only 8 points. Lewis's cold shooting was a significant factor in the team's inability to find their rhythm. Additionally, the Suns employed a strategy of fouling Howard, sending him to the free throw line twice in the final 2 minutes, where he converted only one of his attempts, allowing the Suns to seize a 9-4 run. As both teams retreated to their locker rooms at halftime, the Magic did not appear overly despondent. The 9-point deficit was not insurmountable, and their offensive efficiency was not severely lacking. Aside from Lewis's poor performance, the others were faring reasonably well. Both teams hovered around a shooting percentage of 50, reflecting their competitive spirit. However, the Magic struggled with turnovers and free throw shooting, especially as Howard was unable to fully capitalize on his interior dominance, largely due to his subpar performance from the charity stripe. Yet, with a buoyant core like Howard, it was challenging for the others to remain in low spirits. Even the somewhat vexed Lee Chiming found himself chuckling at Howard's playful teasing. Van Gundy, observing this scene, felt a flicker of joy. It was preferable to see smiles than grimaces, yet the team was still trailing and seemed at a loss against their opponents. He could only hope that the halftime break would cool down Barbosa's fiery shooting hand. In the first half, Lee Chiming played for just over 8 minutes, scoring 9 points. Yet the impact of his presence extended far beyond mere statistics. Upon his entry onto the court, one could observe his fervent pursuit of points. Yet, as soon as he stepped off, the Magic found themselves trailing once more. Prior to the commencement of the second half, the commentators in the CCTV broadcast studio resumed their discourse, primarily elevating the significance of Lee Chiming's contributions. Although many fans resonate with this sentiment, a deeper analysis reveals that the deficit and the struggle to catch up cannot be solely attributed to a single player. In the previous encounter against the Raptors, Van Gundy had erred, but in this match, he opted to grant Howard more playing time, which indeed posed significant challenges for the Suns' interior defense. However, Howard's inability to convert free throws ultimately hindered the team from translating their advantage in the paint into scoring. Coupled with a lackluster perimeter defense and the primary scorer Lewis struggling with his form, this culminated in the current predicament. As the second half unfolded, Van Gundy made the bold decision to keep Arroyo and Dooling on the court, alongside Turkoglu, Lewis, and Howard. Despite Lewis's poor performance, his stature as a star player necessitated his presence on the floor, regardless of the actual impact he was having. Nevertheless, thanks to the 3-pointers from Arroyo and Dooling, the Magic managed to stay close in the score, preventing the deficit from escalating into double digits. The Suns' offensive efficiency also waned, with Hill and Marion missing their attempts from beyond the arc, allowing the Magic to narrow the gap to 4 points. At this juncture, Barbosa emerged once again. The Brazilian Lightning was seemingly possessed by the spirit of the 3-point deity, exhibiting commendable efficiency from both beyond and within the arc. Although such explosive performances are not the norm, this erratic outbreak proved to be a considerable challenge for the Magic, as they struggled to defend against it. The Magic were unable to exploit the Suns' weaknesses in backcourt defense. Arroyo, being merely a role player, hesitated to take too many shots, even when opportunities arose. Thus, despite his efficiency, his actual impact was minimal, as he could not alter the defensive strategies of the opposing team. In the latter part of the third quarter, Van Gundy once again sought to test Lee Chiming's capabilities. However, with Nash on the court, Lee Chiming's defensive vulnerabilities were laid bare, as he was targeted by Grant Hill, who capitalized on 2 opportunities. Although he managed to score a couple of baskets on offense, it appeared that the Suns had devised a strategy to counter him, resulting in a turnover and an offensive foul. The turnover stemmed from Marion's sudden decision to leave his man and apply pressure on Lee Chiming, causing him to falter and commit a rookie mistake. The offensive foul hinted at being singled out as a newcomer, even within the Magic's home arena. Naturally, the referees were not immune to the crowd's cheers. Yet such external pressures would not sway their judgments. As the third quarter concluded, the Magic found themselves trailing by 8 points, with a score of 87-79. Lee Chiming was promptly substituted, leaving the fans who had harbored high hopes for him somewhat disillusioned. Yet, this reaction is understandable. After all, Lee Ching-ming is merely a fledgling player, and relying on him to carry the team's aspirations for victory is, in essence, rather implausible. The Magic are not a mere pushover team. They possess star players as well, and it is unreasonable to expect a rookie to resolve the issues when the season's stars remain silent. Today, Lewis revealed his vulnerable side. When his shooting touch faltered, he found himself devoid of alternative strategies to shift the momentum. Confronted by Marion's defense, his perimeter attacks yielded little success, and by the latter part of the third quarter, he seemed reluctant to take risks, fearing the weight of responsibility. As the fourth quarter commenced, Ariza, benefiting from the back-to-back schedule, unexpectedly surged, scoring 5 consecutive points to narrow the gap. However, the Suns quickly regained their composure, with Barbosa executing a decisive drive to the basket followed by a powerful three-pointer, elevating his score to 33 points. At this pace, it appeared he was poised to pursue a 40-point game. With 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Suns extended their lead to 11 points, prompting Van Gundy to call a timeout. As the players left the court, he stared silently at the tactical board for a moment. Suddenly, he turned to observe his weary starters. They had just finished a grueling game on the road yesterday, and now they were embroiled in another battle at home, particularly against the relentlessly energetic Suns, which left them struggling to keep up physically. Lewis was the most affected, having played 40 minutes the previous day while contending with Randolph. Nelson and Bogans were in similar straits, as guarding the Knicks' backcourt was no easy task. Turkoglu, while somewhat less affected due to his playing style, still faced stamina issues, leaving only Howard capable of maintaining his energy. Yet, he too was targeted by the opposition. And should the game enter a critical phase, the hack-a-shack strategy might prove too taxing. The remaining players, although physically able, did not seem to offer a solution at this juncture. Amidst this, one pair of eyes captured his attention, stirring something within him. That gaze belonged to Lee Ching-ming, who had excelled in the first half, particularly in the second quarter, helping the team stay competitive. His eyes betrayed an unmasked desire, making him one of the most passionate players on the bench at that moment. Although his brief stint in the third quarter did not alter the course of the game, it did not necessarily reflect any fault on his part. Thus, Van Gundy lingered on him for a moment before suddenly calling out his name. Lee Ching-ming initially remained oblivious to his surroundings until Redick nudged him, prompting him to realize that the coach was calling out names. "Present, sir." Van Gundy, while sketching a few lines on the tactical board, instructed, "Lee, be ready to receive the ball on the weak side." "Dwight, I need you to create some space for Lee." Howard grinned, displaying no objections. Being teammates, they had trained together regularly and were well aware of Lee Ching-ming's prowess. His weaknesses were as evident as his strengths on the court. Offensively, he could dominate his opponents, yet defensively, he could just as easily be overpowered. At this moment, the Magic desperately needed to break through offensively, especially given Lewis's mediocre performance. Van Gundy was prepared to substitute him out, allowing Lee to take the floor for a while. If the outcome proved unsatisfactory, he could always revert to Lewis. Van Gundy's reluctance was not born from a bias against Lee Ching-ming, but rather from a protective instinct reminiscent of a paternal figure, believing he was safeguarding his growth. He had formulated a strategy in his mind, intending to avoid rushing Lee's development or allowing him to form detrimental habits. Thus, he would grant him opportunities while also applying pressure to prevent him from rising too quickly. However, circumstances often dictate actions. If he continued to suppress Lee's playing time, it would not only frustrate Lee's aspirations, but also displease Howard and the others, particularly in this moment of need when they sought opportunities to rally back. Therefore, after a brief moment of contemplation, Van Gundy made his decision. Lee Ching-ming was back on the court. At this moment, the implications of entering the game are self-evident. After all, if they were truly to concede defeat, they would have benched Howard as well, indicating that the Magic still harbored hopes of narrowing the gap. The commentary by Zhang and Sun unconsciously rose in pitch, treating the Magic as though they were the home team. Lee Ching-ming took to the court in the power forward position, which meant his speed would not be significantly disadvantaged. However, this posed a challenge for Howard, as he might find himself in a one-on-two defensive situation. The Suns emphasized mobility in their offensive strategy, with the combination of Marion and Stoudemire ranking among the best in the league in terms of agility and leaping ability, directly exploiting Lee Ching-ming's defensive vulnerabilities. However, Lee Ching-ming was not initially tasked with defense. In the first offensive possession, Nelson beckoned him to set a pick. As Lee Ching-ming moved out, Marion immediately followed, Yet upon the screen, he was compelled to switch defenders. Nelson swiftly delivered the ball to Lee in the paint, where he found himself matched against Barbosa. The height difference was substantial. Lee disregarded the disadvantage and took the shot, but Barbosa's interference was insufficient, resulting in a miss. This was not due to Lee's lack of fervor. Rather, it stemmed from an extended period of inactivity on the bench, causing his shooting touch to cool. Nevertheless, Howard was present beneath the basket, leaping before Stoudemire to deftly tip the rebounding ball into the net, securing a second-chance opportunity. Although Lee Chingming's shot did not find its mark, Howard capitalized on the offensive rebound, generating a fresh opportunity. The domestic fans, initially tense while watching the game, could not help but roll their eyes at the commentary, yet they had grown accustomed to this familiar cadence, akin to a cough amidst silence. Chapter 49. A margin of 1 point. 22. Defend. Defend. With the team trailing by 9 points and 7 minutes remaining in the game, many fans could no longer contain their enthusiasm and stood up to rally support for their team. Lee Chingming's appearance ignited a glimmer of hope for some, signifying that the team had not yet surrendered. The Magic successfully thwarted an attempt, with Hill's jump shot failing to find its mark, allowing Howard to secure the rebound. However, the Suns swiftly retreated, denying a fast break opportunity as he passed the ball to Nelson to advance over half-court. Arroyo, utilizing Lee Chingming's screen, darted along the baseline to receive a direct pass from Turkoglu, scoring just before the defense could recover. The score stood at 94-87. The Suns initiated their offense, with Nash signaling while keenly observing the situation in the paint. Although Barbosa was exceptionally accurate from three-point range today, he remained the only reliable shooter for the Suns. It was prudent to exploit opportunities within the paint whenever possible. Barbosa continued to maneuver around screens, with Stoudemire stepping up to set a pick for Nash. Nash, executing a deft maneuver around Stoudemire, shook off Arroyo, finding a clear path ahead. At that moment, Lee Chingming unexpectedly released Marion, who surged forward. Nash quickly distributed the ball. Howard's defensive efforts proved ineffective, yet Marion refrained from seeking glory, instead launching a high pass that seemingly materialized from nowhere, allowing Stoudemire to soar and deliver a thunderous one-handed dunk with ferocity. Lee Chingming nearly became a mere backdrop, observing in disdain as the little overlord roared towards the sky, questioning the excitement over a mere empty basket. In the next round, Howard received the ball under the basket, where Lee Chingming found himself positioned against Marion. Yet, even Stoudemire could not withstand Howard's presence, ultimately resulting in Lee being forced to pull him down. With 4 fouls already, Stoudemire had previously benefited from his teammates' assistance. But this time, Howard was on his feet, leaving him with no alternatives. Howard returned to the free throw line, his expression betraying a hint of discontent. As expected, he managed only 1 successful shot out of 2 attempts, having converted just 5 of 12 free throws, yielding a dismal 41% success rate. This was, after all, a fundamental skill. Van Gundy, standing at the sidelines with hands on his hips, shook his head in resignation. During the Suns' offensive play, Barbosa received the ball at the corner, facing off against the newly switched Lee Chingming. With a deft change of direction, he shook Lee off, but Lee sprinted after him with determination. Fearing a block from behind, Barbosa passed the ball to the advancing Marion, who, relying heavily on Nelson, attempted a shot but was thwarted by Lee, who seized the rebound. Lee collected the rebound and executed a long pass to the front, finding Turkoglu, thus earning an assist. The Magic were now trailing by just 6 points, and Lee was fervently chasing the score. The audience was electrified, although Lee was drafted by the Mavericks. The Magic had specifically sought out this rookie. Witnessing the promising performance of the team's future was indeed a source of happiness. At this juncture, it is worth noting that both mentors harbored a touch of envy towards the American basketball system, wishing for a similar structure in our own league. A small section of the crowd began to chant LI, though Lee was too engrossed in the game to notice. D'Antoni lingered at the sidelines, reluctant to call upon his precious timeout. It was Nash who stepped forward, executing a near-fall shot that miraculously found its mark, earning Lee's deep admiration for his remarkable body flexibility. One could only muse over how fortunate his wife must be. Spread out. Spread out. Arroyo advanced with the ball, nodding in response to Van Gundy's calls, passing it to the wing for Turkoglu before immediately making a run down the court. Meanwhile, Nelson utilized Howard's screen to break free. Yet the Suns' defenders remained alert, quickly tailing him closely. Turkoglu glanced around for a better opportunity but ultimately passed the ball to Lee, who called for it in the low post. Howard, stationed on the opposite side, dared not stray too far from the basket. well aware that his shooting range diminished significantly outside the paint. Marion, akin to a crouching predator, exerted himself to withstand Li's presence, undoubtedly leaving marks on Li's waist from the force of his grip. Li Chiming, finding it difficult to generate power, simply turned to face the basket. Marion, having just exhaled in relief, suddenly saw Li Chiming take a step forward and raise his hand. Though Marion was not easily deceived, the brilliance of a feint lies in its potential to become reality when one believes it to be false. Thus, when Li Chiming truly leaped to shoot, it was too late for Marion to intervene. The roar of Li Chiming was as formidable as ever, resonating with the smooth swish of the net as the ball descended, causing many fans to leap from their seats in excitement. Marion felt somewhat helpless. If Li Chiming were merely powerful, that would be one thing. But his shooting accuracy was remarkable, coupled with astonishing speed. Marion realized that even if he managed to keep pace, it would be a mere intimidation tactic. Yet, with Li Chiming's habit of roaring while shooting, it remained uncertain who truly intimidated whom. After Nash successfully broke through using a screen, Howard received a pass from Turkoglu, nearly completing a dunk. Subsequently, Barbosa, receiving a pass from Nash, executed a drifting shot that found its mark. Li Chiming, having drawn to the perimeter after Howard attracted the defense, confidently sank a three-pointer. His shooting form was exceptional today, allowing him to release the ball without hesitation. Upon the Suns committing a turnover that resulted in an out-of-bounds pass, Nelson reciprocated with a blunder of his own, marking his fifth error of the game. Then Gundy opted to substitute him out during the next dead ball, bringing in Dooling to continue partnering with Arroyo in the backcourt. With Nelson's lackluster performance, Dooling could still shoot from beyond the arc and bolster their defense. After both teams struggled with missed shots, it was Li Chiming, receiving the ball in the short corner, who leaned against Marion to execute a hook shot, breaking the deadlock and narrowing the deficit to 3 points. At last, D'Antoni called a timeout. During the break, Li Chiming heard someone in the stands repeatedly calling his name. Initially taken aback, he soon confirmed he hadn't misheard, and a smile spread across his face. While Yao Ming had his own anthem, he wondered if there could be a song for him as well. However, compared to Yao, his name was undoubtedly more challenging for the Americans to pronounce. During the timeout, Van Gundy pulled a chair to the opposite side of the bench, allowing the players to rest while he laid out his strategy. They would focus on giving Li more opportunities to isolate and score, as he was in excellent form today, and he hoped they would not mind being saved by a rookie. The statement rendered Lewis somewhat awkward. Had it not been for his poor shooting today, such a situation would not have arisen. Reddick and Augustine, stationed by the water cooler, gazed at Li Chiming with a hint of envy. As the moment to enter the game approached, Van Gundy made a pivotal decision to substitute Ariza, aiming to enhance the team's size on the court. Furthermore, Dooling had already spent considerable time on the floor in the previous 2 games, while Ariza boasted superior stamina. The Suns frequently employed a pick-and-roll tactic involving Nash and Stoudemire, where Stoudemire's explosive drive posed a significant threat, often culminating in a dunk or, if unsuccessful, resulting in free throws. Nash's mastery of timing when passing had reached an almost transcendent level, and Van Gundy could only contemplate ways to sever their connection. Ariza's performance today was commendable. He could be utilized on offense, but it was his defensive prowess that surpassed Dooling's. His exceptional instincts on the defensive end were increasingly endearing him to Van Gundy as the games progressed. As the timeout concluded, we returned to the match. The Magic made another substitution, with Ariza entering to replace Dooling. Ariza had already accumulated 11 points today. The Suns' offensive attempt faltered once again, leading to a transition in defense. The Magic set up their half-court offense, with Arroyo stabilizing the rhythm. He dribbled a few steps along the three-point line on the wing, while Barbosa closely monitored him, wary of any impending defenders. Howard, Turkoglu, and Ariza consciously leaned towards the opposite side, attempting to misdirect their defenders. Only then did Arroyo pass the ball to Li Chiming, who immediately dashed to the top of the arc, clearing space for Li Chiming to operate. The Suns hesitated to double-team, as in this scenario. Li Chiming posed a significant threat whenever he had the opportunity to distribute the ball. One-on-one defense was at least somewhat effective. Of course, contemplating this, even if Marion were to replace Stoudemire, he would struggle against Li Chiming, as they had faced each other during the Las Vegas training camp. Li Chiming had also gleaned insights from previous experiences. This time, he positioned himself deeply, and Marion dared not exert himself recklessly. Even if he could push Li Chiming, a foul call from the referee would be disastrous. Positioned thus, Li Chiming had the freedom to dictate the play. Leaning back, he found Marion unable to withstand the pressure. Just as Marian prepared to exert force, Li Chiming suddenly pivoted, causing Marian to lunge forward in surprise. Li Chiming, rotating around his axis, glided to the other side beneath the basket and gently deposited the ball into the hoop. After Nash and Stoudemire executed a pick and roll, Stoudemire charged towards the basket, only to be thwarted by Ariza, who emerged unexpectedly from behind. Turkoglu, retrieving the ball, observed Li Chiming and Arroyo both sprinting down the court and promptly passed to Li Chiming. Li Chiming then delivered the ball to Arroyo, with only Barbosa managing to return in time. In a 2-on-1 situation in the front court, Arroyo assisted Li Chiming, who executed a right-handed layup to score 102-101. The Magic trailed by a mere point. Chapter 50, a last-minute equalizer, leading to overtime. The Magic had narrowed the deficit to just 1 point. At this moment, both the Suns players and their fans could not help but feel a palpable tension, having led the game for the entirety, with a maximum advantage nearing 20 points, only to witness such a turn of events as the match approached its conclusion. Of course, the Magic had also closed the gap previously. Coinciding with Li Chiming's entry onto the court, it was akin to a roller coaster ride, with its ups and downs, and the Magic were equally overwhelmed by the unfolding drama. The ensuing defensive play became crucial. Should the Magic manage to thwart this attempt, they would have a chance to seize the lead. With less than 2 minutes remaining in the game, each offensive and defensive exchange held significant weight, potentially determining the final outcome. The Suns were acutely aware of this reality. However, controlling the tempo was not in their nature. Following the inbound pass, Nash swiftly maneuvered past Bogan's pressure, driving straight to the basket, resulting in a foul by Li Chiming. In the face of Nash's mismatched offensive maneuver, Li Chiming inevitably revealed his immaturity, recklessly attempting to block the shot only to be duped into rising, resulting in a foul against him. Fortunately, he had committed only 3 fouls thus far, and the cumulative fouls for this quarter had yet to reach their limit. Naturally, this was a shooting foul, prompting Nash to approach the free throw line for 2 attempts. With the score still separated by a 3-point margin and only 1 minute and 42 seconds remaining, Turkoglu sought to pass the ball to Li Chiming. But Marian intervened with his long reach, deflecting it out of bounds. Following the sideline inbounds, Arroyo received the ball and lobbed it to Howard in the paint, who found himself once again at the free throw line. Although Stoudemire had already accumulated 5 fouls, D'Antoni chose not to substitute him out. Ultimately, Howard missed both free throw attempts, and Ariza suddenly leapt to deflect the ball, leading to a tussle between Li Chiming and Barbosa, resulting in the ball being knocked out of bounds. In the ensuing confusion, it was unclear who had touched it last, and the referee ultimately called for a jump ball. Li Chiming played for an extended duration today, yet he persevered, securing yet another opportunity for his team to launch an offensive. Following a screen, Li once again received a pass in the paint and, with a resounding shout, released a shot that found its mark. With 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining, Barbosa executed a backdoor cut, receiving a pass from Nash and making a jump shot. At 58 seconds, after another screen, Li received a pass but missed the jump shot, resulting in the rebound being claimed by the Suns. Nash swiftly advanced, eager to initiate a fast break. As the Magic players sprinted down the court, Hill received the ball on the wing, feigned a move, and Turkoglu took flight. Hill then surged toward the basket, only to encounter Ariza, a formidable obstacle. Without hesitation, he passed to the opposite side where Marian awaited, who took a dribble and went for a layup. Suddenly, Howard emerged from the side, executing a spectacular block that sent the ball soaring. Observing this from just past half-court, Li immediately turned around, shouting a command. Howard glanced back and promptly hurled the ball in response. As Li Chiming caught the ball just beyond the 3-point line, he found himself confronted by an opponent. Barbosa's speed was astonishing, having already completed an entire court sprint. However, at that moment, an idea sparked in Li Chiming's mind. Instead of advancing, he retreated beyond the arc and, before Barbosa could react, released his shot and immediately surged towards the basket. Li Chiming's 3-point attempt was successful. Once again, he emerged as the decisive player. His shot was executed with remarkable decisiveness, and there was logic behind this choice. At that moment, only Barbosa remained under the basket, compelled to defend, allowing Li Chiming the opportunity to contest for the rebound after his shot. I perceive this as a psychological maneuver on Li Chiming's part. Indeed, he demonstrated formidable confidence with that successful shot. Even Li Chiming himself seemed somewhat surprised. He had indeed aligned with Coach Sun's speculation, considering that if he missed, he could still go for the rebound, and if he failed, His teammates were positioned behind him to prevent a fast break. But since the shot went in, it was undoubtedly the right decision. The two teams were once again tied, with 42 seconds remaining. D'Antoni contemplated but refrained from calling a timeout, trusting his players, primarily Nash. Yet this time, Nash appeared ineffective. He found an opening to pass to Stoudemire, who, while driving forward, encountered a double team from Lee Chiming and Ariza. Ariza successfully stole the ball, and Lee Chungming swiftly transitioned down the court. Barbosa and Hill rushed back on defense, leading to a fast break scenario of 2 against 2. Arroyo, after faking out Barbosa, passed to Lee Chiming, who feigned a shot against Hill. Remembering the previous three-pointer, Hill was momentarily deceived, allowing Lee Chiming to exploit the opportunity and drive to the basket. Lee Chiming leaped for a dunk. His physique raised some concerns. Landing appeared precarious. Nevertheless, after scoring, the Magic finally took the lead, shifting the pressure onto the Suns. Fans from all sides of the arena rose to their feet, their anticipation culminating in palpable excitement as this moment unfolded. The camera then focused on Magic's head coach, Van Gundy, who, upon witnessing the play, instinctively slapped his forehead before breaking into a smile, shaking his head in disbelief. Coach Zhang remarked with a chuckle, "I believe this game will make Coach Van Gundy realize the importance of providing opportunities to rookies like Lee Chingming. He will certainly yield substantial returns." Coach Sun nodded in agreement, stating, "Without Lee Chingming during the scoring run, achieving this would have been quite challenging." As he presented the Suns with an unsolvable dilemma, even the defensive concerns that initially worried him transformed into a surprising advantage, thanks to his astute judgment of the situation. With just 30 seconds remaining in the game, typically a matter of 2 possessions, the Magic had taken a 2-point lead, prompting the Suns to reassess their strategy, leading D'Antoni to utilize his final timeout. As Lee Chiming exited the court, he was greeted by the exuberant cheers of the spectators, with the shouts of Lee resonating even louder. His teammates approached him, playfully patting his head or engaging in fist bumps and shoulder taps. The NBA, in its nascent stages, was predominantly dominated by African Americans, to the extent that white players often faced discrimination upon their entry. However, as the league has evolved, it has embraced a more international character, witnessing a steady influx of players from diverse ethnic backgrounds, although the influence of African Americans remains paramount. Within the African American community itself, there exists a wide spectrum. Figures like Jordan and Duncan emerged from middle-class families with solid educational foundations, while others, such as LeBron James, hail from single-parent households in impoverished neighborhoods. Additionally, the likes of Iverson, Anthony, and Garnett have connections to their communities and gangs. Consequently, numerous cultural nuances have been infused into the sport, with the fist bump evolving into a myriad of variations. Although its significance may have waned over time, the desire to connect with others necessitates learning these gestures. Lee Chungming certainly learned as well, and in such moments, his display of skills instantly fostered a sense of recognition among his celebrating teammates. Aside from emphasizing the defense against Nash and Barbosa, Van Gundy had little else to convey. The timeout passed swiftly, and upon resuming play, the Suns executed an immediate inbound pass. Unbeknownst to many, Nash was nearing the 20-point mark, while the Suns faced challenges, as both Hill and Marion were underwhelming in performance. Had it not been for Barbosa's explosive play, they might not have reached this point in the game. Once again, Nash and Stoudemire executed a pick-and-roll. This time, the Magic's attention was diverted by Nash. Upon receiving the ball, Stoudemire noticed that Ariza had left Barbosa unguarded, leading him to pass to Hill, who, without hesitation, distributed the ball to Barbosa on the perimeter. The Brazilian made another 3-pointer, reclaiming a 1-point lead. This offensive sequence unfolded rapidly, leaving the Magic ample time for their own attack. Nevertheless, the Suns were prepared to employ the hack-a-Shaq strategy. As Howard approached the free-throw line, a sense of foreboding permeated the atmosphere, felt by both coaches and fans alike. Even the commentators from CCTV remarked that if the Magic were to lose this game, it would likely be attributed to Howard's free-throw performance. Naturally, from their perspective, they hoped for a victory for the team of Lee Chingming, and should they falter, a scapegoat would be sought. Lee Chingming would not be held accountable. His involvement was pivotal in the comeback, and having finally earned an opportunity to push the game into overtime. It would be infuriating for the team if Howard's free throws squandered that chance. Typically cheerful and easygoing, Howard's demeanor had turned grave at this moment. The more serious he appeared, the less assured he became with his shots. After making just one of 2 free throws, the Suns retained 16 seconds on the shot clock, prompting Van Gundy to call a final timeout. The purpose of this pause was to strategize defensively. With the teams now tied, the Magic needed to avoid unnecessary fouls, which would give points to their opponents. Furthermore, if they managed to defend effectively and still had time left, they could attempt a shot. Ideally, concluding the game in regulation would be the best outcome. However, it was evident that the Suns would not grant them such an opportunity. At a critical juncture, Barbosa managed to create another scoring chance. With the ball in Nash's hands, he seized the fleeting moment with precision. After receiving the pass, Barbosa found Ariza too late to contest, and Howard hesitated to interfere for fear of committing a foul. Consequently, Barbosa successfully landed the shot, leaving only 2 seconds on the clock. The predicament for the Magic was that they had no timeouts remaining. They were compelled to inbound the ball from the backcourt. With just over 6 seconds remaining, penetrating the Suns' tight defense and advancing to the front court posed a formidable challenge, let alone scoring. Adding to their woes, the Suns might resort to committing another foul, even though it seemed unnecessary given their lead. After all, one could not guarantee that Howard would convert both free throws. As Turkoglu initiated the pass, Arroyo and Ariza engaged in frenetic movements, while Lee Chiming and Howard provided cover, simultaneously seeking opportunities to receive the ball. As the countdown approached 5 seconds, Turkoglu felt a sense of urgency. In that moment, he observed Lee Chiming suddenly break free and sprint forward. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched the ball with great force towards the front court. The ball traced an arc through the air, prompting several Suns players to swiftly dart in that direction, with Stoudemire even attempting to leap and intercept it mid-air. However, the ball ultimately descended right in front of Lee Chiming, with Barbosa, who was chasing the fastest, astonishingly reaching the ball just a fraction of a second before Lee Chiming could make contact. Lee Chiming, leveraging his superior wingspan, made contact with the ball first. With a decisive slap, he forcefully struck it downwards while simultaneously displacing Barbosa, ultimately seizing control of the possession. In a sudden motion, Lee flung the ball backward, his body gliding to the side with the grace of a fish, deftly evading Barbosa's attempt to reclaim it. As the clock dwindled, he did not even glance at the hoop. In a moment of fierce determination, he stepped beyond the three-point line and unleashed a powerful throw. This unconventional shot, propelled by Lee's remarkable speed, was executed just before the buzzer sounded. All eyes followed the ascending basketball, tracing its parabolic arc until it collided with the rim of the opposing hoop. Chapter 51, Rise to Fame, 12, with the final whistle blown. The Magic succumbed to the Suns with a score of 109-113, bringing their 4-game winning streak to an end. Fatigue from the back-to-back games had taken its toll, leaving them drained during the overtime. In reality, had Howard managed to convert even a single free throw during regular time, the outcome might have been more favorable. Coach Chang's words were laden with regret, acknowledging that the result was indeed a mere fraction away from success. In the dying moments of the regular season, Lee Chiming executed an unconventional shot that found its mark. There was a hint of foul play against Barbosa, yet the referees remained silent, resulting in a tie that propelled both teams into overtime. During the overtime period, Van Gundy chose to maintain his faith in Lee Chiming, keeping him on the court despite his evident fatigue. Having played over 25 minutes in regular time, Lee was nearing his physical limits, and his exhaustion became glaringly apparent as he struggled to move during overtime. Ultimately, he managed to score just 2 points from a mid-range jumper, failing to rescue his team and secure hero status. Meanwhile, the seemingly frail Nash stepped up, scoring 6 points in overtime and leading his team to a hard-fought victory, thereby averting any potential ridicule from a comeback. It was not only Lee Chiming who faltered. Howard, Turkoglu, and Lewis also exhibited signs of fatigue. Howard's defensive jump against Stoudemire revealed a noticeable decline in his athleticism. Following the game, Lee Chiming's 30 minutes of play, which included 22 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists, made him the focal point of the post-game press conference alongside Howard. The once jovial beast wore a solemn expression, clearly exhausted and disheartened by the defeat, particularly as he felt personally responsible due to his free throw shortcomings. When questioned by reporters, Howard expressed his intent to practice free throws more diligently, while Lee Chiming could only smirk in silence. The issue of Howard's free throws was not simply a matter of practice. The disparity between his training performance and game execution raised questions, whether it was due to psychological factors or post-contact muscle rigidity. It had become a significant vulnerability. The scrutiny intensified around Lee Chiming. Despite Howard's impressive statistics of 34 points and 21 rebounds, marking the first time in his career he had achieved back-to-back 2020 games, and Barbosa's remarkable 42 points, Li's performance overshadowed these achievements. Had it been Lewis, Turkoglu, or Nelson in his place, the uproar would have been far less pronounced. The crux of the matter lay in Li Chiming's prior anonymity as a low-profile rookie, gaining attention solely due to his nationality as a rare domestic player in the NBA. While he garnered some interest during Summer League and preseason games among Orlando fans, the broader audience remained largely indifferent to this rookie. In previous outings, he had been unremarkable, with limited playing time. However, this particular game saw him rise to the occasion, nearly orchestrating a dramatic comeback. Basketball is undeniably a competitive sport, yet the NBA functions as a commercial league, essentially a grand showcase that thrives on captivating narratives. This aligns seamlessly with the American dream, showcasing an ordinary college student from China excelling in the NBA. Such a story not only captivates fans, but also entices more players to pursue their dreams in the league. The NBA even highlighted Li Chiming's final shot of the regular season as the top play of the day, subtly promoting it for commercial gain. This was undoubtedly beneficial for both the Orlando Magic and Li Chiming, as despite the loss, the team seemed to have unearthed a gem in this rookie. And Li's remarkable performance significantly elevated his standing within the coaching staff. While consistent training is essential, true trust is earned through demonstrable performance and resilience in games. Even Van Gundy felt compelled to ease restrictions on Li Chiming, although the player's apparent exhaustion at the game's conclusion startled the team, only alleviated after the medical staff confirmed he was in good health. Fortunately, there was a 2-day respite following this match. However, the subsequent back-to-back games posed a challenge, leaving one to wonder about the league's scheduling decisions. After the press conference, as Li Chiming walked through the corridor, he noticed Howard's glum demeanor and the phone in his hand, prompting him to chuckle. "Dwight, are you surfing the web again?" Howard possesses a playful disposition. Although he is not as indolent as the big shark and does engage in training, he often spends his leisure time flirting and seeking out compliments about himself online. However, to delve into post-game commentary after today's match would certainly be a source of misery. Even Howard's own fans would likely struggle to bear it. At that moment, Li Chiming felt a pang of frustration, but it was fleeting. He understood that the Magic still depended on Howard, his rebounding, defensive prowess, and intimidating presence in the paint are indispensable. Without Howard, Li himself would not find the game as comfortable. In such circumstances, how could one justly criticize him? If he were devoid of any weaknesses, Howard would have long since claimed the title of the premier center, and he is nearing that status now. Particularly given the scarcity of formidable centers in this era. One might cite Duncan, Nowitzki, Garnett, or even Randolph and Boozer as exemplary power forwards. Yet when it comes to centers, there are indeed very few who stand out. Howard currently embodies a touch of the monkey proclaiming himself king. Yet he is not as lacking as some might suggest. Despite his rough edges, his impact on the game remains significant. Furthermore, in terms of skill, as long as he is effective, that suffices. Unless his physical attributes begin to decline, he will likely need to adapt his game accordingly. "Hey, let me show you a few comments." Howard presented to Li Chiming remarks that belittled himself while extolling Li. Li, of course, recognized that Howard lacked ulterior motives and merely wished to share this with him. He chuckled and said, "Dwight, it seems you owe me a favor." Howard furrowed his brow and replied, "What does that have to do with anything? After all, everyone believes we lost this game because of you. You owe me one. Don't you?" Howard tapped his head, feeling that there was indeed some truth to that, yet he sensed something was amiss. Li Chiming chuckled softly. It is evident what level of education one might possess when entering the NBA straight from high school, such as Howard. Coupled with the stereotypes surrounding the intellectual capabilities of African Americans, this is not a deliberate slight against them. However, among the players he has encountered, they often appear less intellectually inclined. Of course, he has also observed individuals of notable intelligence, like Otis Smith, who navigates life with considerable acumen. Yet, such cases are exceptions rather than the rule. Moreover, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Their physical attributes are enviably remarkable, exhibiting extraordinary agility and jumping ability. As Li Chiming watched Howard performing various dunks during training, he couldn't help but wish for a skill akin to a skyrocket from a shopping mall. Speaking of which, he seemed to have accomplished a task in this match. After previously scoring 10 points, a new task was updated, which required him to reach 20 points. Today, he certainly achieved that, earning a 10-point reward, bringing his total to 20 points, prompting him to contemplate some shopping. Chapter 52. A heated discussion between China and America. 22. The young magician from the Magic executed a miraculous shot, nearly saving the day and rising to fame. In yesterday's game at the Orlando Magic's home against the Phoenix Suns, the 19-year-old Chinese rookie, Lee Xiam, the 60th draft pick this year, displayed remarkable prowess, scoring a crucial basket while losing his balance, which extended the game into overtime. Although his Magic faded in the overtime period, he secured 22 points, playing a pivotal role in several moments of tying the score. Meanwhile, despite the impressive stats, the Beast's free throws became Orlando's Achilles heel. The Suns' foul tactics frequently disrupted the Magic's rhythm, and Coach Van Gundy's decision to trust an improving young talent demonstrated remarkable courage. Lee did not betray that trust. His performance last night was simply outstanding. I can hardly believe he was our last pick. Thank you, Dallas. OMG, I declare myself a fan of his now. If he is willing, I would love to invite him to my room. Lee's performance was nothing short of astonishing. This hefty player had previously only seen minutes during garbage time. Was Stan Van Gundy nurturing a monster, withholding him until the direst moments? As a Phoenix fan, I swear I was terrified last night. I misjudged his foot placement, thinking he made a three-pointer because he had previously sunk a heart-stopping three. Thank God he took a step forward. His physique may appear unremarkable, resembling those who struggle with obesity, yet his performance mirrored a shrunken version of Shaquille O'Neal. Demolishing the Suns' interior defense, Phoenix has sunk an inch today. No, a foot. Yet, they still lost, did they not? At 9 o'clock in the morning, Beijing time. During the NBA regular season matchup where the Orlando Magic faced off against the Phoenix Suns, our young player Lee Xiam delivered an outstanding performance. He made a last-second shot to tie the game, forcing it into overtime. Unfortunately, fatigue took its toll in the extra period, resulting in a disappointing defeat. Throughout the game, Lee Xiam played for 30 minutes, scoring 22 points, securing 6 rebounds, and providing 5 assists, along with a steal. His exceptional display made him the second rookie, following Durant, to achieve 20 points in this year's draft class. I truly did not anticipate that he could excel to such a degree, although I always believed in his potential. It now seems that the coach's oversight in providing him with opportunities has been a grave error. Previously, it was suggested that he was unfairly benched, and some claimed that our fans were merely speaking out of turn. Where are those individuals now? Howard truly demonstrates the reliability that Yao Ming once provided. His performance is rather disheartening, especially with those free throws. My grandmother could have made a better showing. Oh, is Shaquille O'Neal here? The concern regarding the young player's stamina remains. He struggled during overtime, and if he is to endure 30 to 40 minutes of play in future games, will he be able to sustain such efforts? I have heard that Lee Xiam is currently on a weight loss journey, and considering the rigorous demands of this season, I find it hard to believe that he will not shed some pounds. It is indeed remarkable that among the current crop of promising rookies, only a few have secured a starting position right from the outset, excluding those like Odin who are sidelined due to injuries. In the lottery picks, only Durant, Horford, and the intriguing Spacey have managed this feat. The remaining players, drafted later, find themselves with limited opportunities as their teams, possessing considerable strength, do not necessitate the same level of development for their talents. However, the one who has truly demonstrated potential in honing his skills is Durant. In the Supersonics, he enjoys an almost unrestricted freedom to shoot, which enabled him to score 27 points in his second game. Although his shooting percentage may not be exceptionally high, it is a testament to his scoring ability as a rookie. After all, some players struggle even to capitalize on their shooting opportunities. At the very least, he exhibits potential for accumulating points. Conversely, Lee Xiam showcased a significantly higher quality of scoring in this match. He emerged as the Magic's player with the highest plus-minus rating, indicating a commendable performance on the court. Thus, despite the Magic's loss in this game, his display has sparked considerable discussion across both China and the United States, overshadowing the outcome itself. Sometimes, such imperfect and regretful conclusions leave a more indelible impression. Much like in cinematic or literary works, tragedies often resonate deeply with audiences, and many timeless classics are rooted in tragic narratives. Furthermore, the Magic faced a fiery Barbosa, and given the narrow gap in their abilities, the state of play during the match significantly influenced the outcome. Thus, their defeat was somewhat expected. Throughout the game, Lee Xiam made 2 commendable attempts to close the gap, only to be let down by his teammates on both occasions. Even the Magic's fans expressed frustration towards Howard's free throw performance, feeling a sense of disappointment as he had previously lost games due to similar shortcomings. This season, despite his overall improvement and more stable performance, his free throw shooting remains a persistent issue. Historically, the strategy of hacking Shaquille O'Neal was employed due to his overwhelming offensive prowess, making it nearly impossible to defend against him. Thus, teams opted to send him to the free throw line, capitalizing on his inaccuracy. In that context, a single point per possession could easily be negated. The concerns surrounding fouls could be alleviated by utilizing substitutes. As for the later strategies of fouling players like Ben Wallace and Howard, these were primarily aimed at disrupting their team's offensive rhythm. From an offensive perspective, Wallace was negligible, and Howard could not be compared to O'Neal. Even during O'Neal's prime, he was capable of leading his team to victory despite being fouled. However, the current iteration of Howard does not yet measure up to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. While he is gradually establishing himself as a prominent center in the league, the high expectations placed upon him are the source of current disappointments. On the other hand, the situation at Coca-Cola should bring them joy. Why is that? Lee Chien-Ming was sweating profusely on the small basketball court in his backyard. Casting a glance back at his father, after yesterday's game, he felt utterly exhausted and drained. Although the youth possesses remarkable recuperative powers, he displayed no signs of weakness during the post-match press conference. However, the fatigue manifested itself the following day through aching limbs and an overwhelming sense of lethargy. The psychological weariness weighed heavily on him as well, likely stemming from the disappointment of having given his all yet still facing defeat. Such a reality inevitably breeds frustration. It was only after a day that he managed to fully shake off the lingering effects. With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to continue training at home. Mr. Lee shook his head and chuckled, saying, "They informed me that they intend to release the advertisement ahead of schedule. What do you suppose is the reason for that?" Lee Chien-Ming pondered for a moment and soon comprehended the situation. It was undoubtedly his performance in this match that caught the attention of Coca-Cola, revealing potential profits for them. Although this game did not receive nationwide broadcasting in the United States, it garnered significant interest in Asia. Both teams are considered popular, with the Suns featuring Nash and Stoudemire. While the Magic boast Howard and Lewis, star power typically attracts attention. Additionally, the Magic's previous game in China had generated a commendable response, coupled with Lee Chien-Ming's presence. Particularly as an Asian face that resonates with local fans, the match was broadcasted live on CCTV and online, allowing many students, unable to watch on television, to discreetly follow text updates during class. Each time the typist paused, a sense of urgency welled up within him, wishing he could take over the writing himself. After the game concluded in defeat, he felt as though he were in a daze during class, unable to focus. The previous game in China indeed created a positive buzz, with several media outlets promoting him, ensuring Lee Chien-Ming gained recognition among domestic fans. Yet, in the eyes of many, they fervently hoped for him to dominate the court upon his arrival, disregarding the fact that he was merely a rookie. This performance was precisely what the audience yearned to witness, establishing a firm fanbase for Lee Chien-Ming domestically. In truth, many stars have traversed a similar path, remaining relatively obscure until a sudden, explosive performance propels them into the limelight. While others may achieve 40 or 50 points, he had only scored 20. Nevertheless, this was merely the beginning, and everyone was optimistic about his potential. Chapter 53, Coach's Inspiration. On November 13th, the Magic faced the Supersonics at home, marking Lee Chien-Ming's first opportunity to contend against this year's second overall pick, Kevin Durant, though he might not necessarily match up against him. The Supersonics' objective this year was clearly to develop their young talents while enduring a dismal season, undoubtedly one of the weaker teams in the East. For the Magic, failing to secure a victory against such a team would be deemed a failure. It was likely that they would dominate the game, with Durant possibly not even remaining on the court during garbage time. According to Van Gundy's usual approach, even if Lee Chien-Ming performed admirably in the previous game, he might find himself relegated to the bench in this one. However, unexpectedly, Van Gundy exhibited a rare inclination to experiment, bringing Lee Chien-Ming onto the court just 4 minutes into the second quarter. The Supersonics roster included players traded by the Celtics to form their Big Three, seemingly not weak at first glance, complemented by several notable veterans. Among them was Lee Chien-Ming's counterpart, backup power forward Kurt Thomas. Having entered the league in 1995, Thomas experienced his peak years with the Knicks and now, at 35 years old, was merely a transitional player for the Supersonics. Although he still possessed some skill, his 6 feet 9 inches frame weighing 230 pounds struggled to keep pace defensively. Once reliant on his defensive prowess, age had inevitably taken its toll, rendering his lateral movement slower than Lee Chien-Ming's. With minimal athleticism left, Lee Chien-Ming merely needed to position himself beneath the basket, rendering Thomas incapable of jumping. thus allowing Li Chiming to assert his dominance. Fortunately, Thomas was not solely a paint-bound blue-collar player. He possessed a respectable shooting touch, and with age had honed his skills in rebounding, positioning, and judgment far beyond Li Chiming's capabilities. Li Chiming once relied on his height and physique, rarely facing difficulties in securing rebounds when competing against domestic collegiate players. However, upon entering the NBA, he realized that many seemingly ordinary aspects of the game require finesse on the professional stage. A renowned center from Japan once remarked, "He who secures the rebounds holds dominion over the game." In the realm of the NBA, the significance of rebounds amplifies as the competition escalates to higher levels. After Li Chiming was consecutively thwarted by Thomas in securing 2 offensive rebounds, Van Gundy substituted him during a timeout. This was not only a matter of timing and normal rotation, but also an opportunity for a candid conversation. He recognized that Li Chiming was a player who welcomed constructive criticism, so he felt at ease to express his thoughts. "Your positioning is abysmal. I initially believed your struggles were solely due to a lack of speed in one-on-one defense, yet it appears you are also failing to protect the boards. The game entails more than merely scoring. It demands attention to various intricate details. Many players who can only score ultimately find it more challenging to maintain a presence in the NBA compared to those who possess a versatile skill set." It has long been acknowledged that Li Chiming's defensive shortcomings are evident. However, at the very least, he demonstrates an awareness that keeps pace with the game. Nonetheless, significant issues arise in his ability to secure rebounds. Defensive rebounding constitutes an integral facet of interior defense. Otherwise, even if one successfully defends once, allowing repeated offensive opportunities undermines the notion of a truly effective defense. Thus, players like Camby, who prioritize accumulating block statistics over maintaining vigilant control of the paint, naturally invite skepticism when awarded the title of Defensive Player of the Year. In the past, Li Chiming possessed an undeniable physical advantage, which often obscured his mental vulnerabilities. Thus, it is not without reason that the shortcomings of rookies become increasingly apparent as they progress. Moreover, these issues were not evident to Li Chiming during his extensive training, as one seldom considers rebounding during practice. I observed Li Chiming exhale deeply, his spirits visibly dampened. The crux of his predicament lies primarily in a lack of experience, particularly when faced with a seasoned player like Thomas, who has thrived in the league for so long due to his cunning. This resulted in Li Chiming's initial failure to establish adequate positioning, causing him to lose the upper hand. In such circumstances, raw strength proves to be of little use. A mere exertion of force can lead to an astute opponent capitalizing on the momentum, resulting in a foul, a predicament for a rookie with no recourse for defense. Although the veteran was not overly aggressive, Van Gundy nonetheless made it a point to convey this potential pitfall to Li Chiming. Li Chiming was suddenly filled with trepidation, and as he gazed at Thomas, his eyes conveyed a hint of resentment, leaving even the seasoned veteran perplexed. Observing that Li Chiming was indeed teachable, Van Gundy felt a sense of accomplishment. After all, since his arrival at the team, players like Howard, Turkoglu, and Lewis had already matured, while Redick, though possessing potential, displayed pronounced strengths and weaknesses, limiting his opportunities. In contrast, Li Chiming was akin to a raw gem, capable of being meticulously honed into a talent. This was precisely why Van Gundy initially refrained from granting Li Chiming excessive chances. He did not wish to force growth prematurely, opting instead to wait for the right moment, such as today's opportunity, to facilitate his gradual development. Van Gundy held high hopes for Li Chiming and speculated on the remarkable future that awaited him. Given his current progress, he was certain that a mere place on the bench would not suffice. Moreover, it seemed that Li Chiming harbored an overwhelming desire to be a hero. Today, Van Gundy's words flowed abundantly, undoubtedly a reflection of the previous day's game. Li Chiming is the sole freshman in the team, and he is also the youngest member. At present, he appears to possess the greatest potential. Howard and the others have already emerged as stars, effectively realizing their innate talents. Li Chiming is not lacking in awareness. He can certainly perceive the shift in the coach's demeanor and promptly seeks his guidance with humility. In truth, Van Gundy did not impart anything particularly novel. He merely advised him to observe more, to learn, and to accumulate knowledge gradually. During the rotation phase of the third quarter, Van Gundy once again afforded Li Chiming an opportunity, as the Supersonics posed little threat to them. They do have a few capable players, such as Jeff Green, who performed commendably today, while Kurt Thomas utilized his experience to assert dominance over Li Chiming. Yet this did not alter the overall situation. The team's core, nurtured through their training, struggled with their shooting today, exposing the inherent instability of rookies after entering the NBA. Durant exhibited visible frustration upon being substituted, as the Magic's defense proved to be quite challenging, preventing him from receiving the ball comfortably and executing his shots. Even though the team established his position from the outset, the influx of veterans from the Celtics made it difficult for the rookies to earn their trust without producing sufficiently impressive performances. Conversely, Lee Ching-ming, after clarifying his role, displayed a marked improvement in his consistency. With a good shooting touch, he seized opportunities to take more shots, although they lost the previous game. It remained significant for him personally. Even if Van Gundy maintained his prior stance, the management would begin to apply pressure, viewing rookies as treasures. Given the opportunity presented today, Lee Ching-ming felt it was acceptable to exhibit a bit of flair, especially with a 30-point lead, allowing him to practice his shooting under the coach's leniency, as long as he did not play recklessly. Moreover, with another game scheduled for the following day, Van Gundy, mindful of previous issues, consciously reduced the playing time of Howard and others, simultaneously providing Lee Ching-ming with more chances to shine. At 9 minutes and 47 seconds into the third quarter, Lee Ching-ming first received a pass from Nelson in the paint. Facing Thomas, who stood 2 steps away, he unleashed a powerful shout and executed a jump shot that found its mark effortlessly. A mere 30 seconds later, from the same position, Thomas followed him closely. But Lee Ching-ming swiftly executed a spin move that left Thomas behind, revealing his sluggishness. Once he was surpassed, he could not keep pace, rendering his experience ineffective. Upon penetrating the lane and encountering the help defensive Serbiak, Lee Ching-ming displayed remarkable quickness with a bounce pass to the corner, where Redick converted a three-pointer. In the next offensive possession, Lee Ching-ming received the ball in the low post, drawing a double team. With a deft flick of his hand, he executed a no-look pass that diverted the attention of both defenders. This was a feigned move, as Lee Ching-ming then turned and leaned against Thomas, leaping for a shot that he managed to convert with a deft hand switch midair. Had it not been for the rookie's lack of recognition, he might have even secured a 2-1 opportunity. Lee Ching-ming is well aware that his experience and certain technical details represent his shortcomings, and that mastery cannot be achieved instantaneously. Therefore, he has resolved to excel in his offensive capabilities. Currently, he possesses a shooting accelerator, an iron-blooded jump shot, and a grounded stance, coupled with months of training under professional NBA guidance. His skills have sufficiently developed to secure a place within the rotation. With his readiness at all times, he is poised to showcase his talents whenever the coach grants him an opportunity. Opportunities are invariably bestowed upon those who are prepared, much to the delight of Van Gundy observing from the sidelines. He recognizes Lee Ching-ming's potential, yet he desires to temper his enthusiasm. Not out of disdain, Lee Ching-ming harbors none of that, but rather to encourage him to adopt a more understated approach at the outset, thereby avoiding the media's scrutiny. If he were merely an ordinary player, it would be one matter. However, Lee Ching-ming has an entire nation of fans watching his every move. Van Gundy is evidently privy to certain insights about Yao Ming from his brother, which renders him more cautious in addressing such matters, even if this leaves outsiders, including Lee Ching-ming himself, somewhat perplexed. He embodies the archetype of a stern yet warm-hearted parent, believing that one day you will comprehend the depth of his concerns. Whether Lee Ching-ming will comprehend this in the future remains uncertain, yet he is acutely aware that he is currently playing with remarkable enjoyment. Even more so than in the previous game, especially as he was burdened by the pressure of catching up at that time. This match is once again held at the home ground of the Magic, where the fans, increasingly familiar with Lee Ching-ming from his previous performance, fervently cheer for him. After all, to a certain extent, a rookie symbolizes the future of a team. Likewise, Howard, as the top draft pick for the Magic, has consistently been under the spotlight, reminiscent of the anticipation surrounding Shaquille O'Neal in his early days. However, the fervent adoration of the fans can swiftly transform into disdain once a player departs. They are indifferent to the intricacies of management issues. Lee Ching-ming, at present, need not ponder this matter. During the intermission, he revels in the cheers of the home crowd. Though it may not rival the adulation bestowed upon Howard, it surpasses the enthusiasm directed towards other role players. That irksome fellow Howard, astonishingly, discerned his thoughts and approached him with a playful pat on the shoulder, chuckling. Such feeble applause hardly compares to even 1% of my acclaim. You must strive harder. Rookie. Lee Ching-ming shot him a glare, utterly detesting those who poured cold water on others' joy. Could he not simply keep his mouth shut? Joyous beast. Yet that would bring about unhappiness. Chapter 54. Consecutive 20, second rookie, 12. When Lee Ching-ming was substituted, a lingering sense of unfulfillment graced his visage. Just moments prior, he had audaciously sunk a three-pointer right before Durant's eyes. Witnessing the disheartened expression of the second overall pick filled him with immeasurable satisfaction. Though he bore no animosity towards Durant, the unspoken agreement was that he would confront and triumph over the rookies ranked above him. For only then could he justify the significance of his own number 60. Alas, fate had other plans. The head coach had denied him opportunities in earlier matches. Now, at last, he had found his chance, and Lee Chiming even entertained the notion that he might seize the headlines by toppling the second pick after this game. Indeed, he had garnered headlines in the previous match, which had drawn considerable attention to him in this one, with numerous fans vocally supporting him from the sidelines and commentators frequently mentioning his name. Yet, this pursuit became addictive. Having tasted the sweetness of recognition, he yearned for more. And defeats could never bring the joy that victories did. Although he had only amassed 8 points while Durant had at least reached double figures, their efficiency levels were worlds apart. It was often said that Durant excelled in shooting. However, Lee Chiming couldn't help but feel that he resembled a blacksmith instead. Lee Chiming contemplated the enduring legacy of the Los Angeles Steelworks following its succession in Seattle while perusing the data chart. The Supersonics, deserving of their reputation as a lackluster team, exhibited a dismal efficiency among their starting five, primarily due to the formidable defense posed by the Magic's core players. Conversely, the performance of the bench players seemed comparatively commendable, as they faced a lesser defensive pressure during the rotation phase, allowing for greater scoring opportunities. It is not without reason that one might claim statistics can be misleading. Upon reviewing the post-game analysis, it appears that the bench players outperformed the starters. Had the reserves been deployed earlier, victory might have been theirs. In truth, the disparity in defensive strategies and the tailored approach of the opponents contribute significantly to these variations. Therefore, despite the seemingly impressive efficiency displayed by Lee Chiming, he remained somewhat pessimistic, acutely aware that much of his scoring stemmed from relatively uncomplicated shots. What constitutes a simple shot? It is not necessarily the case that a situation must be devoid of challenges to be deemed simple. When a player possesses a distinct advantage in positioning, such as when he is matched against the opposing defenders, the opportunity for scoring becomes considerably easier. With a good rhythm, he can score effortlessly. Even in the absence of such rhythm, he can bulldoze his way through without being hindered by double teams, thus rendering the scoring relatively uncomplicated. For instance, during the previous match against the Suns, there were numerous occasions where the presence of Howard and others created distractions, drawing more defensive attention and allowing Lee Chiming to secure some one-on-one opportunities. In truth, for NBA players who excel in specific skills, the efficiency of scoring in one-on-one situations is typically commendable. However, Lee Chiming's physical attributes are somewhat of an anomaly, necessitating targeted strategies to curtail his performance. Ultimately, Lee Chiming has not yet ascended to the status of a core player within the team. His fame is insufficient, and thus he does not attract the level of attention that would warrant specialized defensive strategies from opponents. Sometimes, the treatment a player receives on defense must be earned through performance. For example, during Shaquille O'Neal's prime, championship-caliber teams invariably required a physical presence in the paint specifically to counter him, alongside tactics such as hack-a-Shaq and the Jordan rules, which were all born from the illustrious reputations of superstars. Consequently, Lee Chiming has contemplated his next steps. He intends to fortify his offensive capabilities, as this is the path to quicker recognition. The targeting of vulnerabilities often arises from strength in other areas, so Lee Chiming is unperturbed by his weaknesses, particularly on defense. Rather, he fears inadequacies in his offensive game. Ideally, he aspires to become the singular core player on the bench, the one who excels in offense while the others focus on defense. In such a scenario, his position within the team would become unassailable, even if he does not start, placing him just below Howard and Lewis, akin to the status of Hedo T. RKO Lou. As the third quarter concluded, the Magic's lead had ballooned to over 30 points, rendering the contest devoid of suspense. Typically, in an NBA game, it is rare for a team to score more than 30 points in a single quarter, let alone achieve a net advantage of 30 points in one quarter, unless they were to score 40 points while the Magic scored nearly nothing, which is evidently implausible. Had it been achievable, they would not have found themselves in such a deficit. Thus, in the fourth quarter, Van Gundy decided against deploying the starters again. Lee Chiming returned to the court, but this time, it was a complete domination. As he held the ball and pivoted to face Graber, the latter's eyes widened with a mixture of fear and envy. "Please, do not come any closer." Lee Chiming, undeterred by his opponent's thoughts, boldly approached and pressed forward. Like someone with an aversion to dirt, Lego Bell recoiled at his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Li Chiming abruptly halted, let out a fierce shout, and executed a jump shot. Brimming with confidence. With a clank, the shot missed its mark. No matter, it was not an embarrassing moment. Has SEI ever failed to deliver? Li Chiming's shooting prowess, while commendable, does not guarantee success with every attempt, especially as he is currently positioned as a mid-tier player in the league. His accuracy is further enhanced by skill buffs, yet his fervent jump shot often leaves spectators with the impression of an overzealous prelude culminating in a disappointing finale, creating a stark contrast. Fortunately, Li Chiming has long since acclimated to such pressures, and the home crowd is unlikely to boo him for it. In the subsequent possession, despite any trepidation, Grabble cannot afford to concede space, lest he incur the displeasure of the coaching staff. For a player of his caliber, the opportunity to play far outweighs any concerns about losing face. Ultimately, Li Chiming managed to assert himself, taking a couple of steps forward that caused Grabble to stumble, resulting in a successful basket and an additional free throw, as Grabble, in a fit of frustration, grasped Li Chiming's arm as he fell. The referee, unsympathetic to such antics from lesser players, upheld the call, particularly in the home arena of the Magic, allowing Li Chiming to convert the free throw, culminating in a three-point play. During this period, where the game had devolved into a one-sided affair, the opponents rarely resorted to double-teaming, reminiscent of preseason or even summer league encounters. Li Chiming's prowess in low-post isolation situations became starkly evident. He began to unveil his array of offensive techniques reminiscent of his training days with the Magic: hook shots, floaters, half-court shots, turnaround jumpers, and even a crafty up-and-under move. Given his physique, the artistry involved in that up-and-under was considerable, nearly causing him to land before releasing the ball. As the game drew to a close, both teams seemed to engage in an unspoken agreement, with the Magic even conceding a few points, ultimately finishing with a 29-point margin, a gesture of goodwill. Li Chiming played for 22 minutes, achieving 7 out of 11 from the field and 5 out of 6 from the free throw line, amassing a total of 20 points, along with 7 rebounds and 3 assists. Although a significant portion of his scoring occurred during the garbage time of the fourth quarter, scoring is scoring, particularly as it positioned him as the highest scorer for the Magic, tied with Lewis at 20 points. Post-game, media coverage in both China and the United States spotlighted Li Chiming, albeit with varying emphasis. Domestic reports framed it as Li Chiming leading his team to victory, while American outlets focused on the matchup between him and fellow rookie Durant. As Li Chiming anticipated, despite the last pick showcasing a superior performance against the second overall pick, the game featured minimal direct matchups between the two. The Americans clearly took measures to protect their own second pick, ensuring that Li Chiming, who has yet to secure a shoe contract, would not overshadow him. Nevertheless, it remains an undeniable fact that Li Chiming's statistics and performance eclipsed Durant's, and the contrast between their draft positions intensified the comparison. Even self-proclaimed fans of the Supersonics online remarked, compared to that Chinese player, I think he resembles the second pick more closely. While Kevin is certainly not the last pick, his performance paled in comparison to Li's. Just as I do not believe that the current Kevin can replicate the performance displayed by Li on the court. It has always been the case in the NBA that a victory is not deemed a victory until it is secured. However, the majority of spectators remain fixated on the present moment, often speaking their minds without reservation. The repercussions of their words, should they be proven wrong later, are merely an afterthought. Moreover, to be candid, instances of being proven wrong are relatively few. In most cases, events unfold as expected, and outcomes remain unchanged. Chapter 55, The Playground. Shaquille, 22. Although Li Chiming did not communicate with Durant during the game, he still exchanged a few words with him after the match. Having previously trained together as sparring partners for the national team in the United States, they were somewhat acquainted, and it was only courteous to engage in small talk. However, it was evident that Durant was not in high spirits, so Li refrained from saying much. After all, the team had suffered a defeat, and his own performance had also been lackluster. It is only natural for one's mood to be affected under such circumstances. Even someone as jovial as Howard would find it difficult to maintain a carefree demeanor in such a situation. Li Chiming observed Durant's demeanor and felt a sense of relief at being selected in a relatively lower draft position. After all, within the Magic, he still enjoyed a favorable win-loss record. Had he joined the Supersonics, he doubted his ability to lead the team to victory. An abundance of defeats could ultimately dampen his spirits. To be candid, given the current situation of the Supersonics, the primary focus would undoubtedly be on nurturing Durant, followed closely by the newly acquired 5th overall pick, Jeff Green, from Boston. It was evident that Lee Chiming would not be afforded many opportunities. Yet, one could argue otherwise. Had it not been for his performance against the Suns in the previous game, he might not have garnered such attention. The unpredictability of life is indeed a constant. In truth, some rookies develop poor mindsets and habits for this very reason. When entering the league, these prodigies often brim with confidence. Yet frequent losses on struggling teams can swiftly deflate their spirits. Even if the team's roster improves in the future and the results become favorable, they may still exhibit weaknesses in crucial moments. However, this experience serves as a crucible for rookies. Just as LeBron James did not reach the playoffs in his rookie season yet still secured the Rookie of the Year title, the evaluation of rookies transcends mere win-loss records. It is about their potential and identity. Lee Chiming, for the time being, does not aspire to contend for the title of Rookie of the Year. It is evidently clear that with Odin no longer in the picture, this accolade is virtually within the grasp of Durant, who possesses almost limitless shooting freedom. Despite his rather lackluster shooting percentage, Lee Chiming places his hopes on the rookie lineup, albeit with a mere 30% chance. Even this slim prospect hinges upon the whims of the coach. After achieving consecutive performances exceeding 20 points, Lee Chiming has seemingly transformed into a darling of the media. For newcomers in the spotlight, there exists a so-called grace period. This implies that when one suddenly rises to fame, the media may lavish attention upon them for a certain duration. Eventually, as the novelty fades or new stories emerge with greater news value, less favorable coverage may follow. Although Lee Chiming did not attend the post-match press conference, he was nonetheless besieged by a number of reporters, many of whom hailed from his home country. Compared to before, the questions posed to him have significantly broadened. A reporter inquired, "Do you believe you have truly made a name for yourself now?" Another journalist revisited a previously asked question, to which Lee Chiming had answered with a focus on the future. Is this not the future he referenced? Lee Chiming was momentarily taken aback, then shrugged and remarked, "At that time, I was focused on the present, while now, I naturally gaze towards the future." Goodness, he suddenly became philosophical. The nearby American media, unable to comprehend their conversation, were perplexed as to why Lee Chiming chose to respond in a language they did not understand. However, they certainly had the opportunity to inquire. A striking woman with fiery red lips and voluptuous waves cast a flirtatious glance at Lee Chiming and asked, "Lee, who do you believe holds the advantage in today's matchup against Kevin Durant?" Lee Chiming noticed her approaching, and the freckles on her face instantly triggered his discomfort, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze and inquire, "Do we have a matchup today?" To which he added, "Actually, I find him quite formidable. We previously faced off in Las Vegas, and I couldn't defend against him. Of course, he couldn't defend against me either." This remark elicited laughter from those present. A natural reaction indeed. One could easily imagine Durant's slender frame and then compare it to Lee Chiming's physique. It was utterly reasonable that he would struggle in a one-on-one. In a competitive setting, it would be foolish to allow Durant to defend him. "Lee, what are your thoughts on your next opponent?" This question momentarily bewildered Lee Chiming. "Wait, let me check. Who are we facing next?" Interestingly, the upcoming adversary for the Magic would be the Cavaliers. This marked yet another back-to-back encounter. With the Magic set to charter a flight to Cleveland on the 14th to challenge the previous season's Eastern Conference champions and NBA Finals runners-up, the Cavaliers. It promised to be a clash of titans, particularly with the anticipated showdown between stars LeBron James and Dwight Howard. The two teams had previously met twice in the preseason, indicating a certain fateful connection, yet the circumstances then were incomparable to the present. Not only were both rosters incomplete, but their strategies had not been fully executed, and the players had not exerted their utmost effort. As Lee Chiming reflected on the intensity in LeBron's gaze at the conclusion of the preseason, he sensed that the latter might be seeking vengeance, not solely against the Magic, but perhaps against him personally. However, could such matters be settled merely through intention? After completing the media interview, despite still feeling exhilarated, Lee Chiming chose not to linger at the arena for extra practice and instead returned home. Today marked the birthday of Mrs. McGilden, his neighbor, who had not only invited him and his father, but also several friends and relatives to join in the festivities. Together, they would partake in a modest barbecue dinner in the yard, where children gathered to play, and, amusingly, they all gravitated towards Lee Chiming. "Hey, big guy, I know you." Lee Chiming gazed at the boy before him and smiled warmly. "You know me, so tell me, do you know my name?" The boy hesitated. Your name is Lin? No, wait, it's Ariane." Lee Chiming burst into laughter, remarking that he could indeed send the boy to seek assistance from outsiders. Amused, He watched as the boy turned around to inquire with others. To be honest, Li Chiming genuinely enjoyed interacting with children. Perhaps it was due to his own childlike spirit. I know your name is Li, but do you know mine? They all call you Li. Li Qingming's expression darkened as he overheard Sheila giggling beside him. Casting her a glance, he retorted with a hint of irritation. I am Li Qingming, though you may also refer to me as LMC. This moniker was bestowed upon him by the live DJ of the Magic team, and many fans had taken to calling him by that name, a title he accepted with a certain pleasure. However, he pondered whether, in accordance with the Western custom of reversing names, he ought to be addressed as MC Li. Just then, a voice called out, "Hey, Li, come over here. We've been looking for you." Curious, Li Chiming was guided by John to a group of older boys, all classmates of his. Moments later, they ventured into the backyard, where, thanks to John, the McGilden residence boasted a half-basketball court. A few youths pointed at the basketball lodged in the rim, clearly seeking his assistance in retrieving it. Li Chingming did not even need to jump. He merely extended his hand slightly. With his wingspan, the rim, which did not reach the standard height of a basketball court, was perfectly positioned at his palm's level. With a gentle flick, the ball effortlessly fell through the hoop. Hey, could you demonstrate that for us? Li Qingming's expression darkened once more as realization dawned upon him. It became evident that these children, along with John, who stood at an impressive height of over 6 feet, could easily manage to dislodge the ball with a well-timed jump or perhaps utilize some sort of apparatus, avoiding any unnecessary hassle. The essence of the matter lay in their desire for his companionship during their playful endeavors. John promptly pulled Li Chiming aside and whispered, "These rascals have longed for me to bring you to school, to assist them in teaching others a lesson. When I declined, they sought me out directly. Li Chiming is no fool. He can discern that this lad is cut from the same cloth, perhaps even the mastermind behind it all." However, after some contemplation, he did not refuse. Instead, he revealed a smile that shone remarkably pale in the darkness. "Excellent. Restricted in the NBA. Yet I fear no opponent when it comes to dominating lesser foes. Youngsters, are you ready to experience the torment of the little shark?" Chapter 56. The Knights rematch. The Quick Loans Arena, home to the Cleveland Cavaliers in Ohio, boasts a capacity of 2,562. Since its renaming in 2005, the arena has flourished alongside the team's success, particularly with the emergence of a superstar like LeBron James, transforming it into a vibrant basketball market. In recent years, ticket sales have consistently ranked among the highest in the league. On November 14th, the arena welcomed the Orlando Magic for their first official clash of the regular season. The Magic's roster this season has not seen significant changes compared to last year, with the most notable addition being Rashard Lewis. The synergy between Lewis and Dwight Howard has grown increasingly evident, and right from the start, they disrupted the Cavaliers' interior defense. The Cavaliers, having faced the Magic without Lewis in the preseason, were now acutely aware of his prowess. Lewis stretched the floor with his three-point shooting, forcing Zydrunas Ilgauskas to step out, which allowed Jameer Nelson to penetrate the defense. With Howard inside and Lewis outside, alongside Hedo RKO Lou, the Magic's offense displayed impressive depth. The Cavaliers' defense struggled to contain the situation. Ilgauskas was unable to halt Howard, who surged to the basket, ultimately drawing a foul. Howard converted one of his 2 free throws, his shooting form appearing awkward due to his broad shoulders and muscular build, yet his performance at the line was somewhat acceptable. After several exchanges, the score stood at 11-7, with the Magic leading by 4 points and showcasing remarkable offensive efficiency, prompting Mike Brown to call a timeout. However, upon resuming play, the Cavaliers still struggled to neutralize Lewis, and Nelson, in fine form, sank 2 three-pointers. With 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter, the Magic maintained their 4-point lead at 21-17. Ilgauskas rallied his team in pursuit, but the gap remained unclosed. The Cavaliers' start to the season has undoubtedly been disappointing. As last season's runners-up, their performance this year has regressed. With an initial record of 4 wins and 4 losses, neither a losing streak nor a winning one. While the Magic's fluctuations could be attributed to roster adjustments and the need for cohesion among new players, the Cavaliers retained their finals roster, making their struggles all the more inexplicable. Consequently, LeBron James faced some scrutiny, though such doubts paled in comparison to the external praise he typically receives. This matchup was anticipated as a duel between 2 Eastern Conference superstars, James and Howard, brimming with intrigue. Yet, facing a team with formidable interior strength seemed to diminish James's performance. He had only attempted 5 shots, making 2, while primarily facilitating his teammates. His statistics remained visually appealing: 5 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. At that moment, the Magic made a substitution, bringing in Ming Lee to replace Howard. With the two exchanging high fives on the bench. Currently, Lee's closest relationships within the team were with Howard and J.J. Redick, as Augustine and Gortat were no longer with the squad. As Lee took the court, James's attention was inevitably drawn towards him, though reluctant to admit it. He found himself acknowledging, "You have captured my attention, chubby one." Their rivalry had roots dating back to their time with the national team, marked by tensions during the preseason. If Lee were merely a loudmouth, James might have dismissed him. However, Lee was a capable player who had previously embarrassed him on the court, escalating the stakes significantly. James was determined to reclaim his pride, and as Lee entered the game, the Magic made their initial strike, leading to James driving towards the basket after a pick-and-roll. Preparing to face Lee's anticipated defensive response, Lee Ching-ming, perceiving the fierce approach of his adversary, whose eyes gleamed with malice, instinctively recoiled, realizing the potential mischief at hand. "Hey, I've stepped back. Come at me, you fool." Bang. LeBron King James. The shot appeared formidable, yet a discerning eye would notice that James's gaze was fixated on the side, precisely where a rotund figure was fervently positioning himself for a rebound. He exerted himself so diligently, naively believing that James would miss the dunk, leaving him utterly distraught. Meanwhile, Gu Dun, caught behind Lee Ching-ming, was thoroughly bewildered. He had turned, presuming he would secure the rebound, only to discover that the situation was entirely different, now filled with a myriad of questions. Lee Ching-ming, however, appeared unfazed, regarding his minor misjudgment as merely a fleeting moment. This, in turn, attests to my relentless pursuit of excellence in rebounding. On the sidelines, Van Gundy observed with a hint of amusement, fully cognizant of Lee Ching-ming's sentiments. Nevertheless, he would not chastise him for such a transgression. After all, for players, often becoming mere background figures on the court can be quite disheartening. It fundamentally hinges on situational awareness. Not every ball must be intercepted, and allowing a few to pass is not overly detrimental. Those who strive to defend every single play undoubtedly deserve respect. For instance, Duncan frequently found himself in the background, which might suggest a lackluster defensive performance, yet this impression arose precisely because he had successfully defended so many attempts, rendering the few failures all the more conspicuous. However, at times, a strategic retreat is acceptable, as it can prevent the opposing team from executing an emphatic dunk. Just moments ago, when James barreled towards the basket, even Howard might have struggled to impede him, though Howard might have dissuaded James from making a direct assault. As a rookie like Lee Ching-ming, he is more susceptible to the scrutiny of referees and might even be subjected to a 2-1 call. Of course, Lee Ching-ming outwardly feigned indifference, yet internally, he gritted his teeth, resolved to retaliate against James. To be candid, when he witnessed that dark figure performing some ostentatious powder toss before the game, he found it utterly pretentious and felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Having rarely watched him play before, he had only heard tales, but witnessing it live left him utterly speechless. Although it was a personal ritual and seemingly did not offend anyone directly who could claim it was without fault, the indiscriminate scattering of powder filled the air with dust, depriving him of the sweet essence of American air, which could hardly be seen as inconsequential. Indeed, no errors there. Lee Ching-ming's psychological state, akin to that of Van Gundy, reveals an acute awareness reflected in his keen gaze. This young man possesses an admirable competitive spirit, a trait that Van Gundy holds in high regard. Were he to possess a more complacent demeanor, he would not command such attention. Nevertheless, Lee Ching-ming remains unhurried, as the Magic team has its own style of play. Currently, a Turkish player is in possession of the ball. Thus, Lee Ching-ming's role as a screen setter and a shooting option suffices. He is not yet a core player like LeBron James, who has the liberty to dictate the game at will. After extensive training, Lee Ching-ming has not only grasped the team's tactics, but has also begun to master fundamental basketball skills that were previously lacking. Coming from a self-taught background, his shooting and foundational skills were solid, yet his understanding of strategy was nascent. Now, he has made significant strides in determining the timing of screens, such as when to set them and when to roll or pop, whether to execute a single screen or a series of picks, with these decisions hinging upon the opponent and the timing of the play. For instance, Lee Ching-ming executed consecutive screens for Arroyo, one of which culminated in him receiving a pass in the paint. Faced with Gibson, he refrained from a hasty shot, instead feigning a move before delivering a bounce pass to Lewis, who skillfully evaded LeBron's help defense to score with a layup. LeBron's defensive prowess is indeed formidable, Bolstered by his exceptional physical attributes and the favor of star officiating, he shows no trepidation in applying physical pressure. However, Lewis, with his height, wingspan, and depth skills, proved to be a challenge even for him. On another occasion, Lee Chiming positioned himself beyond the three-point line, feigning a shot, which caused Varejao to bite on the fake. The Brazilian's defense, while occasionally crafty, often lacks the necessary awareness, allowing Lee to sidestep and execute a jump shot successfully. Watching from the sidelines, Van Gundy nodded in satisfaction. For him, players of Lee Chiming's age often remain ensnared in the desire to showcase their individual talents. Many, having been the focal point of their high school or college teams, struggle when they transition to the NBA, finding themselves relegated to supporting roles. A transition that often proves challenging. Although Lee Yong was once a core player in university, his ability to excel both with and without the ball, as well as his proficiency in both interior and exterior play, sets him apart from many others. Since joining the Magic, he has maintained a humble attitude, diligently striving for improvement, which is evident in his recent uptick in open shot accuracy. Little do they know that Lee Chiming possesses an advantage during his last shopping spree. He acquired a valuable 5-point scope that enhances both his aim and shooting stability, leading them to perceive his success as mere diligence. However, Lee Chiming's industriousness is indeed genuine, as he is one of the most dedicated practitioners within the Magic team. Nonetheless, progress is not solely a matter of effort. It also hinges on innate talent and the right methodology. Utilizing a system advantage effectively circumvents wasted time while simultaneously elevating his potential. Lee Chiming's task is to amalgamate the skills he has acquired, akin to a game where the timing and execution of skills determine success. By the end of the first quarter, the Magic led the Cavaliers by a narrow margin of 30-28. Lee Chiming recorded 2 points and 1 assist with just a single shot taken, along with 3 rebounds, thus fulfilling his responsibilities from another perspective. Crucially, he did not allow LeBron James to exploit him as a penetration target. This was not merely a matter of avoidance. Rather, LeBron recognized that an aggressive drive following a screen against him was not an optimal opportunity, prompting him to choose an alternate route. With Howard substituted out, the Magic's center position was occupied by Lewis, who evidently posed a greater challenge defensively in the paint than Lee Chiming. During the preseason, Lee Chiming showcased his defensive prowess within the 3-second zone, particularly in timing his vertical jumps in the legal charging area. His struggles against outside shooters and agile ball handlers do not negate his defensive capabilities. From LeBron's basketball philosophy, this represents a sound and rational approach to the game, which aligns with the path he intends to pursue. Lee Chiming does not perceive himself as a timid coward unwilling to reclaim the game. Rather, he finds a certain admiration for his competitive spirit. Unlike some players who explode at the slightest provocation or like Howard, who seems to have his mind tethered to his thigh while soaring through the air in contemplation, he is less susceptible to being outmaneuvered by the rules. Consider, for instance, the foul tactics or Howard's own tendency to become reckless, leading him into foul trouble. During the second quarter, both Lee Chiming and James took a breather on the sidelines, only to return together 3 minutes later, not due to an unspoken connection or the coach's tacit understanding, but merely a coincidence in lineup arrangements. Of course, it would be more accurate to say that Mike Brown of the Cavaliers is eager to have James on the court for the full 48 minutes. After all, the Cavaliers seem to have developed a dependency on him. When he is absent, their offense appears rather disjointed, with no one else capable of fulfilling his role. Meanwhile, the Magic also fielded Lewis and Howard, with Turkoglu taking a rest, which positioned Lee Chiming at the small forward slot, leading Van Gundy to assign him some organizational responsibilities. It is evident that Van Gundy does not genuinely expect Lee Chiming to excel in a playmaking role. He is far from adept at it. In terms of ball handling, Lee Chiming is merely average. His strengths lie in low-post isolation plays where he attracts defensive attention before distributing the ball, which is quite different from orchestrating the offense. Nevertheless, Van Gundy clearly trusts in his developed passing abilities and intends to place him on the wing alongside Howard, either to receive passes or act as a support option. With Big Z on the bench, the absence of a dominant center in the paint is advantageous for Howard. He can fully exploit his matchup advantages and draw defensive attention, allowing him to pass to Lee Chiming, who possesses 3-point shooting ability and can convert open shots with reasonable certainty. Although this is not Lee Chiming's preferred style of play, it is indeed the most beneficial for the team, allowing him to harness another facet of his skills. The Magic's play appeared somewhat simplistic, yet the Cavaliers struggled to counter, or rather, they had not formulated an appropriate defensive strategy. When Howard held the ball in the paint, he was virtually uncontainable by a single defender. Any attempts at double-teaming would result in immediate retribution from the Magic as perimeter shooters, while failing to double meant the Cavaliers' interior would be ravaged by Howard. This exemplifies Howard's current prowess, although his technical skills may be somewhat crude compared to classical centers like Yao Ming, with his limited repertoire of 3 basic moves. Once he secures the ball beneath the basket, the only recourse is to commit a foul to prevent him from scoring, especially when in form, as evident today. Howard's imposing presence is magnified. During this stretch, Lee Cheng-Ming made one of his 2 3-point attempts and executed a formidable 18-foot jumper, both opportunities arising from Howard's passes. Despite Lee Cheng-Ming's rising fame, he remains among a select few in this draft class, yet opposing teams often choose to leave him open, wagering on his inconsistency and lack of tenacity. However, Lee Cheng-Ming believes he possesses an innate resilience. Unafraid of missing or taking the blame, he seizes every opportunity to shoot. Van Gundy appreciates this decisive attitude, provided he can convert. Otherwise, it would be deemed foolishness, and he would find himself relegated to the bench. Once Lee Cheng-Ming showcased his shooting capabilities, the Cavaliers began to tighten their defense against him, unwilling to grant him any leeway. Lewis was equally cautious, allowing Howard to wreak havoc in the paint. Dwayne Jones quickly racked up 2 fouls, and upon Big Z's entry, he could only marginally contain Howard, ultimately succumbing to another foul. After another 3 minutes of play, the Cavaliers, under James's leadership, managed to prevent the Magic from establishing a significant lead, especially as James finally found the opportunity to engage Lee Cheng-Ming in some pick-and-roll plays. Yes, theoretically, as an outside player, James should possess a mismatch advantage over Lee Cheng-Ming. Yet, as Lee Cheng-Ming watched him dribble beneath his legs, he felt dizzy, realizing that James's ability to drive was not particularly formidable. What does driving entail? Utilizing techniques such as speed or changes in direction to navigate past opponents. Lee Cheng-Ming observed Kobe Bryant employing similar strategies against the perimeter of various teams during the America Championship. While it is true that LeBron James possesses superior speed compared to Lee Cheng-Ming, the latter is not entirely outpaced and must remain vigilant to avoid being ensnared by the defensive trap set by the Magic. As for technical prowess, the assessment of this individual's skills remains subjective. However, one cannot deny the awkwardness of his dribbling style. Nonetheless, following a pick-and-roll, he is capable of scoring. Yet another vulnerability in Lee Cheng-Ming's defense is prominently exposed: his struggle with defending against pick-and-rolls. It can be said that he grapples with perimeter defense, particularly against proficient outside shooters. In such instances, there is no need for a drive. A simple pick-and-roll can create space for a shot, where the shooter may effortlessly execute a step-back, and if their shooting touches on point, they can effectively outscore him. Although LeBron James evidently exhibits flaws in his shooting, particularly from mid-range, he refrains from excessive attempts due to the lack of guaranteed efficiency, opting instead for the most reliable scoring method, executing a pick-and-roll with the guard to exploit mismatches against the Magic's smaller backcourt players. This approach not only ensures efficiency, but also facilitates the attraction of defensive attention, allowing for potential passing opportunities. Lee Cheng-Ming couldn't help but murmur to himself, finally understanding the source of a portion of his data. If he could employ similar tactics, he too could amass numerous assists. However, the pick-and-roll has always been a fundamental strategy in the realm of basketball. Mastering its utilization is indeed a skill. To illustrate, the Utah Jazz exemplify the quintessential pick-and-roll team. Whether during the era of the dynamic duo or in the later days of Deron Williams, Carlos Boozer, and Jerry Sloan, their success was built upon this very strategy. One cannot simply dismiss them as unsportsmanlike for frequently employing the pick-and-roll. In the previous season's playoffs, the Jazz triumphed over the Texas team primarily through their adept use of pick-and-roll strategies. Oker found himself unable to counter Yao Ming's defense from the perimeter, while Boozer, stationed in the paint, faced limitations from the 198-meter haze. Ultimately, the Jazz's kite-like gameplay proved to be their undoing. However, when Lee Cheng-Ming exited the court with just over 3 minutes remaining in the first half, the Magic still maintained a 7-point lead. Their efficiency in offensive exchanges outstripped that of their opponents. This lead persisted until the conclusion of the second quarter. Nelson demonstrated commendable form, executing pick-and-roll plays alongside Howard, who drew defenders and enabled Nelson to penetrate the basket with ease, subsequently assisting Bogans for a corner three-pointer. Even as Gibson showcased remarkable precision from beyond the arc, and James frequently attacked the basket in response, the score gap remained unbridged. Following a missed shot by Larry Hughes, the Magic seized a fast break opportunity, extending their lead to 57-49 at halftime. Larry Hughes' performance in the first half was nothing short of disastrous, contributing significantly to the Cavaliers' struggles. The Magic, conversely, found it challenging to contain James, whose efficiency in mismatched one-on-one situations rivaled that of Howard. By halftime, he had recorded 24 points on 9 of 15 shooting, alongside 8 rebounds and 7 assists, nearing a triple-double. Additionally, Big Z and Gooden's interior offense proved difficult for Howard to wholly defend against. Lewis, somewhat lackluster on defense, struggled to match up with Gooden, while Howard hesitated to leave Big Z unguarded. By the end of the first half, Lewis had already sent Gooden to the free throw line 3 times and was set to be substituted in the final minute, allowing Lee Chong-ming to return for a brief stint. In essence, Lee Chong-ming's presence provided the Magic with a subtle advantage. Otherwise, both teams exhibited similar levels of skill and form on the day. Despite Hughes' offensive deficiencies, he effectively contained Turkoglu, resulting in a tactical stalemate between the two. Upon returning to the visitors' locker room at halftime, Lee Chong-ming noticed Howard engrossed in his phone, perusing news and commentary. Howard, in moments of elation, relished reading accolades directed towards himself. He played 22 minutes in the first half, shooting 7 of 10 from the field and 6 of 8 from the free throw line, amassing 20 points, standing strong against LeBron. Howard's free throw shooting was commendable, and although the Cavaliers had employed a hack-a-shack strategy, his 3 of 4 performance dissuaded them from continuing. Of course, even without resorting to fouls, there were instances where they could not prevent Howard from scoring. If he remained willing and the referees were favorable, he would certainly accrue free throw opportunities throughout the game. As he read the comment, Howard's expression darkened slightly. Since entering the league, Yao Ming had become his nemesis, a constant source of frustration. Hey, before long, you'll face Houston and encounter your compatriot. Lee, are you ready? Lee Chong-ming, perplexed, remarked, I am not directly matched against him. As long as Van Gundy is competent, he would never assign him to play the center position, let alone defend against Yao Ming. When it comes to offense, he might have the confidence to handle it, given that Yao's defense is quite lacking. After all, Yao's towering height of 2 meters and 26 centimeters is a formidable presence. In fact, today's opponent, Big Z, could somewhat be likened to Lithuania's Yao, considering the height difference can be compensated by his wingspan. However, Big Z's playing time pales in comparison to Yao's. Despite having a similar physique, he scarcely plays for 30 minutes a game, and today's extended time was merely due to the competitive nature of the match. Howard immediately grunted, How do you think I usually treat you? Well, it's quite decent, Lee Chong-ming replied. Howard, feigning a stern expression, countered. Then shouldn't a subordinate help alleviate some burdens for the leader? I would certainly be willing, Lee Chong-ming sighed, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. But it ultimately depends on the coach's strategy, doesn't it? Howard curled his lip in disdain, inwardly cursing Lee Chong-ming for his lack of loyalty. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. In truth, with the fierce spirit of the beast, despite often being bested by the little giant, he harbored a pride befitting the reigning #1 center. Even if Lee Chong-ming genuinely wished to assist him, he would likely refuse. Remarkably, had it not been for this dynamic, he might not have suffered such a significant defeat at the hands of Yao Ming, given that they belonged to different divisions. They faced each other only twice each season during the regular games. Over the past 3 seasons, in their 5 encounters, Howard managed to secure victory only once. With marginally superior statistics, in the other matches, not only did he lose, but his personal performance paled in comparison to that of Yao Ming. This is why, in the domestic arena, many regard Yao as the nemesis of the beast. Of course, Yao had already reached his peak, while Howard, the high school prodigy, only fully acclimatized to the intensity of the NBA after overcoming his rookie phase, beginning to gradually realize his potential in the previous season. Previously, calls for him to be the top center were merely media hype. However, from this season onward, his performances, both individually and as a leader, have started to justify such a title. Thus, should both remain unscathed by injuries, their forthcoming confrontations over the next few years promise to be the most captivating spectacle. Chapter 58. Lee Chong-ming's New Discovery, 11. The halftime break lasted a mere 15 minutes, slipping away unnoticed. As the second half commenced, both teams retained their starting lineups. After a brief respite, it seemed that both squads were slightly out of rhythm, with a series of missed shots that nearly warped the rims. Howard and James, however, exchanged a few rebounds. The Cavaliers' interior height began to assert itself, as Big Z and Gooden secured consecutive offensive rebounds, converting on second-chance opportunities to narrow the score gap to 4 points. Then, Nelson stepped up, successfully attacking the rim, followed by a pick-and-roll with Lewis that culminated in a three-pointer. He then found Bogans with a jump pass under the basket, allowing him to sink another three, propelling the Magic to an 8-2 run and extending their lead to 10 points. At this juncture, 5 minutes into the third quarter, the official timeout was called, and both teams began to prepare for substitutions. Lee Chiming has now secured a position in Van Gundy's primary rotation, a status he has earned through his commendable performances. With back-to-back games scoring over 20 points, Lee has quickly become a favorite among Magic fans. Although his foundation remains somewhat unstable, both the team's management and he have demonstrated their discernment, leading to increased opportunities for him when circumstances permit. In the first half, Lee Chiming's performance was commendable, as he effectively fulfilled his responsibilities. Consequently, Van Gundy decided to bring Lee onto the court, substituting him for Lewis. While Lewis's efficiency today was average, his ability to create space on the offensive end was undeniably significant, providing Howard with a more comfortable one-on-one scenario. However, following his fourth foul, removing Lewis from the game was a prudent move to protect him, especially since this match is likely to extend into the final moments when his contributions will be essential. Lee Chiming is capable of assuming some of Lewis's roles, though this adjustment does reduce the lateral defensive mobility, despite Lewis's limitations in defense. His agility allows him to assist Turkoglu effectively. Indeed, upon Lee's entrance, James's eyes lit up with opportunity. Having exploited Lee's defensive shortcomings in the first half, he had accumulated a fair number of points and assists, leading him to develop a newfound appreciation for this opponent. After all, any player who can facilitate scoring for my teammate Wong is indeed a worthy adversary. However, Lee Chiming was positioned at the power forward spot this time. After executing a pick-and-roll with Gooden, James found himself directly facing Lee, intending to exploit Lee's slower pivot to penetrate the paint. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lee's post-turning footwork was not sluggish. In fact, James's dribbling speed was comparatively slower, allowing Lee to keep pace. As their bodies collided, James felt a slight surprise. Although he had previously sensed Lee's strength, the pressure Lee exerted during the acceleration was formidable, leaving James momentarily discomfort. Lee Chiming was acutely aware that the situation was entirely attributable to James's unique attributes, which did not afford him any advantage. James's ability to penetrate defenses stemmed from his robust physique, which generated an unstoppable force akin to that of a tank. Hence, this maneuver was aptly termed a tank drive, reminiscent of a bulldozer bulldozing through obstacles. However, when facing Lee Chiming, James's physical strength was rendered ineffective. Given that both players possessed considerable mass, James did not enjoy a definitive advantage in terms of speed or agility. Although James exhibited explosive acceleration when sprinting, his pace inevitably slowed when dribbling the ball. Furthermore, Lee Chiming could continually apply pressure with his body, leaving James with little choice but to feign a fall unless he wished to be entangled by Lee's relentless defense. Unable to shake off Lee Chiming, and with Dwight Howard awaiting him beneath the basket, James opted to pass the ball under his arm. In terms of court vision, James remained unparalleled. Even while on the move, he could swiftly assess his teammates' positioning and deliver accurate passes. The ball found its way to Gooden, but Howard rapidly shifted his focus to this side. Gooden, lacking the courage to confront Howard's formidable defense, opted to distribute the ball once more. Larry Hughes received it and, after taking 2 steps forward, executed a mid-range jumper, which regrettably clanged off the rim. Witnessing this, James's expression darkened, nearly unleashing a barrage of frustration. He had harbored lingering dissatisfaction with this teammate, when Larry Hughes had once averaged over 20 points and earned a spot on the all-defensive team. James had anticipated acquiring his own Scottie Pippen. Alas, he found Hughes to be yet another player vying for ball control, much like Davis before him. Larry Hughes was not the archetypal catch-and-shoot shooter. Rather, his shooting could be deemed a liability, as he excelled in driving to the basket and required the ball to orchestrate his own offensive plays. In this regard, he bore a semblance to Pippen. Yet James was no Jordan. In the Cavaliers organization, James typically assumed the role of primary ball handler and offensive orchestrator. Under Mike Brown's guidance, who was a defensive coach, the Cavaliers established a singular offensive approach centered around James as the focal point. He dictated the distribution of the ball and determined the offensive strategy. However, should his offensive efforts falter, the team either needed to reset and reorganize or rely on the shooting capabilities of his teammates. It was painfully evident that Larry Hughes was not prepared to shoulder such responsibility, He had thus far shot a dismal 1 for 8. Moreover, his reluctance to attempt three-pointers further hindered the team, as even a few missed shots could have created additional spacing and posed challenges for the Magic's defense. Perhaps it was simply a matter of incompatibility between him and James. Since joining the Cavaliers, Hughes had struggled to adapt, particularly when sharing the court with James, yielding only a few commendable performances. Ironically, his impact seemed to improve when coming off the bench. Nonetheless, having such an expensive reserve did not align with the management's expectations. They believed the issue to be one of chemistry. Given time, they assumed that familiarity would lead to improved performance. James, however, concealed his discontent, choosing to keep it to himself. Meanwhile, Lee Chiming secured the rebound over James, noticing that James appeared somewhat distracted. Disregarding him, Lee opted to pass the ball to Hito TRKO Liu, who brought it across half-court. Since Van Gundy's arrival, TRKO Liu's role had not diminished compared to the previous season. Rather, he had become increasingly pivotal to the team's offensive schemes, emerging as the true orchestrator of their plays. Lee Chiming positioned himself in the left short corner, leaning against Gooden as he reached out for the ball. He perceived a significant advantage over Yao Ming, his lengthy wingspan and large hands, which afforded him a superior edge in receiving passes. Gooden, wary of the situation, would not easily employ a wraparound defense, as Lee Chiming had yet to pose the same offensive threat as Yao Ming. Moreover, the risks associated with such a defense were considerable. The Magic's Turkoglu, Nelson, and Arroyo were all adept passers. Lee Chiming could also opt for an off-ball cut, rendering the defense even more vulnerable. At that moment, Turkoglu lofted the ball towards him. Lee Chiming leaned back slightly, exerting no force, yet Gooden was already on high alert. Sensing this tension, Lee Chiming executed a shoulder feint, causing Gooden to become overly reactive, shifting his weight unconsciously to the left. In that fleeting instant, Lee Chiming dribbled right, then abruptly halted, opting to toss the ball upward in the face of Big Z. Big Z's reflexes, however, were not swift enough, as he merely raised his hand to feel the basketball brush past his scalp, followed by the resounding crash of a powerful dunk behind him. Oh my Jesus! Lee actually managed to deliver such an imaginative pass. The commentator and many fans were momentarily dazzled by the impressive passing ability of the towering player. While Lee Chiming's height may not classify him as a giant, his capability to execute passes in the paint was indeed eye-opening. Conversely, the Magic team was unperturbed, as Lee had demonstrated similar skills during practice. However, in actual games, he seldom attempted such risky passes, as a single misstep could lead to a turnover, and he currently lacked the freedom to squander ball possession. Nevertheless, this moment inadvertently led Lee to discover that the precision of his aiming skills was not solely applicable to shooting. It proved effective in passing as well. In that instant, he perceived a clear passing trajectory and decided to act on it, resulting in success. With this newfound revelation, Lee resembled a child with a new toy, eagerly embarking on a second and third attempt. Yet, the nature of the game does not always favor success, and the slightest miscalculation could result in a costly error. Consequently, his third pass was intercepted by Larry Hughes, leading to a fast break for the Cavaliers. Without needing to gauge the coach's reaction, Lee realized he could not afford to repeat such a maneuver. Fortunately, the Magic still held a 7-point lead, with Howard having taken a breather, replaced by Garrity, who was positioned just beyond the three-point line, creating space for Lee to maneuver in the low post. Thus, it was prudent for Lee to focus on his strengths, as he possessed a distinct advantage in one-on-one situations and had no need to provide opportunities for his opponents. Today marked the first time Lee truly felt LeBron James' influence on the court, a stark contrast to the preseason when it was less palpable. Perhaps this was partly due to James' commendable performance today, as he seemed omnipresent while watching from the sidelines, his stats filled with contributions aside from steals and fouls. However, when on the court, Lee often found it challenging to locate James during offensive plays, making it difficult to seek out opportunities to match up against him. In a previous game against the Supersonics, Lee had not directly faced Durant but had still chosen to disrupt from the wing. Yet today, against the Cavaliers, he felt no pressure from James. Instead, it was Larry Hughes sprinting across the court. That made Lee ponder whether his defensive exertions had left him with a cold shooting touch. After successfully executing a hook shot with the assistance of Gowden, Lee's points for the game had climbed into double digits, with teammates drawing attention and the opponents failing to devise a targeted strategy against him. Lee's efficiency in one-on-one situations was high. Whenever the ball reached him, he found a way to score. The Cavaliers seemed resolute in their decision to defend him one-on-one, even opting not to foul when they could not contain him. This was due, in part, to Li's proficiency at the free throw line and the uncertainty of whether they could effectively contain his attempts, which often left defenders in a cold sweat. Despite not all of them finding the net. Turning to the Cavaliers' offense, James brought the ball up the court, calling for a pick and roll at the top of the arc. Again facing Li. This time, his strategy was notably astute. He first created distance to draw Li out before suddenly accelerating towards the basket. He did not aim to shake Li off. Rather, Li felt an immediate sense of pressure as James' arm pressed against his chest, forcing him to retreat as James charged forward. This was a classic example of a tank-like breakthrough. Is this truly what a tank breakthrough entails? Li Chiming silently cursed under his breath, reflecting on his fortunate resilience. Indeed, the weight of loyalty could not compare to the heft upon his chest without such fortitude. He suspected that the elbow he had just absorbed would have sent him tumbling backwards. However, as he retreated into the 3-second zone, James was already poised to make his move. Li Chiming promptly reacted, extending his arms to disrupt the shot. James, taken aback by Li's swift recovery, realized it was too late for hesitation. He opted to throw the ball upwards, attempting to draw a foul. Yet, in a moment of astute awareness, Li raised his hands high, grounding himself firmly, resulting in the ball soaring through the air without even grazing the rim. The referee remained silent and seizing the opportunity. Li leapt to capture the ball with grace, disregarding James's outstretched hands. After taking 2 steps, he passed the ball into the waiting hands of Turkoglu. The Cavaliers swiftly regrouped, while James, after exchanging a few words with the unresponsive referee, begrudgingly pursued his defense. Li Chiming's pace was somewhat sluggish. He initially hoped his teammates would manage the situation. However, observing the Cavaliers' swift retreat, perhaps anticipating the outcome following LeBron's recent maneuver, they quickly fell back. Regardless, the Magic failed to execute a fast break. Notably, when the ball was not in LeBron's possession, his speed was remarkable, enabling him to intercept the penetrating Hedo Turkoglu. The Turkish player, not rushed to shoot, scanned the court with a swift glance. At that moment, Li Chiming arrived just in time, stepping comfortably beyond the 3-point line. Turkoglu merely glanced, then dribbled forward with determination. LeBron applied pressure with his body, yet Turkoglu managed to penetrate the paint. Suddenly, a feint nearly caused LeBron to lose his balance. With Li Chiming approaching, Turkoglu swiftly delivered the ball from the side. One cannot deny that the Turkish player possesses exceptional passing skills. He provided just enough lead time, allowing Li Chiming to receive the ball comfortably without hindering his subsequent actions. Li Chiming originally intended to conclude with a layup, given the situation on the floor. However, upon noticing that LeBron James was still beneath the basket, just beginning to turn around and seemingly caught off guard, he made a split-second decision that would later astonish even himself. Li Chiming seldom attempts to dunk, unless faced with an open basket, primarily to safeguard himself. After all, while a powerful dunk may create a striking visual impact, it also carries considerable risk. This is especially true for someone of Li Chiming's weight, as even a slight miscalculation in controlling his body mid-air or landing could result in perilous consequences. However, on the court, emotions can sometimes overwhelm him. Many times he is able to restrain himself, yet upon seeing the opposing player number 23, he found it impossible to hold back. At that moment, LeBron James instinctively turned to glance over, only to realize the formidable presence of Li Chiming's robust frame soaring towards him, rapidly enlarging in his sight. Is he attempting to dunk over me? By the time James comprehended the situation, it was already too late. Even for someone as athletic as he, a moment of reaction was necessary, yet Li Chiming was already descending upon him. Gritting his teeth, James understood retreat was no longer an option. Doing so would only render him more vulnerable. In a split second, he chose to charge forward and confront the challenge head-on. Although he ultimately did not resort to a football tackle, James possessed immense confidence in his physical prowess on the basketball court, whether in direct confrontation or maintaining stability in midair. Nevertheless, he was now faced with the fierce and determined Li Chiming. Aha! Li Chiming unleashed a thunderous roar, his formidable lung capacity echoing throughout the arena as he surged forward with the force of a cannonball. In that moment, James was oblivious to whether he was charging at a man or a ball. All he desired was to thwart his opponent, refusing to allow any humiliation on the court. Spectators, players from both teams, and viewers at home instinctively rose to their feet, caught in a blend of anticipation and trepidation regarding the impending clash. Judging by their physical dimensions, Li Chiming seemed poised to envelop James entirely. At the instant of their collision, James felt as though he was confronted by the terrifying might of a colossal beast, causing him to momentarily lose his balance. In a frantic attempt to stabilize himself, he instinctively grasped at Li Qingming's jersey. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Li Qingming, almost draped over James, forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop. The rim quivered in response, bending under the weight of their collision until James was propelled backward, ultimately stumbling into the front row of spectators. At this very moment, a nearby camera captured the scene. Li Qingming, suspended above the rim, gazed down indifferently at the fallen James, akin to a deity surveying mere mortals. Chapter 60, Defensive Weakness. It was only at this moment that the previously subdued atmosphere erupted like dynamite tossed into a lake. An uproar reverberating to the ceiling of the arena. Gasps and cheers cascaded from the sidelines, while the Cavaliers players stood in stunned disbelief. Conversely, the Magic's bench erupted into a frenzy, towels and paper cups soaring through the air. The Magic players could not contain their excitement, sprinting across half the court to join Li Qingming, eagerly patting his back and ruffling his hair. Their expressions wild as if they had just participated in the spectacular display themselves. As Li Qingming stood on the court, he appeared somewhat dazed. Surprised that he had truly accomplished this feat, of course, it was also thanks to James's cooperation, had James chosen to evade rather than confront him. A somewhat awkward but less dramatic scene would have unfolded. However, for a star of James's caliber, retreat may be a more bitter pill to swallow than defeat. In that moment, he had little choice. Perhaps in his youth, he had yet to realize that sometimes, to fight and then retreat can be a testament to resilience. As he rose to his feet with the assistance of his teammates, James's expression darkened upon seeing Li Qingming, somewhat dazed and surrounded by his fellow Magic players. The fury within him was palpable, a fire igniting in his eyes. Ever since he began playing basketball, he had been a prodigy, unmatched by his peers, consistently dominating the game and dunking over others. Yet, there had been instances when he faced defeat, though he dismissed them as trivial. However, he harbored lingering resentment towards Li Qingming, which had compelled him to confront the situation head-on. The current moment only intensified his frustration. Not only had he failed to reclaim his dignity, but he had also allowed Li to outshine him. He was determined to retaliate. Yet, Mike Brown denied him that opportunity, substituting him out in the next play, ostensibly for his protection. This decision left James seething, a bitter taste lingering in his throat as he exited the court, casting a cold glance at Brown without a word of acknowledgement. Meanwhile, after the referee finally managed to disperse the heated players, the game resumed. Van Gundy remained clear-headed, opting to keep Li Qingming on the floor but preventing him from touching the ball, wary of any further displays of bravado. Truth be told, while that play was electrifying and significantly boosted the morale of the Magic, especially during a crucial moment as the opponent clawed back points, it simultaneously dealt a heavy blow to the rival spirits. The ebb and flow of momentum soon allowed the Magic to widen the score gap. However, for Li Qingming personally, the situation was precarious. Had James harbored even a fraction more intent, he might have knocked Li down midair or stepped on his foot, potentially injuring him. Thus, a moment of calm was essential. Yet, from that play, Van Gundy discerned more potential in Li, typically reliant on a ground-based style. Li's physical prowess suggested that he could occasionally deliver explosive plays. This capability could prove invaluable in critical moments. In the NBA, raw talent often outweighs mere effort. As the game progressed through several more plays, with less than 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Li Qingming was also substituted, a protective measure to avoid any perception of provocation towards James. The league encompassed more than mere competition. It was also a realm of interpersonal dynamics, hierarchy, and respect. As a rookie, if Li were to overstep boundaries and challenge established players, he might not need to contend with James directly. One of his lesser-known teammates might take it upon themselves to intervene. If Li Qingming were to fall here, it would be utterly unworthy. Li Qingming, being a person of discernment, chose to remain silent, yet his spirits were buoyant as he exchanged fist bumps with his teammates. To be honest, I have long desired to dunk over him, but alas, you beat me to it. Li Qingming turned to look at Eliza, who was conversing with him, and was taken aback by the unexpected revelation of the crab's legs. Curiously, he inquired, "Oh, do you have some kind of grudge?" Eliza, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and replied, "He once dunked over me, and I have been seeking an opportunity to retaliate." "Is that so?" Li Qingming could hardly recall. After all, Trevor Ariza was merely a minor figure. What merit was there in boasting about a superstar like James dunking over someone so insignificant? The media did not amplify the event, and the outside world remained oblivious. Perhaps only Ariza himself would hold it in his memory. However, He seemed to harbor a grudge. As Li Chiming patted his shoulder and smiled, which he found rather enjoyable. The adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend rings true. Although Li Chengming did not consider himself an adversary of James, there was an undeniable tension between them, a palpable opposition in their stances. Thus, he felt an unexpected closeness to Ariza. Ariza even confided in Li Chiming some scandalous tidbits about James that he was previously unaware of. When Li Chiming inquired how he had such knowledge, Ariza revealed that he had spent the night of the dunk scouring the internet for the player's dirt. Li Chiming. With both Li Chiming and James exiting the game, the disparity in strength between the two teams became glaringly apparent. At present, Li Chengming's impact on the Magic pales in comparison to James's influence on the Cavaliers. Setting aside the quality of their teammates, it is evident that the Cavaliers are meticulously constructed around James, who typically orchestrates the team's offense. The sudden absence of their cerebral leader left the other players somewhat disorganized, though they were not entirely inept. Conversely, the return of Howard to the Magic's lineup provided a stabilizing force in the paint, akin to a steadfast anchor, facilitating the team's defensive plays and transitions. Thus far this season, the Magic's fast break scoring ranks among the best in the league, a testament to the effectiveness of their defense centered around Howard. Consequently, Coach Mike Brown found it imperative to reintroduce James early in the fourth quarter, as the Cavaliers had fallen behind the Magic by 11 points after 3 quarters. On the other hand, Stan Van Gundy appeared to have an epiphany, or perhaps even indulged in a rare whimsy, by subsequently bringing Li Chiming back onto the court. However, instead of assigning him to contend with James, he positioned him in the paint to exploit Alexander Pavlovich. James seemed to harbor lingering feelings towards Li Chengming, but after sitting on the bench for a brief period, he managed to regain his composure and refrained from fixating on challenging Li. Nevertheless, his teammates were still able to draw Li out, allowing the guards to exploit mismatches against him. After a screen and switch, Li Chengming took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the opposing backcourt. Having previously conducted research on many players in the league, the information available to the team was undoubtedly more comprehensive and valuable, including game footage that illuminated the optimal defensive strategies against various opponents. For instance, when facing a player known for their strong drives but weaker shooting, it is prudent to give them space, anticipating their tendencies to drive rather than shoot. Conversely, when up against a proficient shooter, one must remain vigilant in applying pressure while ensuring not to crowd too closely, as their slower pivot could be exploited if one were to close in too tightly. Li Chengming was acutely aware that if he were drawn to the perimeter, he would merely serve as the team's primary line of defense. Yet this did not imply that he could completely relax. However, understanding this was one thing, while executing effective defense was quite another. Daniel Gibson seemed to be employing a perfect shooting technique today, having made 5 out of 5 attempts thus far, leaving Li Chengming unable to afford any leniency. The consequence of this was that by overcommitting to the perimeter, he was easily faked out, and in the pursuit to recover, it was far from as simple as it would be against LeBron James. Gibson penetrated the paint twice, delivering the ball to a cutting James, who exhibited a commendable performance without the ball. For him, the task was not particularly daunting, as long as he could swiftly evade his defender to receive the pass. The area beneath the basket was practically unguarded, given that both Howard and Li Chengming had been drawn away, and there was no time to retreat. Furthermore, if necessary, he could always pass the ball out again. After 4 minutes of play, the Cavaliers managed to close the gap somewhat. Noticing that Li Chengming was becoming a targeted point of attack, Van Gundy promptly decided to substitute him out. Li Chengming felt a sense of melancholy as he sat on the bench, quietly observing the items available in the system store. He contemplated enhancing his defensive skills, realizing that his current approach was unsustainable. Naturally, Lewis and Garrity would also be subjected to rigorous training by the opposing guards. Yet they were not targeted as intensely as he was. Li Chengming began to suspect that LeBron had issued a strict directive within the team to relentlessly exploit his weaknesses. However, upon Li Chengming's departure from the game, the Cavaliers found themselves considerably more relaxed on the defensive end, as the threat in the paint diminished significantly. Howard, too, required rest, and the interior combination of Lewis and Foyle struggled to penetrate the paint, while they were utterly incapable of containing LeBron's drives. Even if Howard were to re-enter the game, the Cavaliers would counter with Big Z and Gooden, whose partnership could effectively limit Howard's impact, making it challenging for him to consistently distribute the ball. Consequently, the Magic's offense encountered slight difficulties. With less than 3 minutes remaining, the Cavaliers narrowed the gap to merely 4 points, prompting Van Gundy to call a timeout. He turned to glance at Li Chengming on the bench, feeling a sense of helplessness. The Cavaliers were not weak. Rather, the Magic were not yet sufficiently strong. They had yet to achieve cohesion. With Lewis and Lee Chiming still struggling to fully integrate into the team, compounded by the fact that Van Gundy's defensive system had yet to take shape. In the realm of offense and defense, sometimes sacrifices must be made, a conundrum that perplexed Van Gundy. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he decided to reintroduce Lee Chiming to the court. In a manner reminiscent of the previous Hwagwa game, he deployed a lineup featuring Nelson, Turkoglu, Lee Chiming, Lewis, and Howard, with the only alteration being the positional swap between Lee Chiming and Lewis. This arrangement would allow for fluid positional exchanges between Lee Chiming and Lewis on the offensive end, with Turkoglu instinctively knowing where to direct the ball. On the defensive side, this strategy could mitigate LeBron's mismatch isolations, as Turkoglu was at least not at a significant disadvantage in terms of size. Furthermore, it would enable Lee Chiming to guard the paint while allowing Howard to sweep the perimeter. His leaping ability meant that even when drawn out, he could still disrupt plays, effectively limiting opponents to mid-range scoring opportunities, compelling them to rely on less familiar scoring methods. Chapter 61. The system is a LeBron critic. With 2 minutes and 49 seconds remaining, the timeout concluded, and the game resumed. Van Gundy's strategy quickly bore fruit, as the Cavaliers seemed unprepared for the simultaneous presence of both Lee Chiming and Lewis on the court. Moreover, Howard facilitated Lee Chiming's positioning by initially providing a screen for Lewis before timing his cut towards the baseline as Lee Chiming received the ball in the low post. Lee Chiming executed a high lob, seamlessly completing an alley-oop upon his leap. Meanwhile, the formidable long-range threats posed by Turkoglu and Lewis rendered the Cavaliers hesitant to double-team. On the other side, Nelson adeptly utilized the high screen set by Lee Chiming to create opportunities for receiving the ball and driving towards the basket. Turkoglu, stationed on the wing, had the option to either penetrate or pass to Nelson, thus orchestrating the Hawks' offense. Additionally, the advantage of the versatile pairing of Lewis and Lee Chiming in the 3 and 4 positions became evident, allowing for dynamic variations on the Spanish pick-and-roll. Following a secondary screen, Nelson was afforded both layup and shooting options, while still maintaining the ability to pass as the opposing defense closed in. Lee Chiming and Lewis possessed the remarkable ability to swiftly transition to the perimeter, whether by taking a shot themselves or drawing defenders to serve as conduits for delivering explosive passes to Howard beneath the basket, thus creating excellent offensive opportunities. These strategies have been meticulously practiced during training and have recently become increasingly refined, allowing Van Gundy to confidently implement them in critical moments of the game. Consequently, the Cavaliers found themselves overwhelmed, had it not been for a couple of blunders by the Magic, including one instance where the ball was carelessly thrown out of bounds. The point differential could have easily expanded to over 10. With just half a minute remaining, the Magic maintained an 8-point lead. And with possession in the hands of the Cavaliers, Mike Brown opted to call another timeout, seemingly to devise a strategy. The legendary moment in 2004 when McGrady scored 13 points in 35 seconds remains a topic of fascination. Yet many may not realize that the Rockets initially trailed by 8 points in that match. Given this precedent, a comeback from an 8-point deficit in just over 30 seconds is certainly feasible, albeit fraught with difficulty, requiring both skill and a significant measure of fortune. The Cavaliers, unfortunately, lacked such fortune, failing to convert their ensuing possession after the timeout. In light of this, Van Gundy prudently deployed a fully defensive lineup featuring Howard, Foyle, Ariza, Bogans, and Arroyo. As LeBron James attempted to penetrate, Ariza adeptly intercepted his path, while Bogans surged from the side to execute a crucial steal. Ultimately, Larry Hughes had no choice but to foul Arroyo, who was charging down the court, sending him to the free throw line. Arroyo converted one of 2 attempts, but the Cavaliers were beyond recovery. As the final whistle blew, the Magic triumphed over the Cavaliers with a score of 120-111, achieving their second consecutive victory. Both team stars delivered impressive performances, with Howard amassing 32 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 assists, boasting an astonishing free throw percentage of 80, while James recorded a triple-double of 34 points, 12 rebounds, and 12 assists, albeit with 5 turnovers. Lee Chiming played for 20 minutes, attempting 10 shots and successfully scoring 6 of them, amassing a commendable tally of 16 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists, showcasing remarkable performance for 3 consecutive games. Moreover, even before the conclusion of today's match, the headline was already etched in stone: Lee Chiming's spectacular dunk over LeBron James. There was no way to conceal it, as the game was broadcast live across the nation. Attempting to downplay such a moment was futile. It was better to embrace the moment and promote it openly, subsequently seeking ways to mitigate the situation for James. For the league officials, capitalizing on this fervor was advantageous, especially in elevating a rookie who posed a slight challenge to Durant, preventing this year's Rookie of the Year from lacking in intrigue. After all, in the past few games, Durant's statistics were on an entirely different level compared to others, with most players scoring in the single digits or low teens, while he consistently tallied over 20 points. How could one compete with that? Now, a rookie capable of scoring over 20 points and directly defeating Durant, while simultaneously relegating James to the role of a mere backdrop, was indeed a significant development. Even though Lee Chungming may not yet match Durant in various aspects, his momentum was sufficient to overshadow other rookies. However, this incident did not solely bring advantages to Lee Chungming, as Cleveland's beloved figure, James. He had almost unwittingly transformed into a public enemy in the city with that single dunk. Following the game, local media even conducted interviews with a palpable tension, accusing him of being cunning for taking advantage of James's turn back during the dunk. In response, Lee Chungming was undeterred, asserting that his intention was merely to perform a slam dunk. Questioning why James had positioned himself in such a manner, could he not have evaded him as he had done previously? Was it truly society's fault for James's miscalculation? Unsurprisingly, domestic media reveled in the story as it significantly elevated their profile. One reporter inquired, "Lee Chungming, how do you feel about dunking over LeBron James today?" Lee Chungming initially did not wish to be overly ostentatious, yet he found himself somewhat irritated by the reporter from Cleveland, who seemed rather earnest. At this moment, he chuckled and remarked, "Of course, it is a delightful occurrence. I have achieved a goal I set for myself." He intentionally used English to ensure that the American media representatives could comprehend his words. "Oh, your goal was to dunk over James? That is indeed one of them. For I regard him as a formidable opponent. Overcoming such a rival, even in just a single moment, would provide me with immense satisfaction. Might I inquire about any other aspirations you hold?" "Well, honestly, the player I most wish to dunk over is Dwight, but the challenge is quite daunting for me, and I doubt you will have the opportunity to witness it." In the end, Lee Chungming cleverly shifted the conversation with a light-hearted joke. Regarding the incident of being dunked on by a rookie, a reporter at the Cavaliers' post-game press conference posed a similar question to James. His expression darkened instantly as he shot a glance at the press officer, wondering if this was someone they had allowed in. The reporter refrained from mentioning Lee Chungming by name, instead emphasizing the term rookie, which was not particularly damaging but highly insulting. Nevertheless, as a seasoned media handler, James was not thrown off by such inquiries. He promptly praised Lee Chungming and commended the keen insight of the Magic's management, subtly critiquing his own team's oversight. As the conversation veered off course, reporters failed to notice the shift in topic, or perhaps they were tacitly complicit, while the inquisitive reporter was swiftly met with the next question. By the time the press conference concluded and he returned, James's expression was as dark as coal, despite his naturally deep complexion. He then called his agent and close friend, Rich Paul, saying, "Rich, is there any way to prevent the circulation of that photograph?" Deep down, he understood the improbability of this request. The image had likely spread far and wide. Though they were striving to connect with media personnel to enhance their influence for better self-promotion in the future, they were merely at the beginning of this journey, unless the league's officials intervened directly. Regrettably, Rich Paul informed him that the photograph had already circulated across numerous platforms, and some tabloids were even considering featuring it as the headline for the following day's edition, coupled with a sensational title that could significantly boost their sales. It was not just the media from Los Angeles contributing. Even the local press from Cleveland played a role. James felt quite vexed, yet he remained rational, recognizing that no one was to blame. However, he quickly inquired, "What do you think I should do to mitigate the impact of this situation?" As a childhood friend of LeBron, Rich Paul, alongside Maverick Carter and Randy Mims, has been a steadfast pillar of support for him. In his role as a behind-the-scenes strategist and advisor, he suggested, "Firstly, exhibit your grace, LeBron. Such matters are not of great consequence. Perhaps an incident will occur elsewhere tonight, and tomorrow's headlines will shift entirely. Furthermore, if you are able to retaliate in the next game, that will serve as the most splendid rebuttal." At this moment, Lee Chungming had already boarded a private jet heading back to Oakland, awaiting takeoff, and took the opportunity to amuse himself with his phone. Lee Chungming has now, much like Howard, developed the habit of perusing online praise after matches. Of course, his primary motivation remains casual surfing on the internet, with news consumption being merely incidental. He has recently acquired a new mobile phone, primarily for the sake of convenience and communication, and to indulge in some entertainment, albeit it mostly involves browsing news and listening to music. To be candid, the most impractical aspect of the phone for him is its size. It feels too diminutive, making it awkward to hold. This is precisely why he never plays games on his phone. His hands find it cumbersome to operate, although it is the dead of night. The fervor of discussions among fans on news outlets and forums remains vibrant following the conclusion of the match. Naturally, Li Qingming has encountered numerous comments regarding his performance that evening, particularly the highlight of dunking over LeBron James. The majority of fans, devoid of bias, tend to relish stories of underdogs rising against the odds, and thus they have lavished praise upon him. A minority, however, have taken a more sardonic tone, which could either be attributed to rival fans or simply their nature. At that moment, Li Qingming stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Congratulations to the player for achieving a milestone. Having dunked over a superstar and earning a mere 5 points of calorie expenditure. Just 5 points? Why not 50? Is this a sign of disrespect towards LeBron James? You little critic. Li Qingming felt a surge of indignation, passionately defending James, yet he could only acquiesce to this reality. Soon, however, he began to harbor unspoken grievances, attributing the blame to James. Had it been Kobe or Jordan, he mused, they would undoubtedly have secured at least 10 points. Of course, this was, after all, a delightful surprise. Aside from the primary objective, he had unexpectedly achieved a milestone, and unlocking such accomplishments naturally came with corresponding rewards. Thus, Li Qingming quickly regained his spirits. He even contemplated whether future record-breaking feats would also be categorized as achievements or perhaps presented as tasks. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a welcome development. Unbeknownst to him, the most significant benefit derived from this event lay not within the system nor on the court, but rather in the external world. Chapter 62. Li Qingming's rise to fame during the match. It was the dead of night in the United States, yet across the ocean, it remained daylight. Following the conclusion of the game, and after a few hours of fervent discussion, various online forums and discussion boards buzzed with excitement. Since the turn of the millennium, the domestic internet had burgeoned, with the number of netizens skyrocketing each year. Fans of the NBA had gradually shifted from in-person conversations to online discussions. Look, Li Qingming dunked over James. Is this the headline? Is it real? Can't anyone read English? Can someone help translate? The gist of it was that during the game between the Cavaliers and the Magic, Li Qingming had dunked over James, resulting in a Cavaliers victory, with Li scoring 16 points and James tallying over 30. Wow, Fat Bro is incredible. James fans, come out and face me. I'm feeling particularly triumphant today. I'll take on 10 of you. To be honest, I had my doubts about Li Qingming's athletic metrics. How could someone with that weight jump so high? Such talent had gone unnoticed. But after witnessing today's performance, it was clear he resembled a peak Shaquille O'Neal. The takeoff height was indeed comparable. James, evidently caught off guard, failed to jump at his highest, thus missing the ball entirely. However, Fat Bro's wingspan was undeniably impressive. Had it been just a tad shorter, he might have been blocked. Even Yao Ming would be envious. Li Qingming proved today that he could indeed play at this level. He simply needed to safeguard his body and avoid such exertions too frequently. Indeed, I had previously thought he played like a floor-bound player, with jumps akin to a matchbox. It turned out he was merely feigning weakness. How regrettable that I missed the game. Had I known, I would have skipped class today. Mom, hurry out and witness the divine. Today we celebrate the basketball deity. With Yao Ming having paved the way, we now have Li Qingming. Let us hope for more Chinese players to rise in the NBA. For a rising star like Li Qingming, the impact of such a play on his popularity is incalculable. Previously, he was primarily regarded by domestic fans due to his nationality, and his performance among rookies was indeed commendable. During the preseason, he had a notable play against LeBron James. However, the preseason's influence was minimal and garnered little attention. Following this recent play, Li Qingming suddenly attracted a number of fans who appreciated his skills. The excitement in the United States was no less than that in his home country, especially since this game was broadcast nationwide, making it impossible to confiscate the footage. This play not only topped the highlights, but also served as a repeated affront to LeBron. Although the league has been fervently promoting LeBron in recent years, the emergence of new stars has been relentless, and with Kobe still at his peak, LeBron can only be considered a leading star, not the sole or most celebrated one. Furthermore, the league has been diligently exploring overseas markets. Aside from Yao Ming, they certainly hope to cultivate another Chinese star, preferably a younger one. to seamlessly take over when Yao retires. While this may somewhat undermine LeBron's reputation, they could easily regain the spotlight by arranging future matchups that allow LeBron more camera time to reclaim his status. This is a strategy the league has consistently favored, creating a sense of competition, albeit it may elevate Li Qingming's profile. American fans value talent above all. Li Qingming has performed relatively well, with limited appearances but consistent efficiency. He has been recognized primarily by local fans in Orlando. His performance against the Suns began to draw more attention, and following this nationally broadcast game, he is poised to gain numerous casual fans, even some die-hard supporters, and possibly attract those who dislike LeBron. Naturally, he will also face hostility from LeBron's fans. Additionally, due to existing racial biases, there have been alarming threats against him from some of LeBron's admirers on the emerging social news platform Reddit, with some even bidding to hire a hitman to eliminate Li Qingming, leaving one to wonder if such statements are genuine or mere bravado. In the latest episode of TNT's NBA Insider, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith, among other retired stars, engaged in a discussion about this matter. For these media personalities, whether they praise or criticize active players is secondary to the topic's potential to spark conversation. This is the essence of their programming, after all, as they seek to attract viewers and generate revenue. I do not exaggerate when I say I see echoes of Shaquille O'Neal in him. But to you, Shaq, should you be watching, this young man may very well enjoy a longer career than yours. Perhaps he will not reach your heights. Yet he possesses a profound understanding of self-preservation. Moreover, I have heard that he is considerably more diligent than you. The comparison of Li Qingming to Shaquille O'Neal has been prevalent since Li's entry into the NBA, primarily due to their weight and physique. However, such comparisons often overlook the substantial differences between the two. Naturally, fans revel in this comparison. After all, O'Neal receives much admiration, and the notion that Li can stand alongside a legendary player delights supporters on both sides. But who remains discontent? My friends, I believe you have overlooked a crucial point. When Shaquille first entered the league, he did not possess the physique we see today. At that time, he was agile and lively, capable of running and jumping, only later to gain muscle mass, or rather, to put on weight. It was around this time that his injuries began to accumulate. Thus, my perspective is rather straightforward. I harbor little optimism regarding his future. His physical condition appears precarious. Should he persist in his previous style of play, it might be safer, though it may not please the fans. However, in the current scenario, while the audience enjoys watching, it is not beneficial for him personally. Yet, it is understandable for the youth to pursue flamboyance blindly amidst external praise, hence, my lack of faith in him. The following day, upon arriving at school, John was quickly surrounded by his friends, the reason being their viewing of the previous day's game. Li was incredible, wasn't he? That was LeBron, exclaimed a small chubby boy with a sprinkling of freckles, his face filled with awe, as if he had dreamed of that moment the night before. Indeed. I never imagined he would actually dunk over James in a game. He truly accomplished it. John replied with a hint of pride. I had anticipated this, as they had faced each other during the preseason in Huagua, and even earlier during training in Las Vegas, where Li was unafraid of him. All right. I had to consider that James couldn't even break through Li's defense. With his mediocre skills, how could he penetrate anyone's defense without using his elbows? In that light, it seems James is not much different from us. This remark elicited laughter from the group. To be candid, they had been thoroughly trounced by Li Qingming the previous night, to the point of near nausea. Although Li Qingming's imposing physique was already formidable, and they had watched his matches, nothing compared to the visceral experience of colliding with him in person. The sensation of being struck by a wall was something they had never truly understood until now. They had only heard of Shaquille O'Neal's illustrious feats, but witnessing Li Qingming dunk while carrying two opponents was a revelation. As the match progressed, they felt utterly humiliated, having been unceremoniously pressed to the ground. Yet, when they saw Li Qingming execute an astonishing dunk over James, any lingering shadows of doubt dissipated in an instant. The NBA superstars became mere backdrops to his prowess. What significance did they hold? At that moment, John suddenly inquired, "Shall we invite him for another match next time?" A brief silence ensued, followed by one person commenting on the splendid weather, while another mentioned needing to take a walk after a hearty breakfast. Soon enough, they all dispersed. John smirked, chuckling to himself. I trust you won't bring this up to me again in the future? This morning, Li Qingming awoke to a sensation as if his entire body were rendered feeble, and it dawned on him that engaging in back-to-back battles was still somewhat beyond his current capacity. During last night's match, to be candid, he felt relatively untroubled. Perhaps it was the exhilaration of the moment that propelled him forward as waves of energy surged within him, sustaining his performance. However, the aftermath now manifests as lingering repercussions. In comparison to the match against the Suns, the current discomfort does not seem as exaggerated. It is possible that, as the team physician suggested, he simply has yet to fully acclimate to the intensity of the NBA, and with the experience of more games, he will eventually adapt. Indeed, physical endurance can certainly be cultivated alongside the development of habitual responses. Lee Ching-ming, of course, would not simply recline in bed. He mustered his strength to rise, first engaging in a series of stretches to invigorate his body. After having a meal, he ventured to take a leisurely stroll with the McGilden family dog, aiding in digestion. Along the way, he encountered several enthusiastic fans, exchanging greetings and even accommodating two who requested autographs and photographs. In Orlando, he has garnered a modest level of recognition, with an increasing number of admirers, which bodes well for his future. Perhaps soon, endorsements will come knocking at his door. Upon returning from his outing, his father, beaming with joy, shared delightful news. Do you know TNT? They have extended an invitation for you to record a program with them at your convenience. Me? Fatherly chuckled. Of course it is you. Could it possibly be me? Lee Ching-ming let out a couple of dry chuckles before saying, could it be that one particular shot? In truth, it was not solely due to that singular moment. Prior to it, Lee Ching-ming had already demonstrated commendable performances that distinguished him among the rookies. However, that shot served to ignite the accumulated momentum he had built. Furthermore, with the Magic's current favorable momentum, bolstered by Howard's explosive dunks and Turkoglu's deft playmaking, coupled with Lee Ching-ming's agile footwork in the low post, their overall tactical execution has captivated a considerable fan base, inevitably drawing heightened attention to Lee Ching-ming himself. Yet, the primary factor remained that one shot. In a sense, Lee Ching-ming had ridden the coattails of LeBron's fame to achieve recognition, much like how LeBron once capitalized on the legacies of Jordan and Kobe. Chapter 63. Facing the Celtics, one wonders, might they invite LeBron over as well? But what purpose would that serve? Lee Ching-ming squinted and said, let us recreate the scene once again. Lee's father rolled his eyes in exasperation. He was no longer the naive individual with little understanding of the NBA, aware that LeBron James was a highly celebrated star within the league. He harbored a tinge of concern for Lee Ching-ming's predicament. However, it appeared that, aside from the potential repercussions for James, everyone else was more than willing to participate. To put it bluntly, the league, the media, and Lee Ching-ming were all reveling in the attention. Who could possibly care about James's feelings? Indeed, America is a land of entertainment. If one cannot take a joke, it is perceived as their own failing. Moreover, the NBA, being a commercial entity, inherently possesses an aspect of public entertainment. If the stakes were high enough, one could easily envision a scenario where James might even recreate the incident with Lee Ching-ming. However, American television shows are known for their bold inquiries and candid discussions. Thus, one must be prepared if they wish to step into that arena. The news was initially conveyed to the Magic team, which took it quite seriously. NBA teams typically assign personnel to instruct players on how to communicate with the media and handle various situations. For this occasion, they prepared numerous questions along with corresponding answers for Lee Ching-ming to memorize. It would be a misconception to assume that foreign programs are all improvised and devoid of scripts. After all, should any mishaps occur, it would result in a performance disaster, impacting both the individual involved and the show as a whole. Not all in Europe and America thrive in such environments. However, the entertainment industry there does foster a particularly vibrant atmosphere, making prior communication and preparation essential. Naturally, recording such a program is not an urgent matter. They are likely awaiting viewer feedback, merely providing an early notification. Presently, Lee Ching-ming must focus on his games, as the Magic team is set to travel to New Jersey the following day. In the early 2000s, the Nets could be regarded as a formidable force in the East, led by Jason Kidd, who propelled them to the league's top position and secured back-to-back appearances in the finals. However, they soon found themselves stagnating, failing to advance past the second round, and regardless of whether it was Alonzo Mourning or Vince Carter, the changes brought little improvement. Both management and players alike have grown weary of this mediocrity. Since the beginning of this season, trade rumors concerning Kidd have circulated, casting a shadow over the Nets start. Thus, despite boasting 3-star players, their opening record has been dismal, currently teetering on the brink of playoff contention. Facing the Magic without Carter, the Nets proved utterly defenseless. In the past, the Magic were considered a weak team while the Nets were championship contenders. Now, the tables have turned. Lewis scored a game-high 27 points. And Howard achieved another remarkable 20-20 performance, clearly on his way to reaching new heights this season. Lee Ching-ming played for merely 15 minutes, making 4 out of 8 attempts, and accrued 11 points along with 5 rebounds. For him, scoring in double digits has become a commonplace occurrence, as routine as a daily meal. Following his consecutive achievements of scoring over 10 and then over 20 points, his objectives have naturally evolved. Current task: amass at least 10 rebounds in a single game, including 10, with a reward of 5 points of calorie expenditure. Pending task 1: achieve a double-double, 10 points and 10 rebounds, in a single game, with a reward of 10 points of calorie expenditure. Pending task 2: attain 20 points in 5 consecutive games, with a reward of 15 points of calorie expenditure. As for the previous task concerning 5 turnovers, it remains uncertain whether it has expired or is merely concealed for the time being. For him, securing 10 rebounds is quite feasible, if he genuinely desires. He could easily snatch an additional 2 or 3. However, he maintains a fundamental respect for the game. He believes that individual statistics should serve the pursuit of victory. And if they disrupt his rhythm, he would rather forego them. The act of merely padding statistics, whether due to psychological barriers or habitual tendencies, is something he finds challenging to embrace. Moreover, he harbors concerns about the potential for developing an addiction to such statistical accumulation, fearing it may become an ingrained habit that is difficult to reverse. At the onset of the fourth quarter, this match still held a degree of suspense. In the first quarter, the Nets exhibited alarmingly low offensive efficiency, managing only 10 points, as if the basket itself had been obstructed. Jefferson missed 5 consecutive shots before finally making one. When Kidd entered the game, he contributed by missing shots, committing turnovers, and grabbing rebounds. With 2 leaders performing in such a manner, what could the others possibly achieve? Certainly, this season, the Nets roster is unprecedentedly weak. Apart from Kidd, Carter, and Jefferson, there are no notable active players to speak of. Even someone like Magloire is still in the rotation. Could he truly perform? Clearly not. Therefore, with Carter absent and Jefferson unable to maintain a steady scoring pace, the Nets' offense is prone to stagnation. Kidd may facilitate team cohesion, but relying on him for offensive output is futile if he cannot score. This does not imply that he refrains from taking action, rather. It suggests that either he does not act at all, or when he does, he often misses the mark. In this match, his efficiency was only marginally better than Jefferson's. The Magic surged ahead by 18 points in the first quarter, with Lee Ching-ming sinking a 3-pointer followed by a mid-range jump shot. Throughout the second and third quarters, the Nets attempted to close the gap, managing to recover a few points. However, in the fourth quarter, Lee Ching-ming made an initial low-post hook shot, followed by an offensive rebound leading to a foul, converting both free throws. Just before his exit, he also netted a 17-foot mid-range jumper, his triumphant roar reverberating throughout the arena, allowing New Jersey fans to truly appreciate his tenacity. At this juncture, the deficit widened to 15 points, rendering the outcome of the match rather predictable. The starters continued to play for a little longer, and with 3 minutes remaining, the score difference had reached 20 points, prompting both teams to substitute their main players. At this point, Van Gundy chose not to reinsert Lee Ching-ming, opting instead for Redick and Foy, which from another perspective, underscored Lee Ching-ming's current standing within the team, as those on the court now could be considered the third string. Moreover, deploying Lee Ching-ming at this moment would have seemed somewhat unsportsmanlike. Subsequently, they were set to face one of the most formidable opponents in the East, the Boston Celtics. This past summer, a shocking trade unfolded within the NBA, initiated by the Boston Celtics. After parting ways with Ryan Gomez, Al Jefferson, Gerald Green, Theo Ratliff, Sebastian Telfair, and a first-round pick in 2009, they acquired the Timberwolves star player, Kevin Garnett, along with some cash. Simultaneously, they traded this year's 5th overall pick, Jeff Green, along with Delonte West and Wally Szczerbiak to the Supersonics in exchange for Ray Allen and the 35th pick, Glenn Davis. Together, these two, along with the Celtics' remaining star, Paul Pierce, formed a formidable trio, with their sights set on the championship in the upcoming season. The collaboration of superstars in pursuit of a championship is not a new phenomenon. However, the audacity of the Celtics' all-in gamble has left many astonished. It is worth noting that previous attempts, such as Barkley's endeavor to join Olajuwon in Houston and the Lakers' last year of their dynasty where they brought in Peyton and Ewing to form a quartet, ended in failure. Thus, while the public expressed both shock and optimism regarding this trade, there lingered a cautious sentiment about the Celtics' future. After all, they may have sacrificed the team's future if they fail to clinch a championship within the next couple of years. The aging Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett, and Paul Pierce, at 32, 31, and 30 respectively, may face a decline. What then? At the ages of 33 and 34, professional athletes often face a pivotal juncture. Few possess the extraordinary discipline and innate talent akin to that of legends like Michael Jordan and Patrick Ewing. Today, the Orlando Magic are set to confront the Boston Celtics, a team that has boldly gambled its future in pursuit of a championship, and indeed, they stand as the Magic's most formidable adversary in the Eastern Conference this season. Although the Magic have yet to ascend to the upper echelons of the league, given that they barely scraped through to the playoffs last season only to be swept in the first round, their primary goal this year remains to reach the playoffs, and then to take it step by step. Certainly, the acquisition of Rashard Lewis suggests a desire for greater accomplishments. Yet the presence of the resurgent Celtics, the seasoned powerhouse Detroit Pistons, and the previous season's finalists, the Cleveland Cavaliers, makes further advancement a daunting challenge. This game will also be broadcast nationwide, and this time the Magic benefit from the Celtics' prominence. Following the formation of their Big Three, American media have not only elevated the Celtics' championship odds to the top, but have also granted them national airtime, second only to the Los Angeles Lakers, with the Cavaliers trailing behind. Since the commencement of the new season, both the Magic and the Celtics have demonstrated their prowess, rendering this matchup a highly anticipated clash of titans in the East. Nevertheless, the prevailing sentiment leans toward a Celtics victory, primarily due to the stark contrast in star power. Dwight Howard has made significant strides since entering the league, now standing as a premier center, yet Kevin Garnett is an MVP-caliber player. While it cannot be denied that certain biases may exist, and the media tends to favor players who excel on both ends of the court, Garnett's talent is undeniably commendable, albeit perhaps overhyped. Much like Jordan, who faced setbacks in his pursuit of a championship, Garnett's playoff disappointments are similarly scrutinized. However, while Jordan eventually triumphantly returned, Garnett transitioned from Minnesota to Boston. Objectively speaking, Garnett was somewhat overshadowed during his tenure with the Timberwolves, paying the price for the management's past missteps. Upon joining the Celtics, he has been able to fully unleash his potential. Coupled with all-stars Paul Pierce and Ray Allen to share the offensive burden, Garnett can focus entirely on defense. Under Garnett's defensive leadership, the Celtics have exhibited remarkable defensive efficiency as the new season unfolds. In this match, the Magic started with an aggressive offensive onslaught, catching the Celtics off guard and establishing a 15-6 lead, prompting Coach Rivers to call a timeout. Following the break, Van Gundy introduced Lee Chiming onto the court, who was finally set to face the formidable Garnett. However, at that moment, Lee was not directly matched up against Garnett, as he had shifted to the center position after Perkins' departure, with Pierce stepping in as a makeshift power forward. Previously, Lee had believed that his fierce jump shot was inspired by Garnett, but now he found himself in the presence of his mentor. The distinction was clear, however. Lee would often shout before shooting, while Garnett would shout after making his shot. Observing this, Lee realized his folly. Garnett embodied the authentic essence of the game. One can imagine that shouting before shooting creates an expectation that may not be fulfilled. While it may initially seem passionate, the subsequent mundane shot can diminish that fervor. In contrast, Garnett's approach, shouting after his shot, elicits a response from the audience that amplifies the excitement, often leading spectators to believe he has made an extraordinary play. Indeed, it is not a simple feat to become a superstar. Mastering the psychology of the game is a skill in itself. Lee Chiming silently etched the lesson into his mind, feeling as though he had gained valuable insight. At that moment, Garnett was also stirred, seemingly sensing Lee Chiming's gaze. He turned to look, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Recently, Lee Chiming had become a frequent subject in sports news. Even when he had previously performed well, few paid him any mind. Now, even if he scored only 5 or 6 points in a game, it was likely that someone would seek out the highlights. Of course, he had now secured a certain tactical standing. As long as he was not entirely invisible, he would not merely score 8 points. Why 8 points, though? Never mind. That detail was insignificant. Garnett was not isolated from the world. He had certainly heard of Lee Chiming. Regarding this rookie, who was currently rising to prominence and drawing comparisons to Durant, he felt a mix of curiosity and disdain, fully aware of the media's tendencies. Their flattery should never be taken at face value. Otherwise, one could find oneself elevated to an uncomfortable position. He had experienced this himself, having run the gauntlet with the Timberwolves for far too long. For Garnett, however, this was fortuitous. He held no principle of treating others as he would not wish to be treated. Rather, he relished the opportunity to undermine the confidence of such newcomers, relishing the thought of subjecting them to a thorough humiliation, ideally concluding with a taunt. "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Before long, the two were set to face off. Garnett executed a high pick-and-roll, with Rondo passing the ball to him. The former Timberwolves captain, with his green blood coursing through him, held the ball and faced the defense of Lee Ching-ming, who was poised for an imminent challenge. Suddenly, Garnett broke into a grin, and a torrent of expletives erupted from his mouth. Coming from a humble background, Garnett was not necessarily sinister, but many of his habits and thought processes leaned towards the street. His penchant for trash talk, while not unusual in the league, was marked by an abrasive style that could be quite off-putting, coupled with the unique rhythm of his speech reminiscent of rap. It could even inspire one to dance, though that might only apply to those unable to comprehend the words. Lee Ching-ming, however, understood perfectly and recognized the insults directed at him. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, he suddenly recalled that this black player likely did not comprehend Chinese, so he simply responded with, "Tomato." "Oh, you like tomatoes too? You Chinese folks are fond of tomatoes. It must be some peculiar quirk, right?" "Oh, right. Yao Ming might have mentioned it as well." Lee Ching-ming silently chuckled to himself, eloquently expressing his thoughts in Mandarin for a while. Although Garnett could not comprehend the language, it did not imply he was foolish. He quickly deduced that Lee Ching-ming was likely cursing him in his own tongue. "Just wait, I'll make you pay for that." As he spoke, Garnett suddenly leaped and executed a mid-range jumper with precision. One could argue that this was indeed a skill of his, being able to juggle two entirely unrelated tasks. Even if his focus was misdirected, Lee Ching-ming was not merely captivated by his words, but rather overwhelmed by the significant height difference, rendering him unable to interfere with the other. After scoring, Garnett clenched his fist and let out a fierce roar, his expression fierce and formidable, embodying a resolute spirit. Lee Ching-ming immediately curled his lips and remarked, "One might think you just dunked on me. You pretentious old fool. What did you say?" After all, he is the Wolf King, not a mere husky. Garnett possesses keen hearing and an exceedingly fiery temperament. Lee Ching-ming chuckled and said, "Old man, be careful not to provoke me. I might just dunk on you and force you into early retirement. Do you think I'm some rubbish like LeBron James? I recorded it, you know." Garnett was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a hint of exasperation. "You recorded a cat sound? Do you really bring a voice recorder when you play basketball?" Lee Ching-ming casually remarked, only to realize that engaging in such banter was rather amusing. Moreover, he felt as though he had inexplicably awakened a penchant for sharp wit. This was not entirely surprising, as Lee Ching-ming had always enjoyed the art of verbal sparring. In the past, his limited circle of friends had made him cherish each one, preventing him from speaking too bluntly. However, now on the court, he found that he could freely exchange jests without concern, unburdened by the delicate sensibilities of his American counterparts. Naturally, as his father advised, there were still matters to be cautious about. For instance, he should avoid any remarks that could be construed as racially discriminatory or politically charged, as those topics were best left untouched. Nevertheless, he felt liberated to explore expressions of disdain and ridicule. Lee Ching-ming indeed delved into the classic trash talk of the NBA's yesteryears, though he had previously refrained from mentioning it or lacked the opportunity to do so. Now, at last, he has been enticed into the fray by Garnett. "Thank you, Kevin." As the first quarter approached the 9-minute and 40-second mark, the Orlando Magic initiated another offensive play. Lee Ching-ming finally received the ball in the low post, and this time it was Garnett himself who requested to switch positions. Thus, he immediately leaned back against his opponent. Garnett, feeling the force pressing against him, was taken aback by the strength emanating from Lee. While he might verbally belittle his adversary, on the court, he knew the importance of taking him seriously. Utilizing his height advantage and long arms, Garnett persistently harassed Lee from the side, with some actions verging on fouls, yet the referee showed no inclination to blow the whistle. Lee, however, had grown accustomed to such treatment. He first anchored his formidable physique against Garnett, then swiftly glanced at his teammates on the opposite side. Garnett remained vigilant, ever wary of Lee's potential passes. With his long-standing prowess in defense, Garnett's defensive skills are beyond reproach, although he faced a minor disadvantage in terms of size and strength in the low post. He was adept at compensating through alternative strategies. if Lee Chiming aspires to engage in direct post play. He must remain perpetually vigilant against Garnett's attempts to swipe the ball from behind. Additionally, Garnett wields two formidable weapons, his sharp tongue and subtle antics. Not to mention his notorious elbow, although not as infamous as the likes of the Los Angeles Blacksmith or the Orlando Beast. A discreet jab to Lee Chungming's lower back could swiftly leave a mark. Lee Chungming encountered, for the first time, an exceedingly relentless defensive strategy. It must be said that this approach proved quite effective against him, as he found himself in a state of discomfort. Continuing to engage would only lead to his own detriment. Shooting directly was fraught with the fear of interference or even being blocked, leaving him with no option but to pass to the wing. Turkoglu received the ball and promptly advanced past Pierce, yet Pierce managed to keep pace, while Garnett could always afford to assist defensively against Lee Chungming. Consequently, he passed to Nelson on the opposite side, who drove left, with Garrity setting a screen for Dooling to find an open position. However, Nelson's pass was intercepted by Ray Allen, who dashed in from the side. After acquiring Ray Allen and Garnett this season, the Celtics, despite parting with several players and significantly reducing their roster depth, experienced considerable enhancements on both ends of the court. A testament to the prowess of star players. Ray Allen's defense may not be his strongest attribute individually, but within the Celtics' defensive framework, he harnessed his experience to great effect. As evidenced by his anticipatory play, the other members of the roster, each contributing their unique strengths, also performed admirably. Rondo, as a sophomore, thrived alongside the Big Three, effectively showcasing his organizational and defensive skills. Perkins, the team's sturdy enforcer, fulfilled his role by providing support to Garnett against certain players, though he struggled against Howard today, necessitating Garnett to take on the task alone. Although Tony Allen's offensive game left something to be desired, his defensive capabilities were unquestionable. Eddie House and James Posey, among others, were seasoned and capable role players. In summary, with the foundation of the Big Three, as long as the remaining players executed their duties, the offensive and defensive outcomes would not falter. Coach Rivers need not devise overly complicated strategies, allowing the Big Three to lead the team sufficed, as they could carry him. However, the Celtics did reveal a vulnerability in their interior defense, particularly against a team like the Magic, which emphasized an inside-oriented game. Initially, facing only Howard, Perkins and Garnett could manage, albeit at the cost of frequent fouls, with Garnett entering foul trouble midway through the second quarter and exiting early with 3 fouls. When both he and Lee Chungming were on the court simultaneously, their interior defense appeared insufficient. In the final 2 minutes of the second quarter, Van Gundy attempted to have both players on the court, leading to either Howard or Lee Chungming scoring, as neither side could effectively defend against the other without risking leaving one open. Rivers, scratching his bald head in frustration, displayed a perplexed demeanor, lost in thought. In contrast, Van Gundy appeared much clearer-headed, his hair undoubtedly more abundant. Today, the Magic's outside shooting was lackluster, prompting him to implement more screens and cuts, leveraging their interior advantage to draw defenders and facilitate outside shots or reorganization of the offense. Their strategy was straightforward yet effective, and benefiting from home court advantage. The Celtics found themselves resorting to aggressive tactics against Howard to close the scoring gap. Chapter 65. Tension. It became evident that Howard's free throw performance against the Cavaliers was merely an anomaly, once again disappointing the home crowd. He stepped to the line only to make one of 2 attempts, or even miss both, allowing the Celtics to cut a once 18-point deficit down to single digits in the third quarter. Simultaneously, he began to reveal his flaws on defense, a persistent issue that had seen gradual improvement since his entry into the league, yet one that resurfaced under pressure: his propensity to jump excessively. This is a common affliction among athletes of his caliber, much like the Rain Man, Kemp, whose defensive prowess suffered due to his poor jump instincts, or the later son Stoudemire. While Howard's dominance in the paint was undeniable, Pierce exploited his experience and footwork to create advantageous timing mismatches. Though Howard possessed commendable leaping ability, his aerial control faltered, leaving him unable to contest Pierce effectively, who capitalized on the opportunity to score or draw fouls. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Howard accrued his 4th foul, bringing the score to 69-77, prompting Van Gundy to call a timeout and insert Lee Chungming into the game. Today, Pierce undoubtedly shone as the Celtics' standout performer, exhibiting high efficiency and initiating a wave of counterattacks, largely influenced by Howard's free throw struggles, which disrupted the Magic's offensive rhythm. Labeling Howard as the Celtics' 6th man might be an exaggeration, but considering him the second most crucial contributor in their scoring surge would not be unfounded. Upon entering the game, Lee Ching-ming found himself matched up against Pierce, who had long been regarded as a second-tier star, existing in a peculiar limbo of status. However, his abilities were formidable, establishing himself as a primary player for a playoff-bound team. The Celtics' defensive anchor was Garnett, while Rondo orchestrated the offense, with Ray Allen moving off the ball and Pierce occupying the low post to utilize his physicality. Garnett's shooting prowess complemented the setup, facilitating space creation. And the synergy among these players yielded a chemistry that exceeded expectations. Yet, Lee Ching-ming's defensive shortcomings in the low post were not as pronounced as one might assume. In fact, he demonstrated commendable proficiency in defending against back-to-the-basket plays. This was due in part to the physical demands of low-post defense, where Lee Ching-ming held his own against anyone, and also because he was adept at various offensive techniques in the post, particularly back-to-the-basket moves, granting him the ability to anticipate opponents' actions. Moreover, an important factor was that Pierce lacked speed, as domestic fans might say. He employed a grandfatherly style of play, seemingly languid, yet fluid in execution and adaptable in response, making him difficult to defend. In essence, Lee Ching-ming found himself more challenged by explosive athletes than by a technical master like Pierce, leading to a surprising turn of events. Where Pierce had previously overpowered Lewis and Howard, he now struggled against Lee Ching-ming, resulting in 2 failed attempts, one hitting the rim and the other necessitating a pass, which culminated in Ray Allen's missed 3-point attempt. Today, Allen's perimeter shooting was notably off. Although he was renowned for his shooting prowess, having averaged over 20 points for 9 consecutive seasons, his efficiency had seen an uptick since joining the Celtics, albeit with fewer attempts. However, as age took its toll and his physical capabilities waned, the once dominant Allen was now less likely to soar for dunks, sacrificing some shooting stability. Today, he clearly encountered the less reliable side of his game. Nonetheless, the Magic could not afford to underestimate one of the greatest three-point shooters in history. Thus, Bogans was heavily utilized, shadowing Allen throughout the game, navigating screens, and applying pressure. This relentless pursuit came at a cost, as Bogans' shooting rhythm also suffered, rendering his performance comparable to Allen's. The Magic's outside shooting was collectively underwhelming today, with Lewis and Bogans, the primary three-point threats among the starters, struggling to find their mark, while Nelson, left open several times, failed to capitalize on his opportunities. Meanwhile, Lee Ching-ming was primarily tasked with low-post duties, aimed at exploiting the opponent's defensive weaknesses, leaving little opportunity for him to showcase his outside shooting. Thanks to Lee Ching-ming's successful defensive plays, the Magic finally managed to extend their lead to over 10 points before the conclusion of the third quarter. Score at the end of the third quarter, 78-88. Defend. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lee Ching-ming took a respite from the court. Van Gundy, now cognizant of his limitations, recognized the necessity of granting him brief intervals, ideally allowing him to play just a few minutes each quarter. At this juncture, Howard re-entered the game, only to be immediately fouled by James Posey upon receiving a pass beneath the basket. Following a front-court throw-in, Howard found himself thwarted again by Posey, who effectively denied him the opportunity to receive the ball. Frustration mounted as Howard watched Nelson drive to the basket, only to be thwarted by Tony Allen, resulting in a missed shot. The audience, fervently cheering for the Magic during their defensive plays, expressed their support. To be candid, the team's record of 2 victories in their previous 4 home games stood in stark contrast to their earlier streak of 5 consecutive wins on the road, leaving fans bewildered. Was the home court now a disadvantage? This season, the management has taken commendable actions that enable fans to witness the team's upward trajectory, coupled with an improvement in performance. The presence of a current core player like Howard and a promising future talent like Lee Ching-ming has ignited an increased enthusiasm among fans for home games. The surge in ticket sales for recent home matches has been quite remarkable. Furthermore, Lee Ching-ming has attracted attention from the Asian community within Florida, aligning with the team's expectations and providing intangible benefits for future market expansion in Asia, intensifying the urgency for the team to develop him. His commendable performance has naturally prompted Van Gundy to provide him with more opportunities. As the home audience becomes increasingly attentive to Lee Ching-ming's contributions, a certain bias towards him as a home team player has emerged. Often, when he enters as a substitute, he faces the opponent's second-string lineup, which typically has weaker defense, allowing him to shine during this phase and often assist the team in closing the scoring gap, leading fans to perceive him as a formidable rookie. Indeed, in terms of impact, Lee Ching-ming has fulfilled the expectations of both the team and the coach. In the fourth quarter, the Magic allowed the Celtics to claw back some points as Rondo unexpectedly surged, first scoring with a driving layup after 2 pick-and-rolls, followed by assisting Garnett for a mid-range shot. The Celtics executed a 10-2 run within a few minutes, narrowing the gap to 6 points. On the other hand, Howard was stifled by the opposing team's frequent foul tactics, while Nelson, contrastingly, struggled to find his rhythm. Despite the common belief that Rondo's offense is lacking, particularly in shooting, his success rate in drives is actually commendable, thanks to his large hands and exceptional wingspan, granting him significant control over both offense and defense in terms of passing and stealing. Moreover, he is unconcerned with individual statistics, understanding that creating advantageous scoring opportunities for the trio is paramount. Van Gundy found himself in a challenging situation as both Ray Allen and Garnett had relatively average performances. Garnett could not contain Howard or Lee Ching-ming in the post and was forced to commit fouls, currently facing the risk of fouling out with 5 infractions. The substitute Eddie House also struggled, but the presence of Nelson on the Magic's side, coupled with Howard's inefficiency at the free throw line, kept them in contention. What could have been an easy victory turned into a struggle due to their lackluster performance. Howard, unable to secure many rebounds due to frequent fouls, whether committed by himself or against him, had limited opportunities to contest for boards. After calling a timeout, with just over 4 minutes remaining, Van Gundy decisively brought Lee Ching-ming into the game. Lee Ching-ming had been effective against the Celtics today, exhibiting a commendable personal form and contributing on both ends of the floor, raising the question of whether to bench Howard. Howard's role on the court remained predominantly positive, as he drew significant defensive attention, particularly from Garnett and James Posey, hindering the Celtics' top defensive efficiency. However, if Lewis and Lee Ching-ming were to partner in the post, defensive issues could arise, especially with Rondo now in form. Ultimately, Van Gundy opted for a lineup of Bogans, Turkoglu, Lewis, Lee Ching-ming, and Howard, allowing Turkoglu and Lee Ching-ming to orchestrate the ball while Bogans and Lewis acted as shooters, with Howard providing screens and occupying space in the paint. However, before Lee Ching-ming could showcase his skills upon receiving the ball, James Posey committed a foul while vying for position with Howard, resulting in his 6th foul and subsequent exit from the game. At this point, with the foul count maxed out, Howard stepped to the free throw line to execute 2 shots. Lee Ching-ming had not even glanced at the situation before he instinctively tapped his forehead, feeling rather pessimistic. Indeed, amidst the silent anticipation of the fans, Howard managed to convert only 1 free throw, having made 9 out of 17 attempts, barely achieving a success rate exceeding 50%. Meanwhile, the Celtics executed another offensive play, narrowing the score to a mere 5 points. On the sidelines, Van Gundy shook his head in resignation. He could hardly claim regret, as he was well aware of Howard's shortcomings. At least he could compensate on the defensive end, and the Celtics could not guarantee that every offensive attempt would be successful. Moreover, having taken Bosh out was advantageous for the Magic, as Garnett had already committed 5 fouls, making him hesitant to challenge Howard aggressively. Indeed, the ball found its way into Lee Ching-ming's hands, as Garnett was pulled aside by Howard. With his back against Pierce, Lee Ching-ming executed a swift turnaround jump shot. Clang! He missed, but Howard seized the opportunity, overpowering Garnett to tip the ball into the basket for a second-chance score. 92-99. While transitioning back on defense, Lee Ching-ming coincidentally walked alongside Garnett and flashed a sly grin, leaving the latter perplexed, though his expression soon soured as he realized it was a clear mockery. Chapter 66. The Explosive Mentality of the Wolf King, Part 1. In the realm of basketball, beyond physical talent and technical prowess, there exists a crucial element often overlooked: the mentality of the players. A player's mindset can significantly influence their performance. At times, a mental explosion manifests as a distortion in their technical execution, commonly seen when their offensive rhythm falters, defensive lapses occur, or when the team falls excessively behind. Furthermore, there is the aspect of provocation, where heated emotions take over. Those who meddle with another's mindset often find themselves ensnared by it. Garnett relished using trash talk and subtle maneuvers to disrupt his opponents, yet he, too, was susceptible to such influences, especially considering that Lee Ching-ming, a mere rookie, was but a fledgling compared to his superstar status. If he failed to respond to provocation, would it not be a blow to his dignity? Thus, he maneuvered to swap positions with Pierce, demanding the ball with determination. Lee Ching-ming gazed at the towering figure of Black Boy, who stood nearly a head taller than himself, and felt a surge of joy within. He recalled the coach's words that had proven remarkably prophetic during the previous pause. Van Gundy had urged him to remember to provoke Garnett upon entering the game. It was evident that Van Gundy had noticed the earlier friction between Lee Chiming and Garnett on the court. In the face of Howard, Garnett would undoubtedly proceed with caution. However, he would likely underestimate Lee Chiming. Adding to this was the fact that Lee Chiming had previously executed a fierce jump shot right before Garnett. An impromptu display that had been accompanied by exuberant shouts of triumph, a blatant provocation that even the blind could perceive. In such circumstances, if Garnett did not react, Van Gundy would certainly lose respect for him. Yet, facing the lengthy and formidable Garnett, the question remained whether Lee Chiming could withstand the defensive pressure. Should he falter? It would only embolden his opponent further. Thus, Lee Chiming resolved to return the favor. Kevin, leaving Minnesota must weigh heavily on your heart. If your team secures the championship this year, the finals MVP will surely be Paul, won't it? Although you may claim the title, doing so away from your own team lacks a sense of completeness. I wonder how the fans in Minnesota will perceive you upon your eventual return. Lee Chiming could not discern whether Garnett's expression had changed, for his complexion was too dark. However, there was an unmistakable flicker in his gaze. Lee Chiming tentatively extended his hand forward, yet at that moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Garnett's eyes. Just as Lee Chiming reached out, Garnett abruptly raised his arm, intending to grasp Lee Yong's hand and create the illusion of a foul. Having navigated the league for many years, Garnett, with his wealth of experience, understood that sometimes leveraging intellect to provoke the ire of a rookie was far more effective than relying solely on physical prowess. This was a scenario he relished. However, to his surprise, the instant his arm made contact, Lee Chiming halted his hand and then suddenly staggered backward, as if propelled by Garnett's arm, retreating 2 steps and nearly toppling to the ground. Of course, given Lee Chiming's substantial build, if he were to fall so easily, it would lack credibility. So this was about as far as it could go. Any further dramatization would be excessive. His considerable size occasionally obscured the referee's line of sight, and coupled with his weight, who would believe he could not maintain his balance unless he had actually been struck? Under such circumstances, the referee's whistle pierced the air, leaving Garnett momentarily stunned. In truth, when Garnett observed Lee Chiming's movements, he sensed something amiss. Yet, the gesture had already been initiated, and he presumed the referee would disregard a rookie's antics. However, Lee Chiming was no ordinary novice. The commotion he caused was sufficient to draw attention within the league, particularly since it was a home game. And fouls deserving of a call would indeed be acknowledged, even for a player like Yao Ming, who often found himself targeted by officials. There were times when the referees had to make concessions. I didn't touch him. He is merely acting. He is a fraud. He is diving. At this moment, Garnett hurriedly approached the referee to voice his grievances, grappling with the reality that he had been outmaneuvered by a rookie. It was fortunate for him that the referee showed some leniency. Otherwise, Lee Chiming would not have been able to catch him off guard. However, once the referee called the foul, it was unlikely to be overturned. The replay on the large screen confirmed that Garnett had indeed made contact with Lee Chiming. Though discerning the extent of the force applied was challenging, the sight of Lee being pushed back suggested he had indeed been impacted. Thus, Garnett had to accept this bitter pill. He had underestimated Lee Chiming. Despite his history of dominating games, it did not imply he was devoid of finesse. His true strength lay in his willingness to engage in the gritty, unglamorous aspects of the game, pursuing victory over personal statistics, and mastering the art of drawing fouls. Yet, given his physique, drawing fouls was no simple feat, even in the NBA, where earning the trust of referees was a daunting task. Thus, he had to resort to such tactics. Nevertheless, this foul was critical for Garnett, as it marked his 6th infraction, resulting in his ejection from the game. As he departed, Garnett glared at Lee Chiming, as if to convey, "Don't run after the game. Wait for me." Wait, indeed. Lee Chiming, undeterred by fear, pondered whom he might intimidate in such a manner. He never regarded the act of feigning injury as inherently wrong, as long as it was employed judiciously, adhered to the rules, and served a tactical purpose. He found no fault in it. He believed that if he were subjected to such treatment, he would accept it without complaint, for this exemplifies a form of wisdom on the court. Naturally, from the perspective of fans, particularly those aligned with Garnett, Lee Chiming's actions might be deemed insufficiently resolute and somewhat distasteful. However, given that this was the home ground of the Magic, the spectators began to cheer for Lee Chiming, their shouts resonating louder than in previous matches. Although lacking the anthem dedicated to him, it nonetheless provided him with significant encouragement. As the game resumed, The absence of Garnett severely undermined the Celtics on both offensive and defensive fronts. Offensively, they lacked a pivotal point of control, while defensively, the ramifications were even more pronounced. As Garnett served as the defensive linchpin for the Celtics, though his effectiveness against the Magic's interior had not been particularly stellar, he still managed to impose some limitations. Once he exited the game, Rivers had no choice but to elevate Perkins to contend with Howard, leaving Lee Chong-ming to confront Pierce, where he easily prevailed in one-on-one situations. The constraints on Pierce's potential evidently stemmed from his relatively average physical attributes, especially when juxtaposed against the extraordinary physiques of many in the NBA. While Pierce exhibited commendable skill and rhythm, his ceiling was inherently limited. Moreover, the greatest impact of athleticism is not felt on the offensive end, where technique and timing can serve as compensatory factors, but rather on the defensive end, when faced with a rival like Lee Chong-ming, who possessed superior strength and physique. Coupled with commendable technical prowess, Pierce's ability to exploit his opponent's footwork on offense rendered him sluggish defensively. After Lee Chong-ming scored consecutively, the Green Army was compelled to initiate double teaming, creating opportunities for others. The relentless defensive efforts took a toll on Pierce's offensive performance. Even the most versatile scorer requires stamina. Initially, he led the team in their pursuit during the third quarter, and by the fourth, they still relied on him. How could he possibly endure? In the final 2 minutes, Pierce attempted 3 shots, all of which were unsuccessful, allowing the Magic to execute a 7-0 run, thereby extending their lead and securing a home victory. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Magic triumphing over the Boston Celtics with a score of 108-95, marking their 4th consecutive win. Howard amassed 22 points and 8 rebounds. With 10 of 21 from the free throw line, whenever the Celtics sought to close the gap, they targeted his free throws, yet he did not disappoint the Boston fans. Had it not been for Lee Chong-ming's timely contributions, along with Turkoglu's adept control of the tempo in the closing moments, the game might have slipped away due to his free throws. Turkoglu contributed 18 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists, while Lee Chong-ming scored 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists on 9 of 13 shooting, ensuring the victory in the fourth quarter. For the Celtics, Pierce led with a game-high 25 points but squandered the final chances of victory with consecutive misses. Rondo efficiently scored 17 points, missing only 1 shot. His free throw performance was on par with Howard's, although the Magic opted not to employ the strategy of fouling Rondo. However, after the match, Lee Chong-ming did not encounter Garnett. He merely exchanged a fierce glance without uttering harsh words, so it hardly constituted a confrontation. In the post-game press conference, Van Gundy permitted Lee Chong-ming to attend, alongside Lewis and Howard. Although Lewis struggled with his three-point shooting, he managed to score 22 points through free throws, which was pivotal in the Magic's early lead. Lee Chong-ming, may I inquire what you and KG discussed during the game? This question captured the attention of many. While the match did not culminate in a conflict between Lee Chong-ming and Garnett, observers could certainly sense the tension between them. Lee Chong-ming's response was, "Kevin is a remarkable veteran. I watched him play before entering the league, trying to learn from his style. To face him on the court one day is an immense motivation for me." Naturally, he would not disclose any banter exchanged with Garnett. Those with the skill could attempt to read his lips. A reporter posed several questions to Lewis and Howard regarding the game, then returned to Lee Chong-ming, asking, "Lee, you are currently ranked 6th on the latest official rookie list. Are you satisfied with this position?" The NBA officials periodically release real-time rankings for rookies, with Durant undoubtedly securing the top position. Lee Chong-ming finds himself ranked beneath Al Horford, Luis Scola, Shabazz Napier, and Jeff Green, while right behind him is Spacey E. However, in reality, this ranking reflects data from a week prior. After recent games, Lee Chong-ming's standing is sure to rise. Chapter 67, Losses and Trades. Apart from Durant's unassailable status, it is almost certain that he will clinch the title of Rookie of the Year this season, as no one currently outshines Lee Chong-ming's performance. Should the current trajectory persist, the Eastern and Western Conference Rookie of the Month for the first month may very well be a contest solely between these two. Given ample time and possession, he is capable of efficiently amassing over 20 points per game. Domestic media even lament the fact that Lee Chong-ming has not joined a weaker team like Spacey E. If one were to exchange Spacey E of the Bucks for Lee Chong-ming, it's conceivable that he too could average over 20 points, casting doubt on Durant's claim to the Rookie of the Year title. Subsequently, a reporter inquired about Dwight Howard's feelings after being named the Eastern Conference Player of the Week. The Orlando Magic triumphed in all 3 of their games over the past week, with Howard averaging a commendable 20 points and 15 rebounds. rightfully earning his status as the team's cornerstone. The previous week's Eastern Conference Player of the Week was none other than Kevin Garnett, his opponent. Interestingly, the first 2 weeks of the season saw the Western Conference Players of the Week being Houston's Tracy McGrady and Yao Ming, who together propelled the Texas team to an impressive record of 5 wins and 1 loss. Last week, the accolade for the Western Conference Player of the Week went to Allen Iverson, whose formidable partnership with Carmelo Anthony has made the Nuggets' offense exceptionally potent. As Lee Chung-ming listened to Howard's cheerful responses to the reporters' inquiries, he couldn't help but ponder when he might receive the accolade of Player of the Week. Although the significance of this honor has diminished with the division of the Eastern and Western Conferences, for most players, it remains a notable achievement. The prospect of being named Player of the Month is even more enticing, as it comes with a trophy. Inevitably, the conversation shifted to the well-worn topic of free throws. Howard's demeanor grew more serious, yet the discourse remained a reiteration of the same old cliches. In truth, words pale in comparison to actions, but Howard's dilemma lies in his inability to execute. It is worth noting that in the 3 seasons since his rookie year, his free throw attempts have increased year by year, yet his free throw percentage has declined. Surprisingly, his most accurate year was his rookie season, with a rate of 67. While the previous 2 seasons fell below 60, this season appears to be a mix of highs and lows, with last week's 73 free throw performance being a pleasant surprise. Consequently, Howard left the press conference with a rather gloomy expression, unable to restrain his frustration. These guys just keep fixating on the same topic over and over again. Lee Chung-ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering that if you were indeed untroubled in this regard, why would anyone cling to it so tenaciously? Regardless, a victory had been secured. Had they faced defeat, the reporters would not have been so easily appeased. Moments later, however, Howard approached him with a playful grin, inquiring, "Hey, Lee, what exactly did you say to that fellow?" Lee Chung-ming understood that he was referring to Garnett. It is widely acknowledged that when a black individual uses the term black, it is deemed acceptable. However, should others employ the same terminology, it is unequivocally regarded as racial discrimination. Thus, he merely chuckled and remarked, "It's nothing significant. I just believe it is time for him to retire. The realm now belongs to the youth." Howard promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "You are absolutely right. I share the same sentiment." Lee Chung-ming immediately rolled his eyes, a hint of curiosity sparking within him as he inquired, "Dwight, do you have any grievances with him?" Although they belong to the same league and often cross paths, the stars of the NBA possess distinct personalities and preferences, with certain rivalries extending beyond the court. This dynamic is indeed a facet of the NBA's allure, as the narratives entwined with the players' relationships and conflicts add layers of intrigue beyond mere competition. As previously mentioned, the NBA places significant emphasis on storytelling, featuring prodigious figures like LeBron James, who is championed by the league, alongside an array of successors to Michael Jordan, manufactured for commercial gain. Even Michael Jordan himself would likely be bewildered by this phenomenon, observing the likes of Grant Hill, Tim Hardaway, Jerry Stackhouse, and Kobe Bryant, all touted as potential heirs. Yet, only Kobe has truly left a lasting impact, while injuries curtailed the careers of Hill and Hardaway, not to mention the inspiring tale of players like E.G. Enlian, who have defied the odds in pursuit of the American dream. Interactions among stars often ignite fiery rivalries, for instance, the contentious history between the Smile Assassin and his Airness Jordan, who faced the Bad Boys for several arduous years before overcoming that formidable challenge. In contrast, today's league appears excessively harmonious, lacking the compelling drama of yesteryears. Given Kevin Garnett's fierce demeanor, it is entirely understandable that he would not be fond of a younger player like Dwight Howard. It is likely that when Howard first entered the league, despite harboring some admiration, he quickly found that Garnett's sharp tongue shattered any illusions. As fellow big men, Garnett, having experienced the era of the 4 dominant centers, is a technical player and likely holds disdain for Howard's brute force style. In truth, Howard has often faced skepticism from both current and retired centers, and the only way to silence his critics is through tangible accomplishments. The next day, the Orlando Magic faced a challenging back-to-back against the New Orleans Hornets. If one were to compare the difficulty of the season's schedule, the Magic would undoubtedly fall into the more arduous category, grappling with a plethora of back-to-back games and travel across conferences. This particular matchup posed an even greater challenge, as they were set to face 2 of the league's elite teams. However, the league's scheduling cannot be faulted, the Celtics' offseason trades aside. Few anticipated the Hornets' ascent to their current standing at the season's outset. with the development of their core point guard, Chris Paul. The Hornets have transformed from playoff contenders to a burgeoning force in the West, demonstrating the capability to disrupt the postseason landscape. Their offensive efficiency ranks within the league's top 10, heavily reliant on a formidable defense, particularly with Tyson Chandler anchoring the paint. Creating an effective no-fly zone with his exceptional leaping ability and defensive acumen, Paul's defensive prowess is equally lauded, standing at 6 feet tall. He has established his place in a league filled with giants. Nonetheless, the Hornets found themselves unable to contain Howard's dominance in the paint during this game. While Chandler is a competent defender, he lacks the intimidating presence that Howard commands. Additionally, Chandler's offensive repertoire is severely limited, primarily reliant on finishing at the rim, which poses no threat to the rising star, Yi Jianlian. As he continues to ascend, opponents have begun to take note, which, while complicating his circumstances, ultimately benefits the team. Particularly Howard, by alleviating some of the defensive pressure he faces in the paint, even more so than Lewis's floor spacing abilities. In this match, he played for 17 minutes, taking only 7 shots, making 6, and converting 3 of 4 free throws for a total of 15 points and 10 rebounds, unintentionally fulfilling his rebounding duties. The Magic nearly concluded the game by the end of the first quarter, leading 36-17, reflecting a trajectory similar to their previous encounter with the Celtics. The Hornets, however, fought back valiantly in the second and third quarters. They are not a weak team. Initially, they struggled to find their rhythm, being a younger and less experienced squad than the Magic. However, after 2 years of development, their core players have forged a chemistry that allows them to maintain their footing even in adversity. A critical blow to the Hornets' chances was the absence of Chris Paul, their pivotal point guard, akin to a body without a brain. Paul typically contributes over 20 points per game, and his absence drastically diminished the Hornets' offensive potency. Without him, their most effective scoring strategy, utilizing pick-and-rolls to exploit the opponent's interior, was rendered significantly less effective. Thus, even as the Magic's shooting cooled in the latter quarters, their defense, anchored by Howard, stifled the Hornets' attempts at a comeback. In the fourth quarter, with Lewis and Nelson regaining their form, coupled with ES' ability to stabilize the bench unit, the Magic secured a narrow victory, finishing 99-88. Howard once again posted impressive numbers with 20 points and 15 rebounds, while the Hornets' leading scorer was Peja with 21 points. 2 days later, they traveled to San Antonio to face the reigning champion Spurs, ultimately suffering a loss that ended their winning streak. Before the game against the Spurs, a seemingly minor event transpired for the team but was significant for Trevor Ariza was traded away, just a day after their victory over the Hornets. The team reached an agreement with the Los Angeles Lakers, sending the backup small forward Ariza in exchange for Brian Cook and Maurice Evans. Lee Chung-ming was, in fact, aware of the news even before it was publicly announced, as Ariza approached him after the match. The two had developed a decent rapport during this period. Although Ariza may not shine as brightly as Lee Chung-ming, he has nonetheless earned a few opportunities to play. While their friendship is not profoundly deep, the sudden departure of a teammate, who had been a constant presence, to join another team and become a future rival inevitably stirs a sense of melancholy within. This experience marks Lee Chung-ming's first encounter with the intrinsic realities of the league. Father Lee discerned his son's troubled demeanor and understood the underlying cause. However, he refrained from commenting, believing it better for his son to come to terms with it on his own. "Dad, do you think there will come a day when I too will?" Father Lee chuckled softly and remarked, "It is sufficient to perform well in the competition. Why dwell on trivial matters at this moment? Is it not akin to worrying unnecessarily and inviting one's own troubles?" Lee Chung-ming sighed and nodded, acknowledging the truth. As long as he performed well in the game and grew strong enough, it would not be the team seeking to trade him, but rather he who would choose his team. Chapter 68. The Mighty Spurs when discussing the most successful teams of the new century. The Los Angeles Lakers undoubtedly dominate in terms of commercial success. However, when considering achievements, particularly the number of championships, the Spurs, who have recently claimed yet another title, slightly trail behind the Lakers. If we extend our view to include the previous century, the primary distinction between the Spurs and the Lakers is the absence of a dynasty established by the Spurs. The concept of a dynasty was originally proposed by Phil Jackson, who defined a three-peat as the standard for a dynastic team based on his coaching success with the Bulls and Lakers. From this perspective, it is indeed true that the Spurs have not established a dynasty. During the Lakers' three-peat, the Spurs merely served as a backdrop in the Western Conference. At that time, the Spurs faced challenges, first with David Robinson's retirement and then with Tim Duncan struggling with injuries while mentoring newcomers. They were not even regarded as the Lakers' greatest rivals, with the Kings posing a more significant threat. However, following the dissolution of the Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant partnership and the collapse of the Lakers dynasty, the Spurs navigated through their most challenging period. The maturation of Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili provided Duncan with invaluable support, ultimately leading to their triumph over the Pistons in 2005 to secure a championship. In this year's finals, they swept the Cavaliers, capturing another title a year later, with Parker even earning the Finals MVP award. As reigning champions with minimal alterations to their roster, the Spurs remain formidable contenders in the Western Conference. Although the formation of a three-headed monster in Boston has shifted more attention towards the Eastern Conference. For the Magic, their two regular season encounters with the Spurs likely stand as their only significant matchups this season, with any potential postseason meeting now a distant aspiration. The current Spurs roster boasts several experienced veterans. Tim Duncan's leadership is paramount, while Michael Finley, once a 20-point scorer who aided the team in their championship run last season, continues to deliver consistent contributions. Additionally, there is Barry, a second-generation player who has yet to achieve the acclaim of his father, holding only a spot on the all-rookie second team as his highest personal accolade. Nevertheless, his athleticism, coupled with a developing shooting skill set, has enabled him to maintain his position on a championship-contending team like the Spurs. Facing the seasoned Spurs, the Magic poured their utmost effort into this game. For coach Stan Van Gundy, the significance of this matchup lay in the opportunity to gauge the current caliber of the Magic against such a formidable opponent. In the first quarter, the Spurs struck first, attacking both inside and out, leaving the Magic unable to contain Parker. No matter whether it was Nelson, Bogans, Arroyo, or Dooling, they struggled to match his speed, with Parker virtually overwhelming the Magic's backcourt on his own. As the Magic tightened their defense, it inevitably opened up opportunities for the Spurs on the perimeter as Finley, Bowen, and Barry each found success beyond the arc. The Spurs finished the first quarter with an impressive 5 of 7 from three-point range, leading by 6 points at 33-27. In the second quarter, the Spurs maintained their offensive momentum. When Parker took a breather, Ginobili stepped in, and as soon as Lee Chiming was drawn out of the paint, the interior defense became increasingly vulnerable. Lee Chiming displayed commendable defensive prowess in the low post, steadfastly guarding the paint, even against the formidable Duncan without faltering. However, when confronted with the swift French race car and the Argentine blade renowned for his deceptive penetration rhythm, he found himself a victim of their antics. Parker spun like a whirlwind, while Lee Chiming resembled a disoriented top, helplessly disoriented and unable to discern direction. All the while, Ginobili occasionally came in to deliver a couple of sharp jabs. Lee Chiming was knocked off balance twice, and had it not been for his stable lower body, the embarrassment could have been far greater. The laughter from the San Antonio fans would surely linger in his memory for some time. At halftime, the Spurs held a 10-point lead at 69-57, marking the largest deficit the Magic faced at the half in recent matches. Their previous encounter with the Pistons had also seen a collapse in the second half. In truth, the Magic's offense was not lacking, as Howard consistently created opportunities in the paint upon receiving the ball, with the Spurs unable to contain him, resorting instead to fouling. The trio of Bogans, Lewis, and Turkoglu proved effective from beyond the arc, with the Magic not taking many three-pointers but maintaining a commendable efficiency. Even Lee Chiming managed to sink a three-pointer in the second quarter. The crux of the matter lay in the Magic's inability to stifle the Spurs' offensive onslaught. Compared to the Celtics, Lee Chiming perceived the Spurs' harmonious blend of inside and outside play, with contributions from all players, as a more formidable challenge. The Spurs' intricate tactical cooperation often caught them off guard, allowing for well-timed movements, successful ball circulation, and subsequent open shots or opportunities near the basket. After all, how can one chase the ball effectively? Unless a team from the West can first vanquish the Spurs, it remains uncertain who will prevail in the finals against the Celtics. Of course, should a team emerge capable of overcoming the Spurs, they would likely pose significant challenges to the Celtics in the championship match. During halftime, Van Gundy emphasized the importance of defense in the locker room. Currently, the Magic's defensive prowess largely hinges on Howard, whose speed and explosiveness allow him to extend his defensive reach to the three-point line. However, he remains the last bastion of defense for the team. Unfortunately, the perimeter players, Nelson and Turkoglu, are relatively sluggish and often become targets for opposing teams. In fact, apart from Howard and Bogans, the starting lineup features Lewis and Turkoglu, who are clear defensive liabilities, while Nelson is only effective against specific opponents. To achieve better results, in addition to Howard's continued development and an overall enhancement of the roster, the team must also cultivate synergy among its players, ensuring timely defensive rotations. They need not always aim for steals or blocks, but at the very least, they should apply pressure and disrupt defensive plays, avoiding situations where a mere screen grants the opponent open opportunities. Another strategy is to ensure offensive efficiency, particularly by leveraging their strengths inside, which can then be expanded outward to fully utilize their advantages. As the third quarter commenced, it marked the Magic's attempt to close the gap. In the 5th minute, Lee Ching-ming entered the game and swiftly made his presence felt from beyond the arc, sinking 2 consecutive three-pointers. He then capitalized on the opponent's defense to penetrate to the basket, drawing a foul from Oberto and converting both free throws, thus scoring 8 points and forcing the Spurs to take a timeout. He followed this by successfully isolating Duncan in the low post. The big fundamental is renowned for his formidable defense, possessing both the physical attributes and the wealth of experience to excel. However, such composed defenders often struggle against relentless offensive assaults. For instance, Shaquille O'Neal's brute force in the low post or Kobe Bryant's aggressive drives can trouble even the most seasoned defenders, and against Lee Ching-ming's bull-like forays, the now 31-year-old Duncan could only lament the vigor of youth that remains insurmountable. Lee Ching-ming's physical prowess is exceedingly apparent. In the past, Duncan had to sidestep the formidable presence of O'Neal, and now it proves equally challenging for others to contend with Lee Ching-ming. Over the course of several games, he has amassed considerable experience. In contrast to the fluctuating struggles of Space E, Lee has completely acclimated to the tempo of NBA play. This compels the Spurs to employ double teaming, inadvertently leaving Bogans open on the perimeter. Upon receiving a pass from Lee, Bogans successfully sank 2 three-pointers, narrowing the gap to a mere 5 points within a span of just over 3 minutes. In a pivotal moment, Coach Popovich decisively implemented the Hack-a-Howard strategy, sending Howard to the free throw line twice in succession, effectively stifling the Magic's offensive momentum. Unfortunately for Howard, he faltered, converting only 1 of 4 free throws, allowing the Spurs to extend their lead by another 3 points. The foul strategy is always employed judiciously and tailored to achieve various objectives. Its current application is evidently aimed at disrupting the Magic's offensive rhythm. Moreover, the Spurs do not need to rely on it continuously. Simply interrupting the Magic's tempo and maintaining an aura of intimidation serves to instill psychological burden upon them, leading even Howard to hesitate in his offensive endeavors. Lee Ching-ming, too, finds himself affected. Should the opposition commit fouls, he struggles to receive the ball, and even when he does, he must be wary of sudden infractions. This predicament evokes a sensation akin to being on the verge of expression, yet finding no outlet in a public setting. Notably, despite Lee's recent weight check revealing a reduction to 282 pounds, having shed nearly 30 pounds since his initial trials 5 months prior, his size renders the court shuttle runs a mere drain of energy. Consequently, 2 minutes later, Van Gundy had no choice but to substitute Lee, with the Spurs still holding an 8-point lead. After Lee Ching-ming's departure from the court, the Magic's offense was orchestrated by Hedo Turkoğlu. The Turkish player exhibited commendable form in this match, adeptly navigating both inside and outside, skillfully disrupting the Spurs' defense with his rhythm. Although Turkoğlu's athleticism may appear rather ordinary, his ball-handling skills are exceptional. His techniques, while not flamboyant, are remarkably solid and stable. What sets him apart is his proficiency in utilizing changes in rhythm to create shooting space for himself, and whenever he secures that space, he invariably finds a way to send the ball through the hoop. Thanks to Turkoğlu's performance, the Magic managed to maintain their deficit to just 8 points by the end of the third quarter. The Spurs lineup, since the retirement of Robinson, has typically relied on Duncan paired with a defensive blue-collar worker in the paint. When confronted with the combination of Lee Ching-ming and Howard, or when both Howard and Lewis are on the court simultaneously, they struggle to manage the situation, particularly as both Lee Ching-ming and Lewis can stretch the floor, granting Howard opportunities for one-on-one matchups. Had it not been for the constraints of foul tactics, Howard's dominance in the paint would have been even more formidable. However, as the fourth quarter commenced, Van Gundy decided to afford Lee Ching-ming a brief respite, keeping Howard on the bench as well. This decision precipitated a dramatic turn of events. The Spurs seized the moment to initiate double teaming against Lewis. The Magic had intended for Lewis to take charge of the offense at this juncture, But the Spurs' relentless defensive pressure resulted in a series of turnovers, allowing the Spurs to execute several fast breaks and swiftly extend their lead. Van Gundy promptly called a timeout, bringing TRKO Lue back onto the floor to stabilize the situation. Nevertheless, the Spurs were in formidable form. Barry was astonishingly accurate from beyond the arc, sinking 5 out of 6 attempts. The Magic's momentum, both offensively and defensively, was stifled, and they watched helplessly as the score ballooned to a 16-point deficit. By this stage, even reintroducing Howard and Lee Chiming to the game would prove futile, merely allowing them to pad their statistics slightly. Lee Chiming played a total of 17 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 19 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists from 6 out of 7 shooting attempts, showcasing remarkable efficiency throughout the match. From the starting lineup to the sixth-man role of Lee Chiming, the Orlando Magic did not find themselves at a disadvantage. Rather, they simply lacked the depth of roster that the San Antonio Spurs possessed. The point differential between the two teams was largely attributed to Barry's explosive performance today. Chapter 69. Exclusive interview following the conclusion of the match against the Spurs. Lee Chiming took a moment to grant an exclusive interview to Basketball Pioneer before departing from San Antonio. This interview had been scheduled well in advance, with both parties needing to coordinate their schedules and prepare accordingly. Since its inception in 2004, Basketball Pioneer has rapidly ascended to become one of the foremost basketball print media outlets in the country within just 3 years. Initially, their primary focus had been on prominent figures such as Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. However, with Lee Chiming's outstanding performance, interactions between the two have increased, leading Basketball Pioneer to establish a permanent reporter in Orlando who is constantly monitoring Lee Chiming's developments. Lee Chiming and the journalist Duan Ran were not strangers to one another. So after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly delved into the matter at hand. "I regret having to conduct this interview under such circumstances," he remarked, clearly alluding to the recent defeat, which undoubtedly cast a shadow over his mood. Lee Chiming's temperament is indeed far from admirable, not solely due to his defeat, but also as a consequence of his own performance. Although he exhibited commendable offensive efficiency today and demonstrated diligence in defense, his inability to contain the opposing players stemmed not only from a lack of capability but also from the formidable strength of his adversaries. It is likely that anyone in his position would have struggled similarly. However, the true discomfort arises from the possibility of inadvertently contributing to the opponent's highlight reel, which no player desires. No one wishes to become a mere backdrop. Although some argue that being a backdrop can signify a willingness to relinquish control, much like the renowned defenders Kobe and Duncan, who have often found themselves overshadowed, most instances of being relegated to the background inevitably invite ridicule. Lee Chiming began to contemplate that in the future, as he grows more formidable and renowned, this might become part of his less favorable history. The highlights of the NBA, particularly the top 10 and top 5 plays, are not solely judged by the brilliance of the plays themselves, but also by the stature of the opponents involved. Given his current status, it seems manageable. However, should he ascend to stardom, the value of those moments would inevitably rise. Indeed, some of his plays, such as forcefully driving to the basket against LeBron James for an and-one or executing a dunk over him, as well as a deflection against Kevin Durant, would likely become staples in highlight reels. After all, it is a spectacle of stars and a contest of titans. Nevertheless, Lee Chiming would not show hostility towards others. Instead, he simply waved his hand and smiled, saying, "It's all right. After all, today's opponent is the reigning champion, and we must strive to do more if we hope to defeat them. I hope we can perform even better in our next encounter." Duan Ren then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Many domestic fans still find you somewhat unfamiliar. Could you share what inspired you to participate in the draft?" Although the domestic media had already disclosed much about Lee Chiming, aside from the childhood incident of bedwetting, there remained little secrecy regarding his upbringing, schooling, and family life. His journey had no hidden facets, yet the public remained particularly focused on his basketball development. He had been exposed to basketball from a young age, and while his family initially hoped he would find a sport to aid in weight loss, they were surprised to find that instead of shedding pounds, his skills were developing remarkably. He came from a non-traditional background, yet it was his elementary school physical education teacher who first introduced him to the sport. That teacher has recently gained some notoriety, although it is widely acknowledged that Lee Chiming is an anomaly. After all, despite years of teaching, he has produced only one Lee Chiming. Regarding the teacher's frequent disclosures in the media about their elementary school sports classes and basketball training, even mentioning some unfavorable aspects, Li Chiming and his father had previously come to a mutual understanding that the teacher was merely seeking publicity for financial gain. This is not difficult to comprehend. Over the years, Li Qingming has had no interaction with the individual, and there is no bond to speak of. When there are personal interests at stake, can one truly expect them to safeguard any secrets? Moreover, these matters, strictly speaking, hardly qualify as deeply private affairs. When discussing these topics, Li Chiming merely smiled and expressed his gratitude towards teacher Han for the assistance he provided in his earlier years, as well as to other mentors and friends who aided him along his journey. Beyond that, he refrained from further elaboration, asserting that as long as others do not fabricate tales, there is no need for him to obstruct their paths to success. Regarding the discussions surrounding his audition, there are numerous speculations from the public, yet Li Chingming had never officially addressed them until now. He seized this opportunity to clarify. I received an invitation for a trial from the Magic just before the holidays. Due to some personal experiences, I thought it would be a good idea to take a break. My father, concerned about me being alone, accompanied me. The trial went quite well, so we did not seek out other teams. Ultimately, the Magic selected me with the Mavericks pick. As for why a relatively unknown individual like him would be invited for a trial in Orlando, Li Chiming could not provide an explanation. However, someone had inquired of the Magic's general manager, Osti Smith, who attributed the invitation to a report from the team's scout in China. Due to a lack of draft picks, the Magic had not utilized all their trial slots, so inviting one more player was inconsequential. After all, extending an invitation was one thing. Whether the players showed up was another. Arranging some accommodations posed no significant issue for an NBA team. The significance of this trial has since been validated, though it remains uncertain whether that scout has received a promotion or raise. Duan Ran nodded but suddenly posed a question that caught Li Chingming off guard. Do you believe your success is replicable? Success? Li Chingming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I believe I am still far from achieving success. My career has only just begun. The term success, in my view, is one that can only be applied at certain stages of life. I am merely at the outset of my journey. Oh, Duan Ran raised an eyebrow. Although she had seen Li Chingming in interviews and noted his maturity, which seemed atypical for someone of his age, the journalist who frequently interacted with him could surmise that his demeanor was undoubtedly shaped by his excellent upbringing. However, you have certainly had a commendable start. Compared to other domestic players, you might be among those with the best beginnings. Would you be willing to share some insights that could serve as a reference for future domestic players aspiring to join the NBA? With the success of Li Chiming, there is an increasing discourse among the public regarding the potential influx of domestic players into the NBA. Li Chingming's experiences have provided a valuable reference, especially when contrasted with the journey of Yao Ming, who entered the NBA after achieving success in the CBA well into his maturity. Transitioning to a new environment at such an age presents challenges that a teenager would likely navigate with greater ease. Furthermore, the prospect of receiving NBA-level training and competitive opportunities at an earlier stage in their careers undoubtedly contributes to the development of young players. Li Chiming contemplated the matter with great care, mindful of his father's admonitions regarding the domestic context. He understood that individuals who have garnered acclaim abroad, particularly those who excel within their respective fields, often find their opinions revered as authoritative. This served as a reminder for him to exercise caution in his words and actions within the country, as he represented the dignity of Huaguo. Moreover, he recognized the importance of setting a commendable example for his peers. This responsibility transcended his personal inclinations. Fortunately, his father had anticipated such challenges. As Li Chingming's fame burgeoned, the complexities of his affairs multiplied, making it evident that his father alone could not manage everything. Consequently, he enlisted 2 assistants domestically and secured help in the United States to facilitate his workload. Additionally, he benefited from the support of the media personnel associated with the Magic, which enhanced the professionalism of his public statements, increasingly resembling those of seasoned NBA players. Indeed, during interviews, even if he occasionally misspoke, it was of little consequence. They were not live broadcasts, and corrections could be made. The Basketball Pioneer Journal, after all, was not a sensationalist tabloid, both from a business standpoint and an emotional perspective. It was imperative to uphold the reputation of domestic players. However, upon hearing the other party's remarks, Li Chiming mused silently. While this may hold true in comparison to others, the frustrations he endured during his initial struggles were invisible to the outside world. Yet, he found himself no longer preoccupied with past grievances, particularly towards Van Gundy. It became evident that any perceived animosity was likely rooted in his prior inability to substantiate his worth, rather than any genuine disdain. Thus, after some reflection, he replied, "I cannot claim to possess any definitive experience.